Chapter 392. The Information Jade Slip, Preparations for Selection. His spiritual sense swept over Zhou Chun, revealing that the latter possessed merely a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the Respect realm, a mere loose cultivator. Thus he dismissed him without concern. I see. However, his gaze turned icy. Since you arrived first, I presume you've already entered the cave dwelling? Zhou Chun remained unperturbed within, for indeed, Murong Fei still harbored suspicions. I have indeed entered the cave dwelling. Zhou Chun did not deny, but rather acknowledged candidly. However, the cave dwelling is completely barren, devoid of anything. It seems it has long been thoroughly looted by other cultivators. I have labored in vain. Murong Fei narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then allow me to personally investigate. With that, he leaped directly into the lake, plunging towards its depths. Zhou Chun stood by the shore, a cold smile curling upon his lips before swiftly departing the spot. He bore no fear of Murong Fei. Rather, he deemed that there was no immediate need for conflict. He still hoped to reap a greater reward. Shortly thereafter, Murong Fei emerged from the lake's depths, his countenance dark as he departed. At the inn in Qingfeng City, upon returning to his room, Zhou Chun promptly set up soundproof and defensive formations. After confirming that no one could eavesdrop, he retrieved the Xianxia celestial scripture from his system space. The jade slip emitted a gentle purple glow, warm and lustrous as jade. Zhou Chun's spiritual sense delved in, commencing a meticulous study of the scripture's contents. The Xianxia celestial scripture is divided into 9 tiers, capable of condensing the Xianxia celestial body, with the ultimate potential to cultivate to the 10th tier of the true immortal realm. What an extraordinary scripture! Zhou Chun marveled increasingly as he read. The contents of the Xianxia celestial scripture are remarkably comprehensive, with clear instructions on the cultivation methods for each realm, breakthrough points, and insights into the laws. Additionally, the scripture encompasses several accompanying divine abilities. Zhou Chun refrained from immediate cultivation. Instead, he first operated the Tai Su Ba Huang Wu Xiang Jing to optimize the spiritual energy within his body. After half an hour, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Boom! The Xianxia celestial scripture erupted into a searing energy within his body. This energy was exceptionally pure, coursing through his meridians and assaulting the bottleneck of the 6th tier of the Respect realm. Zhou Chun hastily activated the Xianxia celestial scripture, guiding the energy to impact the bottleneck. Once, twice, thrice, after numerous impacts, the bottleneck finally began to loosen. Crack! A sound akin to something shattering resonated within him. Zhou Chun's cultivation successfully broke through to the 6th tier of the Respect realm. Simultaneously, the Tai Su Dao principles within him underwent further refinement. The 5 perfected laws, the law of interception, the law of slaughter, the law of ice, the law of water, and the law of space, each attained a qualitative enhancement. Zhou Chun nodded with great satisfaction. The next day, at the intelligence shop operated by Zhou Chun's family, Qianji Tower, one of the largest information organizations in the spirit realm, with branches in numerous cities, Zhou Chun entered and was immediately greeted by a maid clad in black. Welcome to Qianji Tower, esteemed guest, the maid greeted with a sweet smile. What information may I assist you with? Our intelligence is categorized into 3 tiers, she continued. Ordinary information costs 100 low-grade immortal crystals. Important information costs 1,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Confidential information costs 10,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Zhou Chun stated directly. I seek information regarding the Xianxia sect and Murong Fei. The more detailed, the better. The maid's eyes brightened. Please hold on a moment. She turned and entered the back room, soon returning with a jade slip in hand. Esteemed guest, the information regarding the Xianxia sect and Murong Fei is classified as confidential. The price is 10,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Zhou Chun produced 2 medium-grade immortal crystals and handed them to the maid. No need for change. The maid beamed with joy, hurriedly passing the jade slip to Zhou Chun. He accepted it and probed with his spiritual sense. An abundance of information surged into his mind. Xianxia sect, classification, medium-sized sect. Strength, sect master xuanhuan. with the cultivation of the first tier of the immortal king realm. 3 supreme elders, all at the 10th tier of the true immortal realm. 12 inner sect elders, with cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 9th tiers of the true immortal realm. The Xianxia sect holds external selection events every 3 years, with the top 10 candidates becoming outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples who can break through to the 10th tier of the respect realm within 20 years may be promoted to inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples who can break through to the quasi-immortal realm may become true inheritors. Zhou Qin narrowed his eyes. He stowed the jade slip and turned to leave Xianxia Tower, now possessing sufficient information. For the next 2 months, Zhou Qin intended to enter seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. 2 months later, in Qingfeng City, at the residence of the Murong family, Murong Fei stands upon the training grounds, wielding his long sword with great finesse. The sword glimmers like a rainbow, fiercely sharp, and each strike cleaves the air, leaving a rift in its wake. The young master's swordsmanship has become increasingly refined. An elder beside him remarked in admiration. He is the grand elder of the Murong family, Murong Yuan, possessing cultivation at the 3rd tier of the quasi-immortal realm. Not enough. Murong Fei sheathed his sword and shook his head. Though my cultivation is at the 9th tier of the respect realm, I am certain there will be other prodigies in this election. Murong Yuan chuckled. The young master is far too modest. With your innate talent, encountering an opponent at the 10th tier of the respect realm would not guarantee your defeat. He paused momentarily and added, I have prepared a treasure for you, young master. Once the young master dons this item, your combat prowess will increase by at least 30%. At that time, securing first place will be a mere formality. Murong Fei's eyes sparkle with interest. What treasure is it? Murong Yun produced a jade pendant and presented it to Murong Fei. This is a low-grade immortal tier artifact, the Xianxia Jade Pendant. When worn, it automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, replenishing your spiritual power. Moreover, the pendant harbors a sealed attack from the quasi-immortal realm, which can be unleashed in critical moments, sufficient to severely injure an opponent at the 10th tier of the respect realm. Murong Fei accepted the jade pendant with great affection. Thank you, Grand Elder. With this treasure, my chances of securing first place have greatly increased. On a clear morning, as the sun began to rise, outside Qingfeng City, the martial arts arena sprawled across dozens of acres, specifically designed for various martial arts tournaments and sect selections. At the heart of the arena stood numerous colossal platforms, each measuring 100 feet on each side. Surrounding the platforms were inscribed defensive and observational formations. Even when quasi-mortal powerhouses clashed upon the platforms, the audience remained unaffected. At this moment, the arena was teeming with people. Thousands of cultivators gathered here to participate in the outer sect selection of Xianxia sect. The majority were at the respect realm, with a few being first-tier quasi-immortal experts. Zhou Qin mingled among the crowd, discreetly observing his surroundings. There are indeed quite a number of participants in this selection, he mused inwardly. It seems that Xianxia sect's reputation is indeed formidable. Just then, a commotion arose from the distance. Look, it's the people from the Murong family. Murong Fei has arrived. Is it the prodigy seldom seen in a century in Qingfeng City? I heard he has already broken through to the 9th tier of the respect realm at just 25 years of age. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway as a group of cultivators donned in opulent robes entered. Leading them was none other than Murong Fei. Chapter 393. A second encounter with Murong Fei, targeted. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a long sword at his waist, he exuded an air of grandeur and exceptional grace. Following closely behind him were a dozen or so cultivators from the Murong family, each possessing the cultivation of the respect realm. As Murong Fei strode into the martial arena, his discerning gaze swept across the crowd, as if in search of something. Zhou Qin's heart stirred. He immediately concealed his presence, blending into the throng. He was acutely aware that Murong Fei was undoubtedly seeking him. Humph. Murong Fei let out a cold grunt, and upon failing to locate Zhou Qin, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Consider yourself fortunate for not attending the selection. Otherwise, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his gaze. I would ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Murong Fei proceeded towards the registration desk. Zhou Qin watched his retreating figure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. At the registration desk, An elder clad in the violet robe of the Xianxia sect sat behind a table, tasked with recording the participants' information. He was none other than Xianxia, an outer sect elder with a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the quasi-immortal realm. Next, Xianxia intoned blandly. Mirong Fei stepped forward, producing his identity token. I am Mirong Fei, of the Respect realm, 9th tier, here to participate in the outer sect selection. Xianxia's divine sense swept over the token, and he nodded slightly. The young master of the Mirong family, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your talent is indeed remarkable. You should be able to secure a position in the top 10 during this selection. However, he paused for emphasis, while all top 10 will become outer sect disciples. The reward for the first place is particularly generous. I hope you perform well. Mirong Fei cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall exert myself to seize the first place. Xianxia smiled, and handed Mirong Fei a jade token. This is your participation token, numbered 99. Be sure to keep it safe. Without it, you cannot partake in the selection. Mirong Fei accepted the token and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the registration desk, he was surrounded by a throng of cultivators. Young Master Mirong, I am Wang Tai, a disciple of the Wang family from Qingfeng City, with a cultivation of the 6th tier of the Respect realm. It would be an honor to befriend you. Young Master Mirong, I am Li San. A flurry of cultivators rushed to introduce themselves, eager to curry favor with Mirong Fei. While he maintained a smile and engaged with each of them, disdain filled his heart. These individuals were merely seeking to latch onto the power of the Mirong family. At that moment, Zhou Chen approached the registration desk. Esteemed elder, I am Zhou Chen, here to register for the selection. He presented his identity token to Xianxia. Xianxia's divine sense scanned the token, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhou, a disciple of the Zhou family from Qingfeng City? I have not heard of such a figure from the Zhou family. After scrutinizing the token and confirming its authenticity, he relaxed his vigilance. Cultivation, 6th tier of the Respect realm. Xianxia regarded Zhou Chen with a hint of skepticism. You dare to participate in the selection at the 6th tier? Do you realize that the lowest cultivation level of participants this time is also the 6th tier? There are over a dozen at the 7th tier and 3 at the 9th tier. A mere 6th tier cultivator like you may not even survive the first round. Zhou Chen replied calmly. Thank you for your reminder, esteemed elder. However, since I have come, I wish to give it a try. Even in failure, I can gain experience. Xianxia shook his head. It is commendable for the youth to be spirited, but one must also act within their limits. Very well. Since you have paid the registration fee, you may participate. He handed Zhou Chen a jade token. This is your participation token, numbered 237. Remember, the selection consists of 4 rounds. The first round will be held 3 days from now, and the specific rules will be announced then. You may rest in Qingfeng City or continue your cultivation during these 3 days. Zhou Chen accepted the token. Thank you, esteemed elder. He turned to leave the registration desk. Just a few steps out, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Oh, is that you? I didn't expect you to participate in the selection as well after 2 months. Zhou Chen's heart sank as he turned to face Mirong Fei, who was now approaching with a group of cultivators, wearing a smile that was more mocking than genuine. Fellow cultivator, Mirong Fei said, sizing Zhou Chen up. It has been 2 months since our parting at the Xianxia mountain range. I had thought you had left Qingfeng City. To my surprise, you two are here for the selection. How fortuitous. May I ask your name? His tone dripped with evident derision. Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, quite fortuitous. I am Zhou Chen. May I inquire if young Master Mirong has any advice to offer? Mirong Fei sneered. Advice is hardly the case. I am merely curious, what treasures did you procure from that ancient cave in the Xianxia mountain range 2 months ago? Surely it wasn't empty? A flicker of coldness glinted in his eyes. Zhou Chen replied indifferently. As I have stated before, the cave was indeed devoid of anything. Does young Master Mirong doubt my words? Mirong Fei smirked. Whether I believe you or not is trivial. What matters is he pointed at the participation token in Zhou Chen's hand. You are participating in this selection. We shall certainly have the opportunity to meet on the arena. At that time a glimmer of murderous intent crossed his eyes. I will make sure to inquire further. A cold smile played at the corners of Zhou Chen's lips. Is that so? I, too, look forward to it. However, he glanced at Mirong Fei. I wish to remind young Master Mirong. On the arena, life and death are determined by fate. If you are not careful, you may very well find yourself in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Mirong Fei's expression darkened. What did you say? A mere 6th-tier cultivator dares to speak so boldly before me? It seems you have grown weary of life. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further, and turned to leave. Mirong Fei glared at Zhou Chen's departing figure, his murderous intent intensifying. That audacious fool, how dare he put on airs before me? When the selection commences, I shall show you what despair truly is. A nearby Mirong family cultivator whispered. Young master, should we take action now? Mirong Fei waved his hand dismissively. No need. Acting now would draw the attention of the Xianxia sect. To eliminate him on the arena would be both just and open. No one could utter a word. Furthermore, he chuckled coldly. I want him to kneel and beg for mercy before everyone, to understand the consequences of crossing me. 3 days later, in the martial arena, the selection officially commenced. Thousands of participants gathered in the square, awaiting the start of the first round of assessments. Countless spectator stands were erected around the square, with various families, independent cultivators, and merchant organizations from Qingfeng City, sending representatives to witness the event. Even cultivators from other cities arrived, drawn by the renown of the Xianxia sect. At the center of the square, on a high platform, several elders of the Xianxia sect sat. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. His aura unfathomable. He is the grand elder of the Xianxia sect, the esteemed Zhang Jinren, a cultivator at the third level of the true immortal realm. Esteemed guests. Zhang Jinren rose to his feet, his voice resonating throughout the assembly through the power of spiritual energy. Welcome to the 389th Outer Sect selection of the Xianxia sect. This time, a total of 276 individuals have registered for the selection. However, only the top 10 will be admitted as outer disciples. In other words, he paused for a moment. The elimination rate is a staggering 99%. Thus, each of you must exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, even the most gifted among you will face disqualification. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Every participant felt the weight of immense pressure. With over 3,000 vying for merely 10 spots, the intensity of the competition was palpable. Now let me announce the rules for the first round of assessments. With a wave of his hand, a colossal stone tablet suddenly materialized at the center of the square, towering at 10 zhong. The tablet was entirely black and emanated an aura of antiquity. This is the trial tablet, Zhang Jinren elucidated. Within the tablet lies a sealed will. You must use your spiritual consciousness to impact the will contained within. The tablet will evaluate your performance and assign a score ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. Those who achieve 5 stars or above will advance to the second round, while those who fail to attain 5 stars will be immediately eliminated. After delivering his remarks, he retreated to the high platform. The first round of assessments officially commences. Contestants will proceed in order of their identification numbers, starting with number 1. As soon as he finished speaking, a young cultivator clad in blue stepped forward. I am Lin Feng, identification number 1. He took a deep breath and approached the stone tablet, placing his hand upon it. A resonant hum echoed as the tablet began to assess Lin Feng's spiritual strength. Moments later, 3 stars emerged on the surface of the tablet. 3 stars, a failure. Zhang Jinren stated flatly. Next, Lin Feng's complexion turned pale, leaving in a daze. One by one, contestants stepped forward to be evaluated. Some achieved 5 stars and advanced smoothly, while others received only 1 or 2 stars and departed in disappointment. A few exceptional talents garnered 7 or 8 stars, eliciting gasps from the audience. Time passed incrementally. Finally, it was Mirong Fei's turn. I am Mirong Fei, identification numbered 99. Mirong Fei approached the stone tablet with an aura of confidence. He placed his hand upon the tablet, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual consciousness. Boom! The tablet trembled violently, and stars began to manifest on its surface. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. Ultimately, 9 stars illuminated the surface of the tablet. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 9 stars. Mirong Fei had achieved the highest score of the day. Truly a prodigy seldom seen in Qingfeng City over the past century. The audience erupted in exclamations. Zhang Jinren nodded in approval. A 9-star evaluation is indeed rare. This lad's spiritual strength is approaching the first level of the quasi-immortal realm. His future is boundless. Mirong Fei cast a proud glance around, eventually fixing his gaze on Zhou Chun amidst the crowd. A sly smirk crept onto his lips, as if to say, do you see? This is my power. Zhou Chun, however, remained expressionless, offering no response. The testing continued. Soon, it was Zhou Chun's turn. Identification number 237, Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun stepped forward to the stone tablet. Mirong Fei scoffed. With a cultivation base at the 6th level of the respectful realm, achieving 5 stars would be commendable. Zhou Chun disregarded Mirong Fei's taunt. He placed his hand upon the tablet and gradually released his spiritual consciousness. The tablet vibrated. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars. 10 brilliant stars materialized on the surface of the tablet. The entire arena plunged into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. 10 stars. How is this possible? On the high platform, Zhang Jinren sprang to his feet, eyes brimming with astonishment. A 10-star evaluation? How could this be? This young man's spiritual strength has already reached the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal realm. He was clearly only at the 6th level of the respectful realm. Mirong Fei's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the 10 stars displayed on the tablet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Zhou Chen possibly surpass him? Zhou Chen withdrew his hand and turned away from the tablet. As he passed by Mirong Fei, he casually remarked, "Young Master Mirong, it appears your 9 stars are not as impressive as you thought." Mirong Fei's face flushed with anger, nearly exploding with rage. You. Zhou Chen chose to ignore him and returned to the crowd. The arena erupted in chatter. Everyone was discussing the dark horse named Zhou Chen, whose 6th level in the respectful realm had earned him a 10-star evaluation. Such talent was nothing short of terrifying. Ziyang Jinren cast a deep glance at Zhou Chen. Interesting. It seems this selection has unveiled an extraordinary genius. The first round of assessments concluded amidst the shock, and Zhou Chen became the focal point of everyone's attention. Half a day later, at the center of the martial arts arena, a vast formation appeared. The formation was arranged in an octagonal shape, spanning 100 zhang, inscribed with intricate runes. At the heart of the formation floated a massive crystal ball, radiating an enchanting glow. This is the heart of Dao Trial Formation. Esteemed guests, Ziyang Jinren proclaimed from the high platform, the 3rd round of assessments will test the heart of Dao. The heart of Dao is one of the most crucial qualities for a cultivator. While cultivation can be enhanced and techniques can be mastered, if the heart of Dao wavers, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restore. Therefore, he paused. This round of assessment, while devoid of life-threatening risks, is the most perilous, for it tests the deepest fears, desires, and obsessions within your hearts. Should you fall prey to the illusions, the consequences could range from a tarnished heart of Dao to succumbing to madness. A hush fell over the audience. Every participant sensed the inherent danger of this round of assessments. Now, let me explain the assessment rules. Ziyang Jinren pointed toward the formation. You will enter the heart of Dao Trial Formation in succession. Within the formation, the most authentic illusions will be constructed based on your memories and experiences. In these illusions, you will confront the profound fears, desires, and obsessions within your hearts. Only by maintaining clarity and discerning the illusions can you pass the assessment. The duration of the assessment will last up to 1 hour. Should you fail to succeed within this time frame, you will be forcibly exited and deemed unsuccessful. Those who succeed will advance to the 4th round, while those who fail will be eliminated. Moreover, Chapter 395, Trapped in Illusions, the True Test. His expression grew solemn. Once you enter the illusions, your consciousness will be completely immersed within. Everything will feel real. You will experience life and death, love and hate, gain and loss. Therefore, it is imperative to remain steadfast and not be deceived by the illusions. Otherwise, he scanned the crowd, you will bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, many cultivators' expressions turned grave. The Heart of Dao test is indeed the most formidable challenge, for it does not evaluate cultivation or combat prowess, but rather the inner self. And the human heart is often the most elusive to grasp. Now, in accordance with the numbered order, the contestants entered the trial array one by one. The esteemed Master Zhang waved his hand, and the array was activated. Contestant number 1, step forward. The first participant stepped into the array. A humming sound resonated as a crystal ball emanated a mesmerizing glow, enveloping him. In the next moment, his gaze became vacant, and he succumbed to the illusion. In the audience, everyone held their breath, fixated on the array. The surface of the array revealed the scenes experienced by the contestant within the illusion. The participant found himself transported back to his childhood, where he beheld his long-deceased parents. Tears of joy welling in his eyes. Father, mother, you are alive. He lunged toward them, yearning to embrace them. But at that instant, the figures of his parents grotesquely twisted, transforming into 2 fearsome demons. Child, come with us. In the underworld, we shall never part. The demons bared their gaping maws and lunged at him. Ah! The contestant emitted a chilling scream, collapsing to the ground. He failed to discern the illusion. Entrapped by the obsessions of his heart, a humming sound resonated again, forcibly ejecting him from the array. The contestant opened his eyes, terror-stricken, drenched in cold sweat. Failure. The judge stated blandly. Next. One by one, more contestants entered the array. Some faced life and death crises within the illusions, ultimately discerning the deception and successfully passing through. Others were ensnared by their inner desires, drowning in the illusions, and were forcibly ejected. Still, some succumbed to their profound obsessions, collapsing within the illusions, their resolve shattered. Time passed incrementally. Of the 400 participants, over 300 had completed the assessment, yet only 150 had succeeded. The elimination rate soared to 50%. Contestant number 99, Mirong Fei, stepped forward. Mirong Fei took a deep breath and entered the array. His gaze was resolute, evidently confident in his heart's resolve. A humming sound resonated as the crystal ball's light enveloped Murong Fei. In the next moment, he was ensnared by the illusion. The surface of the array displayed his experiences within the illusion. Murong Fei found himself in a magnificent palace, filled with countless treasures, celestial artifacts, ancient legacies, and rare materials, everything imaginable. A voice echoed within the palace. Murong Fei, all these treasures are yours. Abandon the selection of the Xianxia sect, and they shall belong to you. With these treasures, you can swiftly ascend to the quasi-immortal realm, even the true immortal realm. Why suffer as an outer disciple of the Xianxia sect, subjected to oppression? Murong Fei gazed at the treasures, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Yet, he swiftly regained his clarity. This is an illusion. These treasures are mere fabrications. He scoffed. Do you think such lowly tactics can deceive me? Dream on. With a single strike, he shattered the palace. As the illusion crumbled, Murong Fei opened his eyes, having successfully passed the trial of the heart. Pass. The judge nodded. Time taken, 2/4 of an hour. Excellent performance. Murong Fei descended from the array, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He cast a challenging glance at the spectator Zhou Qian, as if to say, did you see? I breezed through the assessment. What about you? Can you do the same? Zhou Qian remained expressionless, offering no response. The assessment continued. Soon, it was Xiyun's turn. Xiyun stepped into the array, similarly succumbing to the illusion. Within the illusion, she witnessed the Xianxia sect being besieged by enemies, the sect leader slain. Countless disciples perishing in agony, and she became the sole survivor. No. Xiyun knelt in despair. This isn't real, this isn't real. Yet the illusion felt too genuine, rendering her nearly incapable of discernment. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, she recalled Master Zhang's words. In the illusion, everything is real, but reality does not equate to truth. Xiyun abruptly lifted her head, clarity returning to her eyes. I understand. This is an illusion. Testing my heart's resolve. The true Xianxia sect remains intact. She rose, causing the illusion to shatter. Xiyun opened her eyes, successfully passing the assessment. Pass. The judge nodded. Time taken, 3/4 of an hour. Good performance. Xiyun stepped down from the array, exhaling in relief. The trial of the heart proved perilous indeed. Had she not regained her clarity at a critical moment, she might have faced failure. At last, it was Zhou Chen's turn. Contestant number 237, Zhou Chen. Step forward. Zhou Chen walked calmly into the array. His demeanor was tranquil, seemingly indifferent to the impending trial. Murong Fei sneered. Let me see how long you can hold out. The trial of the heart is not something one can pass merely by virtue of high cultivation. If you crumble in the illusion, losing yourself, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, that would be quite entertaining. A humming sound resonated as the crystal ball's light enveloped Zhou Chen. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the illusion. The surface of the array displayed his experiences within the illusion. Within the illusion, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, discovering himself amidst ruins. This place had once been the Xianxia Academy, now reduced to debris, scattered remnants, and bloodstains. What is this? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Just then, he spotted several familiar figures. Elder Xian, Qian Linger, Lin Shuer, Miao Dandan, Bei Nianyu. His mentors and beloved companions lay lifeless in pools of blood. Devoid of breath. How could this be? Zhou Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward. Elder Xian, Qian Linger. He sought to check their injuries. But as his hand brushed against Elder Xian, the elder's body disintegrated into ashes, scattering with the wind. What the hell? Zhou Chen stood frozen. The bodies of the others also crumbled to dust, dissipating in the breeze. The special effects in this are quite impressive, Zhou Chen murmured. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Zhou Chen, it's all your fault. If you hadn't left the Tianxian continent, if you had stayed to protect us, we wouldn't have perished. It was Elder Xian's voice. Soon, the voices of others followed. Zhou Chen, why did you abandon us? You promised to protect us. You liar. You coward. Countless accusations and resentful voices reverberated around Zhou Chen. Chapter 396, Transformation of the Heart, once again leading ahead. Zhou Chen stood still, expressionless. Perhaps this was the deepest fear buried within him, that his loved ones and friends had perished because of him. While on the Tianxian continent, he had left for the spirit realm due to circumstances, though he had temporarily safeguarded them by separating the Xianxia Academy into a small world. He had always feared that unforeseen events would occur after his departure. Now, this fear had manifested as reality within the illusion. You may rest in peace. It's all the damned evil spirit's fault that harmed you. Zhou Chen's heart remained as still as a tranquil ancient well, as if he were watching a cinematic spectacle. Once I attain the supreme Tao, I shall resurrect you all. Remember, your deaths are not in vain. They are deaths of purpose, he proclaimed. his words steady while his actions were swift, ruthlessly slaying all who drew near. Rest easy, Elder Xian. The terrifying sword light cleaved Elder Xian in two. Rest easy, brothers. Beneath Zhou Chen's feet, the heads of the disciples from the academy piled high like a mountain. It was not until the head of the old ritualist of the academy was mercilessly severed that the spirit of the mirage fell into profound self-doubt. Was this still a human? Such a terrifying resolve in the Tao must not be allowed to persist. In the audience, everyone witnessed Zhou Chen's struggle within the mirage. It seemed he was on the brink of collapse, about to kneel. It appeared that this time, he would fail. Mirong Fei sneered. Indeed, his resolve is not steadfast enough. No matter how strong his cultivation, he cannot pass the test of the Tao. Ziyan furrowed her brow, a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Come on. You can do it. Within the mirage, Zhou Chun remained expressionless, observing the unfolding scenes. What a farce. My life, though filled with regrets and fears, has never wavered in its resolve. Kill. Boom. The principles of the void erupted within him, a powerful will surging against the mirage. I possess a sword. Qing Ping, capable of severing all laws of the heavens. The terrifying imperial Tao imprint manifested, descending instantaneously. Break for me. Crack. The mirage shattered like glass. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, returning to reality. Past. The judge stared in shock at Zhou Chun. Time taken, 1/4 of an hour. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 1/4 of an hour? So swift? Mirong Fei had taken 2 quarters, and Ziyan 3. How could Zhou Chun have succeeded in merely 1/4? Moreover, he had seemed on the verge of failure just moments ago. In the audience, countless discussions erupted. Mirong Fei's expression darkened ominously. He had believed Zhou Chun would falter in the test of the Tao. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Chun not only passed, but did so in less time than he. Damn it. Mirong Fei gritted his teeth. Who exactly is this Zhou Chun? Ziyan let out a sigh of relief, admiration flickering in her eyes. Truly worthy of being a 10-star genius. His resolve is unmatched, even by me. On the platform, the true man of Xiang regarded Zhou Chun with a deep gaze. Interesting. This boy was on the brink of collapse within the mirage, yet at the critical moment, he managed to awaken and discern the illusion. To break free in merely 1/4 of an hour, such resolve. A hint of admiration glimmered in his eyes. Remarkable. Zhou Chun stepped down from the formation and returned to the audience, his expression calm as if nothing had occurred moments before. Such an environment posed no challenge for him. Thankfully, he continued to meditate, awaiting the conclusion of the 3rd round of assessments. Several hours later, the 3rd round finally concluded. Out of 400 participants, only 200 succeeded in passing, while the remaining 200 were eliminated. Congratulations to all who have passed the 3rd round, proclaimed the true man of Xiang from the high platform. Those who have arrived at this stage are all individuals of steadfast resolve. The forthcoming 4th round will serve as the final test, and moreover, he paused, the most brutal assessment. The 4th round will entail arena battles. The 200 remaining will engage in duels, ultimately determining the top 10. Only the top 10 may become outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. Furthermore, a glimmer of intensity sparkled in his eyes. The 1st place shall receive additional rewards. 1 mid-grade celestial artifact, 3 low-grade celestial pills, 10,000 contribution points, and he continued. The qualification for direct promotion to inner disciple. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? The 1st place can directly advance to inner disciple. Such bountiful rewards were astounding. It was known that outer disciples required at least 5 years to ascend to inner disciples, yet the 1st place could bypass this entire process. The eyes of all contestants ignited with fervent ambition. Inner disciples held status and resources far exceeding those of outer disciples. To become an inner disciple directly was akin to soaring to the heavens. Mirong Fei's eyes glinted with determination. The inner disciple slot shall be mine. Ziyan's gaze was equally resolute. I must secure 1st place. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, wore a cold smile. Inner disciple? How intriguing. It seems the 4th round will be quite lively. The rules for the 4th round's duels will also be determined by drawing lots, continued the true man of Xiang. His expression grave. However, this time, on the arena, life and death shall be determined by fate. To prevent malicious killings, protective formations will be in place on the arena. Should anyone's life be in peril, the formation will automatically activate to transport them away. However, if the formation fails to respond in time, he surveyed the audience. Then death shall be blamed solely on one's lack of strength. Is that understood? All contestants fell silent. This round would truly be a battle of life and death. Very well, the true man of Xiang nodded. You now have 1 day to rest. Tomorrow morning, the 4th round of assessments shall officially commence. Prepare yourselves well. With that, he waved his hand and departed the high platform. The participants dispersed, returning to recuperate. As Zhou Chun exited the training grounds, preparing to return to the inn for rest, Mirong Fei suddenly blocked his path. Zhou Chun, he declared coldly, we shall certainly clash in tomorrow's arena battle. At that time, a flicker of jealousy and malice crossed his eyes. I will make you understand what despair truly is. Zhou Chun merely smiled faintly. Is that so? I look forward to it. However, he regarded Mirong Fei. I hope the young master Mirong will not disappoint me. With that, he bypassed Mirong Fei and strode away. Mirong Fei glared at his retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Damn that guy. Chapter 397, Battle Power Assessment, Easily Crushing Opponents. After the conclusion of the first round of assessments, out of over 3,000 participants, only 800 advanced. The remaining 2,000 were all eliminated. The atmosphere in the training grounds grew increasingly tense. Those who passed the first round were all geniuses with spiritual awareness reaching 5 stars or above. The upcoming assessments would be even more fiercely contested. Ladies and gentlemen, proclaimed the true man of Xiang from the high platform. Congratulations on passing the first round of assessments. I now announce the rules for the second round. The second round will test battle power. 800 participants will face off in pairs. Winners advance, while losers are eliminated. This means that after the second round, only 400 will remain. Opponents will be determined by drawing lots, entirely at random. Therefore, he paused. Advancement depends not only on strength, but also on a measure of luck. Should misfortune strike and one draws a considerably stronger opponent, one can only resign oneself to fate. Now, let the drawing commence. As the words fell, a colossal luminous screen materialized in the center of the square. Upon this screen, the identifiers of all the participants advancing to the next round were displayed. The numbers fluctuated, forming random combinations. Moments later, the screen revealed 400 matchups. Zhou Chun gazed at the screen and quickly located his adversary. Match 123 of the second round. Number 237 Zhou Chun, 6th layer of the Respect Realm, versus number 412 Zhao Hu, 7th layer of the Respect Realm. The 7th layer of the Respect Realm. Zhou Chun mused silently. Not overly formidable, this will be a breeze. He scanned the screen for Mirong Fei's matchup. Match 99 of the second round. Number 99 Mirong Fei, 9th layer of the Respect Realm, versus number 531 Li Ming, 7th layer of the Respect Realm. Li Ming. At the 7th layer of the Respect Realm, Zhou Chun shook his head. This Li Ming is rather unfortunate. Encountering Mirong Fei, he stands little chance of advancing. With the announcement of the matchups, the second round of assessments officially commenced. Dozens of arenas sprang to life in the central square, each hosting a fierce battle. The first match began. At the referee's command, the two cultivators on the stage erupted with energy. Boom. Spiritual energy clashed, laws resonated. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. Spectators around them were enthralled, their excitement palpable as they erupted in cheers. Battle after battle unfolded upon the stages. Some emerged victorious through exceptional skill, defeating stronger opponents. Others, despite their higher cultivation levels, fell due to overconfidence. There were also those of equal strength, locked in combat for hundreds of rounds before a victor was declared. Soon, it was time for Mirong Fei's match. Match 99, Mirong Fei versus Li Ming. The contenders ascended the stage. With a flicker of his form, Mirong Fei leapt onto the arena. His opponent, Li Ming, was a slender young cultivator, visibly nervous. I concede, Li Ming said, cupping his hands cautiously. He understood that Mirong Fei was a once-in-a-century talent from Qingfeng City, and he was no match for him. Yet, having drawn this lot, he had no choice but to face it head-on. Mirong Fei scoffed. Concede? You do not deserve such a courtesy. I am in a foul mood today, and I intend to make your defeat quite humiliating. He cast a glance at Zhou Chun in the audience, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Having been overshadowed by Zhou Chun's 10-star evaluation in the first round, he harbored a simmering rage. Now, he would vent his frustrations on Li Ming. The battle commenced. At the referee's signal, Mirong Fei erupted into action, his form transforming into a streak of white light as he charged at Li Ming. Xianxiao's sword technique, sky-splitting slash. He drew his sword, its brilliance akin to a rainbow. Imbued with terrifying force, Li Ming's complexion paled, and he hastily activated his defensive treasure. A spiritual shield materialized before him, emanating a faint glow. However, this shield was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact and was utterly insufficient to withstand Mirong Fei's assault. Crack! The sword light cleaved through the shield, shattering it instantaneously. The residual force struck Li Ming directly. Puff! Li Ming spat blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. In one move, he was defeated. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Remarkable. Truly, Mirong Fei is formidable, dispatching his opponent with a single strike. Although Li Ming was merely at the 7th layer of the Respect Realm, he should not have been that weak. It appears Mirong Fei truly harbored murderous intent. Showing no mercy, On the arena, Li Ming struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, he could barely move. The referee hurried forward to assess Li Ming's condition. Moments later, he announced, Li Ming is gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. The victor is Mirong Fei. Mirong Fei sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at Li Ming before turning to leave the stage. As he passed the audience, his gaze fell upon Zhou Chun, brimming with provocation. It was as if he proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is my strength. Should you dare to take the stage, I shall make you suffer even more." Zhou Chun remained impassive, offering no reaction. The battles continued. Soon, it was Zhou Chun's turn. Match 123, Zhou Chun versus Zhao Hu. The contenders ascended the arena. With a flicker, Zhou Chun leapt onto the stage. His opponent, Zhao Hu, was a burly man with bulging muscles and a fierce aura. "Kid, your luck has run out." Zhao Hu sneered. "Encountering me, even if you are a 10-star genius, you shall kneel today. I practice body refinement techniques, my physical strength rivaling that of a mid-grade spiritual artifact. What can a mere 6th layer respect realm pretty boy like you do against me?" Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly, "Let us find out." Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with anger. Arrogant. "Very well, I shall show you what true power is." The battle commenced. At the referee's command, Zhao Hu exploded into action, his muscles swelling, his aura surging. Diamond body technique, activate. His skin turned a bronze hue, radiating a metallic sheen. This was a special state of body refinement that significantly enhanced his defense and strength. "Kid, prepare to die." Zhao Hu unleashed a punch, the air cracking with the force behind it, capable of shattering a small mountain. Many in the audience held their breath for Zhou Chun. This Zhao Hu's body refinement technique is formidable. Although Zhou Chun's consciousness is strong, can he withstand this punch with only the 6th layer of the respect realm? It's uncertain. Body refinement cultivators are notoriously challenging. On the arena, Zhou Chun faced Zhao Hu's onslaught, his demeanor unwavering. He raised his right hand and gently waved it. Taixu domain. A hum resonated as an invisible domain unfolded, enveloping the entire arena. Within this domain, Zhao Hu's movements suddenly slowed, as if he were mired in quicksand. "What?" Zhao Hu's expression shifted dramatically. "This is a domain? How can a mere 6th layer respect realm cultivator possibly wield a domain?" For a cultivator to master a domain, they must possess profound comprehension of the laws. Those capable of wielding a domain at the respect realm are nothing short of unparalleled geniuses. "Nothing is impossible," Zhou Chun stated coolly. "Your speed is simply too slow." In a flicker, he executed the rainbow technique from the Purple Mist Immortal Classic. Whoosh! Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly appearing behind Zhao Hu. Purple mist, quaking palm. Boom! A palm struck Zhao Hu's back. The terrifying force erupted, shattering Zhao Hu's diamond body technique in an instant. Puff! Zhao Hu spewed blood, his body flying backward, crashing heavily onto the arena. He struggled to rise. But Zhou Chun's palm strength was overwhelming. His meridians had suffered damage, rendering him immobile. I concede. Zhao Hu managed a bitter smile, utterly relinquishing his resistance. The referee promptly declared, "Zhao Hu concedes. The victor is Zhou Chun." The audience erupted once more in astonishment. Incredible! Zhou Chun defeated Zhao Hu with a single move. To master a domain at the 6th layer of the respect realm is an awe-inspiring talent. No wonder he received a 10-star evaluation in the first round in the audience. Countless voices buzzed with discussion. Mirong Fei's expression was ominously dark. After effortlessly defeating Li Ming with a single strike, he had anticipated instilling fear throughout the arena. Little did he expect that Zhou Chun would also vanquish his opponent with a single blow. And the display of domain power he exhibited was even more astonishing than Mirong Fei's own achievements. Cursed be this situation. Mirong Fei clenched his teeth. Who exactly is this Zhou Chun? To command a domain at the 6th level of the respect realm is an accomplishment that even some formal disciples of the Xianxia sect may not achieve. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. Initially, he believed Zhou Chun to be merely a fortuitous beneficiary of a 10-star evaluation. However, it now appeared that Zhou Chun's strength far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, Mirong Fei sneered. "Even if you have mastered a domain, what of it? I too possess my own trump cards. In the 3rd and 4th rounds, we shall inevitably cross paths. At that time," a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, "I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me." The assessment continued, battle after battle unfolding upon the stage. Some triumphed through their exceptional combat skills, while others faced unfortunate defeats due to insufficient cultivation. Yet, there were also those who erupted with potential, overcoming the odds to emerge as dark horses. Several hours later, the assessment reached its conclusion. Of the 800 participants, only 400 advanced, while the remaining 400 were eliminated. "Congratulations to all who have passed the assessment," proclaimed the esteemed Xiang Jinren from the high platform, his voice resonating clearly. Those who have reached this stage are indeed true geniuses. However, to become outer sect disciples, you must still overcome one more round of evaluation. You now have 1 day's respite. The third round will officially commence tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, numerous ethereal orbs of spirit energy materialized above the arena. These are medicinal pills and spirit springs for restoring your spiritual energy. Feel free to use them to recuperate. The advancing participants eagerly availed themselves of the pills and springs to mend their injuries and restore their spiritual energy. Zhou Chun, however, did not rush to recover. Instead, he sought a quiet corner to sit in contemplation. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Zhou Daiyu, may I borrow a moment of your time? Opening his eyes, Zhou Chun beheld a young woman clad in a purple robe standing before him. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor exuding an air of tranquility, and her cultivation level stood at the 8th layer of the respect realm. She was none other than Xun, the daughter of the Xianxia sect's master and another genius who, alongside Murong Fei, had received a 9-star evaluation during this selection. What wisdom do you wish to impart, Daizun? Zhou Chen inquired calmly. With a slight smile, Xun replied. It is not so much imparting wisdom as it is expressing my curiosity. Your ability to master a domain at the 6th layer of the respect realm is a rare talent, even within the inner sect of the Xianxia sect. Might I inquire as to your lineage? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. I am merely a solitary cultivator, without a master. A solitary cultivator? A flicker of surprise crossed Xun's eyes. To have cultivated to such a degree as a solitary practitioner is indeed remarkable. However, she glanced at Murong Fei in the distance. It seems you have some enmity with Murong Fei. I noticed his gaze was filled with murderous intent when he looked your way. Zhou Chen shook his head. It is merely a misunderstanding. He then turned his attention back to Xun. Your visit to seek me out must not solely be for idle conversation, I presume? Xun smiled knowingly. You are indeed astute, Zhou Daiyu. To speak frankly, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my faction. What do you mean? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Xun elaborated. Within the Xianxia sect, there exist 3 factions, the Master S faction, the Elders faction, and the Solitary Practitioners faction. As the Master S daughter, I naturally belong to the Master S faction. Although Murong Fei has yet to formally join the sect, his family, the Murong clan, has already established an agreement with the Elders faction. Once he becomes an outer sect disciple, he will undoubtedly align himself with them. Therefore, she regarded Zhou Chun intently. I wish to invite you to join the Master S faction. With your talent, supported by the sect's resources, you are bound to rise swiftly. Moreover, she lowered her voice. If you align with the Master S faction, I can assure you that Murong Fei will not dare to trouble you again. Zhou Chun fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the revelation of internal factional strife within the Xianxia sect. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Where there is intrigue, there are interests and conflicts. I appreciate your kind offer, Daiyu Xun, Zhou Chen replied slowly. However, I wish to first become an outer sect disciple before contemplating such matters. I will consider your proposal seriously. Very well, then I shall await your good news. Xun said with a gentle smile, before turning to depart. Zhou Chen observed her retreating figure, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The Master S faction, the Elders faction, and the Solitary Practitioners faction. It seemed the depths of the Xianxia sect were far more profound than he had imagined. Nevertheless, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Regardless of the faction, it was of no consequence to me. I merely need to harness the resources of the Xianxia sect to enhance my own strength. As for the factional disputes, in the face of absolute power, such matters hold little significance. A day passed swiftly. The following morning, the martial arena was once again teeming with people. Today marked the final round of the Xianxia sect's outer sect selection, the arena battles. The 200 geniuses who had passed the previous 3 rounds would engage in this ultimate contest. Ultimately, only the top 10 would be granted the title of outer sect disciples, with the first place securing direct advancement to the inner sect. Such temptation fueled the determination of all participants. In the audience, tens of thousands had gathered. Prominent families, merchant guilds, and solitary cultivators from Qingfeng City had all sent representatives to witness the event, with even powerful figures from other cities arriving in anticipation. I've heard this selection has unveiled numerous geniuses. Indeed, that Murong Fei is said to be capable of battling above his level, and Xun possesses extraordinary talent. Yet, the one most eagerly anticipated is that dark horse named Zhou Chun. A 10-star evaluation and passing the Dao Heart test in a mere quarter hour, truly terrifying. I wonder what his true strength is and whether he can enter the Xianxia sect. Chapter 399, the final round, in full swing. The audience buzzed with excitement, their anticipation palpable for the battles to come. In the center of the martial arena, The 200 participants stood in neat rows, awaiting the commencement of the final round. On the high platform, Xianxia rose slowly. Esteemed participants, his voice resonated through the arena via spiritual energy. Congratulations on reaching the final round. Those who stand here are indeed true geniuses. However, it is regrettable that, he paused, out of these 200, only 10 will become outer sect disciples. This means that the majority of you will face elimination. Therefore, I implore you to give your all in the upcoming battles. Do not hold back, nor harbor regrets. 4. His gaze sharpened. You will have but one chance. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the immense pressure palpable among all participants. Now, I shall announce the rules for the final round. Xianxia gestured, and a colossal arena materialized in the center of the square. The arena spanned a vast expanse, forged entirely from mysterious iron, incredibly sturdy and resilient. Surrounding the arena, intricate defensive and observational formations were etched into the ground. The rules were simple. A tournament. 200 participants, divided into 100 pairs, would engage in combat. The victors would advance, while the defeated would be eliminated. After the first round concluded, 100 individuals would remain. In the second round, these 100 would clash, leaving 50 survivors, and so forth. After the esteemed Xianxia finished his declaration, he waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the draw. In the center of the square, a colossal luminous screen reappeared. On the screen, 200 numbers danced in a continuous rhythm, forming random pairings. Moments later, the list of duels for the first round materialized. Xuanhuan raised his gaze to the screen and quickly identified his opponent. The name of his adversary was Zhang, a cultivator at the 7th level of the Zun realm, presenting no challenge to Xuanhuan. He continued to scan the screen, catching a glimpse of Mirong Fei and Xian's opponents, both of whom seemed rather weak. Xuanhuan mused to himself. It appears that both Mirong Fei and Xian will easily advance in the first round. I wonder in which round we will meet. The true fierce battles will not commence until the later rounds. With the duel list announced, the first round of the tournament officially began. First match, step onto the stage. The referee commanded. 2 cultivators leaped onto the arena, instantly igniting a fierce clash. The sounds of thunderous impacts echoed as spiritual forces collided and laws reverberated. The 2 fighters exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Ultimately, one emerged superior, defeating the other. The victor advanced. The referee announced the result, while the defeated retreated in despair. Fight after fight unfolded on the stage, each one a spectacle that drew roars of applause from the audience. Soon, it was Mirong Fei's turn. In the 50th match, he faced off against Wang Gang. Both ascended to the stage. Mirong Fei flickered into action, leaping onto the arena. His opponent, Wang Gang, was a towering figure. A muscular man at the 6th level of the Zun realm. Mirong Xiaozu. Wang Gang clasped his hands in respect. I know I am no match for you. But since fate has paired us, I can only fight with all my strength. I implore you, show mercy. Mirong Fei sneered. Show mercy? Do you believe you deserve it? A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. You are simply too ugly. You will serve as my punching bag. Wang Gang's expression shifted. Mirong Xiaozu. Why resort to such cruelty? Enough of your nonsense. Mirong Fei unsheathed his sword, launching his assault before the referee could declare the match's commencement. Cloud Sky Sword Technique. 9 Heaven Slash. 9 beams of sword light erupted forth, each imbued with terrifying power. Wang Gang, taken aback, hurriedly activated his defensive artifact. However, his cultivation was several levels below Mirong Fei's, rendering him incapable of withstanding such a ferocious onslaught. With a crack, the defense shattered instantly. The 9 sword lights, unrelenting, struck Wang Gang, creating 9 deep, bloody gashes that exposed flesh and bone. With a cry of anguish, he collapsed on the arena, his life hanging by a thread. The protective formation of the arena activated, forcibly transporting Wang Gang away. Outside, physicians awaited, ready to heal him. Victor, Mirong Fei, the referee announced, his eyes betraying a hint of discontent. Mirong Fei's assault had been excessively brutal, clearly intending to end Wang Gang's life. Had it not been for the timely activation of the protective formation, Wang Gang would have surely perished. With a cold huff, Mirong Fei sheathed his sword and departed the stage. As he passed by the audience, his gaze fell upon Xuanhuan, filled with provocation. Xuanhuan remained expressionless, offering no reaction. However, the audience erupted in outrage. Mirong Fei is far too ruthless. Wang Gang had already conceded, and yet he struck with such ferocity. It seems he genuinely seeks to kill. Nevertheless, this also attests to his formidable strength. The combat prowess of a 9th level Zun cultivator is indeed terrifying. The battles continued. After several more matches, it was Xian's turn. In the 30th match, she faced Li Hua. The two ascended to the stage. Xian leapt onto the arena, her demeanor cold and composed. Her opponent, Li Hua, was a young cultivator clad in blue, also at the 6th level of the Zun realm. Xian Daiyu. Li Hua clasped his hands. I am aware of my inferiority and willingly concede. I implore you to spare my life. Xian nodded. Very well, you may leave the stage. Li Hua sighed in relief and turned to depart the arena. However, at that moment, a sword light suddenly surged from behind him. Be careful, someone in the audience shouted. Li Hua sensed the danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thud! The sword light pierced his back, blood gushing forth. You! Li Hua turned. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Xian. Xian sheathed her sword, her expression impassive. My apologies. In the arena, one must remain vigilant. Consider this a lesson. With that, she turned and exited the stage. Li Hua collapsed, gravely injured yet not fatally so. The protective formation activated, whisking him away for emergency treatment. Victor, Xian. The referee announced. Once again, murmurs rippled through the audience. Xian, too, resorted to a sneak attack? This is uncharacteristic of her. It seems this selection is indeed fiercely competitive. If Xian is this ruthless, one can only imagine the others. On the high platform, Xiang Jinren's brows furrowed. This girl, Xian. It appears she is genuinely intent on claiming the top spot. Even her strikes have grown harsh. He shook his head with a sigh, yet refrained from further comment. In the arena, life and death were determined by fate. As long as one did not violate the rules, any method was permissible. As time progressed, it finally arrived for Zhou Chun. In the 87th match, he was to face Zhang Lai. Both ascended to the stage. Zhou Chun flickered into action, leaping onto the arena. His opponent, Zhang Lai, was a middle-aged man clad in black, at the 7th level of the Zun realm. So it is you, Zhou Chun, Zhang Lai sneered. I have heard you are the dark horse of this selection, rated 10 stars, passing the Heart of Dao test in a mere quarter of an hour. But alas. He drew his long knife. You have encountered me. I am not like those previous weaklings. I shall show you what a true strong man is. Zhou Chun replied coolly. Is that so? Then let us see. The battle commenced. The referee's command rang out. Zhang Lai unleashed a surge of terrifying blade intent. Breaking army blade technique. A single slash shatters myriad laws. He executed a magnificent strike, the blade light dazzling, embodying the power to obliterate everything. This strike was his ultimate technique. With the cultivation at the 7th level of the Zun realm, coupled with the breaking army blade technique, its might was sufficient to severely injure even a 9th level Zun cultivator. Many in the audience felt a wave of anxiety for Zhou Chun. Oh no, Zhang Lai is starting with his ultimate move. Can Zhou Chun withstand it? Though he is a 10-star genius, his cultivation is still only at the 6th level of the Zun realm. On the arena, Zhou Chun faced Zhang Lai's onslaught. His countenance unwavering. Taisu domain. With a hum, an invisible domain unfurled, enveloping the entire arena. Within this domain, Zhang Lai's blade light abruptly slowed, its power significantly diminished. What? Zhang Lai's expression shifted dramatically. Another domain? Damn it. He sought to amplify his strength, yearning to transcend the constraints of the domain. Yet, Zhou Chun had already made his move. Purple mist transformation technique. Whoosh. Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of violet light, instantly appearing behind Zhang Lai. Purple mist shattering palm. Break. Boom. A single palm struck Zhang Lai's back, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered his protective spiritual energy in an instant. Spitting blood, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. I lost, Zhang Lai managed to utter, fully aware that Zhou Chun had held back with that last strike. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. The victor is Zhou Chun, the referee proclaimed. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. Another strike. Zhou Chun had again defeated his opponent with a single move. And this opponent was a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Respect realm. The sheer power was nothing short of terrifying. In the audience, countless discussions ignited. Mirong Fei's countenance darkened ominously. He had just obliterated Wang Gang of the 6th level of the Respect realm, believing it would intimidate all present. Little did he expect Zhou Chun to also defeat Zhang Lai at the 7th level with a single strike. Moreover, Zhou Chun's opponent was even stronger than his own. Damn it, Mirong Fei gritted his teeth. This Zhou Chun possesses such formidable strength. It seems I must treat him seriously. Xian's expression was equally grave. Zhou Chun's prowess exceeded her expectations. Such a genius, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. He must be recruited into the Sect master faction. On the platform, Master Xiang's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a remarkable young man. This is true genius. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also demonstrates restraint, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Such character he nodded approvingly. Indeed, very commendable. The first round of the arena competition concluded amidst fierce battles. Out of 200 participants, only 100 advanced, while the remaining 100 were eliminated. Congratulations to all who have passed the first round, Master Xiang announced from the platform. Next, we will proceed with the draw for the second round. 100 individuals will face off in pairs, ultimately leaving 50. As his words fell, the luminous screen reappeared, displaying numbers that danced and randomly combined. Moments later, the list of matchups for the second round emerged. Zhou Chun lifted his gaze to the screen, his heart stirring. Zhou Chun versus Mirong Fei. Finally, the draw had arrived. A cold smile crept upon Zhou Chun's lips. Mirong Fei, it is time to settle our grievances. At the same time, Mirong Fei also beheld the matchup list, a flicker of wild joy crossing his eyes. Ha ha ha, at last. Zhou Chun, I have awaited this moment for far too long. The anticipation in his eyes darkened with murderous intent. I will make you suffer greatly. In the audience, all eyes were drawn to this matchup. Good heavens. Zhou Chun against Mirong Fei. This is a clash of titans. Whispers spread like wildfire. I hear they have a long-standing feud. This is bound to be a spectacle. Countless spectators buzzed with excitement. The following morning, the martial arts arena was a sea of humanity, even more crowded than in previous days. Today marked the second round of the arena competition, where 100 would battle to determine the 50 strongest. Among them, the most captivating matchup was undoubtedly Zhou Chun against Mirong Fei. Their animosity had spread throughout Qingfeng City, and everyone was eager to witness who would emerge victorious in this battle of prodigies. Look, the Mirong family has arrived. Even the head of the Mirong family is here. A middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe strode into the audience, none other than Mirong Tian, the head of the Mirong family and a formidable figure at the 6th level of the semi-immortal realm. Taking his seat in the VIP section, Mirong Tian surveyed the arena before finally resting his gaze upon the stage. Fair, today let me see your strength. That Zhou Chun is merely a junior. If you can incapacitate him in the arena, I shall reward you handsomely. Beside Mirong Tian, the family elder, Mirong Yun, nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, master. The young master's strength is more than sufficient to crush Zhou Chun. Though that lad exhibits some talent, his cultivation is ultimately too low. In the face of absolute power, all fanciful tricks amount to naught. Mirong Tian nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Xian had also taken her place in the audience. Seated among the disciples of her sect, her gaze complex as it lingered on the arena. Zhou Chun, Mirong Fei who will emerge victorious in this battle? A sense of unease stirred within her. Although Zhou Chun showcased astonishing talent, Mirong Fei's strength was not to be underestimated. At the 9th level of the respect realm, he could rival even the 10th level. Furthermore, with the Mirong family backing him, he was undoubtedly armed with numerous hidden cards. I hope Zhou Chun prevails. Xian murmured to herself. Otherwise, the Sect Master faction will lose a promising asset. On the platform, Master Xiang sat in his designated seat, his expression serene. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the arena, clearly invested in this confrontation. Zhou Chun, Mirong Fei, both of these individuals are top-tier talents in this selection. It is indeed unfortunate to see them clash in the second round. Yet, it is also fortuitous. A flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes. Let me witness who among them is truly stronger. Below the arena, Zhou Chun stood in the competitor's zone, eyes closed in meditation. He had prepared himself thoroughly. Today, he must secure victory, not only for advancement, but also to gain entry into the Purple Mist sect, securing a more formidable backing. Otherwise, his clandestine identity would inevitably lead to complications. Only by entering the Purple Mist sect could he encounter more geniuses and seize greater resources. As Zhou Chun contemplated, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He opened his eyes to see Xian approaching. Xian, fellow Daoist, Zhou Chun greeted with a respectful nod. What guidance do you have? Chapter 401, Slaying Mirong Fei. Xian shook her head. There is no guidance to speak of. I merely wish to remind you, she lowered her voice. Mirong Fei has the Mirong family backing him and is undoubtedly armed with numerous hidden cards. Although you possess great talent, your cultivation is ultimately lower than his. Therefore she spoke earnestly, exercise utmost caution. If you find yourself truly unable to contend, it is acceptable to concede. Better to preserve the foundation than to risk everything. Zhou Chun smiled. Thank you for your concern, Xian. However, a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. I will not lose. Xian paused, then offered a wry smile. You are indeed confident. Very well. Since you are so assured, I shall say no more. Best of luck. With that, she turned and departed. Zhou Chun watched her retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Xian was a commendable person, though her intentions in recruiting him were for the benefit of the Sect Master faction. Her warning was undoubtedly sincere. Time passed gradually. The second round of battles began to unfold, with one match after another taking place on the arena stage. Some individuals secure effortless victories through sheer strength, while others engage in fierce battles that stretch into hundreds of exchanges before a victor emerges. There are also those who, regrettably, succumb to their opponents. Before long, the preceding 19 matches concluded, and it was finally time for the 20th bout. Zhou Chun versus Mirong Fei. Round 20. Zhou Chun versus Mirong Fei. Contestants, please ascend the stage. The referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, plunging it into an immediate silence. Every spectator held their breath, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this long-anticipated rivalry. Mirong Fei swiftly leaped onto the platform, standing at its center with an aura that radiated confidence and a gaze that pierced like a blade. Zhou Chun, come forth and meet your demise. His voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, echoed through the venue. The audience erupted in murmurs, commenting on Mirong Fei's audacity. Yet, he possessed ample justification for his arrogance. Being at the 9th layer of the Respect realm, with combat prowess rivaling that of a 10th layer warrior. Although Zhou Chun was a 10-star genius, he was ultimately only at the 6th layer of the Respect realm. Thus, the odds were decidedly in Mirong Fei's favor. Zhou Chun approached the stage with deliberate, measured steps, eschewing any display of agility. Each footfall was grounded and resolute, as if proclaiming that he would not be defeated today. At last, Mirong Fei sneered. I've awaited this moment for far too long. Drawing his long sword, he pointed its tip menacingly at Zhou Chun. Prepare to die? Zhou Chun's expression remained impassive. Is that so? Let us see. He stood on the platform, exuding an aura as tranquil as still water, yet that very calmness hinted at unfathomable depths. The referee glanced between the two contenders and declared, prepare yourselves. The battle begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mirong Fei erupted into action. 9 heaven slashes. 9 beams of sword light erupted forth, each imbued with terrifying power. This was the same technique he had employed to defeat Wang Gang the previous day, but today, his strength surged by 30% more than before, indicating he had held back in their earlier confrontation. Die! A ruthless glint flickered in Mirong Fei's eyes as the 9 beams of light wove together into an immense net, ensnaring Zhou Chun within. There was no escape. In the audience, many spectators felt a wave of anxiety for Zhou Chun. This is bad. Mirong Fei is unleashing his full power right from the start. Can Zhou Chun withstand it? Each of those 9 sword strikes possessed the capability to severely injure a 9th layer Respect realm practitioner. Yet, Zhou Chun remained unperturbed before the onslaught of sword light. Void domain. A hum resonated as an invisible domain unfurled, enveloping the entire stage. Within this realm, the speed of the 9 beams of light abruptly diminished, their potency significantly weakened. Another domain? Mirong Fei scoffed. Do you think I came unprepared? A surge of purple light erupted from him, the power of the purple haze jade pendant flooding his being. The pendant augmented his spiritual energy, enhancing his attack strength by 30%, and could also mitigate the domain's suppression. Break! Mirong Fei bellowed, reinvigorating the might of the 9 beams of light as they tore through the constraints of the domain, hurtling towards Zhou Chun. Interesting, Zhou Chun remarked coolly, raising his right hand and gently waving it. Void, coagulate. Suddenly, the space around them solidified. The 9 beams of light came to an abrupt halt, just 3 feet away from Zhou Chun, as if frozen by an unseen force. What? Mirong Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You can freeze space? The audience erupted in astonishment. Heavens! Zhou Chun can freeze space. This is an advanced application of the laws of space. Even quasi-immortal practitioners may not achieve such a feat. On the high platform, Master Xiang rose abruptly. Space solidification? This young man has comprehended it to such an extent? His eyes reflected sheer shock. The laws of space are among the most difficult to grasp, and the ability to solidify space represents a high-level application of these laws. That Zhou Chun, a mere 6th layer practitioner, could wield such power was nothing short of terrifying. On the stage, Zhou Chun waved his hand, and the 9 beams of light shattered into countless glimmers, dissipating into the ether. Your attack ends here, he said calmly. Now it is my turn. In an instant, he executed the purple haze transmutation technique. Whoosh! Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing before Mirong Fei in the blink of an eye. Purple haze shattering palm. Boom! With a single palm strike, a terrifying force erupted. Mirong Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily activated the purple haze jade pendant. The pendant emanated a dazzling radiance, forming a protective barrier before him. Boom! The palm strike collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. The shield trembled violently, developing countless fissures, yet ultimately withstood the blow. Huh! Mirong Fei exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for the protection of the purple haze jade pendant. Otherwise, that strike would have gravely injured me. Impressive, indeed, Zhou Chun mused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. You managed to withstand my palm. However, a cold smile crept onto his lips. This was merely an appetizer. Void 8 Desolation Slash. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Chun unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one brimming with dreadful might. The cracks on the barrier multiplied and intensified until, finally, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered completely. No, Mirong Fei screamed in terror. But it was too late. Zhou Qin's final palm struck him squarely in the chest. Boom. Mirong Fei coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward to crash against the edge of the platform. He struggled to rise, but the severity of his injuries rendered him immobile. I cannot lose. Mirong Fei gritted his teeth, retrieving a pill from his pocket, an explosive blood pill. Consuming it would temporarily ignite his vital essence, enhancing his cultivation for a brief period. But at the cost of leaving him weakened for a month afterward. Desperate, he swallowed the explosive blood pill whole. Chapter 402. A critical moment, an irrevocable grudge. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him as his cultivation soared from the 9th layer of the Respect realm to the 10th layer. Zhou Chun, Mirong Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. He charged once more at Zhou Chun, his sword ablaze with brilliant light. Cloud Heaven's sword technique. 9 Heavens annihilation. This was the ultimate technique of the Cloud Heaven's sword technique, and combined with his 10th layer cultivation, its power was sufficient to slay a 1st layer quasi-immortal. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Mirong Fei roared frantically. In the audience, every onlooker was stunned. Mirong Fei had actually consumed the explosive blood pill. Has he lost his mind? That is a forbidden drug that can damage one's foundation. To defeat Zhou Chun, he was willing to risk everything. Mirong Tian's expression darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that his son would be driven to such extremes. A junior of the 6th level of the Respect realm could actually compel Fei to consume the blood explosion pill. How infuriating. On the arena, Zhou Chun observed the charging Mirong Fei, his gaze remaining composed. Consuming the blood explosion pill? What of it? He slowly raised his right hand. Since you wish to fight to the death, I shall show you what true power entails. The Taizhu Dao principle within Zhou Chun erupted entirely. The 5 perfect laws, the law of severance, the law of slaughter, the law of ice, the law of water, and the law of space, operated in unison. The king of the underworld seal. Boom. The towering form of the king of the underworld materialized in an instant. With a single punch, the king of the underworld unleashed a devastating blow, his fist enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, embodying the force capable of annihilating all. This punch, infused with the quintessence of the 5 perfect laws, surpassed any attack Zhou Chun had previously executed. Impossible. Mirong Fei's eyes were filled with dread upon witnessing this punch. He sensed that its power far exceeded his limits of endurance. If struck, he would surely perish. No, I do not wish to die. The terrifying gale from the punch stung his cheeks, and instinctively, Mirong Fei attempted to evade. Yet, the Taizhu domain enveloped the arena, suppressing his speed, rendering escape impossible. Boom. The clash of fist and sword light erupted. In the next moment, the sword light shattered instantaneously. The momentum of the fist remained unabated, crashing heavily into Mirong Fei. Buzz. The protective array of the arena finally activated, forcibly transporting Mirong Fei away. But it was too late. His body had been blasted open, a massive gaping wound marring him. He collapsed outside the arena, teetering on the brink of death. Fei, Mirong Tian dashed forward in terror. He hastily retrieved healing elixirs and administered them to Mirong Fei. However, Mirong Fei's injuries were too severe. His internal organs lay shattered. Not even an immortal pill could restore him. Father, I do not wish to die. Mirong Fei managed to utter, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Fei, Mirong Tian's face was streaked with tears. You will not die. You will not die. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to prolong his son's life. Yet, it was futile. Mirong Fei's life force waned further. Ultimately, it was extinguished entirely. Fei, Mirong Tian let out a mournful wail, overwhelmed with grief. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Mirong Fei was dead. A once-in-a-century genius of Qingfeng City had perished on the arena floor, and his killer was none other than a practitioner of the 6th level of the Respect realm, Zhou Chun. He had truly slain Mirong Fei. How terrifying. From the audience, countless individuals turned their gazes toward Zhou Chun on the arena, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. Zhou Chun stood on the arena, his expression unyielding. He retracted his aura and spoke coolly. Mirong Fei sought to kill me. I merely struck first. In the arena, life and death are dictated by fate. Announce the result, referee. The referee, regaining his composure, struggled to declare, the victor is Zhou Chun. No sooner had the words left his lips than Mirong Tian shot up, his eyes blazing with madness and hatred. Zhou Chun, you have slain my son. I demand your life in return. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, a formidable aura of the 5th level of the semi-immortal realm, engulfing the entire martial arts arena. All felt a suffocating sense of oppression. This was the pressure of a semi-immortal powerhouse, far beyond what a practitioner of the Respect realm could withstand. Murong Tian extended his hand, aiming a palm strike at Zhou Chun. Die? Yet Zhou Chun remained expressionless. He held a trump card, a complete bone of an immortal. As the attack approached, a far more terrifying pressure descended. Murong Tian. The voice of the Xiang true man echoed throughout the arena. Do you dare to strike during the selection of the Xianxia sect? Do you wish to make an enemy of the Xianxia sect? In a flash, he appeared before Zhou Chun, intercepting Murong Tian's assault. Boom. The clash of two semi-immortal forces erupted, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. However, the cultivation of the Xiang true man was at the third level of the true immortal realm. Even with all his might, Murong Tian was no match for him. Murong Tian, stand down. Xiang true man said coldly. In the arena, life and death are dictated by fate. This is the rule. Your son sought to kill Zhou Chun and was instead slain by him. He has only himself to blame for his lack of skill. Should you dare to attack here? A glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. I would not hesitate to expel the Murong family from Qingfeng City. Murong Tian's body trembled. He understood that Xiang true man was not jesting. The Xianxia sect was a mid-sized sect in the spirit realm, far surpassing the Murong family in power. Should they truly engage, the Murong family would surely be annihilated. Very well, very well. Murong Tian's gaze locked onto Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, you shall wait for me. I swear, I will not rest until this debt is repaid. With that, he lifted Murong Fei's corpse and turned to leave. The practitioners of the Murong family followed suit. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone knew that Zhou Chun had utterly offended the Murong family. In the days to come, his life would likely be fraught with peril. Yet Zhou Chun remained unfazed. He descended from the arena, returning to the competitors' area. Xiun approached, her gaze complex. You have killed Murong Fei. The Murong family will not let this slide. Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly, I am aware, but I do not regret it. Murong Fei sought to kill me. I merely acted preemptively. As for the Murong family, a glint of coldness passed through his eyes. When my strength is sufficient, I will naturally address them. Xiun regarded him thoughtfully. You certainly possess confidence. However, she said earnestly, it is in your best interest to join the sect leader's faction now. With the protection of the sect, the Murong family would not dare to act against you. Zhou Chun nodded. I will consider it. Xiun sighed in relief and turned to leave. Zhou Chun watched her retreating figure, inwardly vowing that the Murong family would pay dearly one day. He closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the upcoming battles. Though he had slain Murong Fei, the selection continued. His current objective was to strive for first place. Only by becoming an inner disciple could he instill fear in Murong Tian. Moreover, he would obtain greater resources to swiftly enhance his strength. By that time, the Murong family would merely be ants beneath his heel. Chapter 403, A Force to be Reckoned with, Advancing by Default. The martial arts arena was enveloped in a deathly silence. The demise of Murong Fei sent shockwaves through all present. This was a once-in-a-century genius of Qingfeng City, with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Respect realm. Yet he was slain by a practitioner of the 6th level of the Respect realm. Moreover, this was achieved even after consuming the blood explosion pill, which had propelled his cultivation to the 10th level of the Respect realm. Such a feat was nothing short of terrifying. Zhou Chun. This individual is too formidable. A practitioner of the 6th level of the Respect realm capable of defeating one at the 9th level. What does this signify? A battle across 3 realms. In the audience, countless individuals murmured among themselves. Every gaze directed at Zhou Chun was laden with awe and trepidation. The remaining competitors were equally shaken, their hearts pounding in fear. They suddenly realized that in the forthcoming battle, should they encounter Zhou Chun, their prospects would likely be grim. On the high platform, Master Xiang cast a deep glance at Zhou Chun, his eyes brimming with admiration. This young man not only possesses exceptional talent and formidable strength, but also harbors a ruthless disposition. Faced with Murong Fei's desperate onslaught, he showed no mercy and struck with lethal intent. Such a cultivator. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become a great asset. The second round of the tournament continued, but the subsequent battles lacked the intensity of the previous ones. The spectators were still shaken by the clash between Zhou Chun and Murong Fei, their minds restless. Many participants, upon stepping onto the stage, were distracted and thus fell prey to their opponents. Some, overwhelmed by anxiety, faltered in their performance and faced regrettable defeats. After half a day, the second round concluded. Out of 100 contestants, only 50 advanced. Congratulations to all for progressing through the second round, Master Xiang announced from the high platform, his voice resonating. Those who have reached this stage are true warriors. The third round shall commence. With a wave of his hand, the luminous screen reappeared, displaying the 50 numbers that danced and shuffled, forming new pairings. Moments later, the list of duels for the third round was revealed, and the competition officially began anew. One battle after another unfolded on the arena, yet this time, everyone deliberately avoided direct confrontation with Zhou Chun. Those cultivators below the 8th level of the Respect realm even secretly rejoiced at escaping a match against him. Fully aware that facing Zhou Chun would likely result in certain defeat, or even the loss of their lives. Soon, it was Xian's turn. In the 5th match, Xian faced Zhao Ming. Both ascended to the stage. Xian leaped onto the arena, exuding a cold elegance. Her opponent, Zhao Ming, donned a gray robe and was a middle-aged cultivator at the 7th level of the Respect realm. Xian daoist. Zhao Ming clasped his hands in greeting. I am aware of my inferiority. I willingly concede and request that you show mercy. Xian nodded. Very well, you may leave the stage. Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and hastily exited the arena. This time, Xian refrained from a surprise attack, primarily because Zhao Ming had not afforded her the opportunity. Having learned from past experiences, everyone remained particularly vigilant against Xian. Moreover, she understood that excessive cunning might tarnish her reputation. She glanced toward Zhou Chun in the audience. A powerhouse like him could decisively defeat his opponents openly. If she continued to rely on sneak attacks for victory, it would appear rather unsophisticated. The victor is Xian. The referee announced the result. After several more matches, it was finally Zhou Chun's turn. In the 10th match, Zhou Chun faced Lin Feng. Both ascended to the stage. Zhou Chun's figure flickered as he leaped onto the arena. His opponent, Lin Feng, was a towering man, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Respect realm. Zhou Chun, Lin Feng said solemnly, I know your strength surpasses your cultivation level, but I am not a weakling myself. In today's battle, a glint of battle intent shone in his eyes. I shall give it my all. Zhou Chun nodded. Indeed, I shall hold nothing back. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Lin Feng erupted with a terrifying aura, earth-shattering fist. He unleashed a punch, enveloped in earthy-hued light, imbued with the formidable power of the earth. The strike was astonishingly powerful, causing the very arena to tremble violently. In the audience, many were taken aback. Such formidable fist techniques. Has Lin Feng comprehended the laws of the earth and reached perfection in it? This punch's might, perhaps even a 9th-level Respect realm cultivator would hesitate to face head-on. Yet Zhou Chun remained unfazed. Void realm. The invisible domain unfurled instantaneously. Lin Feng's fist suddenly slowed within the realm, its power diminished. What? Lin Feng's expression shifted. That domain again? However, he did not yield, intensifying his strength. Break. With a boom, his fist broke through the domain's suppression, continuing its assault on Zhou Chun. But Zhou Chun had already made his move. King of the Underworld Seal. Crash. The collision erupted with a thunderous roar. Lin Feng was sent stumbling back several paces, while Zhou Chun stood steadfast, unyielding. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Chun unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each imbued with terrifying force. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, desperately defending himself. Despite his cultivation being at the 8th level of the Respect realm, under Zhou Chun's relentless onslaught, he found himself retreating step by step. After a series of exchanges, Lin Feng finally could not withstand the pressure, receiving a palm strike to his chest, spitting blood as he flew backward. I concede, Lin Feng managed to utter. Unlike Murong Fei, he chose surrender, recognizing that continuing would only lead to unnecessary demise. The victor is Zhou Chun, the referee declared. The audience erupted in chatter once more. Zhou Chun had triumphed again. His power was simply terrifying. It seemed certain that he would secure a place in the top 10 rankings. Some murmured, first place might not be out of reach. The third round of the tournament soon concluded. Out of the 50 contestants, only 25 advanced. Among them, both Zhou Chun and Xian progressed smoothly. The luminous screen appeared once more, displaying 13 numbers that danced about. Moments later, one number transformed into gold. By round, number 237, Zhou Chun. What? Zhou Chun received a bye. His luck seemed extraordinary. The audience gasped in astonishment. Zhou Chun's bye meant he directly advanced to the top 7, solidifying his status as an outer sect disciple. Zhou Chun gazed at the golden number on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A bye. Indeed fortunate. It appeared that destiny was favoring him. He closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the conclusion of the 5th round. Xian, with her cultivation at the 8th level of the Respect realm and exceptional combat skills, successfully defeated her opponent and advanced to the top 7. The remaining contestants also showcased their formidable prowess. Ultimately, the 7 were confirmed: Zhou Chun, Xian, and 5 other cultivators above the 8th level of the Respect realm. Congratulations to all, Master Xiang proclaimed from the high platform, his voice booming. From this moment forth, you are all outer sect disciples of the Xianxia sect. Shortly, individuals will distribute outer sect disciple tokens and resources. He paused. Next, We shall determine the top 3. Among the 7, a flicker of fervor ignited in their eyes. Inner Sect disciples, with status and resources far exceeding those of Outer Sect disciples. To become an Inner Sect disciple would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Now, we shall draw lots. The luminous screen appeared once more. Zhou Chun and Xian exchanged glances. Neither had anticipated facing each other in this round. Xian chuckled wryly. It seems my luck has run out. To face you. She shook her head. I fear I cannot win. Zhou Chun replied calmly. Xian danced. You are far too modest. Your strength is formidable as well. In this battle, I shall exert my utmost effort. Xian nodded in agreement, stating that she would not hold back either. Since we have crossed paths, let us engage in a fierce contest. The first match, Zhou Chun versus Xian. Both contenders ascended the stage. Zhou Chun and Xian leapt onto the arena simultaneously, exchanging a glance that flickered with a hint of combativeness. Zhou Chun. Xian declared earnestly, though your strength is formidable, I shall not concede easily. The battle commenced with the referee's command. In an instant, Xian erupted forth, transforming into a streak of violet light, her speed astonishingly swift. Purple shadow sword. Waves of sword light sliced through the air, each imbued with a fierce sword intent. Zhou Chun, however, unfurled the void domain, diminishing the potency of the sword light. At the same time, he executed the purple mist transformation technique, maneuvering swiftly across the stage alongside Xian. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, their combat intense and evenly matched. In the audience, spectators were left agape, spellbound by the breathtaking speed of the duel. After hundreds of exchanges, Xian finally faltered, her spiritual energy depleted beyond half. I am defeated, she gasped, aware that Zhou Chun had been holding back, otherwise, she would have been vanquished long ago. I concede, Zhou Chun replied with a respectful gesture. The victor is Zhou Chun, the referee announced. Xian descended from the stage, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The subsequent 2 matches concluded swiftly as well. Leading to the final 4, Zhou Chun, Li Feng, Xianxia, and Zhao Li. Zhou Chun effortlessly triumphed over Li Feng, advancing to the finals. Xianxia, after a grueling battle lasting hundreds of rounds, narrowly overcame Zhao Li, also securing a place in the finals. Now, the ultimate showdown is about to commence. On the elevated platform, Master Xiang proclaimed with vigor, Zhou Chun versus Xianxia. The victor shall be crowned the champion of this selection and ascend directly to the Inner Sect. The crowd erupted in fervor, collectively holding their breath in anticipation for this climactic confrontation. Both contenders ascended the stage. Zhou Chun and Xianxia leapt onto the arena in unison. Xianxia, a slender middle-aged man, was at the 9th level of the sovereign realm. The battle began at the referee's signal. Xianxia unleashed a terrifying aura in an instant. Yet, Zhou Chun was swifter. True body of the underworld king. 5 great perfect laws. Void domain. Azure lotus transformation body. With a resounding crash, a single palm strike sent Xianxia hurtling backward, perilously close to the edge of the arena, his life hanging by a thread. The protective array activated, transporting him away. The victor is Zhou Chun, the referee declared. The arena erupted in jubilant uproar. Incredible. Zhou Chun has won. He is astonishingly powerful. From this moment forth, he is an Inner Sect disciple of the Xianxia sect. On the elevated platform, Master Xiang nodded in satisfaction, having anticipated a fierce contest, only to witness victory decided in a single strike. Zhou Chun stood upon the stage, his gaze tranquil. First place, Inner Sect disciple. Merely a fleeting moment of triumph. 3 days after the selection concluded, within the Inner Sect area of the Xianxia sect, located at the heart of the Xianxia mountain range, where the spiritual energy was tenfold that of the Outer Sect. Nestled among the rolling peaks were thousands of caves, each crafted from ancient mysterious stones, inscribed with spirit-gathering and defensive formations. Zhou Chun stood at the entrance of the Inner Sect, clutching a violet token, the Inner Sect Disciple token, inscribed with his name and the 4 characters denoting Inner Sect Disciple. With this token, he could roam freely within the Inner Sect area, enjoying all the privileges afforded to Inner Sect disciples. Junior brother Zhou, please follow me. A young cultivator clad in a purple robe approached. He was Li Ming, the Inner Sect steward responsible for welcoming new disciples, and was also at the 9th level of the sovereign realm. Senior brother Li, Zhou Chun greeted with a respectful gesture. No need for such formalities, junior brother Zhou. Li Ming replied with a smile. To join the Inner Sect as the first place winner of the Outer Sect selection is truly a testament to your extraordinary talent. He guided Zhou Chun into the Inner Sect area. There are 3,000 Inner Sect disciples, Li Ming continued as they walked. They are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary Inner Sect disciples, elite Inner Sect disciples, and core Inner Sect disciples. Above the core Inner Sect disciples are the true disciples. Only 10 of them exist, each at the true immortal realm, representing the future hope of our sect. Zhou Chen nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the information, Senior Brotherly. No need for such courtesy, Li Ming continued. Inner sect disciples receive resources monthly. Ordinary inner sect disciples receive 100 high-grade immortal crystals and 1 low-grade immortal pill each month. Additionally, inner sect disciples can undertake sect missions to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged in the sect treasury for various techniques, treasures, and pills. Zhou Chen pondered, realizing that the Xianxia sect placed significant emphasis on nurturing its inner sect disciples. After a while, they arrived at a mountain peak. This area is designated for the inner sect disciples' caves, Li Ming indicated. Although your cultivation is only at the 6th level of the sovereign realm, your status as the first place winner has granted you a superior cave, which is typically reserved for disciples on the verge of becoming immortals. It is equipped with spirit-gathering formations, defensive formations, and soundproof formations, making it exceptionally well-appointed. He gestured toward the peak's summit. The cave is located at the top of the mountain, offering a panoramic view and an abundance of spiritual energy. Zhou Chen gazed at the summit, where a grand cave indeed stood, constructed entirely from purple mysterious stone, emanating a soft spiritual glow. Thank you, Senior Brotherly. Zhou Chen acknowledged with a bow. You are too kind, Junior Brother Zhou, Li Ming chuckled. By the way, in 3 days, there will be a welcoming ceremony for new inner sect disciples. All inner sect disciples will attend, along with the sect leader and elders. Be sure not to miss it. I will remember, Zhou Chen nodded. After Li Ming provided additional instructions, he took his leave. Zhou Chen entered the cave alone. The interior was remarkably spacious, spanning hundreds of square feet, complete with a main hall, a cultivation room, an alchemy room, a forging room, and a library, everything one could desire. Moreover, the entire cave was shrouded in formations, preventing any outside intrusion. He stepped into the cultivation room and settled into a meditative posture. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. The density of the immortal energy here is indeed tenfold that of the outside world. Chapter 405. The Disciples Gathering, an initial encounter with Xianxia. 3 days later, at the Inner Sect Plaza, the venue for the Disciples Gathering, spanning dozens of miles and accommodating thousands. At this moment, several thousand Inner Sect disciples had gathered, standing in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves about the new disciples. I heard a remarkable genius emerge from this outer sect selection. Is it the one named Zhou Chen? Indeed. He managed to slay a 9th-level sovereign realm cultivator despite being only at the 6th level, truly terrifying. Moreover, he also defeated the heir of the Murong family, Murong Fei, on the arena. Now, the Murong family harbors deep resentment towards him, vowing revenge. Goodness, this young man certainly possesses audacity. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, a figure soared into view from the distance. It was a young man clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome with an extraordinary aura. He emanated a terrifying presence indicative of the 5th layer of the quasi-immortal realm, as though a deity had descended. It was none other than Xianxia. Zhou Chen discreetly accessed the system panel, revealing the following details. Name, Xianxia. Realm, 5th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Fate, Son of Destiny, multicolored. Dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts, 5 colors. Destiny, true disciple of the Xianxia sect, exceptionally gifted, astonishingly rapid cultivation. Expected to break through to the true immortal realm within 5 years and become an elder of the sect, ultimately culminating at the 10th layer of the immortal king realm. Recent opportunities. 1. In 10 days, he will discover a long-lost low-grade immortal sword technique, void sword technique, in the sect's scripture pavilion, significantly enhancing his swordsmanship. 2. In 1 month, he will acquire a mid-grade immortal elixir, breakthrough pill, during a sect mission, allowing him to advance to the 6th layer of the quasi-immortal realm upon consumption. 3. In 3 months, he will unearth the ancient cave of an immortal king deep within the Xianxia mountains, granting him access to a mid-grade immortal technique, Cloud Sky Immortal Classic, propelling him to the 7th layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Astounding. Zhou Chen felt a surge of energy, silently binding his fate to this legend. It was Brother Yun, the true disciple, Xianxia. He had come to the welcoming ceremony. The crowd parted respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. Xianxia, being a true disciple of the Xianxia sect, was exceptionally talented and powerful. Moreover, he had the formidable support of Yun Tianzan within the Xianxia sect. Apart from the sect leader and a handful of supreme elders, few dared to offend him. As Xianxia descended onto the square, his gaze swept across the assembly. He had heard whispers of a prodigy named Zhou Chen among the new disciples. Where is he? He inquired nonchalantly. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a calm voice emerged. I am Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen stepped forward from the throng, standing before Xianxia. Their eyes met, and Xianxia scrutinized Zhou Chun, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Sixth layer of the Respect realm? Is such a meager cultivation worthy of the title prodigy? He scoffed. I have heard you defeated several opponents in the outer sect selection, but to me, it seems merely the result of some clever tricks. True strength, you still lack vastly. Zhou Chun maintained a stoic expression. Does Brother Yun wish to test my strength? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. You possess a certain audacity. However, he shook his head dismissively. It would not reflect well to bully a junior of the sixth layer of the Respect realm. Come find me when you have advanced to the quasi-immortal realm. With that, he turned and departed. Zhou Chun watched his retreating figure, a hint of a cold smile curling his lips. Let us hope this treasure-seeking rat can bounce around a bit longer. At that moment, Xian approached. Junior brother Zhou, she spoke softly, Xianxia is narrow-minded and vengeful. Your words earlier may have offended him. Be cautious henceforth. Zhou Chun nodded. Thank you for the warning, Sister Xian. However, he replied coolly, I am not afraid of him. Xian sighed. Junior brother Zhou, you do not understand. Behind Xianxia stands the formidable Yun Tianzan of the first layer of the true immortal realm. Yun Tianzan is a guest elder of the sect and holds a position of great power. If Xianxia truly wishes to deal with you, even the sect leader may not be able to protect you. Zhou Chun fell silent for a moment, recognizing the truth in Xian's words. Yun Tianzan, a strong presence at the first layer of the true immortal realm, held an unparalleled status within the Xianxia sect. If he were to intervene, Zhou Chun's current strength would be utterly insufficient to contend with him. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the high platform. Esteemed disciples, the welcoming ceremony is now commencing. An elder clad in a purple robe appeared on the platform. He was the sect leader, Xianxia Jinren, a cultivator of the first layer of the Immortal King realm. Above the true immortal realm lies the Immortal King realm, symbolizing the king of myriad immortals, a realm where only the most exceptional true immortals might glimpse a glimmer of hope to ascend. Standing behind Xianxia Jinren were several elders, including Xiang Jinren and Yun Tianzan. Yun Tianzan surveyed the crowd from his position, his gaze eventually resting upon Zhou Chun, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. On the platform, Xianxia Jinren commenced his address. New disciples, congratulations on becoming inner disciples of the Xianxia sect. From this day forth, you will be the core strength of our sect. We shall spare no effort in nurturing you, and you must strive for the future of the sect. Particularly, his gaze fell upon Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, by virtue of your exceptional performance in the outer sect selection, you are directly admitted as an inner disciple. This reflects the sect's recognition of your potential. I hope you will live up to expectations and soon break through to the quasi-immortal realm, becoming a pillar of our sect. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, sect leader, for your kindness. I shall dedicate myself fully. Xianxia Jinren nodded in satisfaction, and the welcoming ceremony continued. The sect distributed resources and tokens to the new disciples. Zhou Chun received 100 high-grade immortal crystals, a low-grade breakthrough pill, and a low-grade cultivation technique. After the ceremony concluded, the disciples dispersed, and Zhou Chun returned to his cave abode, closing the stone door behind him. He retrieved the 100 high-grade immortal crystals and the breakthrough pill. He first consumed the breakthrough pill and then began to refine the immortal crystals. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy erupted within him, relentlessly battering against the bottleneck of the sixth layer of the Respect realm. Time passed gradually. 3 days later, crack! The bottleneck finally shattered. Zhou Chun successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the Respect realm. 7 days later, at the Xianxia sect's scripture pavilion, a 9-story tower constructed entirely of purple mysterious stone exuded an ancient aura. The scripture pavilion housed an extensive collection of various techniques, secret arts, formations, and alchemical recipes accumulated by the Xianxia sect over millennia. The first 3 floors were accessible to outer disciples, while the 4th to 6th floors were reserved for inner disciples. The 7th to 9th floors were exclusive to core disciples and true disciples. Zhou Chun stood at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, presenting his inner disciple token. After a thorough inspection by the gatekeeper, he was granted entry. Junior brother Zhou, please proceed. Remember, as an inner disciple, you may access the 4th to 6th floors and borrow 3 tomes free of charge each month. For any additional tomes, you will need to exchange contribution points. Zhou Chun nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the information, senior brother. He entered the scripture pavilion, bypassing the first 3 floors and making his way directly to the 4th floor. The 4th floor, the lowest accessible level for inner disciples, housed low-grade immortal techniques, secret arts, formations, and more. Although the quality was not particularly high, the quantity was astounding. With thousands of tomes available, as Zhou Chun entered the 4th floor, he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a dozen inner disciples were already engrossed in their studies. Some were searching for suitable techniques, while others were delving into formations and alchemical practices. Zhou Qin did not disturb them. Instead, he began to search for the location of the void sword technique as indicated by the opportunity panel. According to the panel, the technique was hidden behind a concealed bookshelf in the northeast corner of the 4th floor. This ancient sword technique had been lost for many years, and even the custodian of the scripture repository was unaware of its existence. Only Xianxia would inadvertently discover it 10 days later. However, at this moment, Zhou Qin approached the northeast corner and began to peruse the tomes on the shelf. On the surface, he appeared to be selecting martial arts manuals in a normal manner. In reality, his consciousness had already penetrated behind the bookshelf, searching for the location of the void sword technique. Before long, he found it. On the last row of the bookshelf lay an ancient tome, covered in a layer of dust. That was the void sword technique. Zhou Qin feigned nonchalance as he reached for other books on the shelf. However, during this act, his arm accidentally brushed against the bookshelf. With a soft crack, the shelf trembled slightly, causing several books to tumble down, including the very tome he sought. Oh! Zhou Qin pretended to be surprised as he bent down to retrieve the ancient book. The cover bore 3 archaic characters: Void Sword Technique. The Void Sword Technique? A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhou Qin's eyes as he feigned ignorance of its significance. He opened the first page, allowing his consciousness to delve within. Boom! Countless pieces of information flooded his mind. This was a complete low-grade celestial sword technique, centered around the laws of space, capable of executing various profound sword moves. The technique comprised 9 forms: slash, stab, link, break, seal, suppress, tear, annihilate, and oblivion. Each form possessed a power that was double that of the preceding one. A remarkable sword technique. Interest glimmered in Zhou Qin's eyes. The void sword technique perfectly complemented his understanding of spatial laws. If he could cultivate it to perfection, his combat power would increase by at least 50%. It would be beneficial to study it further, he mused. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoxin's opportunity, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the celestial grade Supreme Void Divine Sword Technique. Zhou Qin's vision blurred momentarily as a jade slip materialized in his hand. The Void Divine Sword Technique, derived from the Void Sword Technique, boasted significantly enhanced power. Furthermore, the sword moves had been simplified to just 3: Void Destruction, Void Annihilation, and Oblivion Reincarnation, each wielding 100-fold of the previous one's might. Zhou Qin was astounded. The system was truly impressive. He discreetly stored the Void Divine Sword Technique in the system space and continued to browse through other tomes on the shelf. To an onlooker, he appeared to still be selecting additional martial arts manuals. Although the scripture repository was monitored by arrays, as long as one did not exhibit overtly suspicious behavior, they would generally remain undetected. Zhou Qin selected 2 ordinary manuals before heading downstairs to register his borrowings with the custodian. Junior brother Zhou, you have borrowed 3 tomes. The custodian, an elderly man with a cultivation of the 3rd layer of the quasi-celestial realm, remarked after glancing at Zhou Qin. Please return them within a month. If they are damaged or lost, you will need to compensate with corresponding contribution points. Zhou Qin nodded. I understand, senior. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Qin promptly set up soundproof and defensive formations to ensure that no one could eavesdrop. He then retrieved the Void Divine Sword Technique from the system space. The jade slip emanated a faint glow, imbued with profound sword intent. Zhou Qin's consciousness entered, and he began to comprehend the content of the technique. Boom! An influx of information surged into his mind. The Void Divine Sword Technique, centered around the laws of space, could execute a variety of intricate sword moves. Each sword move contained the power to annihilate all. Moreover, the training methodology for the technique was exceptionally detailed, with clear guidance for every step from initiation to mastery. By condensing sword energy with the laws of space, one could slice open a rift in space, disregarding defenses to strike directly at the target. Holding the Void Divine Sword, Zhou Qin followed the technique's instructions and began to practice. Whoosh! A flash of sword light materialized, and a space rift appeared out of thin air. Although the rift was merely a foot long, it concealed terrifying power. Impressive, Zhou Qin nodded. Even a mere introductory move possesses such might. If I were to cultivate it to mastery. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. In the following days, Zhou Qin remained in seclusion within his cave, diligently practicing the Void Divine Sword Technique. His understanding of spatial laws was already complete, allowing him to achieve results with minimal effort. In just 5 days, he successfully cultivated the 3 sword moves to the minor accomplishment stage. With a thought, Zhou Qin calculated that it was time to venture out. He made his way to the task hall of the Xianxia sect, perusing the task list in search of the mission that Xianxia was soon to accept. It didn't take long before he found it. Task name: Extermination of the Blood Wolf Valley Beasts. Task level: Medium difficulty. Task description: A group of beasts, led by a quasi-celestial Blood Wolf King, has taken residence in Blood Wolf Valley, frequently attacking nearby villages and causing significant casualties. The sect has decided to dispatch disciples to eliminate them. Task reward: 1,000 contribution points and a mid-grade celestial pill, breakthrough pill. Task requirements: Cultivation of at least the 9th layer of the Respect realm. Note: this task must be completed in a team, with no limit on the number of participants. This is the task. A glimmer of determination sparked in Zhou Chen's eyes. According to the opportunity panel, Xuanhuan would accept this task in a month's time. However, a problem arose. The task required at least the 9th layer of the Respect realm for participation. Zhou Chen was currently at the 7th layer, still 2 layers short. It seemed. Zhou Chen thought to himself, I must break through to the 9th layer of the Respect realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be unable to undertake this mission. He took out 100 high-grade celestial crystals and commenced his closed-door cultivation. Time passed gradually. 10 days later, Zhou Chen successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the Respect realm. After another 5 days, crack! Zhou Chen's cultivation finally reached the 9th layer of the Respect realm. Without delay, Zhou Chen swiftly made his way to the sect's task hall. Inside the task hall, hundreds of inner disciples were gathered. Some were selecting tasks, others were forming teams, while some discussed strategies. Zhou Chen approached the task issuance platform and located the extermination task for Blood Wolf Valley. I would like to accept this task, he stated to the task manager. The manager glanced at Zhou Chen, probing his cultivation level with his spiritual sense. 9th layer of the Respect realm, he acknowledged. You meet the task requirements. However, he paused. This task must be completed as a team. The Blood Wolf King is at the 1st layer of the quasi-celestial realm, accompanied by dozens of Respect realm beasts. It would be quite dangerous for you to venture alone. Zhou Chen shook his head. Thank you for your concern, but I am sufficient on my own. The manager frowned. Are you certain? Certain, Zhou Chen affirmed with a nod. Seeing his resolute demeanor, the manager ceased to press the matter. Very well, since you insist. I shall not stop you. Remember, the task deadline is 10 days. If not completed within this time frame, it will be considered a failure. He spoke earnestly. In the event of life-threatening danger, immediately crush the distress talisman. The elders of the sect will come to your aid. Zhou Chen accepted the mission token and the distress talisman, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Deacon. He turned and departed the mission hall, soaring towards the direction of Blood Wolf Valley. Blood Wolf Valley, situated on the outskirts of the Xianxia mountain range, lies approximately 30,000 miles from Xianxia Sect. This desolate valley is perpetually shrouded in a sinister blood mist, exuding an aura of dread. Within the valley dwells a pack of blood wolves, led by a Blood Wolf King at the 1st level of the quasi-immortal realm. These ferocious beasts are notorious for their bloodthirstiness, frequently launching attacks on nearby villages, resulting in significant casualties. Zhou Chen flew through the air and quickly reached the periphery of Blood Wolf Valley. He descended at the valley's entrance, his consciousness sweeping across the entire expanse. Deep within the valley, the Blood Wolf King resided, surrounded by dozens of blood wolves at various levels from the 5th to the 10th stage of the esteemed realm. Just as he ventured a short distance into the valley, a chorus of howls erupted. Howl! Dozens of blood wolves surged forth from all directions, encircling Zhou Chen. These wolves, massive in size with blood-red eyes, radiated an aura of savagery. Excellent. Void destruction. Suddenly, numerous spatial rifts appeared, slicing towards the blood wolves. The wolves barely had time to react before being cleaved apart, blood gushing forth as their corpses fell. In mere moments, Zhou Chen had annihilated dozens of blood wolves. Good heavens! This premium immortal technique is utterly terrifying. Zhou Chen had employed less than 10% of his strength, yet the destructive power was astonishing. Soon, he arrived at the valley's depths, where a cavern came into view, its entrance towering tens of thousands of feet high, exuding a pungent scent of blood. A colossal blood wolf lay coiled at the entrance. That was the Blood Wolf King, exuding a terrifying presence as it stood at the 1st level of the quasi-immortal realm. Roar! Upon spotting Zhou Chen, the Blood Wolf King unleashed a thunderous roar. Sensing that this human had slain its kin, enraged, the Blood Wolf King transformed into a streak of blood light and lunged towards Zhou Chen. Blood Claw, tear the heavens. With a swipe of its claw, imbued with a crimson glow, it unleashed formidable power. Zhou Chen stood his ground, unflinching. Great Void Domain. Buzz. An invisible domain instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire valley. The Blood Wolf King's speed drastically diminished, its power significantly weakened. The Blood Wolf King's expression shifted dramatically as it spoke. A domain? Void destruction, slice. Whoosh. A brilliant sword light erupted from the spatial rift, harboring the power to obliterate all. The first stance of the Void Divine Sword technique was unleashed with full force, instilling a sense of imminent death in the Blood Wolf King, compelling it to desperately channel its bloodline power. Blood Wolf, transformation. Its body suddenly swelled, its aura surging as its cultivation soared from the first to the second level of the quasi-immortal realm. Yet, it was too late. Puff! The sword light struck the Blood Wolf King's body, cleaving it in two. The Blood Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching cry before crashing to the ground. Phew! Xianxia exhaled in relief. The Void Divine Sword technique was immensely powerful, yet it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Merely the first move had drained him of 50% of his spiritual power. Although the Blood Wolf King was only at the first level of the quasi-immortal realm, its strength was indeed formidable. Had it not been for his great void domain and the Void Divine Sword technique, defeating the Blood Wolf King would have proven quite challenging. Xianxia approached the corpse of the Blood Wolf King and began to loot the spoils, the beast's demon core, its fur, and so forth. Afterward, he stored the medicinal items and turned to leave Blood Wolf Valley. At Xianxia's Sect, in the mission hall, Xianxia returned to the Sect to report his completed task. Junior Brother Zhou, you have returned? The deacon in charge of missions looked at Xianxia with a hint of astonishment. Has it only been 5 days? And you have already completed the mission? Where is the Blood Wolf King? Xianxia produced the Blood Wolf King's demon core, stating, the Blood Wolf King has been slain. Here is the demon core. The deacon accepted the demon core, probing it with his consciousness, his eyes widening in shock. This is indeed the demon core of a Blood Wolf King at the first level of the quasi-immortal realm. You single-handedly defeated the Blood Wolf King? Xianxia nodded modestly. It was merely luck. The deacon scrutinized Xianxia with deep respect in his eyes. The ability of a cultivator at the 9th level of the esteemed realm to slay one at the quasi-immortal realm was nothing short of terrifying. Very well. The task is complete. The deacon recorded Xianxia's name in the mission ledger. As per regulations, you are entitled to 1,000 contribution points and 1 middle-grade breaking boundary pill. A pill emanating a faint glow appeared in the deacon's palm. This is the breaking boundary pill, a middle-grade immortal pill that offers a 30% chance of breaking through a bottleneck. He placed the breaking boundary pill into Xianxia's system space. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoxian's opportunity, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 supreme-grade Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill. The Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill. Xianxia's heart raced. The supreme-grade Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill was rumored to guarantee a breakthrough to the quasi-immortal realm and lay a solid foundation for transcendence. However, it required one to reach the 10th level of the esteemed realm before it could be utilized, which Xianxia was not yet capable of. Upon returning to his cave, Xianxia immediately set up soundproof and defensive formations. He then retrieved the Breaking Boundary Pill from his system space. The pill radiated a dazzling light, infused with pure and unparalleled immortal spiritual energy. Xianxia swallowed the middle-grade Breaking Boundary Pill whole, feeling the terrifying medicinal power transform into a torrent of heat coursing through his organs. Half an hour later, bang, with a muffled sound resonating within him, Xianxia's cultivation naturally surged to the 10th level of the esteemed realm. His foundation now solid, it was time to break through to the quasi-immortal realm. Feeling the immense power within him, Xianxia took a deep breath. The quasi-immortal realm was a transitional phase between the esteemed and immortal realms. Once he broke through, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Moreover, a cultivator at the quasi-immortal realm would enjoy significantly enhanced influence and status within the sect. Xianxia sat cross-legged, channeling the Xianxia immortal scripture to optimize the immortal spiritual energy within him. Chapter 408. Third level of the quasi-immortal realm, Power Surge. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and swallowed the Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill. Boom. The terrifying immortal spiritual energy erupted within him, akin to a river bursting its banks, violently assaulting the bottleneck of the quasi-immortal realm. Xianxia quickly activated his technique to guide this power. Once, twice, thrice. After several dozen assaults, the bottleneck finally began to loosen. Crack. A sound akin to something shattering echoed within him. Xianxia's cultivation successfully broke through to the first level of the quasi-immortal realm. But it did not end there. The potency of the Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill was excessively pure. A considerable amount of its power remained unabsorbed. This remaining power continued to surge towards higher realms. Crack. Another crisp sound resounded. Xianxia's cultivation advanced from the first level of the quasi-immortal realm to the second level. And yet, the power was still flowing. Crack. A third crisp sound echoed. Xianxia's cultivation broke through to the third level of the quasi-immortal realm. Only then did the medicinal power of the Immortal King Breaking Boundary Pill finally deplete. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had reached the third level of the quasi-immortal realm. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Having broken through to the quasi-immortal realm, his strength had increased at least several dozen-fold. Furthermore, the principles of the great void Tao within him had undergone further refinement. However, no extraordinary phenomena had manifested. Perhaps in the spirit realm, a breakthrough to the quasi-immortal realm was insufficient to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Very well, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Being at the third level of the quasi-immortal realm, he was considered to be of above-average standing among the inner disciples. Moreover, he had also mastered the Void Divine Sword technique in the Great Void domain. A glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes, even when facing Xianxia. He was not necessarily bound to lose. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed from outside the cave dwelling. Boom. Someone was attacking the defensive array of the cave. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow and extended his divine sense. Indeed, Xianxia stood outside the cave, his expression grim. Zhou Chen, get out here. Yun Xiaoshan's voice reverberated across the entire mountain peak through the power of celestial spirits. I had already reserved the Sect mission. I intended to go in a few days. But unexpectedly, you got there first. Hand over the breakthrough pill, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I will make you regret coming to this world. Zhou Chen sneered. Come on. I was just about to test my strength after breaking through to the quasi-immortal realm. Xianxia, you are just the perfect sparring partner. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the defensive array and stepped out of the cave. Brother Yun, you arrived quite swiftly, Zhou Chen remarked casually. The Sect mission didn't even mention your name, Yun Xiaodian. What? Do you intend to forcibly seize the breakthrough pill? Yun Xiaodian chuckled coldly. Be sensible and hand over the breakthrough pill. You, a mere junior at the 9th level of the respect realm, dare to rob me? Seeking death. Zhou Chen shook his head. Brother Yun, I fear you are mistaken. The breakthrough pill is a reward for the mission. Whoever completes the mission rightfully claims it. I completed the task ahead of time, so the breakthrough pill naturally belongs to me. You. He glanced at Yun Xiaodian. What gives you the right to demand it from me? Yun Xiaoshan's face darkened. What gives me the right? Just the fact that I am a true disciple at the 5th level of the quasi-immortal realm, while you. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. You are nothing more than an ant at the 9th level of the respect realm. In Xianxia's sect, power is everything. I am stronger than you. Therefore your possessions are mine. Do you understand? Zhou Chen smiled. I see. Since Brother Yun insists. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then I have something to say as well. As of now. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from Zhou Chen, emanating from his 3rd level of the quasi-immortal realm. He was no longer merely at the 9th level of the respect realm. Yun Xiaoshan's expression changed dramatically. What? You have broken through to the quasi-immortal realm? And it's the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal realm? How is this possible? He stared at Zhou Chen in disbelief. Just a few days ago, Zhou Chen was still at the 9th level of the respect realm. Who would have thought he had now ascended to the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal realm? Such a speed of cultivation was astonishing. Nothing is impossible, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. I merely consumed a breakthrough pill. Oh, I forgot to mention, the taste was dreadful. Breakthrough pill. Yun Xiaodian instantly understood. You consumed the breakthrough pill. That was my pill. How dare you? He was utterly enraged. He had intended to use that breakthrough pill to advance to the 6th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Yet, Zhou Chen had taken it first and consumed it. This was a direct slap to his face. Zhou Chen, you are doomed. Yun Xiaodian unleashed a terrifying pressure at the 5th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Sky Sword Technique. 9 Heaven Slash. 9 beams of sword light were unleashed without reservation, each containing terrifying power. Zhou Chen chuckled coldly. Come on. Great Void Domain. Buzz. The formless domain instantaneously unfolded, enveloping the entire mountain peak. Within the domain, the speed of the 9 beams of sword light suddenly slowed, their power diminished. Yun Xiaoshan's expression changed, a flicker of jealousy and fear flashing in his eyes. This talent was simply terrifying. Zhou Chen calmly declared, Void Divine Sword Technique, Void Annihilation. Whoosh. Dozens of spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Yun Xiaodian. His face paled significantly as he hastily activated his defensive treasure. A spirit shield appeared before him, radiating brilliant light. Boom, boom, boom. The spatial rift struck the spirit shield, producing deafening sounds. The spirit shield trembled violently, developing numerous cracks. Yet, it ultimately managed to withstand this wave of attacks. Huff. Yun Xiaodian breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, he saw Zhou Chen make another move. Void Obliteration. Whoosh. A brilliant beam of sword light sliced forth, embodying the power to annihilate all. This was the second move of the Void Divine Sword Technique. 100 times more powerful than Void Annihilation. Yun Xiaoshan's pupils constricted. Not good. He desperately urged the spirit shield, attempting to block this sword strike. But it was already too late. Crack. The spirit shield shattered instantly. The sword light continued unabated, striking Yun Xiaotian directly. Uffed. Yun Xiaotian spat blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the injury to his chest was too severe, rendering him unable to move. I cannot lose. Yun Xiaotian gritted his teeth, pulling out a pill from his bosom. Blood-exploding pill. Consuming it could temporarily burn his essence blood, elevating his cultivation by 2 levels. But Zhou Chun was faster. Time-space cage. Buzz. The space suddenly solidified, trapping Yun Xiaotian. The pill in his hand froze midair, unable to reach his mouth. Terror filled Yun Xiaoshan's eyes. What are you going to do? Zhou Chun approached Yun Xiaotian, looking down at him from above. Brother Yun, do you remember what you just said? In Xianxia's sect, power is everything. You are stronger than others, hence their possessions are yours. Then, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Now that I am stronger than you, shouldn't your possessions also belong to me? Yun Xiaoshan's face turned ashen. You cannot kill me. I am a true disciple. My master is Yun Tianzan. If you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. Zhou Chun sneered. Rest assured, I won't kill you. After all, killing within the sect is a grave offense. However, he raised his hand and struck Yun Xiaoshan's danshan. Crack. Yun Xiaoshan's danshan was instantly shattered, spiritual energy leaking from him. His cultivation plummeted from the 5th level of the quasi-immortal realm to the 3rd level. Yun Xiaotian let out a wretched scream. Zhou Chun withdrew his hand and lifted the spatial confinement. Brother Yun, consider this a small lesson. If you dare to trouble me again. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Next time, it won't just be a shattered danshan. With that, he turned and returned to the cave dwelling. Yun Xiaotian lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Zhou Chun, I will kill you. I must kill you. He struggled to his feet, staggering away from Zhou Chun's cave. It is important to recognize that while the spiritual realm can mend a shattered danshan, the cost of such restoration is exorbitant, and it is exceedingly challenging to return to one's original state. It must be said that were it not for the inability to overpower him, Yun Xiaotian would be inclined to eliminate Zhou Chun at this very moment. Upon returning to the area designated for true disciples, Yun Xiaotian immediately reached out to Yun Tianzan. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying aura descended upon the Xianxia sect. Yun Tianzan, an elder at the 1st level of the true immortal realm, observed Yun Xiaoshan's miserable condition, his countenance darkened with rage. Xiaotian, who has harmed you? Yun Tianzan inquired in a grave tone. Master, Yun Xiaotian gritted his teeth. It was Zhou Chun, that newly promoted inner sect disciple. He seized the breakthrough pill I had reserved and shattered my danshan. Master, he knelt, beseeching his mentor to take action on his behalf. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yun Tianzan's eyes. Zhou Chun, how audacious! To dare injure my disciple. It appears, a glint of coldness passed through his gaze, that it is time to teach this impudent junior a lesson. In the inner sect area of Xianxia's sect, Zhou Chun returned to his cave dwelling, remaining vigilant. He understood that Yun Xiaotian had the backing of Yun Tianzan. Given Yun Tianzan's protective nature, he would not let the matter rest. Thus, Zhou Chun had already communicated the situation to the higher echelons of the sect, clarifying the circumstances. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A formidable pressure enveloped the entire inner sect area. It was the oppressive force of the true immortal realm. Zhou Chun's expression shifted. They have arrived. He stepped out of his cave and gazed upward. There, hovering in midair, was an elder clad in a gray robe. Yun Tianzan, his aura unfathomable. At the 1st level of the true immortal realm, Zhou Chun, Yun Tianzan's voice reverberated like thunder throughout the inner sect area. You have harmed my disciple and stolen his breakthrough pill. Today, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I demand retribution in blood. Zhou Chun took a deep breath and replied calmly, Senior Yun, I do not comprehend your accusations. The breakthrough pill was a reward for completing a task, which I rightfully earned. As for Senior Yun Xiaotian, he paused. He initiated trouble with me first, and I merely acted in self-defense. Furthermore, Zhou Chun met Yun Tianzan's gaze. I have shown restraint, only shattering his danshan without taking his life. According to sect regulations, I have not violated any rules. Yun Tianzan scoffed. Sect regulations? I am the law. In the Xianxia sect, my words are the decree of heaven. You have harmed my disciple, which is tantamount to disrespecting me. With that, he raised his hand and struck towards Zhou Chun. I shall make you understand the consequences of offending me. Boom. A terrifying force descended from the heavens, imbued with the power to obliterate all in its path. Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. An attack from the 1st level of the true immortal realm was beyond his capability to withstand. Chaos bell arise. Zhou Chun summoned the Chaos Bell, which transformed into a golden radiance, shielding him from above. Clang! The force of the strike collided with the Chaos Bell, producing a deafening sound. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, yet ultimately managed to withstand the blow. Yun Tianzun frowned. What is this treasure? No. Upon further sensing the aura of the Chaos Bell, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. This contains a hint of chaotic energy, a celestial-grade artifact? How could a mere junior at the third level of the quasi-immortal realm possess such a treasure? Zhou Qin remained silent. The Chaos Bell was one of his greatest trump cards, and he could not afford to reveal too much information. A glimmer of greed flickered in Yun Tianzun's eyes. It seems you harbor many secrets. However, it matters not. Once I eliminate you, all these secrets shall belong to me. He struck again, this time with even greater might. Heavenly destruction. A fearsome force descended, containing the power to annihilate the world. This strike could easily slay hundreds of cultivators at the 10th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the Chaos Bell, while simultaneously preparing to retrieve a fragment of an immortal-less bone. But just then, an even more terrifying pressure descended. Halt! A commanding voice resonated throughout the heavens. The figure of Xiang Jinren suddenly appeared before Zhou Chun. He raised his hand in a sweeping motion, unleashing a violet beam that neutralized Yun Tianzun's force. Boom! The collision of two true immortal forces erupted in a wave of terrifying energy. However, Xiang Jinren, being at the third level of the true immortal realm, easily overpowered Yun Tianzun. Yun Tianzun, Xiang Jinren stated coldly, as a guest elder of the sect, how dare you attack a disciple within the confines of the sect? Do you wish to violate the sect's regulations? Yun Tianzun's face darkened. Xiang, what do you mean? This brat harmed my disciple. Am I not justified in seeking vengeance? Xiang Jinren shook his head. The conflict between Yun Xiaodian and Zhou Chun is a personal grudge. Moreover, Zhou Chun has shown mercy, sparing Yun Xiaodian's life. According to sect regulations, Zhou Chun has not acted in violation. Should you insist on attacking him, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You would be opposing the sect itself. Yun Tianzun gritted his teeth, acknowledging the truth in Xiang Jinren's words. The sect's regulations clearly state that personal grievances among disciples should not be interfered with by elders, unless a disciple is killed, in which case retribution is permitted. Since Yun Xiaodian was merely injured and not dead, Yun Tianzun's actions indeed constituted a breach of the sect's rules. Very well, he breathed deeply, suppressing his fury. For now, I shall spare his life. However, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with animosity. You had better pray that you never leave the sect. Otherwise, he warned, I will make your existence a living hell. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 410. Xiang takes action. Rumors of the relic. Xiang Jinren watched Yun Tianzun's retreating figure, his brow furrowing in thought. He then turned to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, Xiang Jinren said earnestly, Yun Tianzun is a petty man, one who harbors a vengeful spirit. Having offended him, you must exercise caution from here on out. Moreover, he paused, for the time being, refrain from leaving the sect. Within the sect, regulations provide you protection. Yun Tianzun would not dare act recklessly. However, should you step outside, he may very well attempt to take your life. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xiang, for saving my life. I understand. Xiang Jinren nodded. You possess considerable talent. The sect will not abandon you. Focus on your cultivation and strive to enhance your strength. Once you have gained sufficient power, even Yun Tianzun will be unable to harm you. With that, he turned and departed. Zhou Chun gazed at Xiang Jinren's retreating figure, pondering to himself, it seems the internal dynamics of the Xianxia sect are not entirely cohesive. Elder Xiang's willingness to protect me suggests that the sect leader places significant importance on me. In contrast, Yun Tianzun appears to align with the faction of elders or rogue cultivators. 3 days later, in the inner sect square, the Xianxia sect convened a disciple assembly. The sect leader, Xianxia Jinren, personally attended to announce the punishment of Yun Tianzun. Yun Tianzun, as a guest elder, brazenly resorted to force against a disciple within the sect, contravening the established regulations. The voice of Xianxia Jinren reverberated throughout the assembly, following deliberation by the Elder Council. It has been resolved to impose the following penalties upon Yun Tianzun. His stipend as a guest elder shall be revoked for 1 year, and he is to be placed under house arrest for 3 months, confined to the area designated for true disciples. Should he transgress again, his gaze turned piercing, he shall be summarily expelled from Xianxia sect. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All disciples were taken aback. Yun Tianzun was a formidable presence. A first-layer true immortal, holding an exalted status within Xianxia sect. To be subjected to such stringent punishment by the sect leader was indeed a stark indication that the sect was resolutely committed to safeguarding Zhou. Unbeknownst to Zhou, Xian had played a substantial role in this development. It was her fervent persuasion that compelled the sect leader to decisively penalize Yun Tianzan. Otherwise, such a matter would not have warranted a response if it had involved other disciples. Yun Xiaodian stood amidst the throng, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. He had not anticipated that his master would face punishment, while the instigator, Zhou, remained unscathed. Damn it! Cursed Zhou, cursed sect leader. Yun Xiaoshan's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, he could not possibly contend against the will of the sect. He could only endure, biding his time for a future opportunity to exact a fervent revenge. Xianxia Jinren continued, "Moreover, I have another announcement to make." Zhou, his gaze fixed upon Zhou. "By virtue of your achievement as the top candidate in the outer sect selection, you are hereby promoted to an inner sect disciple. In the brief span of 1 month, you have ascended to the 3rd layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Your extraordinary talent and formidable strength have compelled me, in conjunction with the esteemed elders, to make an exceptional decision. You shall be elevated to the status of a core inner disciple." Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Zhou is to become a core inner disciple? This is exceedingly rapid. He has only just entered the inner sect a month ago. All disciples were flabbergasted. Typically, one must undergo rigorous assessments to attain the rank of core disciple, yet Zhou had been directly elevated beyond such prerequisites. This treatment was nothing short of miraculous. Xian, standing among the crowd, regarded him with admiration. Zhou approached the elevated platform, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for the sect leader's generous favor. I shall strive to meet the expectations of the sect." Xianxia Jinren nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. From this day forth, you are a core inner disciple. You may relocate to the core disciple area and enjoy all the privileges therein. Each month, you shall receive 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals and a medium-grade immortal elixir." He paused. "Additionally, you are permitted access to the 7th level of the scripture repository, where you may peruse medium-grade immortal techniques and secret arts." Zhou eyes sparkled with excitement. The 7th level of the scripture repository was reserved for core and true disciples, containing an abundance of medium-grade immortal techniques, secret arts, and formations. Gaining entry could potentially lead him to discover even more powerful treasures. "Thank you, sect leader," Zhou reiterated with a bow. Following the conclusion of the disciples' assembly, Zhou returned to his cave dwelling, commencing preparations to relocate to the core disciple area. At that moment, Xian entered. "Congratulations, junior brother Zhou," she said with a smile. Zhou nodded. "Thank you, senior sister Xian. I believe Elder Yun's punishment is largely due to your efforts. I am truly grateful. It was but a trifling matter." "Junior brother, you flatter me," Xian replied, surprised that Zhou could deduce her involvement, elevating her opinion of him. "By the way," she paused, "did you seek me for something?" Xian's demeanor grew serious. "Junior brother Zhou, I have come to offer you a word of caution. Although the sect leader has punished Yun Tianzan, both he and Yun Xiaodian will not let this matter rest easily. They will undoubtedly seek ways to retaliate against you. Therefore," she lowered her voice, "you must exercise utmost caution in the coming period. Avoid venturing out alone and refrain from accepting perilous tasks. Remain within the sect, under the protection of the higher-ups." Zhou nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I shall be vigilant." Xian continued. "Furthermore, 3 months from now, an ancient relic will be unearthed deep within the Xianxia mountain range. The sect will dispatch disciples to explore it. True disciples and core disciples may participate. If you are interested, you can sign up." Zhou eyes brightened. An ancient relic in 3 months? This was precisely Yun Xiaoshan's 3rd opportunity. According to the opportunity panel, Yun Xiaodian would discover the ancient immortal king's cave dwelling 3 months hence and acquire the medium-grade immortal technique, Yunxiao Xianding. It seemed that Zhou mused inwardly. This ancient relic must be the immortal king's cave. Yunxiao Xianding, I must secure it. He turned to Xian. "Thank you for the information, senior sister. I will certainly participate." Xian nodded. "That is good to hear. However," she cautioned, "that relic is exceedingly perilous. Rumored to be guarded by prohibitions of immortal king caliber. Even true disciples risk their lives entering. Should you decide to participate, exercise extreme caution." Zhou acknowledged, "I understand." Xian then shared some additional precautions before taking her leave. Zhou watched her retreating figure, contemplating. Xian is indeed commendable. Though she seeks to align with me for the sect leader's interests, her warning is genuinely well-intentioned. If the opportunity arises in the future, a gentle glimmer crossed his eyes. I shall lend her a hand. Days later, Chapter 411, Quasi-Immortal 5th Layer, The Relic Awakens. Zhou relocated to the core disciple area. The environment here was vastly superior to that of the inner sect, with the density of spiritual energy threefold that of the inner sect. Each cave dwelling was equipped with comprehensive formations and facilities. Zhou Qin's cave was situated halfway up a mountain peak, constructed entirely from purple mysterious stone, with an extremely spacious interior. It included a training room, alchemy chamber, artifact refinement room, library, and spiritual herb garden, everything one could desire. Upon entering the training room, Zhou Qin promptly set up soundproof and defensive formations to ensure no one could disturb his seclusion. Subsequently, he retrieved 5,000 high-grade immortal crystals from his system space, placing them beside him. The 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals distributed by the sect were not unusable, but the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption paled in comparison to that of high-grade immortal crystals. Thus, he opted for the latter directly. Let us begin. Zhou Qin closed his eyes and activated the Xianxia immortal cannon. Buzz. Countless immortal crystals transformed into pure immortal spiritual power, surging into Zhou Qin's body. The Taixu Dao principle within him began to operate, refining this spiritual power. Time passed gradually. 10 days later, crack. Zhou Qin's cultivation progressed from the third layer of the quasi-mortal realm to the fourth layer. He did not pause, continuing his training. Another 20 days passed, crack. Zhou Qin's cultivation advanced from the fourth layer of the quasi-mortal realm to the fifth layer. Moreover, his foundation was exceptionally solid, without a trace of instability. However, Zhou Qin did not allow himself to relax. He was acutely aware that Yun Xiaodian had the backing of Yun Tianzan. Yun Tianzan is certain to provide Yun Xiaodian with various resources to aid in the restoration of his strength. It is possible that Yun Xiaodian has already regained his cultivation to the fifth level of the semi-mortal realm, or even higher. He once again retrieved the Void Divine Sword technique to continue his comprehension. Time passed gradually. A month later, Zhou Qin had thoroughly perfected the Void Divine Sword technique. When combined with his mastery of spatial laws, its power was exponentially amplified. At the inner sect square, hundreds of disciples had gathered, including core disciples and true transmission disciples, all preparing to participate in the exploration of the ancient ruins. Upon Zhou Qin's arrival at the square, he immediately captured the attention of many. It's Zhou Qin. He is also participating in the ruins exploration? I heard he went into seclusion 3 months ago. I wonder how his cultivation stands now, the crowd murmured. Upon seeing Zhou Qin, Xian hastily approached him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhou Qin, have you broken through to the fourth level of the semi-mortal realm? So soon? A breakthrough in just 3 months. Your cultivation speed is truly astonishing. To avoid drawing too much attention, Zhou Qin employed the divine concealment technique to mask his true cultivation at the fourth level of the semi-mortal realm. He smiled faintly. It's nothing much. The residual effects of the broken mirror pill helped, along with a stroke of luck in my comprehension. Afterward, Zhou Qin scanned his surroundings and indeed spotted Yun Xiaodian. Dressed in a white robe, Yun Xiaodian still exuded an extraordinary aura. However, his presence felt significantly diminished compared to 3 months ago. Now firmly at the fourth level of the semi-mortal realm, Zhou Qin mused inwardly. Despite his relentless training over the past 3 months, Yun Xiaodian has only managed to recover to the fourth level of the semi-mortal realm. Yun Xiaodian also noticed Zhou Qin. Their gazes locked, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. Yun Xiaoshan's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, while Zhou Qin remained as serene as a placid lake. Without a hint of hesitation, Yun Xiaodian approached Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin, he ground out through clenched teeth. This time during the ruins exploration, I will surely kill you. In the ruins, life and death are dictated by fate. Even the higher-ups of the sect cannot intervene. Zhou Qin replied nonchalantly, is that so? I look forward to it. However, he regarded Yun Xiaodian. I would like to remind you of something. Last time, outside the cave, you were no match for me. This time, do you think the outcome will be any different? Yun Xiaoshan's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retorting, for Zhou Qin spoke the truth. 3 months prior, at the fifth level of the semi-mortal realm, he had been defeated by Zhou Qin, his stanchion shattered. Now, at the fourth level of the semi-mortal realm, Zhou Qin was also at the same level. If a confrontation were to ensue, he might not be the victor. However, recalling the trump card provided by Yun Tianzan, Yun Xiaodian felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, a commanding voice emanated from the high platform. Disciples, silence. The figure of Xiang Zhenren appeared atop the platform. I will now announce the rules for the exploration of the ancient ruins. This time, the ruins are located deep within the Xianxia mountain range, known as the secret realm of the martial spirit immortal king. It is said to be the cave of the ancient martial spirit immortal king, who perished long ago. Within the cave, there exists a plethora of treasures, techniques, magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and legacies. He paused for effect. However, he continued with a grave expression. The cave is rife with peril, restrictions, demonic beasts, and traps abound. Even true transmission disciples may lose their lives within. Therefore, his gaze sharpened, you must exercise utmost caution. Do you understand? All the disciples replied in unison, understood. Xianxia nodded approvingly, very well. Additionally, within the secret realm, the killing of fellow disciples is strictly prohibited. Any violators, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes, will be expelled from the sect and have their cultivation abolished. Upon hearing this, many disciples paled, especially Xianxia. He had initially planned to kill Zhou Chun within the secret realm, but now, with this regulation in place, he too would face expulsion if caught. Damn it. Xianxia seethed through gritted teeth. Yet Xianxia continued. However, if any disciple meets their demise due to encounters with demonic beasts or restrictions, they shall not be held accountable. Yun Xiaoshan's eyes brightened. How ingenious. As long as he could disguise the act as the work of a demonic beast or a restriction, he could eliminate Zhou Chun without consequence. Xianxia announced. Now, the secret realm is about to open. Prepare to follow me. With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized in the center of the square. Entering the portal would transport them to the entrance of the secret realm. Remember, the secret realm will remain open for 3 months. After 3 months, it will close automatically. If one has yet to leave by then, they shall be eternally trapped inside. All disciples nodded, and one by one, they stepped into the portal. Zhou Chun followed suit. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different location, a desolate valley. In the center of the valley stood a colossal stone door, towering 100 feet high, forged entirely from black iron. Exuding an ancient aura, the door was etched with intricate runes, emanating a terrifying pressure reminiscent of an immortal king. This is the entrance to the immortal king's secret realm, Zhou Chun murmured to himself. Xianxia stood before the stone door, proclaiming loudly. The secret realm is about to commence. Disciples, prepare to enter. Remember, the dangers within are manifold. Proceed with caution. If you encounter insurmountable danger, flee immediately. With that, he infused his spiritual energy into the stone door. With a rumble, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, profound passageway. Chapter 412. Eliminate Xianxia. Inheritance of the Immortal King. The passage exuded a faint aura of immortality as the secret realm commenced. Disciples, enter, Xianxia instructed. The disciples eagerly stepped into the passage. Zhou Chun included. The corridor was lengthy, extending several hundred meters. Upon reaching the end, an expansive space opened before them. This vast area was astonishingly rich in spiritual energy. In the distance lay countless palaces, towers, and gardens, resembling a celestial paradise. This is the Immortal King's secret realm, Zhou Chun remarked. A flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Skillfully, he accessed Yun Xiaoshan's opportunity panel, confirming that the fellow's fortunes had indeed refreshed. Name, Xianxia. Recent opportunities, 1. In 2 days, at the Eastern Library of the Secret Realm, acquire the mid-grade Immortal Technique Yungxiao Immortal Cannon. 2. In 5 days, at the Southern Pharmacy of the Secret Realm, obtain 3 mid-grade Immortal Pills, the Immortal King Pill. 3. In 10 days, at the Northern Artifact Pavilion of the Secret Realm, acquire the upper-grade Immortal Artifact Yungxiao Sword. 4. In half a month, at the Central Inheritance Hall of the Secret Realm, obtain the Immortal King's Inheritance. Allowing mastery of the martial spirit Immortal King, Sword Intent. A glimmer of excitement shone in Zhou Chun's eyes. All of this is mine. Without further hesitation, he swiftly darted toward the eastern section of the Secret Realm. Half a day later, in the eastern part of the Secret Realm, Zhou Chun quickly located the library. The library was a 3-story building, constructed entirely of jade, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. However, the gate remained firmly shut, adorned with the Celestial King's seal. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow, pondering, with my current prowess, forcing a breach may well provoke a tumult in this secret realm. He extended his consciousness into the seal, meticulously analyzing its structure. After a brief moment, enlightenment struck him. I comprehend now. This seal necessitates the application of spatial laws for its dissolution. A subtle smile graced Zhou Chun's lips as he harnessed the spatial laws, infusing them into the seal in a specific manner. A soft hum resonated as the seal gradually dissipated. The gate swung open, allowing Zhou Chun to step into the library. Inside, countless shelves stood laden with a plethora of tomes, techniques, secrets, formations, and alchemical recipes, all encompassed within. Yet, Zhou Chun remained unfazed by these treasures, for he had the means to store them within his system space. He made his way directly to the innermost recesses. According to the fortune panel, the Yunxiao immortal scripture resided at the deepest point of the library. Before long, he discovered it, nestled in a corner on a shelf, a jade slip emanating a faint glow. This was indeed the Yunxiao immortal scripture, a mid-tier celestial technique centered around the essence of Xianxia, capable of cultivating to the 10th level of the true immortal realm. Zhou Chun grasped the jade slip, probing it with his consciousness. Boom. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The Xianxia immortal scripture was divided into 9 layers, each imbued with profound cultivation methods and insights into the laws. Zhou Chun was filled with admiration. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoshan's opportunity. Triggered a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Supreme Celestial Consciousness Technique, Yungxiao Shendi Jing. Upon reading the technique's introduction, Zhou Chun felt a tremor of astonishment. This method appeared even more intricate than the Xianxia immortal scripture. However, with the foundation of the 9 heavens refining spirit technique, he quickly grasped the essentials. After departing the library, Zhou Chun hastened towards the southern region of the secret realm. The Celestial King Pill was a mid-tier celestial elixir that could enhance one's cultivation and offered a chance to comprehend the essence of the Celestial King's Tao. The environment in the southern region starkly contrasted with that of the east, rife with poisonous miasma and ferocious beasts. Along his journey, Zhou Chun encountered dozens of quasi-immortal beasts, the strongest of which barely reached the 4th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Nonetheless, he dispatched this horde with ease. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun finally arrived at the Pill Pavilion, a 5-story edifice crafted entirely from jade, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Yet, like the library, the pavilion's gate was tightly shut, guarded by another Celestial King's seal. Another Celestial King's seal, Zhou Chun grimaced. This seal, unlike the previous one, appeared peculiar. It seemed to require the inscription patterns above to be manipulated in a specific order, reminiscent of the game of sliding blocks. Following the precise sequence indicated by the fortune panel, he swiftly resolved the puzzle. A soft hum echoed as the seal dissipated, and the gate swung open. Inside lay an array of jade slips containing various alchemical recipes, yet the Celestial King Pill was located on the topmost level of the pavilion. Before long, he found it. Within an exquisite jade box, 3 radiant pills rested, emitting a gentle luminescence. These were the Celestial King Pills. Zhou Chun lifted the box and probed it with his consciousness. The pills harbored an exceptionally pure spiritual power and the essence of the Celestial King's Tao, exerting a slight pressure even on his consciousness. Such a domineering Tao essence, Zhou Chun mused. Just then, the system's notification sounded once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoshan's opportunity. Triggered a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 Supreme Celestial Pills, Xindi Daoquo. Zhou Chun's vision blurred as 3 Xindi Daoquo appeared in his hand. Consuming them would not only elevate his cultivation, but also guarantee a complete comprehension of the Xindi Tao essence. However, Zhou Chun refrained from consuming them immediately. Instead, he resolved to secure further opportunities before proceeding. Yet, as he journeyed onward, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him. Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he halted abruptly. In the next instant, a beam of sword light descended from above, cleaving toward him. Yungxiao's sword technique, 9 heavens / Zhou Chun's pupils constricted, and he promptly activated the void realm. A hum resonated as the intangible domain unfurled, diminishing the sword light's power. Simultaneously, he executed the void divine sword technique. Void obliteration. A rift in space materialized, shattering the sword light. Boom. The collision of forces unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy, causing Zhou Chun to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance. He looked up to see a young man clad in a white robe. Floating in midair, it was none other than Yun Xiaotian. Zhou Chun, Yun Xiaotian sneered, surprised to see me? I have tracked you down. Zhou Chun's expression remained impassive. You've been tailing me all along. Yun Xiaotian nodded. Indeed, since you entered the secret realm, I have shadowed your every move. I noticed. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, that you seem remarkably knowledgeable about the locations of treasures within this realm. First, you visited the library. Then the Pill Pavilion, places I had intended to explore myself. Zhou Chun's heart sank. It appeared that Yun Xiaotian had begun to suspect him. Yun Xiaotian continued with a derisive smirk. Perhaps you harbor some unspeakable secret. Zhou Chun replied coolly, I do not grasp your insinuations. I merely stumbled upon these locations by sheer fortune. Yun Xiaotian scoffed, Fortune? Do you take me for a fool? Enough of this. He drew his sword, stating, Since you refuse to speak, I shall end your life. Once you are gone, all your secrets will be mine. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from him, emanating from the 4th level of the quasi-immortal realm. 9 Heavens Annihilation. Chapter 413. The Might of Celestial Bones, the Essence of Chaos. 9 beams of sword light surged forth instantaneously, each imbued with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This was the most formidable technique of the Xianxia sword technique, even when reduced to the 4th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Xianxia was confident that its might could vanquish those at the 6th level. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel a pang of anxiety for Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun remained unperturbed. Xianxia, you have made progress, he remarked coolly. But alas, it seems my advancement surpasses yours. A terrifying aura erupted from him, revealing his breakthrough to the 5th level of the quasi-immortal realm. Void realm. A hum reverberated as the intangible domain enveloped the entire area. The speed of the 9 beams of sword light suddenly diminished. Their power reduced to less than 1/10 of their original might. Yun Xiaoshan's countenance shifted. 5th level of the quasi-immortal realm. You have actually broken through to the 5th level. He gazed at Zhou Chun in disbelief. 3 months prior, Zhou Chun had been at the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal realm. Such a rate of cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. Impossible. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Even if you've reached the 5th level, you cannot hope to match my strength. He retrieved a jade talisman from his possession, unveiling the trump card bestowed upon him by Yuntian Zun. This is a true immortal talisman. Upon activation, it can unleash the full might of a true immortal. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You have forced my hand. He activated the true immortal talisman. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from the talisman. A brilliant beam of light shot into the heavens, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, striking towards Zhou Chun. This palm contained the overwhelming might of a true immortal, akin to a celestial deity descending upon the earth. Even the very fabric of space distorted under this immense force. Zhou Chun's expression turned grave. The full power of a true immortal was indeed formidable. With his current strength, he could not hope to withstand it. Zhou Chun performed the purple mist transformation technique, becoming a streak of purple light that soared into the distance. However, the assault from the true immortal talisman was far too swift. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Zhou Chun. Damn it! Zhou Chun instantly activated the chaos bell while swiftly retrieving a fragment of celestial bone from the system space. Go! The moment the celestial bone Zhou Chun cast from the system space appeared, the world abruptly changed color. Above the secret realm's sky, the clouds began to churn, and a blinding golden light seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping the celestial bone. The bone's joints began to glow, and its surface was adorned with a multitude of celestial king runes, each line pulsating as if alive, emitting a resonating hum that shook the very space around it. The spiritual energy of the entire secret realm surged violently, coiling into a whirlwind around the celestial bone. In the next moment, Yun Xiaoshan's pupils constricted, reflecting the approaching golden light. The true immortal talisman could not withstand even a moment, being instantly crushed by the celestial bone. Before he could react, his protective aura was torn asunder like thin paper, and his body was reduced to ashes upon contact with the golden light. Boom! As the celestial bone struck the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. Centered around Yun Xiaodian, a mushroom cloud rose, and the earth within a 10,000 zhang radius suddenly collapsed. Yun Xiaodian began to disintegrate inch by inch, his flesh and soul obliterated by the mysterious celestial king runes. When the dust settled, only a bottomless pit remained. As if proclaiming that a terrifying battle had transpired here, Zhou Chun gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had not anticipated the celestial bone to possess such immense power. It could likely even eliminate Yun Tianzun in an instant. Had he not fled swiftly, protected by the chaos bell, his fate would not have been much better than Yun Xiaoshan's. However, with the battleground in ruins, even the mightiest of heavenly beings would struggle to uncover any clues. Zhou Chun quickly departed the scene. Though a life had been extinguished, opportunities still lingered, and Zhou Chun had no intention of letting them go to waste. Wasting was a disgrace. In the treasure pavilion, a chime echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoshan's high-grade celestial tier cloud sword, triggering 10,000 times critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the essence of the chaos bell. Zhou Chun did not hesitate to input the essence into the chaos bell. Suddenly, a chaotic essence emerged, entwining around the ancient bell. The previously dim runes on the chaos bell instantly brightened, and countless beams of chaotic light erupted, nearly blinding Zhou Chun. Before long, boom. The chaos bell began to tremble violently, its surface adorned with an intricate array of ancient divine patterns, each line pulsating as if alive, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The void collapsed under the sound of the bell's toll, and the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water surged forth from the fissures, all absorbed by the chaos bell. As the runes flowed, the pressure emanating from the chaos bell soared, ascending from low-grade celestial tier to middle grade, then to high grade, culminating in a resounding chime that resonated through the 9 heavens. The chaos bell transformed into a colossal silhouette suspended in the sky, and wherever its sound echoed, space froze. And the laws of reality recoiled. Zhou Chun was filled with awe as he gently summoned the chaos bell back, sensing the vast chaotic power within. It felt as if with a mere thought, he could shatter the starry seas or subdue the ages. How terrifying! Zhou Chun had not anticipated such a profound transformation after the chaos bell's advancement. It compelled him to ponder the true origins of the chaos bell. However, he did not dwell on it for long and continued on to his next destination. The central hall of the secret realm was the Inheritance Hall. This hall was a grand palace, towering 1,000 zhang, entirely crafted from purple gold, emanating the aura of a celestial king. Outside the palace, dozens of disciples had gathered, all vying for the inheritance of the celestial king. Among them were Xian and several other true disciples. As Zhou Chun descended outside the palace, Xian hurried over upon seeing him. "Junior brother Zhou, you've come too?" Xian whispered. "The Inheritance Hall is about to open. Those who obtain the inheritance may have the opportunity to learn the sword intent of the spirit martial celestial king." She paused, her tone turning serious. "There will be trials within the Inheritance Hall. Only those who pass the trials can gain the inheritance. Even true disciples may lose their lives." Zhou Chun nodded. "Thank you for the warning, senior sister." However, it was perplexing to Xian that Xianxia had yet to make an appearance. He was usually present in such situations. Just then, the grand doors of the Inheritance Hall slowly opened. A terrifying aura of the celestial king emanated from within, engulfing all disciples in a wave of immense pressure. "The Inheritance Hall has opened." A true disciple intoned solemnly. "Everyone, rely on your own abilities." With that, he dashed into the Inheritance Hall, followed closely by the other disciples. Zhou Chun took a deep breath and entered the Inheritance Hall as well. Inside, a long corridor stretched before him. Countless stone statues stood on either side of the passage, each exuding a terrifying presence. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Could these statues be the trials left by the celestial king? Just then, the stone statues suddenly moved. Their eyes opened wide, unleashing a terrifying aura as they charged toward the entrance of the corridor. Each possessed the strength of a fifth-layer quasi-immortal. They were relentless, unafraid of death, and their combat prowess was exceedingly fearsome. Chapter 414, The Celestial King's Trial, Sword Intent Inheritance. A disciple at the third layer of quasi-immortal was struck by a punch from a stone statue, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The protective inscription activated instantly, forcibly teleporting him out of the secret realm. Witnessing this, the other disciples unleashed their full strength to engage the stone statues in battle. However, the number of statues was overwhelming, with hundreds present, while only a few dozen disciples had entered the Inheritance Hall. Soon, over a dozen disciples were defeated by the statues and forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. Zhou Chun faced the assault of 3 stone statues with a calm demeanor. Buzz! An invisible domain unfolded instantly, enveloping the surroundings. The speed of the 3 statues suddenly slowed, and their power was diminished. The void shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, slicing toward the stone statues. Crack, crack. The 3 statues were swiftly reduced to fragments, dissipating into dust. Zhou Chun sheathed his sword and continued onward. Yet, just as he took a few steps, more stone statues appeared ahead. This time, there were 10 statues, and their strength had reached the 6th layer of quasi-immortal. It seemed that the deeper one ventured, the stronger the statues became. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. He took a deep breath and retrieved the cloud sword from the system's space, its blade emanating a terrifying golden light. As a high-grade celestial tier artifact, coupled with the void annihilation sword technique, its power surged exponentially. The void was about to be obliterated. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light cleaved through the air, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Boom, boom, boom. 10 stone statues were instantly shattered, disintegrating into dust. Zhou Chun pressed onward. Along his path, he encountered countless statues. Some at the 6th layer of quasi-immortal realm, others at the 7th, and even some at the 8th layer. Yet, before Zhou Chun's Taigzi domain and void divine sword technique, these statues were not but fragile. Unbeknownst to him, he had far surpassed everyone around him, including Xian. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun finally reached the end of the passage. Before him stood a grand hall. In the center of the hall floated a stone tablet, emanating a soft glow. Upon the tablet were inscribed 2 ancient characters, Wu Ling. This was the place of inheritance for the sword intent of the Wu Ling immortal king. Zhou Chun murmured to himself. As he stepped into the hall, the stone tablet emitted an intangible aura. Gradually, innumerable points of light appeared within the hall, swiftly coalescing into a figure that materialized before Zhou Chun. As Zhou Chun discerned the figure, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an extraordinary presence and radiating the supreme pressure of the immortal king realm. Though merely a projection, it was still suffocating. Are you the inheritor of this generation? The middle-aged man inquired calmly. Zhou Chen clasped his hands and replied, Junior Zhou Chun, greetings to the esteemed elder. The middle-aged man nodded. I am the Wu Ling Immortal King, the master of this secret realm. Your arrival here indicates considerable strength. However, he paused, to obtain my inheritance. You must first pass the final test. Zhou Chen nodded. Please, esteemed elder, give your instructions. The Wu Ling Immortal King waved his hand, and suddenly, a colossal sword formation emerged in the center of the hall. This is the sword formation I left behind, Wu Ling Guizong. It consists of 9,999 immortal swords, each containing my sword intent. You must endure within this formation for 1 hour. If you can persevere. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. You shall receive my sword intent inheritance. Should you fail to endure, however, you will be forcibly expelled from the secret realm and lose your qualification for the inheritance. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. Junior understands. Let us begin. The Wu Ling Immortal King nodded and activated the sword formation with a wave of his hand. Buzz. 9,999 swords vibrated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent intertwined, transforming into a force capable of obliterating heaven and earth, bearing down upon Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's expression turned grave. The pressure from this sword intent far exceeded any attack he had encountered previously. Even a first-layer true immortal would likely falter before such a formidable force. Takes a domain. Zhou Chen summoned his domain, attempting to mitigate the pressure of the Wu Ling sword intent. However, the effects were not as pronounced this time. The sword intent surpassed his cultivation level by too great a margin. The domain could only diminish its potency by a mere 10%. Damn it. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. It seems I must endure it head-on. He activated the Chaos Bell, which transformed into a golden barrier that enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword intents struck against the Chaos Bell, producing a deafening cacophony. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, but ultimately withstood the onslaught. Yet Zhou Chen also felt the immense strain. Although the Chaos Bell had been upgraded to a supreme-grade immortal treasure, enduring such dense attacks for an extended period drained his celestial spiritual energy significantly. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour, 2 quarters, half an hour. Zhou Chen's internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The brilliance of the Chaos Bell began to dim. This won't do, Zhou Chen thought anxiously. At this rate, I won't last an hour. I must find a solution. Suddenly, he recalled the Void Divine Sword technique he had intercepted earlier. The third form, Oblivion Reincarnation, could suppress all attacks. He withdrew the Chaos Bell and activated the Void Divine Sword technique. Oblivion Reincarnation. Buzz. A profound power erupted from within Zhou Chen. This force manifested as a transparent barrier that enveloped him, as if isolating him in another realm. Countless sword intents struck the barrier but could not breach its defenses. Simultaneously, numerous terrifying sword energies slashed forth from the rifts in the surrounding space. Each blade carried the essence of perfected laws, intricate and formidable, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The sword intents within the formation were considerably dispersed by this phenomenon. The projection of the Wu Ling Immortal King observed this scene. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A hint of admiration gleamed within them. This youth has managed to utilize the spatial laws to such an extent. Impressive. Time continued to elapse. 3/4 of an hour, 4 quarters. Finally, an hour had passed. The sword formation ceased its assault. The 9,999 swords slowly dissipated. Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief and stowed away the Chaos Bell. The projection of the Wu Ling Immortal King approached Zhou Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. Excellent. You are the first in tens of thousands of years to pass my test. Moreover, he paused, your talent and comprehension far exceed my expectations. Therefore, he waved his hand, and the stone tablet floated before Zhou Chen. This is my sword intent inheritance. You may absorb it. Once absorbed, you will master my sword intent. The Wu Ling sword intent. This embodies the essence of my lifelong sword path. I hope you will make good use of it. Zhou Chen clasped his hands. Thank you. Esteemed elder. He reached out to touch the stone tablet. Boom. Countless pieces of information surged into his mind, containing the Wu Ling Immortal King's insights and the essence of sword intent gathered throughout his life. Zhou Chen closed his eyes and began to absorb this information. Time passed gradually. Chapter 4:15. Immortal Emperor's Sword Intent, Terrifying Enhancement. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a flash of sword light igniting within. He had successfully received the Wu Ling sword intent. However, due to the overwhelming magnitude of the Immortal King's sword intent, he had not yet fully absorbed it. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Yun Xiaoshan's opportunity. triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Immortal Emperor's Sword Intent. Zhou Qin's eye snapped shut. Yet his internal energy roared and trembled as if the universe were being born anew. The strand of Immortal Emperor's Sword Intent, upon merely touching his consciousness erupted with an explosion of blinding radiance. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would surely be left agape. This was the manifestation of Sword Intent, a domain unique to the Immortal Emperor. But the spectacle did not end there. This Immortal Emperor's Sword Intent condensed within his divine palace into a colossal sword shadow that spanned the starry river. It was none other than the Imperial Pathmark, the Qingping sword, which Zhou Qin had previously coalesced. Now, it ought to be referred to as the Celestial Pathmark. The spine of the sword bore mysterious ancient inscriptions, and as the blade oscillated, it cleaved through the void, leaving countless fissures in its wake. Give it to me, devour. With Zhou Qin's low roar, the Wu Ling's Sword Intent, which was to be forcibly implanted into his consciousness now thrashed wildly. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of the Immortal Emperor, it shattered in rapid succession, the Sword Intent instantly fragmenting and plummeting into his consciousness transforming into nourishment for the Qing Lian Celestial Pathmark. Clang! Behind Zhou Qin, the totem of 9 great suns materialized in an instant. With but a slight tremor, it seemed as though the stars of the cosmos were poised to cascade down. The projection of the martial spirit Immortal King had yet to dissipate, yet at this moment, it was forcibly bent, a testament to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Sword Intent of the Immortal Emperor. Immortal King's Sword Intent? No, this was. The Immortal King's projection's pupils quaked violently, rendered speechless as it beheld the manifestation of an Immortal Emperor's Sword Intent, crowned by 33 heavens, rise behind the youth. How could a mortal vessel possibly bear the Sword Intent of an Immortal Emperor? How could this be? In disbelief, he gazed at Zhou Qin. The elevation of Sword Intent necessitates countless years of arduous cultivation and profound insight. Yet, Zhou Qin had accomplished this in merely half an hour. Not only embracing the Sword Intent of the martial spirit, but also comprehending the Sword Intent of the Immortal Emperor. Where's the rationale in this? It was utterly inconceivable. The martial spirit Immortal King cast a profound glance at Zhou Qin. Indeed, you are the chosen one. I have not erred in my judgment. Your future. A flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes. You shall undoubtedly surpass me. Cultivate diligently. In time, perhaps you will ascend to the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Or even beyond. With that, his projection gradually faded away. Standing in the center of the Grand Hall, Zhou Qin felt the surging power within him. The formidable Sword Intent of the Immortal Emperor had catalyzed a qualitative leap in his combat prowess. Now, he was capable of challenging cultivators at the 10th layer of the quasi-immortal realm, and even had confidence in contending with those at the first layer of the true immortal realm. A cold smile crept upon Zhou Qin's lips. I wonder if that old dog Xianxia has cleaned his neck. He turned and departed from the Hall of Inheritance. There was still some time before the secret realm would close, and he intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly explore the realm in search of other treasures. At the periphery of the secret realm, the moment Yun Xiaoshan's life token shattered, Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, tears streamed down his face. Xiaotian, who could have done this? My poor son. It turned out that their relationship extended beyond mere master and disciple. They were, in fact, father and son, a little-known secret within the Xianxia sect. Although Yuntian was unaware of who had slain Yun Xiaotian, he immediately fixed his sights on Zhou Qin. Regardless of whether Zhou Qin was the culprit, he must ensure that he met his demise, accompanying Yun Xiaotian in death. It was a fortuitous stroke of fate. As for the sect's prohibition against leaving, who cared? Yuntian's figure flickered and vanished from his location. Just as Zhou Qin stepped out of the Hall of Inheritance, he felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. Zhou Qin's expression changed. This aura had actually reached the first layer of the true immortal realm. It was Yuntian. A grave look crossed Zhou Qin's eyes. I didn't expect him to arrive. He silently mused. Yuntian has been confined by the sect leader for 3 months, forbidden from leaving. I never imagined he would dare to defy the sect's regulations. With his connections, it would be effortless for him to sneak into the secret realm. At that moment, Yuntian's figure materialized in midair. Zhou Qin, he said with a cold smile. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Zhou Qin responded nonchalantly. As an elder of the sect, you dare to strike against a disciple within the secret realm? Are you not afraid of the sect's punishment? Yuntian retorted with a sneer. Punishment? This is the secret realm, beyond the jurisdiction of the Xianxia sect. Here, I can take lives without consequence. Moreover, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Once I kill you and obliterate your remains, who will know that I was the one who ended your life? At that point, I shall simply claim you fell victim to a beast or restriction within the secret realm. The sect will have nothing to say. A heavy weight settled in Zhou Chen's heart. It appeared that Yuntian had fully resolved to kill him. A spark of frenzied battle intent ignited within Zhou Chen's eyes. Then come, old man. Let me see just how formidable a first-layer true immortal is. Yuntian scoffed. You seek your own death. Without further ado, he raised his hand and struck towards Zhou Chen. Heaven's destruction. A terrifying force descended from the heavens, imbued with the power to annihilate all. This strike surpassed the might of the immortal king talisman previously wielded by Yun Xiaotian. Zhou Chen's expression turned grave. Void annihilation. He summoned the cloud sky sword, harmonizing it with the sword intent of the immortal emperor, and unleashed his most powerful strike. With a whoosh, a resplendent beam of sword light shot skyward, enveloped in the terrifying pressure of the immortal emperor's sword intent. Boom. The two forces collided in the air, resulting in a deafening explosion. The terrifying energy waves radiated outward, causing the ground within a radius of several thousand miles to instantly collapse. Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically. What? He gazed at Zhou Chen in disbelief. The power of this strike had actually withstood his full force attack at the first layer of the true immortal realm. How is this possible? Yuntian gritted his teeth. You, a fifth-layer quasi-immortal, how could you possibly withstand my assault? A cold smile crept onto Zhou Chen's lips. Yuntian, your son met his demise at my hands. Yuntian's pupils constricted. What? A flicker of madness crossed his eyes. What did you say? Zhou Chen replied coolly. Yun Xiaotian fell to my blade. And soon. He fixed his gaze upon Yuntian. You shall join him. Brat. Yuntian was utterly enraged. His aura exploded forth, unleashing the full pressure of a first-layer true immortal, a terrifying presence sweeping across the entire secret realm. Zhou Chen, Yuntian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Heaven's destruction. He formed seals with his hands, summoning a colossal palm that blotted out the sun, descending from the heavens. This strike contained all of Yuntian's wrath and malice, its power magnified several-fold. Zhou Chen's expression grew serious. He took a deep breath, activating his azure lotus transformation. Boom. A mysterious force erupted from within Zhou Chen, causing his aura to soar. Crack. Chapter 416, 7th layer of the quasi-immortal realm, purple smoke inheritance. The bottleneck shattered. Zhou Chen's cultivation broke through to the 6th layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Yet it was not enough. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and continued to channel the azure lotus transformation. In the face of life and death, his potential was fully unleashed. Crack. Another crisp sound echoed. Zhou Chen's cultivation surged to the 7th layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Simultaneously, he activated the most powerful technique of the void divine sword art, reincarnation of annihilation. Buzz. Countless spatial rifts materialized out of thin air, each unleashing a blade of sword energy. These sword energies intertwined, forming a massive web of swords that enveloped Yuntian's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated through the heavens and earth. Yuntian's assault was entirely shredded by the sword net. What? Yuntian's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that Zhou Chen could break through 2 layers of cultivation during their battle. With the 7th layer of the quasi-immortal realm, combined with the sword intent of the immortal emperor, Zhou Chen's combat prowess was now a genuine threat to him. Zhou Chen did not grant Yuntian any time to react. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Yuntian. Void annihilation. Whoosh. A brilliant beam of sword light slashed forth. Imbued with the power to obliterate all, Yuntian hastily activated his defensive treasure. A spirit shield materialized before him, exuding the pressure of a true immortal realm. But it was already too late. Crack. The spiritual shield was instantly shattered. The momentum of the sword light remained unabated, striking directly at Yuntian Zun. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying. A grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his chest, and blood gushed forth. Damn it. Yuntian Zun gritted his teeth and retrieved a pill from his bosom. The blood ignition pill. Consuming it would allow him to burn his essence blood, temporarily enhancing his cultivation. But Zhou Chen was swifter. The temporal cage hummed, and suddenly, the space solidified, ensnaring Yuntian Zun. The pill in his hand halted midair, unable to reach his mouth. You. Fear filled Yuntian Zun's eyes. What are you planning? Zhou Chen approached him, looking down from a position of superiority. Did you not just proclaim your intent to extract my soul and refine my spirit? Now it is my turn. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The void shattered. A streak of sword light sliced through, aimed directly at Yuntian Zun's neck. His pupils constricted as he desperately summoned the true immortal energy within to break free from the temporal cage. But it was too late. The sword light severed, and Yuntian Zun's head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. A powerful being of the true immortal realm had thus fallen. Zhou Chen sheathed his sword, his complexion pale. The battle had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Slaying a first-layer true immortal while at the 7th layer of the quasi-mortal realm was already his limit. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Chen approached Yuntian Zun's corpse, beginning to scavenge for spoils. Storage rings, magical artifacts, pills, everything one could desire. Among them, the most precious was a true immortal pill, capable of elevating a true immortal's cultivation by 1 level upon consumption. Zhou Chen collected these treasures into his system space before erasing all traces. A blaze of true fire consumed Yuntian Zun's remains, reducing them to ashes that danced away with the wind. In the Xianxia sect's main hall, the sect leader, Xianxia, a real person, suddenly opened his eyes. This aura. His expression shifted. It is the sword intent of the immortal emperor. How could such a presence manifest within the secret realm? Xianxia, a real person, vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing at the entrance of the secret realm. He then conjured a projection of his Dharma body and sent it into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the projection of Xianxia, a real person, scanned the entire area. Moments later, his brow furrowed. The aura of Yuntian Zun had dissipated. Could it be? His countenance grew grave. He has perished. He continued to analyze, seeking the cause of Yuntian Zun's demise. Yet, no matter how he deliberated, he could not arrive at an answer, as if some mysterious force obscured the heavenly secrets. Strange. Xianxia, a real person, murmured. Who could have slain Yuntian Zun? A flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. And from whence does that immortal emperor's sword intent arise? Just then, a figure materialized. It was Xian. Master, Xian bowed respectfully. You summoned me? Xianxia, a real person, nodded. Xian, during your time in the secret realm, did you encounter Yuntian Zun? Xian shook her head. I did not see Yuntian Zun. Xianxia, a real person's brow furrowed deeper. It appeared that Yuntian Zun had indeed fallen within the secret realm. Did you sense the immortal emperor's sword intent? A flicker of shock crossed Xian's eyes. The sword intent of the immortal emperor? Master, I did sense a terrifying sword intent. It, she hesitated, seemed capable of tearing the entire secret realm asunder. However, I did not realize it was the sword intent of the immortal emperor. Xianxia, a real person, nodded. It seems someone within the secret realm has acquired the legacy of the immortal king. Yet, how has it transformed into the sword intent of the immortal emperor? The Wuling immortal king's secret realm still had a span of time before the 3-month period was complete. After departing from the site of Yuntian Zun's demise, Zhou Chen continued to explore the secret realm. He opened his system panel to examine Xian's opportunities. Name, Xian Realm. 3rd layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Fate, Xianxia Saintess, colorful. Alchemy prodigy destiny, Saintess of the Xianxia sect, possessing exceptional talent, remarkable alchemy aptitude. Anticipated to break through to the true immortal realm within 10 years and become the sect's chief alchemist, ultimately reaching the 5th layer of the immortal king realm. Recent opportunity. In 3 days, at the southwest corner of the secret realm, the Pill King Tower will unveil the immortal king's alchemical legacy. 9 transformations of the immortal pill, significantly enhancing alchemical skills. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. 9 transformations of the immortal pill. This was a legacy of alchemy at the immortal king level. If he could obtain it, his alchemical prowess would undoubtedly soar. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen soared toward the southwest corner of the secret realm. At the southwest corner, the Pill King Tower loomed, a 7-story structure entirely forged from crimson gold. Exuding a rich aroma of pills, Zhou Chen landed outside the Pill King Tower, his consciousness sweeping over the entire edifice. Indeed, there were immortal king prohibitions in place. His brow furrowed. This set of prohibitions seemed more intricate than those encountered previously. Zhou Chen activated the principles of space and began to unravel the prohibitions. Half an hour later, a soft chime resonated as the barriers gradually dissipated. Zhou Chen stepped into the Pill King Tower. Inside, countless alchemical furnaces and medicinal herbs were displayed, each radiating a potent fragrance. The quality of these herbs was no less than that of low-grade immortal herbs. However, Zhou Chen was not distracted by these materials. He made a beeline for the topmost level. According to the opportunity panel, the 9 transformations of the immortal pill resided at the pinnacle of the Pill King Tower. Before long, he found it. Within an exquisite jade box lay a jade slip, softly glowing with a faint luminescence. That was the 9 transformations of the immortal pill. A legacy of alchemy at the immortal king level, detailing the crafting methods of numerous immortal-grade pills. Zhou Chen picked up the jade slip and immersed his consciousness into it. Boom. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Chapter 417. The Immortal King's Legacy, a Cause for Suspicion. The 9 transformations of the immortal pill comprises 9 transformations, each encompassing exquisite alchemical techniques and formulas. The ninth transformation allows for the crafting of the finest immortal-grade pills. Zhou Qin's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Immortal-grade supreme pills could be deemed treasures. Their worth was incalculable if successfully refined. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Xian's opportunity, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Immortal King's alchemical legacy. Zhou Qin's vision blurred as an overwhelming influx of information flooded into his mind. This time, the volume of information was magnitudes greater than before, encompassing a lifetime of alchemical wisdom from an immortal king, with the potential to refine the finest immortal-grade pills. This saved Zhou Qin countless hours of study. After all, had he merely obtained the 9 transformations of the immortal pill, mastering it would have required an exceedingly long time. Even an immortal king might not fully grasp the techniques for crafting supreme immortal pills throughout their lifetime. The sheer expanse of knowledge alone could overwhelm most individuals. Zhou Qin was awestruck. Even an immortal emperor might struggle to produce such results. He took a deep breath and began to absorb this wealth of information. As time passed, 3 hours later, Zhou Qin opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering within. He had initially grasped the fundamentals of the 9-turn immortal pill formula and a portion of the Immortal King alchemy inheritance. Now, his alchemical skills had reached a level where he could concoct mid-grade immortal pills. However, he still required some time to master the creation of top-tier immortal pills. Zhou Qin was exceedingly pleased with this alchemical inheritance, securing a steady supply of pills for his future endeavors. Without delay, Zhou Qin swiftly departed. For the secret realm would close its gates in just a few days. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Xianxia sect's secret realm, as Zhou Qin stepped out of the teleportation portal, he felt an overwhelming aura of dread enveloping the area. Raising his gaze, he beheld Xianxia Jinren standing atop a high platform, his countenance dark and foreboding. Instantly, all disciples were summoned, the voice of Xianxia Jinren echoing across the gathering. Hundreds of disciples returning from the secret realm assembled in the square. Zhou Qin blended into the crowd, maintaining an air of tranquility. Yet, deep inside, he surmised that Xianxia Jinren had come in response to the death of Yun Tianzan. Indeed, Xianxia Jinren surveyed the crowd and solemnly inquired, "I ask you all, during your time in the secret realm, did any of you encounter Xianxian or Yun Tianzan?" The disciples exchanged glances, uncertainty palpable. One of the true disciples stepped forward and respectfully reported, "I must inform the sect leader that I did indeed see Yun Tianzan within the secret realm." At that time, he was pursuing, but the disciple abruptly halted, for he recalled that Yun Tianzan's target was none other than Zhou Qin. To reveal this would surely place Zhou Qin in a precarious position. Xianxia Jinren furrowed his brow, demanding, "Pursuing whom?" The disciple gritted his teeth and altered his statement. He was pursuing a ferocious beast. He dared not utter Zhou Qin's name. A flicker of suspicion flashed in Xianxia Jinren's eyes, yet he refrained from pressing further and continued. "Yun Tianzan's life token has shattered, indicating he has perished within the secret realm. I require knowledge of how he met his end. If anyone possesses information, step forward at once. The sect will bestow substantial rewards." The disciples remained silent, none daring to step forth. After all, Yun Tianzan was a formidable presence at the first level of the true immortal realm. The one capable of slaying him would undoubtedly be at least at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. To divulge such information would be to provoke that powerful entity. Who would take such a risk? Seeing no response, Xianxia Jinren's frown deepened. He activated his divine sense, sweeping over each disciple, attempting to discern any clues from their expressions. However, all maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of abnormality, including Zhou Qin, who had long since concealed his aura and cultivation using the concealment technique. To the outside observer, he appeared merely as a 4th-level quasi-immortal, far from capable of vanquishing a 1st-level true immortal like Yun Tianzan. After scanning the crowd, Xianxia Jinren ultimately found no leads. "Very well," he sighed. "If no one possesses knowledge, we shall set this matter aside for now." However, his gaze sharpened. "Should I later uncover the truth and find someone has concealed information, I will not show mercy." In unison, the disciples echoed their agreement. Xianxia Jinren waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. The disciples scattered, and Zhou Qin, blending into the throng, quietly departed. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxia Jinren's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. "Zhou Qin," Xianxia Jinren mused inwardly, "this child possesses extraordinary talent, having advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level of quasi-immortal in just 3 months. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he pondered the implications of Yun Tianzan's entrance into the secret realm, clearly aimed at Zhou Qin. Could it be? Xianxia Jinren quickly shook his head. Impossible. Zhou Qin is merely a 4th-level quasi-immortal. How could he possibly slay a first-level true immortal like Xianxia? Unless... A look of shock crossed his features. Unless he possesses a treasure of immortal king caliber. Yet, that notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Ultimately, Xianxia Jinren dismissed this conjecture. Let it be for now. In the core disciple area, Zhou Qin's cave abode awaited him. Upon returning, Zhou Qin promptly set up soundproof and defensive formations. He then retrieved the 9-turn immortal pill formula from his system space, an exquisite jade slip radiating a faint glow. As he immersed his consciousness into it, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The contents of the 9-turn immortal pill formula were immensely vast, encompassing numerous pill recipes as well as detailed alchemical techniques and fire control methods. Zhou Qin closed his eyes, delving into comprehension. Time slipped by, and 3 months later, Zhou Qin opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. The 9-turn immortal pill formula was indeed profound. He had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the 3rd turn. Presently, he was capable of concocting mid-grade immortal pills. Zhou Qin mused, to create higher quality pills, I shall require an abundance of spiritual herbs and practical experience. He retrieved some spiritual herbs from his system space, all gathered during his time in the secret realm. Though their quality was not exceptional, they sufficed for practice. Zhou Qin entered the alchemy chamber and commenced his work. Channeling his celestial spiritual energy, he introduced the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, igniting the void flame to begin the concoction. The alchemical process demanded precise control over the heat. Any misstep could lead to failure. However, guided by the 9-turn immortal pill formula and his own innate genius, he swiftly grasped the nuances. 2 hours later, the furnace emitted a gentle sound. Zhou Qin lifted the lid, revealing 3 pills, each softly glowing, resting within. Success! Zhou Qin's face brightened with joy. These were low-grade immortal pills, the Xuanhuan pills, which could rapidly restore spiritual energy, a staple for cultivators. Though not of high quality, this marked Zhou Qin's inaugural batch of pills, holding significant meaning for him. With continued experimentation, his alchemical prowess advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 5 months, he mastered the first 6 turns of the 9-turn immortal pill formula, indicating that concocting mid-grade immortal pills was no longer a challenge for him. The entire Xianxia sect boasted only a handful of elders who could achieve such a feat. Almost there, Zhou Qin stood, exiting the alchemy chamber. He retrieved a substantial quantity of precious spiritual herbs from his system space, all collected from the secret realm, including several mid-grade and even a few high-grade spiritual herbs. With these herbs, I should have enough to concoct the xuanhuan breakthrough pill, Zhou Qin thought to himself. The xuanhuan breakthrough pill, classified as a mid-grade immortal pill, guaranteed 100% breakthrough at a bottleneck with no side effects. Though it was suitable only for quasi-immortal practitioners, it was still a rare find within the Xianxia sect. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qin began the refinement process. He meticulously arranged all the spiritual herbs in a specific sequence and introduced them into the furnace, activating the void flame to commence the concoction. Crafting mid-grade immortal pills posed significant challenges. Any oversight could lead to failure. The entire process required a continuous effort spanning 7 days and nights without a moment of interruption. Zhou Qin remained utterly focused, controlling the heat with precision. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, after 7 days, the furnace erupted with a thunderous roar. A wave of exquisite fragrance wafted from the furnace, enveloping the space. The entire cave was enveloped in the fragrance of elixirs. Zhou Qin's face radiated with joy. He had succeeded. Lifting the lid of the furnace, he beheld 3 elixirs resting within, each exuding a brilliant luminescence. Each elixir bore 9 intricate patterns, known as danwen, which only appeared on mid-grade elixirs of the celestial tier. The xuanhuan breakthrough dan. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes. He picked up one of the elixirs and examined it closely. The elixir emanated a faint xuanhuan aura, harboring formidable medicinal potency. Zhou Qin mused to himself. Without hesitation, he swallowed one of the xuanhuan breakthrough dawn. Boom. The terrifying medicinal energy erupted within him in an instant. Zhou Qin swiftly activated the Xianxia Immortal Sutra to guide this surge of power. The medicinal force transformed into a torrential heatwave, battering against the bottleneck of his 7th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Crack! The bottleneck shattered in an instant. Zhou Qin's cultivation surged to the 8th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Regrettably, only the first elixir proved beneficial. Never mind, he thought, shaking his head. It was best to first check what tasks the sect had available. Having returned to the Xianxia sect for some time, Zhou Qin resolved to take a breath of fresh air. Exiting the cave, he made his way to the task hall. Inside the task hall, various tasks were posted, ranging from gathering spiritual herbs to slaying ferocious beasts, encompassing a wide array of opportunities. As Zhou Qin stepped into the task hall, his consciousness swept over the task board on the wall. Most tasks appeared far too simplistic for him, lacking any challenge. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a figure in the corner. It was a young man clad in a white robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. A ninth layer of quasi-immortal realm. Among the third-generation disciples of the Xianxia sect, he ranked at the pinnacle. Instinctively, Zhou Chen activated the opportunity panel. Name, Lin Tian. Realm, ninth layer of quasi-immortal realm. Fate, Sword Dao Genius, Child of Fortune. Destiny, true disciple of the Xianxia sect, exceptional sword talent, expected to break through to true immortal realm within 5 years. Becoming the sect's foremost sword cultivator, ultimately halting at the 7th layer of Immortal King realm. Recent opportunities. 1. In 3 days, he will acquire the celestial grade upper tier spiritual material. Purple Cloud Sword Heart, at the Tianbao auction, significantly enhancing his sword cultivation. 2. In 5 days, he will procure the celestial grade mid-tier elixir, 3 purities Yellow Lotus Dan. At the auction, enabling a breakthrough to the 10th layer of quasi-immortal realm. After reviewing the panel, Zhou Chen felt a stirring in his heart. The Tianbao auction was one of the largest auction houses in the spirit realm, consistently showcasing a plethora of rare treasures. The Purple Cloud Sword Heart was a celestial grade upper tier spiritual material, immensely valuable to sword cultivators. The 3 purities Yellow Lotus Dan was a miraculous elixir that could help quasi-immortal cultivators ascend a layer without side effects, washing the marrow and enhancing inherent potential. Contemplating this, Zhou Chen turned and left the task hall. He chose not to accept any tasks, instead heading directly to the sect's treasury. If he were to attend the auction, he needed to prepare a sufficient amount of celestial crystals. The sect's treasury was located at the midpoint of Xianxia Peak, a heavily fortified building. Zhou Chen presented his core disciple token, gaining smooth entry into the treasury. He promptly sought out the managing elder. I wish to exchange for celestial crystals, he stated. The elder, a white-haired man, glanced up at him upon hearing his request. What do you have to exchange for celestial crystals? Zhou Chen retrieved several precious spiritual herbs collected from the secret realm, all of which were of mid-tier celestial quality and above. The elder's eyes brightened. Excellent items. After a thorough inspection, he nodded and remarked, these spiritual herbs can fetch you 100,000 upper-tier celestial crystals. Zhou Chen shook his head. Not enough. I have these as well. He produced several magical artifacts and elixirs, all spoils collected from foes, excluding those belonging to Yun Tianzun and Yun Xiaodian to avoid complications. The elder gasped. These items combined are worth at least 300,000 upper-tier celestial crystals. Where did you acquire such treasures? Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, from the secret realm. The elder eyed him skeptically. While the secret realm indeed contained numerous treasures, this seemed excessive. Nevertheless, he did not press further. According to the sect's regulations, treasures obtained in the secret realm belong to the individual disciple. Very well. For these items, the sect will grant you 400,000 upper-tier celestial crystals. Zhou Chen nodded. 400,000 upper-tier celestial crystals should suffice for the auctions. The elder produced a storage ring and handed it to Zhou Chen. This contains 400,000 upper-tier celestial crystals. Please verify. Zhou Chen accepted the ring, scanning it with his consciousness to confirm its contents before storing it away. Thank you, elder. He turned and exited the treasury. 3 days later, Tianbao City. This was the nearest immortal cultivation city to the Xianxia sect. The city bustled with shops and a ceaseless flow of cultivators. Zhou Chen walked along the streets towards the Tianbao auction house, located in the city's center. The auction house stood 10 stories tall, exuding a grandiose aura and radiating rich spiritual energy. Upon entering the auction house, a maid promptly approached him. Esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Zhou Chen produced a token. This was a VIP token he had retrieved from the secret realm, belonging to an unfortunate soul. Upon seeing the token, the maid's demeanor transformed to one of respect. Ah, VIP. Please, follow me. She led Zhou Chen to the 3rd floor, entering a luxurious private box. The box was opulently decorated, attended by dedicated maids. Zhou Chen settled onto a plush couch, and through the crystal window, he could clearly see the auction stage below. Though the auction had yet to begin, the hall was already filled with attendees, all cultivators from various factions. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept across the venue, quickly spotting Lin Tian's figure. Lin Tian sat in a box on the 2nd floor, his expression serene. He seemed confident of victory. Zhou Chen smiled. This auction was bound to be intriguing. Half an hour later, the auction officially commenced. A captivating woman in a red dress ascended the stage. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Tianbao auction house. This auction features 36 items, all rare treasures. Without further ado, she announced the first item. Item 419, Chaotic Sword Heart. For the 10th layer of quasi-immortal realm. With a wave of her hand, a maid brought forth a tray, upon which rested a long sword emanating a fierce sword aura. This is a mid-tier celestial weapon, the Breaking Cloud Sword. The starting bid is 10,000 upper-tier celestial crystals, with each increment no less than 1,000. As soon as the words left her lips, bids began to soar. 11,000, 15,000, 20,000. The price rapidly escalated, ultimately selling for 35,000 upper-tier celestial crystals. The subsequent items showcased a plethora of techniques, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts. Zhou Chen refrained from bidding, patiently awaiting the item he desired. Finally, the 28th item was presented. It was a fist-sized purple crystal, exuding mysterious fluctuations. This is a celestial-grade upper-tier spiritual material, the Purple Cloud Sword Heart. The woman in the red dress declared, her voice brimming with excitement. This item holds immense value for sword cultivators. Infusing one's destined flying sword enhances the comprehension of the sword path and amplifies the might of the sword intent. The starting bid is set at 100,000 top-grade celestial crystals, with each subsequent increment no less than 10,000. An instant stir ripples through the crowd. Indeed, high-grade celestial materials are exceedingly rare. Within the private box occupied by Lin Tian, a voice immediately resonates. 110,000. His tone is calm, imbued with an air of inevitability. Hearing this price, others begin to waver. 110,000 celestial crystals is no trifling sum. Just then, a voice from the assembly echoes, 200,000. A hush falls over the room as all eyes turn to the third-floor box. Who could it be that displays such extravagance? Lin Tian's expression shifts, surprise flickering across his face as he hadn't anticipated competition. 210,000. He grits his teeth, raising the bid. The mysterious voice chuckles, 300,000. Lin Tian's countenance darkens significantly. 300,000 celestial crystals exceed his budget. He possesses a total of only 250,000 crystals. Initially, he intended to secure the Xianxia Sword Heart and still retain some crystals for the xuanhuan. It appears he must now choose between the two. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian declares, 310,000. He resolves to stake everything. The voice resounds once more, 500,000. Lin Tian's face pales instantly. 500,000. Is this person out of their mind? A profound silence envelopes the room. 500,000 top-grade celestial crystals far surpass the Xianxia Sword Heart's typical value. No one dares to bid further. The woman in the red dress proclaims, 500,000 top-grade celestial crystals, once. 500,000 top-grade celestial crystals, twice. 500,000 top-grade celestial crystals, thrice. Sold. Zhou Chen rises and steps outside the box, receiving the Xianxia Sword Heart from the attendant. After settling the payment, he stores the crystals within his system space. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme celestial material, the Chaotic Sword Heart. Zhou Chen's eyes glimmer with delight. The Chaotic Sword Heart is a treasure 100 times more precious than the Xianxia Sword Heart. It not only enhances comprehension of the sword path, but also refines chaotic energy, bolstering his physique. Zhou Chen nods in satisfaction. This interception has been delightful. The auction continues, and soon the 30th item is presented. It is a jade vial containing 3 pills that emit a faint glow. These are high-grade celestial pills, the xuanhuan. The woman in the red dress explains that consuming them aids quasi-mortal practitioners in breaking through a level with no side effects, cleansing the marrow and enhancing the chances of transcending to true immortality. The starting bid is set at 200,000 top-grade celestial crystals, with each increment no less than 20,000. Once more, a voice rises from Lin Tian's box. 220,000. His voice is weary, a sense of hopelessness pervading. Just then, Zhou Chen's voice rings out again, 400,000. Lin Tian's face drains of color. 400,000 is beyond his means. 420,000. Lin Tian clenches his teeth, contemplating pawning a treasured artifact. Zhou Chen chuckles, 600,000. Lin Tian is utterly stunned. 600,000 top-grade celestial crystals is an amount he cannot possibly muster, even if he sold all his possessions. He sits in his box, his expression a storm of fury and despair. Damn it! Who on earth is this? Why must they oppose me? His heart brims with anger and resentment. The woman in the red dress, seeing no further bids, announces 600,000 top-grade celestial crystals, once. 600,000 top-grade celestial crystals, twice. 600,000 top-grade celestial crystals, thrice. Sold. Zhou Chen pays for the xuanhuan. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 xuanhuan, supreme celestial pills. Zhou Chen's eyes shine with joy. The xuanhuan Dan not only assists in breaking through barriers, but also solidifies one's foundation and enhances potential, with a chance to awaken a special physique. Remarkably, within the quasi-immortal realm, they can be used in conjunction, their effects surpassing those of ordinary xuanhuan Dan by immeasurable degrees. After the auction concludes, Zhou Chen exits the box, preparing to leave the auction house. At that moment, a figure blocks his path. It is Lin Tian. Sir, Lin Tian's face is dark. I do not understand why you wish to oppose me. Zhou Chen, now transformed, is unrecognizable to Lin Tian. Zhou Chen gazes at him, coolly stating, oppose? I merely engaged in normal bidding. Is it forbidden for others to place bids at an auction? Lin Tian grits his teeth. You know full well how crucial those two items are to me, yet you deliberately inflated the price. What do you truly intend? Zhou Chen smiles. What do I intend? I simply found those two items appealing, thus I secured them. As for you, he regards Lin Tian with indifference. What concern is it of mine? Lin Tian's face turns a shade of iron. He inhales deeply, suppressing his fury. Very well, you are formidable. However, a glimmer of coldness flashes in his eyes. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek you out for guidance. With that, he turns and departs. Zhou Chen watches his retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Lin Tian's composure is evidently lacking. He becomes unhinged with the slightest setback. No wonder he remains stagnant at the quasi-immortal realm. Zhou Chen dismisses further thoughts and exits the auction house. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieves the xuanhuan Dan, hesitating not a moment before swallowing one. The terrifying potency of the pill erupts within him instantaneously. Zhou Chen quickly channels the Xianxia Immortal Sutra to guide this newfound energy. The potency transforms into a torrent of heat, crashing against the barrier of the 8th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Crack! The barrier shatters in an instant. Zhou Chen's cultivation ascends to the 9th layer of quasi-immortal realm. He does not pause, consuming the second xuanhuan Dan. Boom! An even more formidable surge of power explodes. Zhou Chen's celestial energy surges wildly, battering against the barrier of the 9th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Crack! The barrier breaks once more. Zhou Chen's cultivation ascends to the 10th layer of quasi-immortal realm. Beyond this lies the true immortal realm. However, before that, he must concoct the true immortal tribulation Dan. The true immortal tribulation Dan is a supreme celestial pill that aids quasi-immortal practitioners in transcending the heavenly tribulation and breaking into the true immortal realm, with its materials being exceedingly rare. Chapter 420. The Essence of the Sword Path, the Sword Domain of the Celestial Emperor. After a brief period of recuperation, Zhou Chen retrieves the chaotic sword heart from the system space. The fist-sized crystal hovers serenely in his palm, emanating an enigmatic chaotic aura. First, he will absorb the Xiao sword heart. Zhou Chen channels his celestial energy, enveloping the Xiao sword heart. The crystal begins to melt, transforming into a pure essence of the sword path that surges through his meridians into his dantian. Boom! The immortal imprint of the sword within his sea of consciousness. The Qinfen sword trembles. The essence of the sword is directly devoured by the sword intent of the celestial emperor, morphing into nourishment that merges with the sword body. The brilliance of the Qinfen sword intensifies. Zhou Chen opens his eyes, a glimmer of sword light flashing within. Indeed, it proves effective. He does not relent, retrieving the chaotic sword heart once more. This time, the experience is markedly different. As soon as the chaos sword heart manifested, the Qingping sword within the sea of consciousness began to tremble violently, as though it had encountered something it had long yearned for. Intriguing. Zhou Chen summoned his celestial spiritual energy to envelop the chaos sword heart. The rate at which the crystal melted was 10 times faster than that of the Xiao sword heart. A rich torrent of chaotic essence surged into his dantian. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed within Zhou Chen's body. The chaotic essence was ravenously consumed by the sword intent of the celestial emperor. The ethereal silhouette of the Qingping sword began to swell dramatically. The sword shadow, which initially measured only 3 feet, expanded to a staggering 100 zhang in the blink of an eye. Profound patterns emerged upon the sword's surface, embodying the laws of chaos. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, wholly channeling this formidable power. As time gradually passed, 3 days later, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within Zhou Chen. The space within 100 miles began to distort. Countless spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, each unleashing sword qi. These streams of sword qi intertwined, forming a colossal domain, the Celestial Emperor's sword domain. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. It was accomplished. He rose to his feet and stimulated the sword domain. Buzz! Instantly, a space with a radius of 1,000 zhang was enveloped by the sword domain, centered around him. Within this domain, myriad sword qi roamed freely. Each strand of sword chi harbored the Celestial Emperor's sword intent, possessing power that exceeded the previous magnitude tenfold. With a mere flick of his hand, a sword chi cleaved forth. Boom. The distant mountain peak was effortlessly severed in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Within the sword domain, the potency of the sword intent surged tenfold. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. Even a cultivator at the third level of true immortal realm would likely be brought to their knees within this domain. As he retracted the sword domain, Zhou Chen continued to sense the changes within his body. His cultivation had already broken through to the 10th level of the quasi-immortal realm, leaving him just one step away from the true immortal realm. However, before his ascension to the true immortal realm, he needed to prepare the true immortal tribulation pill. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. The materials required for the true immortal tribulation pill were exceedingly rare, even with the resources of the Xianxia sect, while they could gather them. The numerous true disciples queuing for it made it unlikely he would have access. Never mind. He decided to intercept Lin Tian's opportunity first. Zhou Chen opened Lin Tian's opportunity panel, and indeed, it had refreshed. Name, Lin Tian Realm, 9th level of quasi-immortal realm fate. Sword path genius, multicolored. Child of fortune, multicolored. Destiny, true disciple of Xianxia sect, extraordinary sword talent. Expected to break through to true immortal realm within 5 years, becoming the sect's foremost sword cultivator. Ultimately stopping at the 7th layer of Immortal King realm. Recent opportunities. 1. In 7 days, at the 3rd layer of the Abyss battlefield. Slay a demon cultivator to obtain a mid-grade celestial technique, Blood Fiend Demon Technique. 2. In 15 days, at the 5th layer of the Abyss battlefield. Discover a high-grade celestial spirit herb, Blood Lotus. 3. In 1 month, at a hidden cave in the 7th layer of the Abyss battlefield, acquire a supreme-grade celestial replenishing pill, which, upon consumption, will rectify foundational deficiencies, condensing the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity, establishing a 9th-grade celestial foundation. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. A replenishing pill? It was as if a pillow had been delivered while he was dozing off. As the name suggests, the replenishing pill not only rectifies a cultivator's foundational flaws, but also maximizes the chances of advancing to the true immortal realm. More crucially, it is an ancient pill whose formula has been lost to time, capable of aiding in the condensation of the 3 flowers, forging an unparalleled celestial foundation. The convergence of the 3 flowers is essential for establishing a celestial foundation. A 3-grade celestial foundation suffices for becoming a true immortal, while a cultivator possessing a 9-grade celestial foundation is destined to achieve at least the Immortal King realm in the future. The replenishing pill can forcibly elevate the grade of one's celestial foundation, making it nothing short of miraculous. The extent of enhancement depends on individual potential. For an ordinary cultivator, obtaining a replenishing pill would be tantamount to receiving a divine blessing. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen stowed away the formation and, with a flash of his figure, soared towards the Xianxia sect. The Abyss battlefield lies on the fringes of the spirit realm, a juncture between the heavenly Abyss demon realm and the spirit realm. It is consistently plagued by demon cultivators. The major sects of the spirit realm have united to establish outposts at the Abyss battlefield. This serves not only to fend off demon incursions, but also because the Abyss battlefield is rich in resources. Slaying demon cultivators yields merit points, which can be exchanged for various treasures at the outposts. Many cultivators venture to the Abyss battlefield for training. Upon returning to the Xianxia sect, Zhou Chen proceeded directly to the mission hall. This time, the elder of the mission hall wasted no words and directly handed Zhou Chen a token. This was the passage token for the Abyss battlefield. With it, he could utilize the teleportation array to reach the outpost. Remember, the Abyss battlefield is divided into 9 layers. The deeper the layer, the stronger the demon cultivators. With your cultivation at the 4th level of quasi-immortal realm, he paused, it is best not to exceed the 3rd layer. Zhou Chen received the token, nodding in gratitude. He turned and departed from the mission hall. The managing elder watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. Youngsters are always so unaware of their own limitations. Standing before the teleportation array, Zhou Chen activated the token. Buzz. The array illuminated, enveloping him in a beam of light. In the next moment, he found himself in an entirely different location. It was a colossal city, its walls towering thousands of feet high, constructed entirely of abyssal dark iron. The walls were inscribed with defensive formations. At the city gates stood dozens of cultivators, their realms ranging from the 1st to the 5th level of true immortal realm. They were the guards stationed here. Zhou Chen stepped into the city. Inside, a bustling crowd thronged the streets, teeming with disciples from various sections. Zhou Chen located the merit hall and examined the exchange list. The list was densely packed with various treasures, techniques, pills, spirit herbs, and magical artifacts. Everything one could imagine. Zhou Chen glanced through the list, but found no materials for the true immortal tribulation pill. It seemed he would need to venture deeper. He turned away from the merit hall and made his way towards the entrance of the abyss battlefield. The entrance was a massive rift, soaring 1,000 feet high and exuding a dense aura of demonic energy. Zhou Chen stepped into the rift. Darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate land. The sky was a blood-red hue, and the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed intermittently. This was the first layer of the abyss battlefield. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. He activated his divine sense, sweeping the surroundings. Soon, he detected several demon cultivators' auras, all around the 5th level of quasi-immortal realm. Zhou Chen paid them no heed and flew directly towards the entrance of the 3rd layer. According to the opportunity panel, Lin Tian's first opportunity awaited him in the 3rd layer. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen arrived at the entrance to the 3rd layer. It was an even larger rift, emanating a terrifying aura of demonic energy. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen stepped inside. Chapter 421. Acquiring the replenishing pill. The incipient form of the 3 flowers. The environment of the 3rd layer was significantly harsher than that of the 1st layer. Demonic creatures were rampant everywhere. The demonic energy here was highly corrosive. Ordinary cultivators would be tainted by it if they lingered too long. Zhou Chen activated the Xianxia celestial cannon, forming a protective layer around his body. The demonic energy could not draw near. He summoned his divine sense to search for Lin Tian's opportunity location and soon pinpointed it. Deep within the 3rd layer lies an abandoned cave of demonic cultivation. Within this cave rests the corpse of a demonic cultivator, beside which lies a tome of forbidden techniques, the blood-slaughtered demonic art. Zhou Chen's figure flickered as he soared toward the cave. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed that the once grand door had succumbed to decay, leaving only half of its frame. Darkness enveloped the interior. Zhou Chen extended his consciousness to probe inside. The cave was modest in size, consisting of merely 3 stone chambers. In the innermost chamber lay a desiccated corpse draped in tattered black robes, bearing scars from past battles, indicative of a long-past demise. Beside it rested a black jade slip containing the blood-slaughtered demonic art. Zhou Chen entered the cave, refraining from hastily seizing the technique. Instead, he conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring no traps lay in wait before stowing the jade slip into his system space. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity. You have triggered a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial-grade supreme technique, the chaotic demonic cannon. Zhou Chen delved into the system space, eager to review the technique's description. It was an extraordinarily unique art, capable of devouring demonic energy and transforming it into one's own spiritual power, devoid of any adverse effects. Intriguing. Zhou Chen stored the technique away. Although he did not practice demonic arts, it could prove invaluable in the future. He turned to depart the cave, but suddenly sensed a menacing aura locking onto him. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. Demonic cultivators? He looked up to see 3 figures descending from the sky, blocking his path. Clad in black robes, they exuded a palpable aura of demonic energy. The leader, a middle-aged man at the 8th level of the quasi-immortal realm, scrutinized Zhou Chen, who was merely at the 4th level, his eyes glinting with greed. Boy, hand over your storage ring, and I shall spare your life. Zhou Chen regarded him with indifference. Is that all you can muster? The middle-aged man's expression soured. Seeking death, he raised his hand to strike, unleashing the demonic palm. A terrifying mass of demonic energy coalesced into a colossal hand, crashing down toward Zhou Chen. Yet, Zhou Chen remained unmoved, invoking the immortal emperor's sword domain. With a hum, an invisible realm unfolded, enveloping the area within 1,000 feet. As the giant hand breached the sword domain, it was shredded by countless sword chi. The middle-aged man's face blanched. This is the sword domain. Are you a true immortal? Zhou Chen offered no reply. He merely pointed, unleashing a streak of sword chi. In a flash, the middle-aged man had no time to react as the sword chi severed his neck. His head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. The other 2 demonic cultivators stood frozen in shock. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Zhou Chen continued to command the sword domain, and swaths of sword chi erupted from all directions, reducing them to mere fragments. Zhou Chen retracted the sword domain and approached the trio of corpses, searching them for valuables. He discovered 3 storage rings, filled with spiritual stones, materials, and merit point tokens. After collecting these items, he resumed his journey toward the entrance of the 5th layer. The environment of the 5th layer was even more treacherous than the 3rd, shrouded in dense black mist formed from concentrated demonic energy. Shadows of demonic cultivators flitted through the haze. Zhou Chen harnessed his consciousness to locate the blood lotus, which, according to the opportunity panel, resided in a demonic pool within the 5th layer. The pool, a basin of concentrated demonic energy, was perilously toxic to ordinary cultivators. Upon locating it, Zhou Chun found a pool with a diameter of 100 feet, its water as dark as ink, exuding a pungent odor. At its center blossomed a blood-red lotus. The blood lotus, a celestial-grade superior spiritual herb, capable of yielding numerous potent elixirs. As Zhou Chun prepared to approach and harvest it, the waters surged violently. A colossal demonic beast erupted from the depths, a demonic python, stretching thousands of feet, its obsidian scales radiating the aura of a ninth-level quasi-immortal. The python fixed its ferocious gaze on Zhou Chun. "Human, dare you covet my blood lotus? You seek death," it hissed, opening its cavernous maw to strike. Zhou Chun remained unfazed, directly invoking the immortal emperor's sword domain. With a resonant hum, an unseen wave spread forth, enveloping the entire demonic pool. The moment the python crossed the threshold of the domain, its body was sliced apart by torrents of sword chi. With a horrific roar, the beast met its end. Split in two as demonic blood gushed forth, staining the entire pool crimson. Zhou Chun retracted the sword domain and uprooted the blood lotus, storing it within his system space. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity. You have triggered a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 celestial grade supreme chaos blood lotuses. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Zhou Chun. The chaos blood lotus was worth its weight in gold, capable of crafting a myriad of celestial grade elixirs. With a nod of satisfaction, Zhou Chun, benefiting from the hidden god technique, wasted no time and arrived at the 7th layer of the abyssal battlefield. The air was thick with demonic energy, nearly palpable, infused with the scent of death. Zhou Chun once again summoned his consciousness to locate the specific whereabouts of the celestial repairing pill. According to the opportunity panel, it lay hidden within a secret cave on the 7th layer, concealed by an elaborate array. After spending half a day searching, Zhou Chun finally stumbled upon the cave's entrance. A fissure obscured within the mountainside, surrounded by intricate formations. He invoked the laws of space, forcefully dismantling the array. Half an hour later, with a resonant hum, the array dissipated, revealing the fissure. Zhou Chun stepped inside, traversing a narrow passage that led to a stone chamber. In the center of the chamber rested a jade box, emanating a soft glow. Approaching the box, Zhou Chun swiftly lifted the lid, revealing a pill radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The celestial repairing pill, a supreme-grade elixir capable of rectifying foundational deficiencies in cultivators. He stored the pill within his system space. Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 celestial-grade supreme celestial repairing pills. Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned, believing he had misheard. 10,000. He took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment swelling within him. 10,000 celestial repairing pills represented an astronomical figure, even drawing the envy of a celestial king. It implied the potential to mass-produce 10,000 true immortal cultivators, a staggering number within any faction. If discovered, Zhou Chun feared he would meet a grim fate. Buried alive as a mere root, fortune has arrived. Zhou Chun could not help but murmur to himself. Chapter 4:22. The Fate of Ancient Names, the Fortune-Telling Elder. With these heavenly restoration pills in hand, he could undoubtedly cultivate a formidable force. Not to mention, with the addition of other elixirs, Han Li could directly ascend to the true immortal realm. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Zhou Chun turned and departed from the cave dwelling. As he stepped outside, he sensed a familiar aura. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Lin Tian. He activated his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Indeed, Lin Tian was flying toward him at great speed. Zhou Chun smirked. Semi-Masai, you are too late. Zhou Chun's speed surpassed his, causing the space around him to ripple, and he vanished from sight. Moments later, Lin Tian landed outside the cave dwelling, his expression dark and filled with urgency. This is the place, he murmured to himself. He could sense that the intangible opportunity lay here. Yet, why did it feel so faint? Lin Tian rushed into the cave. The passage, the stone chamber, the jade box, all were intact, but the jade box was empty. Lin Tian stood frozen, staring blankly at the hollow jade box, his mind a void. How could this be? How could it be like this? Lin Tian murmured, trembling as he picked up the jade box. The faint aroma of elixir lingered on the inner walls, indicating that the medicine had been taken not long ago. Lin Tian abruptly raised his head. Damn it, have I missed it again? Who could it be? This is infuriating. He gritted his teeth. At the auction, the purple sky soared hard, and the 3 pure yellow lotus pill had been snatched away. The blood fiend magic, blood lotus. And now even this nearby opportunity had vanished. Although he did not know what it was, he felt it was of great significance to him. 3 times. 3 entire times. Each time, The opportunity he sensed had been taken by another before him. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. Absolutely not. Someone was targeting him. A flicker of madness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Someone was definitely out to get him. Moreover, he took a deep breath. That person must be aware of his ability to sense opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to always be one step ahead of him. Lin Tian's face turned ashen as he recalled the mysterious figure from the auction. Was it him? Or perhaps a glimmer of murderous intent crossed Lin Tian's eyes. Was there someone within the sect tracking him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he began to feel paranoid. To know his whereabouts in advance and to intercept him with precision, such a feat could only be accomplished by someone well acquainted with him. Who could it be? Lin Tian ground his teeth. Zhou Chun? No, he was merely at the 4th layer of the quasi-immortal realm. It was impossible for him to possess such strength. Then who could it be? Lin Tian quickly ruled out Zhou Chun, standing in the stone chamber for a long while. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and reluctantly turned to leave the cave dwelling. At the Abyss battlefield outpost, Zhou Chun entered the merit hall. He produced the merit point token obtained from slaying the demonic cultivator, a total of 3,000 merit points. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, the elder in charge's eyes brightened. Young friend, what would you like to exchange? Zhou Chun glanced at the exchange list, but found nothing of immediate need. He shook his head in refusal and then departed the outpost, activating the teleportation array. With a hum, the array lit up, transporting him back to the Xianxia sect. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Chun immediately set up a barrier array. He retrieved a heavenly restoration pill from the system space. The elixir radiated a multicolored glow. Imbued with terrifying medicinal power, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. Boom. The formidable medicinal energy erupted within him instantaneously. Zhou Chun hurriedly operated the Xianxia immortal scripture to guide this energy. The power transformed into a torrent of heat, coursing throughout his body. He could feel the subtle flaws within him being mended by the medicinal force. His meridians grew more resilient, and his dantian became increasingly stable. Even his bones, nourished by the medicinal power, became harder and more translucent, resembling works of art. Time passed gradually. 3 days later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. A full 1,000 pills. He had finally reinforced his foundation, perhaps due to not undergoing the heavenly tribulation to ascend. And having sneaked into the spirit realm, Zhou Chun required an unusually high number of heavenly restoration pills. However, the benefits were evident. The essence of the lower realm had been thoroughly cleansed from his body, and he no longer had to worry about being annihilated by the heavenly Tao of the spirit realm. Zhou Chun continued to channel his immortal spiritual power. Above his dantian, 3 ethereal blossoms gradually materialized, the embryonic forms of the celestial flower, earth flower, and human flower. He could now establish his immortal foundation, Zhou Chun murmured to himself. However, before doing so, he needed to prepare some items. He possessed the formula for the true immortal tribulation pill, but lacked the main ingredient and many auxiliary materials. It seemed he would have to take a trip to the Tianbao auction house to test his luck. While at the large teleportation array heading towards Tianbao City, Zhou Chun instinctively opened the system panel and surveyed the nearby cultivators. At the entrance, a bustling crowd of cultivators was coming and going. A streak of light flashed past him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chun thought he had imagined it. Name, ancient name. Realm, quasi-immortal realm, 10th layer. Fate, bloodline of the ancient immortal clan, 9 colors. Child of destiny, 9 colors. Invulnerable to all laws, 9 colors. Destiny, heir of the ancient clan. At 18 already at the 10th layer of quasi-immortal realm, unparalleled talent in the spirit realm, expected to break through to the true immortal realm within a month. Achieve immortal king within 10 years, and attain the immortal emperor realm within a century, ultimately stopping at the 9th layer of immortal emperor. Recent opportunities. 1. 3 days later, while passing by the small market outside Tianbao City, encounter the fortune-telling elder and obtain a true immortal tribulation pill. 2. 7 days later, attend the Tianbao auction house to bid for the supreme grade spiritual material, Chaos Divine Iron, to forge his destiny treasure. 3. 15 days later, the ancient clan's secret realm will open, allowing him to obtain the immortal king inheritance, significantly enhancing his strength. After reading the panel, Zhou Chun's eyes were dazzled. What the hell? 3 9-color fates? 18 years old, and already at the 10th layer of quasi-immortal? This is what it truly means to be a child of fortune. Zhou Chun recalled Lin Tian's paltry 5-color fate, and couldn't help but chuckle. In the presence of this individual, Lin Tian was barely worthy of carrying his shoes. However, Zhou Chun was more concerned about the first opportunity, the true immortal tribulation pill. This was precisely what he needed at that moment. 3 days later, at the small market outside Tianbao City, Zhou Chun's lips curled into a smile. An old man by the roadside, is it? Here I come. With a flash of his figure, He soared toward Tianbao City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Tianbao City, there was a small market. The foot traffic was not heavy, mostly comprising scattered cultivators trading at stalls. Zhou Chen arrived a day early. He wandered through the market until he quickly located the fortune-telling stall. The stall owner was a white-haired elder, clad in a gray robe, with a gaunt face. His aura was restrained, but Zhou Chen could sense that the old man was at the first layer of the quasi-immortal realm. Before the old man's stall lay a tattered cloth, upon which were inscribed the words ironclad predictions, no charge. Zhou Chen approached, squatting before the stall. Old man, could you read my fortune? The elder glanced up at Zhou Chen, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. I will not. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating for Zhou Chen to depart. Chapter 4:23, Obsession and Generosity. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Why one to you? The old man replied coolly, your fortune is mediocre. Your root's average. There is nothing of value to predict. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. Mediocre fortune? Average roots? Are you blind, old man? However, he soon realized that due to the divine concealment technique, his aura was completely hidden. To the elder, he appeared merely as an ordinary cultivator at the 4th layer of the quasi-mortal realm. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Old man, what is your impression of me? The elder regarded him with a stoic face and replied, I think you are unwell. Zhou Chen was taken aback. Unwell? What did you say? The old man frowned. I said you are unwell. Are your ears not functioning? I see that your brow is dark, your vital energy unstable. It is clearly a sign of obsession. Hurry back and meditate. Do not waste your time here. Zhou Chen chuckled in disbelief. Obsession? You are the one who is obsessed. He stood up, his aura suddenly erupting. Boom. The oppressive force of a quasi-immortal at the 10th layer descended upon the market, causing the temperature to plummet by 10 degrees. The surrounding cultivators turned pale, retreating in haste. The elder's pupils constricted, his body freezing in place. A quasi-immortal at the 10th layer? This young man was indeed at the 10th layer? Zhou Chen looked down at the elder, sneering. Now, what do you think of me? The elder swallowed hard. A forced smile emerging on his face. Senior's cultivation is profound. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I observe your fortune is dragon-like, your roots extraordinary. You are a once-in-a-millennium talent. I apologize for my earlier folly. Zhou Chen snorted. That is more like it. He retracted his oppressive aura and squatted back down at the stall. Old man, would you like to cultivate a good relationship with me? The elder hesitated. Cultivate a good relationship? He instinctively shook his head. I do not wish to. As soon as the words left his mouth, the terrifying pressure descended again. The elder trembled, his legs buckling beneath him as he knelt on the ground. Zhou Chen grinned. Care to reconsider? The elder gritted his teeth, nodding with great difficulty. I want to. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since you wish to cultivate a good relationship, how about you give me your ancestral true immortal tribulation pill? The elder's expression changed dramatically. What true immortal tribulation pill? I do not have one. He was utterly shocked. The true immortal tribulation pill was his greatest secret. A bargaining chip he used to befriend extraordinary talents. Although others might not recognize it, it could at least help him cultivate good relations. Even his family was unaware of it. How could this young man know? Seeing the elder's lack of understanding, Zhou Chen's eyes glimmered with coldness. The pressure intensified. The elder was forced to the ground, unable to move. Zhou Chen crouched down, patting the elder's face. Old man, stop pretending. I know you have it. Hand it over obediently, and I might spare you some dignity. Otherwise, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Do not blame me for being impolite. The elder's face turned ashen. He wanted to resist, but the oppressive force of a quasi-immortal at the 10th layer rendered him utterly powerless. Zhou Chen waited a few seconds, and seeing the elder's silence, he declared, since you choose not to respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence. He reached out and directly removed the storage ring from the elder's waist. The elder's eyes widened in horror. You. Zhou Chen's consciousness probed into the storage ring, swiftly locating the true immortal tribulation pill. A pill radiating a faint golden glow lay quietly within a jade box. Zhou Chen extracted the pill and stored it within his system space. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting the opportunity of the ancient name, the system chimed, triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Sanking Tribulation Pill, an ancient miraculous pill, a legendary treasure of the ancient immortal god Sanking, capable of assisting in breaking through to the true immortal realm and elevating the quality of immortal foundations with no side effects. This was astonishing. The value far surpassed that of the true immortal tribulation pill. Zhou Chen's spirits soared as he tossed the storage ring back to the elder. Thank you, old man, for your generosity. This good relationship has been well established. I shall remember you. Be cautious next time you venture out. The elder lay prostrate on the ground, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Generosity? You are robbing me. Zhou Chen stood up, brushing off his hands. Old man, to prevent any retaliation. Let me confirm, you did this willingly, correct? The elder's eyes darted, remaining silent, clearly unconvinced. Zhou Chun, seeing this, raised his hand and pressed down on the elder's head. Thud, thud, thud. 3 loud thumps reverberated as they struck the ground, creating a deep dent. Zhou Chun feigned concern. Old man, this is unnecessary. No need for such grand gestures. I am merely slightly more handsome. There is no need for such courtesy. The surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Someone whispered. That old man is probably deceiving again, right? He acts like a mystic every day. He deserves to be taught a lesson. The elder, hearing these words, nearly spat blood. He lay on the ground, wanting to cry but finding no tears. Old man, you are a good person. Until we meet again. Zhou Chun retracted his pressure, his figure flashing away, disappearing into the market. The elder remained on the ground, immobilized by a mix of sorrow and rage. The true immortal tribulation pill was now lost. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Gu Ming, with an imposing demeanor, appeared to be around 18 years of age. Clad in a brocade robe that shimmered like flowing clouds, surrounded by a faint 9-colored radiance. As he passed by the fortune-telling stall, the elder's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he instantly perked up. If Zhou Chun had been present, he would have noticed the stark contrast in the elder's enthusiasm towards Gu Ming compared to his earlier indifference. Perhaps this was the aura of the protagonist, struggling to rise. The elder attempted to intercept Gu Ming. Young master. Before he could finish, Gu Ming frowned. Get lost. A figure clad in black appeared beside Gu Ming in an instant, kicking the elder away. This was Gu Ming's protector. The elder's body tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Ming did not even glance back, continuing on his path. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads at the scene. That old man is truly having a bad day. He got robbed and then kicked away. Serves him right for pretending to know everything. The elder lay on the ground, tears finally streaming down his face. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. What a calamity. After leaving the market, Zhou Chun found a secluded valley. He set up dozens of formations, completely sealing the entire valley. Soundproof arrays, concealment arrays, defensive arrays, lightning kill arrays. Layer upon layer, impenetrable. Having completed all of this, Zhou Chun finally exhaled in relief. He retrieved a Tianbu pill from the system space, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Previously, he had consumed 1,000 foundational restoration pills, leaving him with 9,000. The Tianbu pill not only served to restore one's foundation, but, in critical moments, could also act as a miraculous healing elixir. However, few would indulge in such extravagance. Subsequently, Zhou Chun settled into a meditative posture, initiating his breath regulation. The aura of his nascent stage had reached a state of perfect completion. Above his dantian, 3 ethereal blossoms flickered into existence: the heavenly flower, earthly flower, and human flower. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and swallowed a Sanking Transcendence pill in one gulp. Boom. Chapter 424. Blossoms bloom at 12 grades. Terrifying heavenly calamity. The formidable potency of the pill erupted instantaneously. Zhou Chun hastily activated the Xianxia Immortal Sutra, channeling this force. The medicinal energy transformed into a torrential warmth, surging towards the 3 flowers above his dantian. The heavenly flower began to solidify, its previously illusory petals gradually taking on a tangible form. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Time passed incrementally. 3 days later, the heavenly flower had fully solidified, radiating a faint golden glow. Another 3 days passed, and the earthly and human flowers also manifested as physical entities. At this moment, the 3 flowers converged, hovering above the dantian, emanating an enigmatic brilliance. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. The 3 flowers had coalesced. A breakthrough was imminent. The Sanking Transcendence pill had only now begun to unleash its true potential. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming medicinal force erupted within him. The 3 flowers began to transform. Their colors, once merely golden, deepened in hue. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, continuing to consume more. 4 grades, 5 grades, 6 grades. The colors of the 3 flowers had reached an astonishing depth, exuding an aura of profound mystery. 7th grade foundational essence. The Sanking Transcendence pill truly lived up to its ancient renown, with the flow of medicinal energy showing little sign of abating. Boom. As the Sanking Transcendence pill continuously unleashed its power, a mysterious rhythm began to draw Zhou Chun in, pulsing like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 flowers trembled violently. Mystical patterns emerged upon their petals. 8th grade foundational essence. A flicker of madness flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. Not sufficient. I desire the 9th grade. Zhou Chun began to voraciously consume the Tianbu pills, 100, 1000, 2000. Upon swallowing the 3000th pill, the three flowers finally underwent a qualitative transformation. Boom. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. The fearsome aura of the impending heavenly tribulation enveloped the surroundings. The formation Zhou Chun had laid out began to tremble. But he paid it no mind. The transformation within him had reached a critical juncture. The three flowers spun wildly, their petal patterns growing increasingly intricate. At last, crack, the three flowers solidified entirely. Each blossom radiated an aura of the utmost profundity, with the patterns on their petals embodying the fundamental truths of the universe. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within. It was complete. The blossoms had reached the 12th grade, the supreme foundational essence. Zhou Chun could sense that the celestial spiritual power within him had amplified 100-fold, and the capacity of his danshan had expanded several hundred times. At this moment, the microcosm within him burgeoned wildly, surpassing even the expanse of the Academy of Xianxia by 1,000-fold. Within Zhou Chun's perception, an immense world tree ascended, towering into the skies, obscuring the sun, its end nowhere in sight, supporting the universe of his inner world. Surrounding the world tree were various mysterious auras, as torrents of chaotic celestial energy were drawn from the void into his microcosm. With each rhythmic breath of the world tree, the chaotic celestial energy visibly filled the inner world. Vegetation thrived wildly, exotic flora and fauna flourished, and a multitude of minute life forms emerged. A flower blooming at the 9th grade signified that one could at least attain the realm of the celestial king, while the 12th grade blossom was a feat only achievable by ancient deities throughout history. Zhou Chun had not anticipated the Sanking Transcendence Pill to be this potent. The celestial spiritual power within Zhou Chun surged uncontrollably. The 3 12th grade immortal flowers hovered above his danshan, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Just then, boom, the sky suddenly darkened once more. Was this the heavenly tribulation? No, it was different. Zhou Chun's eyes widened in realization. This was not an ordinary heavenly calamity. The dark clouds above gathered at a visible pace. The sky within a 10,000-mile radius was shrouded in black clouds. Within the cloud layers, purple lightning flickered. Each bolt of lightning contained the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Zhou Chun's expression shifted. This was the legendary Endless Void Heavenly Calamity? He inhaled sharply. The Endless Void Heavenly Calamity only descended during the breakthrough to the Celestial King realm. Its might surpassed that of a true celestial tribulation by 1,000-fold. This was merely a breakthrough to the true celestial realm. Why had it descended upon him? Zhou Chun had no time for further contemplation. The first bolt of heavenly calamity descended from the heavens. Boom. The purple lightning, 100 feet in diameter, tore through the void and struck towards him. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and summoned all the celestial spiritual power within him. The void shattered. A sword aura sliced forth. The 10,000-foot sword aura collided with the lightning. Boom. The sword aura was instantly obliterated. The residual force of the lightning struck Zhou Chun. Puffed. Zhou Chun spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His robes reduced to ashes in an instant. His skin was charred black from the lightning, flesh and blood mangled, emanating a scent akin to roasted meat. At this moment, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. So powerful. A flicker of shock crossed Zhou Chun's eyes. The first bolt of heavenly calamity had already inflicted injury upon him, and there were still a total of 80 more to come. He couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand this. Before he could ponder further, the second and third bolts of heavenly calamity coalesced in the sky. This time, 2 bolts of lightning descended simultaneously. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, retrieving the Chaos Bell from the system space. Block it for me. The Chaos Bell instantly expanded, hovering above his head. Simultaneously, he activated the Underworld King's seal, summoning the true form of the Underworld King to enhance his own power. Clang, clang, clang. The lightning struck the Chaos Bell, producing a deafening sound. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. Zhou Chun's face turned ashen. The Chaos Bell was a supreme artifact of the celestial grade, yet it had sustained cracks from the heavenly calamity. The 4th bolt of heavenly calamity. The 5th bolt of heavenly calamity. Each bolt of lightning grew more terrifying than the last. The fissures on the Chaos Bell multiplied, and Zhou Chun's injuries intensified. His entire body was bloodied and mangled. His bones splintered. He was on the brink of death. In this critical moment, Zhou Chun could think of nothing else and gritted his teeth, taking out a Tianbu pill to swallow. If someone were to witness this, they would surely berate him for being wasteful. As the medicinal power erupted within him, his injuries rapidly healed. The 6th bolt of heavenly calamity. The 7th bolt of heavenly calamity. The 8th bolt of heavenly calamity. Zhou Chun continued to consume Tianbu pills, their quantity dwindling swiftly. By the time the 8th bolt of heavenly calamity struck, the chaos bell could finally bear no more. Crack! The bell emitted a mournful wail, transforming into a streak of light that returned to his body. Zhou Qin's heart sank. The chaos bell had reached its limit. At that moment, the 9th tribulation of thunder had already coalesced. This particular tribulation descended with the force of 9 simultaneous bolts, each as thick as 1,000 zhong, exuding a terrifying power. A flicker of madness flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes. He would fight with all he had. He activated the Celestial Emperor's sword domain, and the invisible realm unfurled in an instant. Countless sword energies coalesced within the domain, obliterating the void. The cycle of reincarnation was extinguished. Zhou Qin unleashed all his hidden cards. The clash of sword energies and thunder resonated with a deafening roar, leveling the entire valley to the ground. The land within a 1,000-mile radius was turned into scorched earth. Zhou Qin's body was engulfed by the thunder, nearly reduced to mere flesh and blood. Fortunately, his Azure Lotus transformation body was extraordinarily robust, continuously emanating transformative energy to nourish his flesh, allowing him to recover from even the gravest of injuries in an exceedingly short time. His wounds were barely stabilized. Yet, in the sky, the terrifying, endless void thunder tribulations persisted. Chapter 4:25, Surviving Calamity, Internal Thunder Tribulations. The 10th, 11th, and 12th tribulations followed. Zhou Qin had grown numb. By the time the 15th tribulation struck, the celestial spiritual power within him had been utterly depleted. The 3 celestial flowers above his dantian began to dim. He lay sprawled on the ground, rendered immobile. Was he destined to perish? A flicker of unwillingness crossed Zhou Qin's eyes. He had just broken through to the true immortal realm, recently attained the 12th grade celestial foundation, and had only just begun to make his mark in the spirit realm. Was he truly to die beneath the weight of the heavenly tribulation? Such a fate seemed unbearable. Even in the face of this dire predicament, Zhou Qin refused to surrender, desperately channeling the remnants of his celestial spiritual energy. Just then, the miniature world within him began to tremble. The towering world tree erupted with dazzling brilliance, sending forth countless roots that extended from the void, piercing through Zhou Qin's body and reaching skyward. With a resounding crash, the roots collided with the tribulations of thunder, absorbing the celestial bolts. Zhou Qin was taken aback. Could it be that the world tree was absorbing the heavenly tribulation? Was it because wood is an insulator? A peculiar thought crossed his mind. At that moment, the roots of the world tree multiplied, thickly enveloping him and shielding him entirely from view. The terrifying thunderbolts in the sky were all absorbed by the roots. The 16th, 17th, and 18th tribulations followed, as the world tree voraciously absorbed the energies. Its trunk shone ever brighter. The miniature world underwent monumental transformations. The realm, once filled solely with chaotic celestial energy, suddenly manifested a diminutive version of the endless void thunder. Countless purple bolts danced in the air, striking the ground of the miniature world. With a thunderous roar, the areas struck by the thunder were instantly reduced to ashes. Zhou Qin's consciousness delved into the miniature world, and he was astonished to discover that he could control these bolts of thunder. With but a thought, the lightning struck a specific location. With another thought, the lightning dissipated. This Zhou Qin was astonished. Thunder tribulations had manifested within his miniature world, and he could wield them. What did this signify? It meant that he could refine treasures and his own body using the thunder tribulations within this realm. Furthermore, he could draw enemies into the miniature world and obliterate them with heavenly thunder. This was truly extraordinary. Was this the natural order of tribulations in the spirit realm? Zhou Qin pondered, recognizing that tribulations were governed by the heavenly Tao. But who governed the heavenly Tao itself? In the void, the endless void thunder tribulations continued unabated. However, the world tree had fully adapted. The final tribulation emerged, unleashing a total of 81 bolts of thunder simultaneously, each as thick as 10,000 zhong, their power reaching an unimaginable zenith. This profound display provided Zhou Qin with a more visceral understanding of the might of the immortal king realm. Even a 10th layer true immortal appeared as an ant in the face of the endless void thunder tribulations. At this juncture, the roots of the world tree had extended from his miniature world, thickly proliferating to exceed 1,000,000 in number. With a tremendous crash, the clash between the thunder and the trunk of the world tree reverberated through the void. The entire expanse trembled, and cultivators within 1,000 miles were stirred by this terrifying aura. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? It was utterly fearsome. Could it be that an immortal king was undergoing tribulation? Countless cultivators turned to gaze in that direction. Yet, before they could approach, they were repelled by the residual force of the tribulation, frightened into retreat. Zhou Qin lay sprawled in a star shape, watching as the world tree completely absorbed the final bolt of thunder. as the ominous clouds in the void slowly dissipated. A golden light from the heavenly Tao enveloped Zhou Chun, bathing him in warmth. Under the nurturing embrace of this golden light, all his injuries healed completely, even becoming more robust than before. The infernal heavenly tribulation had finally come to an end. Zhou Chun lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, he recognized his inadequacies. In this moment, a profound urgency to elevate his strength surged within him. Ultimately, he had survived. Meanwhile, the miniature world within him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Its expanse expanded to billions of miles, and the trunk of the world tree grew even more robust, its canopy obscuring the heavens, seemingly endless. In the sky, purple lightning continued to flicker, while the ground saw an explosion of vegetative growth. The microorganisms, tempered by the thunder, began to evolve. Some sprouted scales, others wings, and some even transformed into demonic beasts. Zhou Chun gazed at this scene, astonished. The miniature world was no longer a lifeless void. It had come alive, birthing a multitude of primordial life forms. He could even sense that the heavenly Tao within the miniature world, though faint, was gradually perfecting itself. And he was the true master of this realm. Unbeknownst to him, the birth of life within the miniature world was a feat only achievable by those who had broken through to the immortal emperor realm. Yet, by sheer happenstance, Zhou Chun had accomplished this ahead of time. If others were to learn of this, he would have long since become a coveted treasure in the spirit realm. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun attuned himself to the changes within. The celestial spiritual power in his body had fully restored, and it was now over 10,000 times stronger than before the tribulation. His cultivation at the first layer of the true immortal realm had been thoroughly solidified. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which now appeared serene and clear, as if the tribulations had never occurred. The endless void thunder tribulations flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes, a hint of lingering fear evident. Had it not been for the world tree, he might have perished. Yet now, he not only survived, but had also gained an extraordinary enhancement. He opened his system panel to review the opportunities presented by the ancient name. Name, ancient name. Realm, pseudo-immortal realm, 10th layer. Fate, bloodline of the ancient celestial clan, 9 colors. Child of destiny, 9 colors. Invulnerable to all laws, 9 colors. Destiny, heir of the ancient celestial clan, at 18 years old already a peak practitioner at the 10th level of the quasi-celestial realm. His innate talent unparalleled in the spirit realm. Anticipating a breakthrough to the true celestial realm within 3 years, achieving the rank of celestial king within a decade, and ultimately reaching the 9th level of the celestial emperor realm in a century. Recent opportunities. 1. In 3 days, he will attend the celestial treasure auction, where he hopes to acquire the supreme spiritual material, chaos divine iron, to forge his lifebound treasure. 2. In 10 days, the secret realm of the ancient clan will open, granting him access to the legacy of the celestial king, significantly enhancing his power. 3. In a month, he will unexpectedly encounter Xian of the Xianxia sect, falling deeply in love at first sight. After persistent courtship and rejection, he will forcibly abduct Xian, awakening the ancient celestial body after their mutual cultivation. Upon reading the third opportunity, Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Xian? This fellow actually managed to win her affection? Not a chance. Zhou Chun scoffed. Although he did not harbor profound feelings for Xian, that did not preclude his desire to intervene. Moreover, achieving the true celestial realm would enable him to forge his own lifebound treasure, fully materializing his celestial Tao imprint and significantly augmenting his strength. A practitioner with a lifebound treasure possesses combat power exceeding that of an ordinary true celestial by more than tenfold. However, this process is lengthy for those in the true celestial realm. Firstly, materials. Ordinary materials are beneath their notice, while high-quality celestial materials are rare and elusive, with chaos divine iron being among the better options. Not every practitioner can forge a lifebound treasure. Only the ancient celestial lineage possesses the foundation to support such an expenditure. With this in mind, Zhou Chun retracted all formations and vanished from his original location. Chapter 426. Intercepting the divine iron, ascending the celestial tree. 3 days later, at Celestial Treasure City, Zhou Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back beneath the city gate, gazing upwards at the magnificent city suspended above the sea of clouds. This city is one of the largest commercial hubs in the spirit realm, its towering walls etched with numerous ancient formations that exude a disquieting energy. Within the city, the ethereal aura intertwines with the mundane bustle, with millions of practitioners passing through daily. As Zhou Chun joined the throng and stepped through the city gates, a wave of clamorous heat rushed to greet him. The broad streets were lined with stalls, and the air was filled with the incessant sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Freshly unearthed low-grade spiritual herbs. Come take a look. Only 10,000 celestial crystals. An ancestral supreme treasure. Miss this village, and you'll miss this shop. Fragments of true celestial realm techniques. Those fated to obtain them. The price is negotiable. Zhou Chun's gaze swept over the scene, his heart as tranquil as still water. These items no longer held any allure for him. He strode directly through the bustling crowd towards the most imposing structure at the city's center, the Celestial Treasure Auction. The entire building occupied an expanse of 1,000 feet, crafted from unknown jade, shimmering under the sunlight with a grandeur that was overwhelming. At the entrance, 2 guards clad in uniform armor stood at attention, their presence steady, both being formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the quasi-celestial realm. Zhou Chen casually presented an invitation. As the guard scanned it with his spiritual sense, a look of respect immediately replaced his previously indifferent expression as he bowed and said, "We welcome the esteemed true celestial. Please, enter." Zhou Chen inclined his head slightly and stepped inside. The auction hall was exceedingly spacious and already bustling with voices, every seat occupied. Scanning the room, he noted at least 1,000 practitioners gathered, the weakest being at the 5th level of the quasi-celestial realm, among whom were many whose profound auras revealed them to be true celestial experts. Zhou Chen casually took a seat in an inconspicuous corner at the back. With a thought, he activated the concealment technique, instantly suppressing his aura to an unremarkable level, rendering him merely an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of the quasi-celestial realm in the eyes of those around him. Before long, the auction formally commenced. A captivating woman in a red robe ascended the stage, casting her gaze across the audience, her voice imbued with a unique charm. "Esteemed friends, welcome to the Celestial Treasure Auction. The rules remain as they have in the past. The highest bidder wins. Without further ado, let us present the first item." A maid gracefully approached the stage, bearing a jade tray. Low-grade spiritual herb, 7-star grass. Starting bid at 10,000 celestial crystals. 20,000. 30,000. The price quickly escalated to 100,000 celestial crystals. Zhou Chen leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, utterly disinterested in these appetizers. Time flowed slowly, with item after item being presented and subsequently auctioned off, spiritual herbs, elixirs, techniques, treasures, a dazzling array. Yet, Zhou Chen saw nothing of interest. After 2 hours, the smile on the red-robed woman's face widened. Next, she announced the 3 climax items of this auction, pausing to build anticipation. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly ignited with excitement. The first item. The maid ascended the stage again. This time the tray was covered in red cloth, adding an air of mystery. As the cloth was lifted, a heavy, ancient, primordial aura permeated the entire venue. Upon the tray lay a palm-sized piece of black metal, its surface adorned with naturally formed arcane patterns, as if it contained the essence of the universe. Supreme spiritual material of the celestial grade, chaos divine iron. The ultimate material for forging lifebound treasures, starting bid at 10 million low-grade celestial crystals. As the words fell, the auction hall fell into a profound silence. Numerous fervent gazes fixated on the piece of black metal, breaths becoming labored. Chaos divine iron. Such a divine object could make even a celestial king envious. After a brief pause, a frenzy of bidding erupted. 15 million. 20 million. I bid 30 million. The price soared like a wild stallion, breaking the 50 million mark in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen remained composed, his expression unchanged. Soon, when the price reached 80 million, only a handful were left willing to bid. At that moment, a voice from a VIP seat on the 2nd floor, tinged with arrogance and indifference, rang out. 100 million. Gasps filled the hall as all eyes turned in unison. A young man clad in a flowing, intricately embroidered celestial robe sat proudly, exuding an air of aloofness. He was Gu Ming, the heir of the ancient celestial clan. 100 million celestial crystals. This price caused 99% of the audience to falter. The red-robed woman surveyed the crowd, a professional smile on her face. The young master of the Gu clan bids 100 million. Is there any higher offer? 100 million once. 100 million twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a calm voice emanated from the corner, devoid of any fluctuation. 200 million. Even the red-robed woman couldn't help but part her lips in surprise. Boom. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Everyone turned abruptly toward the dim corner. Gu Ming's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade, filled with scrutiny and displeasure. 300 million, he coldly stated, his voice laced with a hint of chill. Zhou Chen did not even raise his eyelids, continuing to bid. 400 million. Gu Ming's expression darkened. He had not expected an unknown individual seated in the corner to dare provoke him repeatedly. 500 million. Gu Ming's tone now betrayed an unmistakable murderous intent. Yet, Zhou Chen seemed unfazed, a light chuckle escaping his lips. 1 billion. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the auction hall, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone appeared as if entranced, their gaze fixated on Zhou Chen. 10 billion celestial crystals? What does that even signify? Even if one were to strip the entirety of a few true immortals of their wealth, such a sum would still be elusive. Who on earth is this individual? A reclusive ancient being? Or perhaps the heir of a force even more formidable than the Gu family? In the VIP section on the second floor, Gu Ming's countenance had turned a deep shade of black, veins pulsating at his temples. He glared intently at Zhou Chen, as if wishing to devour him whole. Who are you? At long last, Zhou Chen rose to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, casting a nonchalant glance in Gu Ming's direction. That is of no concern to you. With that, he directed his attention toward the elegant lady in red upon the stage. You may bring down the hammer. Oh, the lady in red seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily raising the auction hammer, her voice trembling. 10 billion once. 10 billion twice. 10 billion thrice. Ding. Sold. Amidst a myriad of gazes laced with reverence, greed, and confusion, Zhou Chen ascended the auction stage with measured strides, casually tossing a storage ring. After the lady in red confirmed its contents with her divine sense, she respectfully handed over the piece of chaotic divine iron to Zhou Chen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Gu Ming's opportunity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a tenfold return, acquiring the ancient trunk of the celestial tree. Chapter 427. The sword opens the heavenly gate, a lotus in the eternal azure sky. Zhou Chen was absorbed in the system's notifications, utterly disregarding Gu Ming's gaze, which was filled with murderous intent. Just as he stepped out of the auction hall, a figure blocked his path. It was none other than Gu Ming. Behind him stood a cold, sinister-looking elder clad in black, a fifth-layer true immortal, whose piercing eyes were locked onto Zhou Chen. Kid, hand over the chaotic divine iron. Gu Ming's expression was grim, his tone brooking no dissent. Zhou Chen regarded him with a smile. By what right? Gu Ming's eyes flickered with disdain and arrogance. Simply by virtue of being the direct descendant of the Gu family. Have you heard of the Gu family? And you? Merely a lurking insect on the verge of becoming a celestial being. Zhou Chen shook his head, a trace of pity in his smile. A direct descendant of the Gu family? Is that truly impressive? In my eyes, you and an insect are of no difference. Both are destined to perish. Seeking death. Gu Ming erupted in rage, bellowing. The elder in black immediately understood and stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura, striking down towards Zhou Chen's crown. Arrogant brat. Before the force of the palm arrived, the fierce winds it generated stung Zhou Chen's face. Yet he stood resolute, not even flinching. He merely extended a finger toward the incoming palm print and gently tapped. Buzz. A nearly imperceptible sword energy erupted from his fingertip. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance. It was at once supremely swift and astoundingly simple. The elder's pupils constricted in terror, a primal fear emanating from the depths of his soul. This is. He attempted to evade, but found his body as if shackled by a mountain, immobile. A line of blood appeared at his neck. In the next instant, his head soared into the air, his face frozen in an expression of boundless horror. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, blood staining the long street. The entire venue fell into a deathly hush. Gu Ming's fury was instantly frozen, and he stood as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the corpse, his mind vacant. Seconds to kill? The fifth-layer guardian was obliterated with but a finger? How is this possible? Zhou Chen withdrew his finger, his gaze calmly settling on Gu Ming. Now, do you still desire the chaotic divine iron? Gu Ming's body trembled violently, his teeth chattering, a chill rushing from his soles to the crown of his head. He was well aware of the guardian's formidable strength. The reason he had not summoned a stronger protector was to hone himself. He never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent. Gu Ming fell silent. The once proud and arrogant youth felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and shame at Zhou Chen's terrifying prowess, while Gu Ming likely had other guardians. And the treasure-hunting mouse's opportunity panel could still refresh. Zhou Chen decided to play it safe. Leave. Zhou Chen uttered a single word, devoid of warmth. Wait for me. Gu Ming ceased to linger, vanishing into the distance. Zhou Chen shook his head and casually stored the chaotic divine iron into his small world. Outside Tianbao City, the residual power of Zhou Chen's swift execution of the true immortal lingered. To avoid complications, he swiftly retreated to his cave dwelling within the Xianxia sect. At this moment, the most pressing matter was to convert the resources in his possession into tangible combat power. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the secret chamber, his consciousness diving into the vast small world within him. The world tree stretched heavenward and earthward, its branches swaying, releasing endless chaotic energy, as though each leaf bore the weight of an entire galaxy. Chaotic divine iron, arise. Zhou Chen gestured, and the block of black divine iron, purchased for 2 billion celestial crystals, floated before him. Following that, he retrieved the ancient trunk of the celestial tree, exuding an aura of antiquity from the system space. As both items emerged, the dormant immortal imprints within Zhou Chen surged to life, the ethereal image of the Qingping sword resonating with a fervent hum. Bone of the celestial tree, edge of the divine iron, refine it for me with the 3 mystical, true flames. Zhou Chen commanded, his hands forming intricate seals, unleashing a series of profound incantations. The world tree within the small world seemed to sense its master's intention, cascading down countless divine chains of laws, transforming into the purest primordial flame, enveloping the trunk and divine iron. Contrary to expectations of clanging metal, only the harmonious sounds of the Tao echoed throughout. Under the crucible of the law's flames, the chaotic divine iron gradually morphed into a pool of black golden liquid, its naturally forming Tao patterns not only remaining intact, but becoming even more intricate and animated. The celestial tree transformed into a stream of azure light, perfectly merging with the black golden liquid. Time lost its meaning in the midst of cultivation. After an undetermined period, the amalgamated liquid began to elongate and take shape. The outline of a long sword gradually became discernible. The sword measured 3 feet, 6 inches, and 5/10, in accordance with the 365 degrees of the Zhoutian, while the width was 8/10 and 4/100, aligned with the 24 solar terms. The sword's entire body exhibited a peculiar azure golden hue, neither gold nor jade, flowing with chaotic energy, and the hilt was intricately carved with a bud of a blue lotus. At the moment the sword was completed, clang! A clear and resonant sword cry echoed within Zhou Chen's small world, even penetrating his flesh, reverberating across the skies of the Xianxia sect. The once clear heavens were suddenly shrouded in darkness. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surrounding area for thousands of miles, causing countless cultivators to look up in fear. Above them, purple thunder roiled like an enraged dragon. Is this the tribulation heralding the emergence of a supreme celestial artifact? No. The pressure of this tribulation is even more terrifying than that faced by the ancestor during the immortal king tribulation. The might of this tribulation rivals that of the boundless void divine thunder that Zhou Chen faced during his ascension. Deep within the Xianxia sect, several reclusive elders were jolted awake, their minds interwoven with astonishment. When did such a prodigious genius emerge from our Xianxia sect? Our Xianxia sect stands on the cusp of ascending to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Old ghost, why are you not taking action? Are you waiting for others to pry into our affairs? Several individuals hastily employed their skills to conceal the celestial secrets. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze, piercing through the confines of the cave, and directed his sight towards the vast sky. The birth of his innate treasure. Could the heavenly way truly disallow it? A cold, sharp smile graced his lips. Had it been the former him, he might have harbored some trepidation. Yet now, with the world tree residing within him and the nascent form of a miniature heavenly Tao under his command, mere thunder tribulations appeared to be a mere offering at his doorstep. With a flicker of thought, Zhou Chen commanded the newly formed Qingping sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring skyward. Thunderous roars erupted. The first cataclysmic lightning, long in the brewing above, descended with a ferocity capable of flattening a mountain peak. However, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The Qingping sword remained unperturbed, its tip steadfastly aimed at the descending thunder. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying bolt, upon making contact with the sword's tip, was devoured as if it were a mere drop of water in the ocean, consumed by the chaotic vortex upon the blade. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a joyful chime, its azure lotus patterns shimmering with a newfound luster. Subsequently, the second and third bolts followed suit, cascading like raindrops, all transforming into nourishment for the Qingping sword. The once ferocious tribulation now seemed to lack vigor, as if it had encountered its nemesis. How could this be possible? Chapter 428. The words of a scoundrel, Xian's downfall. The onlooking cultivators were left aghast, their worldviews shattered, having never witnessed such a method of transcending tribulations. Was that not a thunderstorm formidable enough to rival that of a celestial king? And yet, it was consumed by a mere sword? Zhou Chen felt the jubilation emanating from his innate treasure, igniting a surge of confidence within him. Since he had arrived, it would be unwise to retreat. He pointed his fingers as if they were swords, gently slicing through the air towards the heavens. The Qingping sword, suspended in the firmament, suddenly expanded tremendously, transforming into a colossal blade, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that cleaved downwards upon the dense tribulation clouds. With a resounding slice, it seemed as if only this azure sword light remained between heaven and earth. The ominous clouds, stretching for miles, were forcefully split in twain by this single strike. The clouds collapsed rapidly under the onslaught of the sword's aura, transforming into pure spiritual energy that rejuvenated the land. One sword opened the heavens. The Qingping sword spiraled gracefully through the air before returning to Zhou Qin's hand, merging back into his dantian for nourishment. At that moment, the Qingping sword had undeniably ascended to the status of a supreme treasure of the celestial tier. Moreover, due to its fusion with chaotic divine iron and the world tree, its potential was unfathomable, with prospects of evolving into an imperial weapon of the celestial path, or even transcending such a realm. Zhou Qin exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes reflecting a restrained brilliance. Within the realm of true immortals, I shall be invincible. Calming his tumultuous emotions, Zhou Qin reopened the system panel to examine the opportunities associated with the ancient name. Recent opportunity. In 10 days, the ancient family secret realm will open, granting the inheritance of a celestial king, greatly enhancing strength. Gazing at this line, Zhou Qin's fingers lightly tapped his knee as he fell into contemplation. The ancient family secret realm, that was the stronghold of the primordial celestial clan. According to the ultra-secretive intel from the Xianxia sect, the ancient family's foundation was unfathomable, with not only celestial kings in their ranks, but also rumors of slumbering ancient celestial emperors. Though he had obtained the Qingping sword and experienced a surge in strength, venturing into such a den of dragons and tigers would be akin to courting death. Opportunities may be alluring, but one must possess the means to seize them. Zhou Qin decisively abandoned this thought. As a competent antagonist, understanding the shifting tides of fortune was the path to survival. Since a hard nut to crack was beyond reach, it was prudent to seek out a softer target. His gaze shifted downward, landing upon the third opportunity linked to the ancient name. Recent opportunity 3, 1 month hence, an unexpected encounter with Xianxia sect's Ziyin. Falling in love at first sight, and after being persistently rebuffed, forcibly abducting her to engage in dual cultivation, awakening the primordial celestial body. Love at first sight? Zhou Qin chuckled, a hint of mischief in his expression. Ziyin was a paragon of beauty, yet her demeanor was as frigid as a celestial maiden from the moon. Often dismissive towards male cultivators, save for her warm demeanor towards Zhou Qin. Who would have thought that ultimately, it would be the harbinger of fortune for the ancient name? If she is yours, I shall not hold back. A month seemed too long. Perhaps it would be better to act now. Zhou Qin rose, adjusting his robe. In his mind, the classic lines of a scoundrel from his past life surged forth. Dealing with such an innocent, aloof saintess, who knew nothing beyond her cultivation. The direct approach was folly. Winning her heart was the superior strategy. He intended to make this saintess willingly become his cherished possession. Zhou Qin pushed open the cave's entrance, stepping into the morning sun, and soared towards the purple bamboo peak, where Ziyin resided. The hunt began. At the purple bamboo peak, perpetually shrouded in swirling mists, rich in spiritual energy, by a serene cold pond, Ziyin sat in meditation. Clad in a flowing white robe, her long azure tresses cascading freely, her skin as flawless as fresh snow, her features painted with grace, she resembled a celestial being who had stepped out from a painting. Yet at this moment, a trace of anguish marred her celestial visage. Though she had reached the first layer of the true immortal realm, she had been stuck at a bottleneck for a full 6 months. Her unique physique, the Taiyan jade marrow body, while immensely powerful, was also perilously yin. Without a source of supreme yang to balance it, each attempt at a breakthrough sent her internal cold energy spiraling out of control, inflicting excruciating pain. With a sudden gasp, Ziyin shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the white gauze before her. The cold energy within her raged like a malignant force, relentlessly gnawing at her meridians, causing her consciousness to blur. Just as she was on the brink of unconsciousness, a warm, rich celestial power unexpectedly enveloped her back. This force was both domineering and gentle, instantly dispelling the rampant cold energy and safeguarding her heart's pulse. Ziyin struggled to open her eyes and looked back. A figure clad in green stood behind her, one hand resting against her back, his expression focused and grave. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, filled with concern and heartache, as if they contained all the tenderness of the world. Zhou Qin. Ziyin recognized the visitor, yet Zhou Qin was typically elusive. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Zhou Qin withdrew his hand, not immediately explaining, but rather taking off his outer robe and gently draping it over Ziyin's fragile shoulders. His movements were exceedingly tender, as if handling a rare treasure. Foolish girl, with cold energy invading your body, why persist in forcing a breakthrough? Zhou Qin's voice was deep, tinged with reproach, yet laced with undeniable concern. Ziyin was taken aback. No man had ever dared to address her in such a manner, nor had anyone ever made her feel so cherished. I wish to break through as soon as possible. Xian instinctively lowered her head. Resembling a child who had erred, Zhou Chen sighed and sat beside her, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea of clouds. In the pursuit of immortality, if one cannot even care for oneself, what is the point of seeking eternal life? He turned his head, locking his gaze with Xian's eyes. Xian, do you know? I have been watching you for quite some time. Xian's heart skipped a beat, a blush rising to her pale cheeks. Every time I see you struggling by the cold pond, my heart aches in tandem. But I dared not disturb you, fearing it would disrupt your path. Zhou Chen's voice grew hoarse, rich with magnetism. But today, witnessing you spitting blood, I regretted it. To hell with the path, to hell with the rules. Zhou Chen abruptly grasped Xian's icy hand, his gaze blazing with fervor. If the price of becoming an immortal is to endure suffering, then I would rather you remain immortal, allowing me to protect you from worry throughout the years. Boom. This classic line from a past life, dripping with the essence of a scoundrel, strikes like a thunderbolt in the relatively conservative realm of cultivation. Xian's mind goes blank, her heart pounding like a drum. No one has ever uttered such words to her. Would he truly prefer her to forego immortality just to keep her safe? What profound affection this reveals. It turns out, amidst the icy path of immortality, there has been someone silently guarding her all along. Once she pondered whether deep feelings would hinder her cultivation and feared that entering the mountains might lead to parting with a captivating city. How can one find a method that satisfies both worlds, without forsaking the heavenly way or the beloved? At this moment, Zhou Chen stands with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, softly reciting a modified love poem by Canyang Jitong, stirring ripples of unspoken affection. As Xian gazes into Zhou Chen's sincere eyes, the fortress she had built in her heart crumbles in an instant. Brother Zhou. Xian's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she grasps Zhou Chen's hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. Zhou Chen muses inwardly. Ah, the time has come. He naturally pulls Xian into his embrace. She stiffens for a moment, but does not resist, instead leaning willingly against his broad chest. Junior sister, you harbor cold energy within you. If not completely eradicated, it may threaten your life. Relax, I mean you no harm. Chapter 429, the Sect Master summons. What wrong is there? Zhou Chen whispers into Xian's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly. Then, how do we eliminate it? Xian's voice is barely a whisper. Lonely Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not thrive. Zhou Chen lifts Xian's chin, speaking with deep affection. Only through the harmony of Yin and Yang can we resolve this. I am willing to share my essence to help you overcome this tribulation. However, this method requires mutual cultivation. I wonder if Yin would be willing? Upon hearing this, Xian's face flushes crimson, nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Mutual cultivation. That is an act meant for partners in the Tao. Yet at this moment, feeling the warmth of Zhou Chen's embrace and recalling the soul-stirring words he just spoke, her previous reservations crumble entirely. If it's senior brother, Xian is willing. This simple declaration surpasses the most exquisite celestial music in the world. Zhou Chen hesitates no longer, lifting Xian in his arms, his figure flashing as he enters the depths of the purple bamboo peak's secret chamber, effortlessly setting up a barrier. The red candles flicker, and the springtime radiates infinitely. 3 days later, within the secret chamber, a terrifying aura suddenly erupts. Zhou Chen sits cross-legged, surrounded by 33 ethereal blue lotus flowers. Each lotus contains a fragment of the world's essence, ravenously devouring the celestial energy in the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting the ancient opportunity, Xian. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 10,000-fold critical return. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 33 Heavens Blue Lotus immortal body. Zhou Chen's eyes snap open, emitting 2 beams of azure light that pierce the void. The world tree within him grows wildly, resonating with the 33 blue lotuses. An endless stream of celestial power flooding his entire being. Second level of true immortal realm, broken. Third level of true immortal realm, broken. Fifth level of true immortal realm. In just 3 days, Zhou Chen's cultivation skyrockets like a rocket, shattering 4 realms in rapid succession, directly stepping into the 5th level of the true immortal realm. This is the terrifying nature of the 33 Heavens Blue Lotus immortal body, continuously absorbing celestial energy from the void, its cultivation speed 1,000 times that of ordinary beings. Meanwhile, Xian, lying beside Zhou Chen, gradually awakens. After 3 days of yin and yang harmonization, not only has her internal cold energy dissipated, but her cultivation has also successfully broken through to the 4th level of the true immortal realm. More importantly, under the nurturing of Zhou Chen's immense essence, her Taiyin Jade Marrow body has evolved, awakening the legendary Taiyin creation body. Xian gazes at the dashing man beside her, her eyes filled with infatuation and love. She knows that she can never part from this man in this lifetime. Husband. Xian softly calls, like a languid little cat, snuggling into Zhou Chen's embrace. Zhou Chen holds the lovely woman close, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, ancient name. Your opportunity is truly delightful. Yin, how do you feel? Zhou Chen gently strokes Xian's silky hair, asking in a warm tone. Thank you, husband, for your support. I have already broken through to the 4th level of true immortal realm. Xian tilts her head up, her eyes filled with admiration. Without my husband, I would have perished long ago. Xian lazily leans against Zhou Chen, her exposed shoulder as white as jade, adorned with a few ambiguous red marks. Gazing at the man who has completely ensnared her heart and soul, her eyes brim with tenderness and reliance. Xian, there is something I must tell you. Zhou Chen's voice disrupts the tranquil atmosphere of the chamber. For the next 3 months, you shall remain here to stabilize your realm. Do not venture anywhere. And absolutely do not step outside the boundaries of the Xianxia sect. Xian is momentarily taken aback. She instinctively wants to ask why. As the holy maiden of the Xianxia sect, her days are usually filled with responsibilities, and suddenly secluding herself for 3 months is no trivial matter. However, upon meeting Zhou Chen's deep, inky gaze, her question dies on her lips. It is an unmistakable assertion of control. Yes, Yin will heed my husband's words. Xian obediently nods. Behaving like a docile little cat, Zhou Chen turns, satisfied. Although the ancient name that had eluded him has fled, it cannot be ruled out that it might suddenly return. If they were to encounter each other again, Xian could be in danger. Xian is his woman, his private possession, and he cannot afford any mishap. Pushing open the door to the secret chamber, Zhou Chen's aura undergoes an immediate transformation. The previously terrifying pressure of the 5th level of true immortal realm, under the operation of the divine concealment technique, retracts layer by layer, ultimately settling at the 1st level of true immortal realm. Even so, he remains an exceptionally young true immortal. Across the entire spirit realm, he is still an astonishing presence. Just as he steps out of the purple bamboo peak, a voice, old yet dignified, suddenly reverberates in his ear without warning, causing a ripple in his consciousness. You little brat, once you're done, come to the Xianxia Grand Hall. Zhou Chen halts his steps. He is familiar with the owner of this voice, the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia real person. It seems some matters cannot ultimately be concealed. Zhou Chen's face reveals no hint of panic. Instead, he adjusts his sleeves and transforms into a streak of light. Rushing toward the main peak's Grand Hall. The Xianxia Grand Hall stands majestically atop the clouds. Usually, this is where the sect holds discussions, bustling with voices. Yet today, a layer of invisible barriers envelopes the hall, rendering a 10-mile radius devoid of any presence, eerily silent. Zhou Chen pushes the door open. Inside the Grand Hall, it is vast and desolate, with only 2 figures standing atop a high platform. On the left, a man clad in purple and gold robes. His demeanor refined, yet exuding an inherent authority, is none other than Xianxia real person. At this moment, he wears a stern expression, his gaze like a blade slicing through Zhou Chen, reflecting a mix of irritation and helplessness, as if looking at a wild boar that has raided his precious cabbage. On the right stands an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. The old man sits cross-legged on a mat, his eyelids drooping, devoid of any fluctuations in aura, resembling an ordinary elderly man nearing the end of his days. However, the instant Zhou Chen glances at the old man's face, his pupils constrict slightly. The 10th level of the immortal king realm, the true foundation of the Xianxia sect, that ancient being who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Disciple Zhou Chen pays his respects to the sect master and the ancestor. He steps forward and performs a standard gesture of deference befitting a junior, maintaining an air of composure and confidence. Humph. The real person Xianxia lets out a cold snort, and an overwhelming pressure emanating from the celestial king surges toward Zhou Chen like a tidal wave. Do you still recognize yourself as a disciple of Xianxia sect? Do you know that Zizu Peak is a forbidden ground? Xiun is the holy maiden. You audacious boy, are you trying to bring down the heavens? In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Zhou Chen stands tall and unwavering like a pine tree, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Not even the hem of his garment fluttering. The Qingping sword within him trembles gently, and an intangible sword intent silently dissipates the oppressive force. Sectmaster, may I inquire what is wrong with mutual affection? Zhou Chen raises his gaze, meeting real person Xianxia's eyes with a calm demeanor. You. Real person Xianxia is momentarily speechless. What a bold assertion of mutual affection. Just as he prepares to admonish Zhou Chen further, the usually silent ancestor suddenly opens his eyes. They are murky, yet seem to pierce through the river of time. Enough, The ancestor speaks softly, his voice gravelly. Yet it causes real person Xianxia's pressure to vanish into nothingness. First layer of the true immortal realm. Chapter 430. Xianxia Deizai, 1,000,000 celestial crystals. The ancestor's gaze settles on Zhou Chun, a playful smile gracing his lips. Young lad, concealing one's talents is wise, but hiding too deeply may fool even one's own kin. Zhou Chun's heart jolts. The hidden god technique is a product of the system, and theoretically, even a celestial king would find it difficult to see through. Yet this ancient being, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, likely possesses intuition that surpasses the limits of any realm. A few days ago, the disturbances from the heavenly tribulation did not seem like something a mere first-layer true immortal could orchestrate. The ancestor looks at Zhou Chun with a knowing smile. The boundless divine thunder of Taixu is something only the celestial king tribulation can summon. You not only attracted it, but stand here alive and well. Even finding leisure time to indulge atop Zizu Peak. Such prowess, I must admit, surpasses even my own in my youth. At this point, Zhou Chun realizes that continuing to feign ignorance would be disingenuous. He decides to no longer suppress his aura, the moment his latent brilliance is revealed. The temperature in the grand hall drops several degrees. Your praise is unwarranted, ancestor. I merely seek to protect myself. The ancestor nods in satisfaction. The murkiness in his eyes fading, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. A commendable approach to self-preservation. In this predatory world of cultivation, a genius who fails to conceal their talents will find themselves buried beneath 3 feet of grass. Continuing, the ancestor glances at real person Xianxia beside him. That girl, possesses a unique constitution and has been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. Her breakthrough today is indeed her fortune. I approve of this union. Although real person Xianxia feels somewhat displeased, he begrudgingly acquiesces. After all, he understands that if Xianxia's sect cannot retain a prodigy like Zhou Chun, it would be a loss for the sect. Finding a true dragon with a daughter is a deal that cannot go awry. Zhou Chun, the ancestor's expression suddenly becomes grave. Given your strength, there are responsibilities you must now shoulder. From this day forth, you shall be the Deizai of Xianxia's sect. Zhou Chun raises an eyebrow. The title of Deizai, positioned above that of core disciples and holy maidens, marks him as the future heir of the sect. Endowed with the authority to mobilize all of the sect's resources, this old man is indeed willing to invest. However, the ancestor's tone shifts. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Although your strength is commendable, it remains insufficient when faced with true behemoths. Especially since you have offended that young man from the Gu family. Thus, your status as Deizai shall remain concealed. Externally, you will continue to be perceived as a talented core disciple, and within our ranks, only the 3 of us will be privy to your true identity. Zhou Chun scoffs inwardly. Truly, the ancient fox has conducted thorough investigations in such a short time, with plans meticulously laid out. He would not be surprised if they were already aware of his smuggling activities, but clearly, Xianxia's sect does not mind these trivial matters. It is understandable. As a trump card for the sect, he must not be allowed to attract powerful enemies too soon. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. Amassing wealth quietly is the true path to success. This disciple accepts the command. Zhou Chun bows respectfully. With a casual wave, the ancestor causes a purple gold storage ring to gently float before Zhou Chun. Inside, you will find 1,000,000 premium celestial crystals, cultivation elixirs, and various materials for refining weapons and pills. Consider this a welcoming gift from the sect. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as Xianxia's sect possesses it, we shall not be stingy. 1,000,000 premium celestial crystals. Such generosity is indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that the entire fortune of a typical true immortal realm level 10 practitioner scarcely exceeds a few 100,000 premium celestial crystals. Zhou Chun accepts the storage ring without hesitation. Thank you, ancestor. With the transaction complete, Zhou Chun does not linger and turns to exit the grand hall. Observing Zhou Chun's retreating figure, real person Xianxia expresses his concerns. Ancestor, this boy possesses a cold demeanor and ruthless methods. Can he truly be trusted to wholeheartedly align with Xianxia's sect? The ancestor closes his eyes once more, his voice echoing softly. What of his cold nature? As long as Xianxia's sect can provide him with sufficient benefits, he will become the sharpest sword in our hands. Do you not understand the principle that when one person ascends, their entire household rises with them? Did you not notice earlier? The ancestor's voice lowers, laced with apprehension. In the face of my pressure, the power within him sent a shiver down my spine. This child's potential is limitless. Perhaps the ability of Xianxia's sect to ascend to an imperial-level celestial sect hinges solely on him, and we must support him unconditionally. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Chun toys with the purple gold storage ring in his hand, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Allegiance? That is not a consideration. This is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. With 1 million premium celestial crystals at his disposal, many of his plans can now be expedited. He casually opens the system panel, glancing past Gu Ming's profile and discovering that Gu Ming's recent opportunities are currently unobtainable. His gaze lands on a familiar name. Lin Tian, recent opportunity, 6 months later. In the depths of the Arctic ice cave, discover the 1,000-year ice essence spiritual spring, refining his physique to advance to the ice body of a celestial. Lin Tian. This treasure-seeking mouse has refreshed his opportunities once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qin's figure flickers and vanishes from the cave dwelling. The Arctic region, perpetually blanketed in snow, is one of the forbidden zones of the spirit realm, a veritable dead zone for life. Even practitioners at the true immortal realm level, lacking formidable treasures for protection, risk being frozen solid upon entering. The biting cold wind, akin to a blade, carries the chilling laws that can freeze souls, howling through the heavens and the earth. Yet, a green figure strides leisurely through the swirling snow. Zhou Qin walks through the snow. With each step he takes, the snow beneath his feet melts away, as if even this frigid land fears his presence. He does not raise a spiritual power shield. The true 33 heavens Qinglian celestial body has rendered him impervious to fire and water, indifferent to heat and cold. This mere chill is but a gentle breeze against his skin. So this is the ice cave? Zhou Qin halts, his gaze directed forward. At the foot of a colossal iceberg lies a cavernous entrance, dark and deep, reminiscent of a great beast's gaping maw, continuously exhaling tendrils of icy white mist. Where the mist passes, the very fabric of space is etched with delicate fissures. According to the system's indication, Lin Tian's fortune resides in the innermost depths of this cave. Zhou Qin extended his consciousness, yet it was abruptly severed by an enigmatic force after penetrating a mere 100 feet into the cave. Intriguing indeed. Even my spiritual awareness can be frozen. A slight smile played on Zhou Qin's lips. Far from retreating, he felt a surge of anticipation. The more perilous the location, the more extraordinary the fortune often proves to be. With a determined stride, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the shadows of the cavern. Inside, a world unlike any other unfolded. The icy walls radiated an eerie azure glow, casting a spectral light throughout the space. As he ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted. Upon reaching an abyssal depth, even Zhou Qin's robust physique was adorned with a layer of frost upon his brow. Chapter 431. The Fusion of Celestial Bodies, Annihilation at Will. The flow of blood within him began to slow, and the operation of his celestial energy encountered a momentary stagnation. Such frigid air would surely spell doom for Lin Tian. That worthless wretch, long before he could even glimpse his fortune. Zhou Qin chuckled coldly to himself. Lin Tian's fate as a child of destiny often entailed a perilous journey fraught with near-death experiences. Yet Zhou Qin was different. He had come to procure his treasures. Standing upon the shoulders of giants truly made the endeavor effortless, as the ancients had not misled him. Open, Zhou Qin commanded, his voice resonating through the cavern. Instantly, 33 ethereal blue lotus apparitions bloomed within him, unleashing a torrent of vigorous life force and celestial energy that expelled the encroaching cold from his body. His speed surged, transforming him into a blur as he dashed towards the cave's terminus. Half an hour later, the passage opened up before him. It revealed a vast underground ice palace. At the center of this palace lay a pool, roughly 10 feet in diameter. The water was not in liquid form, but rather a viscous, milky white fluid that exuded a chilling aura capable of striking fear into one's heart. Above the pool, even the void itself had frozen, creating a vacuum. The eternal ice essence spring. It gathered the extreme cold of the heavens and the earth, requiring eons to coalesce even a single drop. This pool contained no less than tens of thousands of pounds. A treasure indeed. Zhou Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This ice essence not only had the power to refine bones and cleanse marrow, but it was also an unparalleled elixir for tempering the physical body. If he could fully absorb it, his corporeal strength would soar once more. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin approached the pool, shedding his robes to reveal a physique as robust as a dragon. Were there others present, they would undoubtedly deem him mad. Such a high-grade essence was typically consumed drop by drop, meticulously diluted. To prepare for a plunge into the pool was tantamount to courting death. With a resounding splash, Zhou Qin leaped into the pool. Gasp! The moment he entered the water, he inhaled sharply, a jolt of agonizing pain coursing through him. This was no mere cold. It was akin to 1 billion volts of electricity piercing through his very marrow, delivering excruciating torment. His skin turned a mottled purple, swiftly cloaked in a thick layer of frost. The blood within him seemed to congeal in that instant, and even his thoughts grew sluggish. Damn it! Refine! Zhou Qin gritted his teeth, forcibly urging the world tree within him. Boom. The miniature world within his dantian trembled violently. The world tree sensed its master's peril, and its myriad roots surged forth, piercing through Zhou Qin's meridians to plunge into the ice essence spring. With an overwhelming ferocity, it began to devour the essence. The previously frigid air, intent on encasing Zhou Qin in ice, transformed before the world tree into the purest of nutrients. The torrents of cold were siphoned away, transmuting into streams of refreshing yet gentle energy that flowed back into Zhou Qin's limbs and bones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting Lin Tian's fortune. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the chaotic ice celestial body. Detected existing celestial body, initiating fusion. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Zhou Qin felt as though a volcano had erupted within him, contrasting sharply with the frigid exterior. Ice and fire coalesced. Under the onslaught of this power, his flesh began to metamorphose. Mystical azure patterns emerged upon his once milky skin, intertwining with the previous green lotus markings to form a bizarre yet sacred design. The 33 ethereal blue lotus apparitions re-emerged. This time, each petal was adorned with crystalline ice. The blue lotus no longer merely symbolized vitality, but also bore an aspect of lethality and extinction. As time steadily passed, the ice essence spring diminished at a visible rate. After 3 days, the final drop of essence was entirely absorbed by Zhou Qin. Rumbling, the entire ice palace began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the awakening of the dreadful power within. Zhou Qin abruptly opened his eyes. His left eye shimmered with a vibrant green light, pulsating with life. His right eye flickered with a blue glow, exuding an aura of chilling cold. Break! With a low growl, Zhou Qin's aura surged uncontrollably, akin to a flood bursting its banks, unstoppable in its advance. Peak of the 5th layer of true immortal realm. Break. The 6th layer of true immortal realm. A terrifying cold wave emanated from him, instantly radiating outward. Crack! Crack! The ice palace, spanning 100 miles, was once again frozen beneath this wave of cold, reduced to mere powder. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 33 Heavens Blue Lotus Ice Celestial Body. Physical attributes: impervious to all methods, master of ice, unceasing vitality, coexistence of extinction. Zhou Qin rose slowly, savoring the overwhelming power within, and clenched his fist. The air within his grasp shattered instantaneously, along with fragments of space, crystallizing into icy shards. Hiss! Is this the power attained from the fusion of the chaotic ice celestial body and the blue lotus celestial body? Truly formidable. Zhou Qin donned his robes, surveying the now empty pool with satisfaction as he applauded lightly. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, thank you for your generous gift. In return, I shall grant you a swift demise. He turned to exit the cave. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Zhou Qin's footsteps suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a certain point in the void. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since I have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Come forth. As his words fell, a sword aura sliced through the air, tearing apart the fabric of space. Ah! A scream echoed. A black-robed elder, emanating a chilling aura, tumbled from the void. His face etched with terror as he gazed at Zhou Qin. You can see me? Zhou Qin regarded the elder, who possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of true immortal realm, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. He felt no surprise. From the very first step he took into this icy abyss, he had sensed the faint, prying gaze. He had refrained from striking, merely curious to see how long the old wretch could maintain his composure. Do you have any final words? Zhou Qin raised his hand, a swirling orb of eerie blue cold light forming within his palm. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. As a cultivator of the 7th layer of the true immortal realm, his expertise lay in the art of concealment, rendering even those at the 10th layer incapable of detecting his presence. This young lad is merely a true immortal, but wait. The elder's pupils contracted sharply. The aura that had just erupted from the boy clearly only reached the 5th layer of the true immortal realm. Why then, did that chill cause even one who had spent years in the extreme cold to feel a tremor in his very soul? Who are you? I have long since discovered this place. Why do you seek to usurp my fortune? The elder demanded sharply, brandishing a communication jade slip, poised to shatter it. It was evident that this was a ruse. He had merely caught a glimpse of Zhou Qin and intended to eliminate him, only to discover a treasure here instead. Usurp? Zhou Qin chuckled, his smile tinged with frost. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. I sense a connection with this spiritual spring. How could one call it usurpation? Before his words had faded, Zhou Qin lightly flicked his finger. Without a sound, the elder's fingers, clutching the jade slip, suddenly froze in place. A layer of visible frost rapidly spread from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the elder transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. His expression of terror perfectly preserved. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Chun shattered the ice statue, scattering it into a myriad of icy particles that dissolved into the air, along with the unutilized communication jade slip, which vanished without a trace. The seventh layer of the true immortal realm is far too weak, Zhou Chun mused, shaking his head as he effortlessly drew the elder's storage ring into his palm. A quick scan of his consciousness revealed nothing of great value, merely several tens of thousands of immortal crystals and some trifles. Pauper, Zhou Chun scoffed, discarding the storage ring into the system space. After tidying up the scene, Zhou Chun meticulously checked the ice palace once more. Satisfied after confirming that the pool had been entirely drained, even the mud at the bottom scraped clean, he nodded approvingly. To leave even a drop for Lin Tian would be an affront to his villainous identity. With a flicker of his form, Zhou Chun vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Time flew by. Half a year for a cultivator was but the blink of an eye. In the Arctic region, snow continued to fall endlessly. A somewhat disheveled figure appeared at the foot of an ice mountain. Lin Tian, braving the storm, bore a pale countenance, yet his eyes radiated a fervent excitement. The past 6 months had been arduous for him. For reasons unknown, since his cultivation speed had waned, his status within the sect had plummeted. The elders who once favored him now regarded him with subtly altered gazes. Even those sycophants who had surrounded him began to feign loyalty. Yet, he remained undeterred. For he possessed the capital for a comeback. A mysterious instinct told him that a tremendous opportunity awaited him right here. If he could seize this chance, he would cleanse his marrow and reshape his foundation, trampling all those who looked down upon him beneath his feet. Just ahead, Lin Tian licked his cracked lips and quickened his pace. He plunged into the cave, and a chilling aura assailed him. Joy surged within Lin Tian's heart. The stronger the cold, the more precious the treasures within. He raced forward, undeterred by frost gathering on his brows or the numbness creeping into his limbs. Finally, he reached the end of the cave. A colossal ice palace unfolded before his eyes. Instantly, he spotted the immense pool at the center. Trembling with excitement, he scrambled to the pool's edge. Mine, all mine. With this treasure, I, Lin Tian, shall... His voice abruptly ceased. Lin Tian stood frozen at the pool's edge, his expression shifting from elation to bewilderment, and ultimately contorting into sheer disbelief. Before him lay an empty expanse, devoid of anything. Not a trace of spiritual liquid remained. And even the stones at the bottom had been polished to a sheen, as if licked clean by a dog. Undeterred, Lin Tian leaped into the pool, frantically groping the ground. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Only a faint remnant of spiritual energy mocked his impotence. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the ice palace. On his knees at the bottom of the pool, Lin Tian pounded the ground in a frenzy, blood staining the ice beneath him. Who is it? Who is it? Why? Why must you do this to me? Time and again, each time, he was but a step away. Someone seemed to be a step ahead of him, devouring his opportunities. Who is it? Come out and face me. Show yourself. Lin Tian drew his sword and slashed at the air in a frenzy. The sword's energy ravaged the surrounding ice walls, leaving them riddled with wounds. He slumped despondently to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. After despair came sheer madness. Someone was targeting him. This was a deliberate scheme against him. Could it be those old codgers within the sect? A glimmer of malice flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. The Xianxia sect appeared harmonious on the surface, yet factions thrived beneath. Some did not wish to see him rise. If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lin Tian produced an ancient jade pendant from his robe. This was his greatest trump card and his final hope. Crack. The jade pendant shattered. An obscure ripple of spatial energy surged forth instantly. Thousands of miles away, in a realm detached from the mortal world, a majestic palace floated high above the clouds. Deep within the palace, an elderly man with flowing white hair suddenly opened his eyes. Clad in a gray daoist robe, he emitted no aura, appearing as an ordinary old man. Yet, at the moment he opened his eyes, the very laws of the small world trembled. A powerful figure of the immortal king realm, Lin Patian, the ancestor of the Lin family. Is Tianer calling for me? Lin Patian furrowed his brow. This jade pendant was a life-saving talisman he had bestowed upon Lin Tian. It would not be activated lightly unless in dire circumstances. Could it be that he faced a life-and-death crisis? With a single hand, Lin Patian tore through the void and stepped forth, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Moments later, he appeared within the Arctic ice palace. Observing Lin Tian kneeling in the empty pool, bloodied and frenzied, Lin Patian's expression darkened. Tianer, what has happened? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Tian looked up sharply. The moment he laid eyes on his ancestor, he could no longer contain himself, breaking down into tears like a wronged child. Ancestor, my opportunity has been stolen. I am being targeted. Again? Lin Petion's gaze swept over the empty pool, his eyelid twitching slightly. The residual aura within the pool left even him astonished. It was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure for cleansing marrow. How could someone have beaten him to it? Lin Tian, in a flurry of words, recounted the events of the past year, from the auction to the current ice palace, each detail causing Lin Petion's brow to furrow deeper. Are you saying someone has been specifically watching you to steal from you? Indeed. Old ancestor. That person must be within the Xianxia sect. He is aware of all my movements. Lin Tian declared through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Potion fell silent. As a celestial king, he was well aware of the concept of fortune. Lin Tian was a wielder of great fortune. Logically, he should encounter boundless opportunities and transform misfortune into good. Yet, the continuous thwarting he faced was indeed peculiar. Do not panic. I shall perform a divination for you, Lin Potion said, settling into a meditative posture. His hands formed intricate seals as he unleashed a series of profound incantations. Above his head, an ethereal river materialized. The River of Destiny. Lin Potion aimed to trace Lin Tian's causal line upstream to unearth the mastermind behind the schemes. As long as the foe's cultivation did not surpass his own, they would be utterly exposed. Causal cycles reveal the heavenly secrets. Open for me, Lin Potion commanded in a low voice. In the River of Destiny, a robust red thread connected Lin Tian, extending into the depths of the void. Lin Potion followed the red thread with keen eyes, only to be met with a shroud of fog. He intensified his magical power, attempting to disperse the mist. However, just as his consciousness was on the verge of touching the heart of the fog, an explosive force surged back through the causal line, overwhelming him. Boom. Chapter 433. The Supreme Existence, Lin Tian's Trial. A terrifying backlash, indescribable in its horror, surged forth. Within the mist, it felt as if an exalted being gazed coldly upon him. Merely a glance was enough for Lin Potion to feel his very soul shatter. Huffed. He spat a mouthful of blood, which shot up to 3 feet high. The River of Destiny above him shattered in an instant. Lin Potion was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily against the icy wall, his complexion pale as parchment. Old ancestor. Lin Tian was dumbstruck. His ancestor was a formidable celestial king. Merely attempting a divination had led to such a violent backlash? Who was this person that robbed him of his opportunities? Lin Potion clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with terror. I cannot see. It is impossible to discern. This individual harbors great terror. They may possess an imperial artifact to suppress fortune or be under the protection of an existence beyond the celestial king realm. If I had delved even slightly deeper, I fear I would have perished on the spot. Cough, cough. Lin Potion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Tianer. This person harbors immense terror. Lin Tian felt despair wash over him. If even the old ancestor could not predict the individual, was he destined to be trampled underfoot for the entirety of his life? However, Lin Potion's tone shifted. Though I cannot discern the visage, I did manage to capture a trace of their energy despite my injuries. That energy indeed originates from within the Xianxia sect. The individual is not of advanced age and is likely from the younger generation. At these words, a glimmer of hope reignited in Lin Tian's eyes. The younger generation of the Xianxia sect? If he could narrow the scope to here, it would be far more manageable. In a month's time, the Xianxia sect's millennial secret realm would soon open. Lin Potion retrieved a medicinal pill from his robe and consumed it, his complexion regaining some color. This was the Xianxia sect's grandest event and an opportunity for the younger generation to reshuffle their standings. The person who had stolen your fortune, being a disciple of the Xianxia sect, would undoubtedly not miss this chance. Tianer, this is your final opportunity. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Potion's eyes. I will arrange for our family's death warriors to infiltrate and assist you, regardless of who that person may be, should they reveal themselves within the secret realm. Show them no mercy. Lin Tian nodded solemnly, his fists cracking with determination. Rest assured, old ancestor, this time, I will not fail. A month later, Xianxia sect. In the vast square, a sea of people gathered. Thousands of disciples readied themselves, each one eager and intense. The millennial secret realm was about to open. This ancient trial ground of the Xianxia sect opened only once every 10,000 years. Inside lay countless ancient treasures and medicinal pills, as well as the legendary legacy of the immortal path. Surviving this trial was tantamount to soaring high, regardless of one's initial status. Upon the high platform, Xianxia Jinren delivered an impassioned motivational speech. Below, in the outer disciples' formation, Zhou Chun, donned in a simple gray robe with his hands tucked into his sleeves, appeared as an onlooker. A blade of dogtail grass hung from his mouth as he lazily scanned the crowd. Wow, so many prime targets, Zhou Chun mused inwardly. Ever since he had drained the ice essence spring, although he had yet to break through, His cultivation at the 5th level of true immortal realm had become thoroughly solidified. With various hidden cards up his sleeve, he felt confident he could easily eliminate even those at the 10th level of true immortal realm. Yet, he preferred to keep a low profile. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, especially upon seeing a figure basked in attention not far away. Zhou Qin's smile broadened. Lin Tian. This young man possesses a commendable resolve. At this moment, Lin Tian donned white robes that gleamed like snow. A long sword slung across his back, exuding an air of pride. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, the aura of invincibility around him remained unblemished. Behind him trailed 4 disciples with profound auras. On the surface, they appeared to be at the 1st level of true immortal realm. But Zhou Qin saw through their disguise at a glance. They were, in fact, at the 10th level of true immortal realm, emanating a palpable aura of ruthlessness. Clearly trained as instruments of slaughter. Is this your secret weapon? Zhou Qin shook his head. To ensure Lin Tian's safety, they had dispatched 4 death warriors at the 10th level of true immortal realm. The Lin family was indeed investing heavily. At that moment, Lin Tian seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning his head, his gaze piercing like lightning toward Zhou Qin's direction. Zhou Qin had already averted his gaze, focused instead on a discussion with a nearby chubby disciple about which vendor's immortal buns were the tastiest. Lin Tian scanned the area, finding nothing amiss, and furrowed his brow as he retracted his gaze. What is it, Senior Brother Lin? A concerned female disciple inquired beside him. It's nothing, perhaps just an illusion. Lin Tian replied coldly. Yet, he felt an increased sense of vigilance. That sensation of being watched was far too familiar. The time has come. The secret realm opens. With Xianxia Jinren's command, a massive teleportation array in the center of the square blazed to life. A towering light gate materialized, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Charge. The opportunities are mine. Countless disciples surged forward like a tide, rushing into the light gate. Lin Tian led the charge, followed closely by the 4 death warriors. Zhou Qin spat out the dogtail grass, dusting off his pants. Let us go, it's time to stock up. He leisurely blended into the crowd, stepping through the light gate. After a dizzying whirl, the scene before him suddenly expanded. They found themselves in an expansive, untouched forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the roars of various ferocious beasts echoed throughout. Is this the first layer of the trial? Zhou Qin stood atop a great tree, his consciousness instantly enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The secret realm was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was a test of survival, teeming with various beasts at the true immortal realm level. Only by traversing this forest and reaching the central teleportation array could one proceed to the second layer. At this moment the forest had descended into chaos. The newly arrived disciples, still struggling to acclimate to their surroundings, were suddenly besieged by ferocious beasts. The air was thick with anguished cries and desperate pleas for help. In the midst of this turmoil, a brilliant beam of sword light shot skyward. Lin Tian, wielding his longsword, resembled a deity of death, rampaging through the horde of beasts. His cultivation at the 1st level of the true immortal realm erupted without restraint. Beasts beneath the 3rd level of the true immortal realm fell before him as easily as one slices through vegetables. Senior Brother Lin is magnificent. Following Senior Brother Lin guarantees us a feast, cheered a throng of disciples trailing behind him. Lin Tian reveled in the attention, relishing the moment. He sought to be ostentatious, to let that lurking rat in the shadows know that he, Lin Tian, was the true prodigy of heaven. Zhou Qin stood atop a treetop, observing Lin Tian's rampage below, and with a gentle flick of his finger, he summoned a provocation. In the distance, 3 giant apes at the 10th level of the true immortal realm, previously slumbering, abruptly opened their blood-red eyes. In their minds, a taunt echoed simultaneously. I am Lin Tian of the Xianxia immortal sect. You beasts, if you dare, come and kill me. Foolish creatures, I am clad in white, waiting right here. Understand? The pupils of the giant apes turned crimson in an instant. A series of earth-shattering roars reverberated through the forest. Chapter 434. The Immortal King Talisman, Diverting Calamity Eastward. The ground began to tremble. Just as Lin Tian was engrossed in his slaughter, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure locking onto him. He looked up to see 3 mountain-sized giant apes brandishing enormous clubs, drooling as they charged toward him. What the hell? 10th level of the true immortal realm? Lin Tian's smile froze instantly. Were these the monsters one would expect at the 1st level? His expression remained rigid. Each of the giant apes towered 100 feet tall, with muscles rippling and exuding a savage aura. Their blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Tian, drool pooling on the ground and eroding deep pits into the earth. Senior Brother Lin, be careful. The disciples following Lin Tian scattered in terror. Lin Tian's face turned ashen as his longsword erupted with a terrifying sword light. Beasts, you seek death. He unleashed a strike, and the sword energy surged for hundreds of feet, aimed directly at the foremost giant ape. Boom! The giant ape raised its massive arm effortlessly, deflecting the blow. The sword energy merely left a shallow white mark on its skin. What? Lin Tian's pupils contracted. This strike should have been sufficient to slay a beast of the 5th level of the true immortal realm, yet it couldn't even pierce the skin of this creature. Roar! The 3 giant apes roared in unison, swinging their colossal fists toward Lin Tian. The wind from their punches howled, compressing the air to a tangible force that produced a deafening crack. Damn it! Lin Tian retreated sharply while shouting, "Aren't you going to make a move?" As his voice faded, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, 4 10th-level assassins dispatched by the Lin family. They exchanged no words, launching themselves at the 3 giant apes. In an instant, the entire forest trembled violently. Trees fell in droves, and the earth split apart. The shockwaves from the battle at the 10th level of the true immortal realm transformed the surrounding area into a wasteland. Zhou Chen stood on a distant hill, casually munching on a spirit fruit plucked from his system space, watching the chaotic melee with interest. Quite the ruckus, he mused, raising a hand to point. An invisible sword energy shot forth, accurately striking one of the assassins in the back. The assassin, fully engaged in combat with a giant ape, had no way to defend himself. Uffed! The sword energy pierced his heart. The assassin's body stiffened, his breath instantly faltering. The giant ape seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal punch to his head. Bang! His brain splattered, and the headless corpse of the assassin crashed heavily to the ground. Old 3. The remaining 3 assassins' eyes widened in horror. Lin Tian was also taken aback. What was happening? Old 3 was clearly in the ascendancy. How could he have suddenly perished? He had no time to ponder, for with the loss of a combatant, the balance of power shifted dramatically. The 3 giant apes grew even more formidable, one of them zeroing in on Lin Tian. Get away! Lin Tian gritted his teeth, the celestial spiritual energy within him burning fervently. His sword became adorned with a myriad of runes, emanating an aura of destruction. Heaven-splitting sword. This was his most potent strike. The sword light soared into the heavens, transforming into a colossal phantom of a sword over 100 feet long, crashing down upon the giant ape. Rumble! The giant ape's chest was cleaved open, exposing bone as blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Roar! The giant ape, in agony, became even more frenzied. Ignoring its injuries, it seized Lin Tian's sword, yanking it with tremendous force. Crack! The longsword shattered. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily against a massive tree. Young master! The remaining 3 assassins attempted to rush to his aid, but were ensnared by the other 2 giant apes. Just as one of the giant apes was about to crush Lin Tian with a punch, a golden light erupted from Lin Tian's bosom. It was an ancient jade talisman. The talisman detonated, transforming into an ethereal silhouette. The apparition raised a hand and waved, a terrifying pressure from the immortal king enveloping the entire area. The movements of the 3 giant apes froze, their fury replaced by fear. In the next moment, boom, 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 the bodies of the 3 giant apes simultaneously exploded, scattering blood mist across the sky. The apparition glanced at Lin Tian, its voice hoarse yet cautious, before dissipating into the air. Lin Tian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he was destined for death. Damn it, who is targeting me? A deep resentment flickered in his eyes. The death of Old 3 was undoubtedly suspicious. Someone was clearly pulling strings from the shadows. Zhou Chen observed the scene with a click of his tongue. A life-saving talisman left by the immortal king? The Lin family is quite generous. Yet, it mattered little. After all, such items were consumables. And Lin Tian would likely not possess another. He vanished from sight, darting away. Lin Tian rested for a brief moment, consuming several healing pills, his complexion improving slightly. Young master, what shall we do next? One of the assassins inquired solemnly. Lin Tian rose, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. We press on. They tidied themselves and ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, several dozen miles behind them, Zhou Chen strolled leisurely, as if wandering through his own backyard. Lin Tian, your opportunities truly abound. He opened the system panel, reviewing Lin Tian's updated opportunity information. Recent opportunity 1. In 3 days. In the core area of the 2nd layer of the secret realm, obtain the high-grade immortal herb, 9 revolutions soul rejuvenation grass, to break through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. Recent opportunity 2. In 5 days. At the Immortal King's Heritage Hall in the core area of the secret realm, acquire the top-tier immortal technique, Tai Su Wu Liang Jing, greatly enhancing one's strength. The 9 revolutions soul rejuvenation grass was indeed promising. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. This herb not only facilitated healing, but also enhanced one's soul. providing substantial assistance to his current realm. Then I shall await you in the second layer. Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of light, soaring past Lin Tian toward the teleportation array at the heart of the forest. The trials of the first layer posed no challenge for him. The formidable beasts at the true immortal realm perceived the aura emanating from him and retreated far away, not daring to approach. After half an hour, Zhou Chun arrived at the heart of the forest. There stood an ancient altar, at its center a swirling portal of light. The portal emitted a gentle white glow, serving as the teleportation array to the second layer. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chun stepped into the light. In the blink of an eye, the scenery transformed once more. He found himself on a desolate expanse of desert. The sky was shrouded in gray, obscuring the sun, with endless yellow sands swirling in the wind. An air of deathly silence permeated the atmosphere. The second layer, a battleground for resource contention? Zhou Chun's divine sense swept across the area, revealing numerous disciples engaged in fierce combat within a radius of 10,000 miles. The rules of this layer were straightforward: kill and seize treasures. Each individual possessed an identity jade token. By slaying an opponent, one could claim their token. The more tokens one amassed, the more substantial the rewards at the end. Alternatively, one could seek out rare treasures scattered across the desert, which could also yield jade tokens. However, such treasures were often guarded by formidable beasts, posing dangers not dissimilar to murder. With a casual flick of his hand, Zhou Chun unleashed a sword chi that cleaved a nearby sand scorpion, a beast at the 5th level of the true immortal realm, in two. He approached and extracted a fist-sized demon core from the scorpion's carcass. The demon core from a 5th level true immortal beast was barely sufficient to fill a gap between his teeth. Chapter 435. Xianhuan blocks the way. Zhou Chun proceeds. Zhou Chun tossed the demon core into his system space and continued onward. According to the system's prompt, the 9 transforming soul-recovering grass lay deep within the desert at an oasis, guarded by a 10th level true immortal desert python. Yet for Zhou Chun, a 10th level true immortal was no different from an ant. 3 days later, Lin Tian, accompanied by the remaining 3 death warriors, finally passed the trials of the first layer and arrived at the second layer. His expression was ominously dark. Over the past 3 days, he had lost another warrior. That warrior had been struck down by a terrifying attack that pierced his throat while pursuing a beast. By the time they reacted, the surroundings were utterly deserted. "Young master, we are down to only 2 of us now." One death warrior spoke solemnly. "Should we withdraw from the secret realm?" "Withdraw?" Lin Tian scoffed. "I, Lin Tian, never retreat. This time, I must seize the opportunity." With that, he set off towards the core area, a mad gleam flashing in his eyes. The 2 death warriors exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow. Meanwhile, deep within the desert oasis, Zhou Chun stood beside a shimmering emerald lake, gazing at the colorful spiritual herb in the center. It was none other than the 9 transforming, soul-recovering grass. The herb glimmered with a crystalline sheen, each leaf adorned with 9 intricate patterns, exuding a rich vitality. Coiled around the herb was a desert python, a 100-foot-long creature, flicking its scarlet tongue and regarding Zhou Chun with wariness. "Beast, step aside," Zhou Chun said coolly. The python evidently understood his words, its eyes flashing with a mocking glint. With a roar, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a foul, toxic mist towards Zhou Chun. He did not even flinch. The mist dissipated 3 feet from his body, repelled by an invisible protective force. Unappreciative, Zhou Chun remarked, raising a finger. A streak of azure sword chi shot forth, seemingly light, yet harboring the power to obliterate. The python's pupils contracted as it attempted to evade, only to realize that the surrounding space had been locked down. With a piercing sound, the sword chi pierced through the python's head. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Chun approached the lake and uprooted the 9 transforming, soul-recovering grass. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting Lin Tian's opportunity, triggering 10,000 times critical return. Acquiring an immortal king grade upper tier 100 transforming, soul-recovering grass. In his hand appeared a herb, entirely chaotic in hue, radiating a terrifying vitality. Each leaf of this herb bore 99 intricate patterns, its potency exponentially surpassing that of the 9 transforming, soul-recovering grass. "A fine treasure," Zhou Chun declared, swallowing the 100 transforming, soul-recovering grass without hesitation. Boom! The overwhelming medicinal power erupted within him. Zhou Chun's soul expanded wildly. His already formidable divine sense surged tenfold. His cultivation began to loosen. The bottleneck of the 5th level of the true immortal realm was effortlessly shattered under the onslaught of the medicinal power. 6th level of the true immortal realm. 7th level. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. In just 3 days, he had ascended 2 levels. At this rate, once Lin Tian's opportunities were completely intercepted, he might directly break through to the 10th level of the true immortal realm. In high spirits, Zhou Chen vanished from the oasis. The entrance to the core area was a colossal stone door, towering 1,000 feet high, fashioned from an unknown black stone, intricately engraved with dense ancient runes. At that moment, several hundred disciples had gathered before the stone door. These were the elite who had passed the trials of the first 2 layers, each possessing true immortal cultivation, including many formidable individuals above the 5th level. The core area is about to open. I hear there is an immortal king's inheritance inside. If one can obtain the inheritance, one can soar to greatness. The disciples murmured excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed and anticipation. At that moment, a white figure soared in from a distance. It was Lin Tian. Behind him trailed only 2 death warriors, appearing somewhat disheveled. It's Brother Lin. Many disciples recognized him and hastily parted to clear a path. Lin Tian approached the stone door impassively, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He was searching for the rat lurking in the shadows. Brother Lin, long time no see. A voice laced with mockery echoed. A young man clad in purple stepped forward, a derisive smile plastered on his face. Xianxia. Lin Tian's brow furrowed. Xianxia was another genius from the Xianxia sect, at the 4th level of the true immortal realm, and often at odds with Lin Tian. I hear Brother Lin encountered 3 10th level true immortal giant apes in the 1st layer. Xianxia grinned, and lost several guardians in the process? How unfortunate. The surrounding disciples whispered amongst themselves, noting Lin Tian's increasingly grim expression. None of your business, he retorted coldly. Oh, Brother Lin, don't be upset. Xianxia raised his hands and feigned innocence. I was just concerned for you. After all, you are down to just 2 guardians now. Be careful once you enter the core area. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, but he suppressed it. This was not the time for infighting. Once he obtained the immortal king's inheritance, he would be the first to eliminate Xianxia. Boom. Just then, the stone door began to tremble. The runes upon it ignited with blinding light, slowly parting to either side. It's open. Quickly, enter. The disciples surged towards the stone door like a tide. Lin Tian disregarded Xianxia, charging in with the 2 remaining death warriors. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, a seemingly unremarkable young man clad in a gray long robe leisurely made his way inside. It was none other than Zhou Chen. He employed the technique of divine concealment throughout his journey, rendering him undetectable to anyone present. Upon passing through the stone gate, he was greeted by an expansive plain. Scattered across the plain were countless ruins of ancient structures, each exuding the essence of time. Colorful clouds floated in the sky, and the air was suffused with rich celestial energy. Is this the core area? Zhou Chen's spiritual sense swept across the surroundings, revealing that the concentration of celestial energy in this space was a staggering 100-fold compared to the outside world. To cultivate here for a single day equated to a year in the outside realm. No wonder so many people were eager to enter. He casually selected a direction and ventured deeper into the plain. According to the system prompt, the Celestial King's inheritance hall was situated at the very center of the plain. There, a complete palace stood, housing the inheritance itself. However, to reach it, one must navigate through numerous prohibitions and mechanisms. These barriers were of Celestial King caliber, and a moment's carelessness could result in obliteration. Yet, for Zhou Chen, these posed no challenge. The world tree within him inherently sensed the trajectories of various laws and prohibitions. By following these trajectories, he could effortlessly evade all dangers. 3 days later, Zhou Chen stood before a magnificent palace. The entire structure was crafted from white jade, radiating a soft glow. At the entrance stood 2 towering stone statues, each 100 feet tall, lifelike as if they could spring to life at any moment. The Celestial King's inheritance hall. Zhou Chen gazed at the 3 large characters above the door, a smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword energy that struck the palace door. Boom. The door remained utterly unmoved. Chapter 436. Increasing difficulty, infinite techniques. A translucent barrier manifested over the door, completely deflecting the sword energy. A defensive formation of Celestial King caliber? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. He refrained from pressing his attack and circled the palace instead. Soon, he discovered a concealed entrance at the rear of the palace. The entryway was only wide enough for one person, concealed by a thin layer of prohibition. Found it. Zhou Chen reached out to touch the prohibition. Instantly, it illuminated, and a terrifying force rebounded. For an ordinary true immortal, this would have been enough to inflict severe injury. However, the world tree within Zhou Chen trembled slightly, dissipating the force. He followed the trajectory of the prohibition's law, gradually permeating it. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen successfully entered the palace's interior. Inside lay a long corridor. The walls on either side were adorned with various ancient murals. These murals depicted the life of a celestial king, from a mortal's cultivation to achieving the celestial king realm and ultimately perishing in a cataclysmic battle. As Zhou Chen walked and observed, he soon reached the corridor's end. There stood a bronze door, devoid of any prohibitions, only inscribed with a line of ancient text: "Fortune is bestowed upon those with fate." Zhou Chen pushed open the door. Inside was a vast secret chamber. At its center floated an ancient tome radiating golden light. The cover of the tome bore 4 large characters: Tai Su Wu Liang Jing. Found it. Zhou Chen stepped forward, reaching for the tome. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the entire chamber erupted with blinding light. An ethereal figure emerged from the tome, a middle-aged man clad in a daoist robe, exuding an unfathomable aura. "Junior, your arrival here indicates your sufficient qualifications." The middle-aged man's voice resonated within the chamber. "This Tai Su Wu Liang Jing is the culmination of my life's efforts, divided into 9 layers, capable of cultivating one to the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm. Should you master it to great completion, achieving the Celestial Emperor path may not be impossible. However," the middle-aged man's tone shifted. "To obtain the inheritance, you must pass the test I have left behind. The test is simple: endure 3 of my strikes. If you can withstand them, the inheritance shall be yours. If not, your soul shall scatter." As his words fell, the middle-aged man raised a hand and pointed. A terrifying finger strike pierced through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Chen's brow. This strike contained the might of a celestial king, capable of obliterating a true immortal at the 10th level. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. This was unlike the opportunity Lin Tian had encountered. Perhaps his interception of Lin Tian's chance had invoked some alteration, heightening the difficulty. Zhou Chen did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning the Qingping sword to his grasp. "Open the heavens." A streak of azure sword light was unleashed. The sword light collided with the finger strike. Boom. The entire chamber trembled violently. The finger strike was shattered by the sword light, dispersing into countless luminous particles. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise. "Interesting. But this is merely the first strike." He launched a second attack. This time, he formed hand seals, executing a complex spell. Numerous runes materialized in the void, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon that roared as it surged towards Zhou Chen. Wherever the dragon passed, the space crumbled inch by inch. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, channeling his celestial spirit power fervently. 33 ethereal blue lotus phantoms emerged, emitting dazzling brilliance. The void was annihilated. Zhou Chen swung his sword. The sword energy transformed into a black fissure, cleaving the dragon in 2. The dragon emitted a mournful cry before dissipating into a shower of golden light. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. You have comprehended sword intent at the Celestial Emperor level?" He stared at Zhou Chen, disbelief etched across his face. "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Chen offered no reply, merely stating that there was still a 3rd strike. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. "Very well. This 3rd strike was originally intended for a Celestial King realm expert. Since you possess such strength, receive it." He lifted both hands, causing the chamber's space to warp. Countless forces of law converged, forming a gigantic, illusory long sword. The long sword radiated an aura capable of annihilating the heavens, seemingly capable of severing all. "Tai Su one sword." The middle-aged man bellowed. The long sword descended. Zhou Chen's expression grew stern. The power of this strike had surpassed the 1st level of the Celestial King realm, reaching the 2nd level. To take it head-on would likely result in injury. In that case, Zhou Chen's inner world trembled suddenly. The world tree's ethereal silhouette materialized behind him, overshadowing the sky. Countless roots extended from the void, weaving into a massive net. "Block it for me." Boom. The long sword struck the web of roots. A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantaneously, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Yet, the net remained utterly still. The world tree voraciously absorbed the energy of the long sword, converting it into its own sustenance. Moments later, the long sword dissipated, and tranquility returned to the chamber. The middle-aged man stared at Zhou Chen in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "Hiss. You actually possess a matured world tree?" His voice trembled. The world tree, a legendary treasure, in the annals of the spirit realm, spanning countless millennia. Those who possess the world tree are exceedingly rare. Each individual is a formidable figure of monumental significance. You have triumphed in the trials. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. "The Taixu Wuliang Jing is now yours. However, I have a request. Should you attain the status of an immortal emperor in the future, I would appreciate your assistance in avenging me." This is not a demand, merely a proposition. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "The Gu family, Gu Santian," the middle-aged man uttered through gritted teeth. "In the past, I vied with him for a treasured artifact, only to be ensnared by his treachery, resulting in my downfall. Had I not taken precautions, my legacy would have been lost. Zhou Chen fell silent for a moment. I shall consider it. If the Gu family is blind to their own fate, their destruction is merely a matter of time. Helping this old man exact revenge would not be a burden. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face broke into a gratified smile. Thank you. I have waited here for tens of thousands of years, finally encountering a fated individual. I hope you can elevate the Taizhu Wuliang Jing to new heights. With that, his figure gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into the ether. The ancient tome suspended in the air descended into Zhou Chen's hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing Lin Tian's opportunity. Triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the first layer of Xiantian Yuki Benyuan Jing. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. Xiantian Yuki Benyuan Jing? The name certainly carries an imposing resonance. The contents of this technique surged into his mind instantaneously. According to the system's description, it is an unparalleled method, surpassing even the pinnacle of immortal techniques. Classified into Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, and Wuliang levels. What astonished Zhou Chen was that the Xiantian Yuki Benyuan Jing is indeed of the Wuliang level. Though it is merely the first layer, its potency far exceeds that of the Taizhu Wuliang Jing. The technique is divided into 5 layers, each corresponding to a significant realm. Regrettably, the return he received was incomplete, containing only the first layer. This first layer corresponds to the realm of true immortals to that of immortal kings. Practicing this technique allows one to refine the celestial essence of heaven and earth into primal celestial energy. The quality of primal celestial energy is a myriad times superior to that of ordinary celestial energy. When cultivated to its zenith, one can even condense their own immortal king mark. How extraordinary! Chapter 437, True Immortal 8th Layer, A Desperate Struggle. Zhou Chen wasted no time and commenced his comprehension of the technique. Time slipped away, and 3 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He had thoroughly grasped the first layer of the technique. The celestial spiritual power within him began its transformation into primal celestial energy. Though the quantity diminished, the quality surged 1,000-fold. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Chen, shattering the barrier of the 8th layer of the true immortal realm. Not only that, but the microcosm within him also underwent a profound metamorphosis. The world tree grew wildly, its trunk becoming ever more robust. The expanse of the microcosm expanded to a staggering billion miles. In the skies, violet thunderbolts became increasingly dense. On the ground of his inner world, countless beings began to evolve, with some even developing a spark of intelligence. Some transformed directly from mere beasts into formidable demon beasts. The entirety of the microcosm thrummed with vibrant life. Zhou Chen stood, stretching his limbs as his bones crackled with resounding pops. His mood soared. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded rewards beyond his wildest expectations. Not only had he broken through to the 8th layer of the true immortal realm, but he had also acquired a Wuliang-level technique. Calculating the time, Lin Tian, that young rascal, should be arriving soon. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept across the entire core area. Quickly locking onto a familiar aura, Lin Tian was racing toward the Hall of Inheritance, accompanied by 2 death warriors. His face was ashen, eyes filled with urgency. Over the past 3 days, he had scoured the core area, yet had found not a trace of the Hall of Inheritance. With time running out, his anxiety grew heavier. Damn it, where's the Hall of Inheritance? Lin Tian ground his teeth in frustration. Just then, a magnificent palace appeared ahead. The palace, composed entirely of white jade, radiated a soft glow. Found it. Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he quickened his pace. However, upon reaching the palace entrance, he stood frozen in shock. The grand doors were ajar, revealing an empty interior devoid of any presence. Impossible, impossible. Lin Tian rushed inside the palace, frantically searching every nook and cranny. Secret chambers, corridors, grand halls, he scoured every inch. Nothing remained, not a single trace. Lin Tian threw his head back and howled, his voice filled with despair and fury. Not again. Outpaced once more. Young master, one of the death warriors attempted to console him, only to be sent flying by Lin Tian's palm. Get lost. Lin Tian's eyes blazed crimson, teetering on the brink of fury. He paced frantically, then suddenly halted. That person must not have gone far. They could still be nearby. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. His consciousness expanded wildly, searching the vicinity for 1,000 miles. Soon, he detected a suspicious aura retreating from the Hall of Inheritance, moving at a leisurely pace. Found you. Lin Tian's figure flashed as he pursued the source. The 2 death warriors exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Moments later, Lin Tian blocked the path of a figure. It was a young man clad in a gray linen robe, appearing utterly unremarkable. The young man casually chewed on a blade of grass. strolling leisurely. It was none other than Zhou Chun, who had undergone a disguise. Upon seeing Lin Tian's sudden appearance, he halted, a frown creasing his brow. "Step aside," Zhou Chun stated indifferently. Lin Tian glared at Zhou Chun, suspicion etched across his features. "Who are you?" "Outer Sect disciple of the Xianxia Sect, Lin Dong." Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. "An Outer Sect disciple?" Lin Tian scoffed. "How could an Outer Sect disciple possibly appear in the core area? The restrictions and mechanisms here would thwart even a true immortal of the 5th layer." "What right do you have?" Zhou Chun regarded Lin Tian coolly. "I was fortunate enough to follow in the footsteps of others. Is there a problem?" Lin Tian's expression darkened further. His consciousness swept over Zhou Chun. Yet he discerned only the aura of a true immortal of the 1st layer emanating from him. However, for reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss. "Did you visit the Hall of Inheritance?" "No," Zhou Chun shook his head. "I just arrived in the core area, intending to seek out some opportunities." "You're lying," Lin Tian roared suddenly. "Currently, you are the only presence in the entire core area. Whatever was in the Hall of Inheritance must have been taken by you." Zhou Chun sighed, initially hoping to keep the treasure-seeking mouse around, but it seemed this mouse was intent on rushing headlong into danger. "Do you have any evidence?" A fierce glint flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. "Killing you and probing your soul will reveal the truth." As his words fell, the 2 death warriors behind Lin Tian sprang into action simultaneously. A terrifying murderous intent locked onto Zhou Chun as 2 formidable attacks converged from either side. Zhou Chun stood still, not a muscle twitching. "Is this all?" A smirk of derision danced upon his lips. In the next instant, he raised his hand, and with a swift motion, 2 streams of sword energy sliced through the air. The speed was so astonishing that the 2 assassins had no time to react. With a soft thud, 2 severed heads soared into the sky. The headless corpses crashed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a breath. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. He stared blankly at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, his mind a blank slate. The assassins of the 10th layer of true immortal realm were obliterated in an instant. What manner of being are you?" Lin Tian's voice trembled. Zhou Chun spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth and brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. "I am Lin Dong, an outer disciple of the Xianxia Sect." He raised his head, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Your fortune is quite remarkable, but alas, it is all mine now. I had considered sparing your life, but it seems that will not be the case." Boom. This declaration reverberated like thunder in Lin Tian's mind. "It is you, it truly is you." Lin Tian trembled uncontrollably. Anger, fear, despair, an amalgamation of emotions surged within him. Why target me? I bear you no grudge." Zhou Chun chuckled. "Guess? Villains perish from excessive chatter." He had no intention of explaining. Lin Tian's face contorted with rage. "You forced my hand." He drew a jade talisman from his bosom. "This is the last life-saving talisman left to me by Lin Potion. Upon shattering it, I can summon a strike of royal immortal caliber." Without hesitation, Lin Tian crushed the talisman. Rumbling. A terrifying pressure of a royal immortal instantly enveloped the area. An ethereal figure materialized from the talisman. It was Lin Potion. "Who dares harm a descendant of the Lin family?" Lin Potion's voice boomed like celestial thunder, shaking the very fabric of reality. His gaze swept over Zhou Chun, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. 8th layer of true immortal realm? Interesting. However, those who dare to harm my kin shall pay the price with their lives. Lin Potion raised a finger. A terrifying force surged forth. This strike contained the might of the 2nd layer of royal immortal power, sufficient to obliterate any true immortal. A sinister grin spread across Lin Tian's face. "Die." Yet in the next moment, that grin froze. Chapter 438, True Immortal 10th Layer, 9-Colored Fate. Zhou Chun waved his hand, and an ancient bell materialized out of thin air, enveloping Lin Tian entirely. It was the Chaos Bell. Lin Potion's attack crashed against the bell, producing a deafening roar. Yet, the Chaos Bell remained utterly unmoved. Intricate chaotic patterns appeared on its surface, completely neutralizing all attacks. An exceptional immortal-grade artifact? A grave seriousness flickered in Lin Potion's eyes. "Boy, who exactly are you?" Zhou Chun offered no reply. Within him, the power of the immortal spirit surged wildly, and his life-bound artifact, the Qingping sword, instantly manifested in his grasp. A dead man requires not much knowledge. As the words fell, the void was annihilated. Zhou Chun swung his sword. Instantly, the void dimmed, and a sword light flickered ominously from the pitch-black rift, imbued with the essence of an emperor-level sword intent, aimed directly at Lin Potion's ethereal form. Lin Potion's expression changed drastically. Emperor-level sword intent? Impossible. Just as Lin Potion's ethereal form prepared to cast a secret technique, he found the surrounding space had been sealed. It felt as though he were isolated beyond the realms of existence. Any attack would be futile. Before he could comprehend the situation, the next moment arrived. With a piercing sound, a horrific sword energy emerged from the void, instantly piercing through Lin Potion's ethereal form. The figure shattered in an instant, dissipating into a myriad of luminous particles. How could this be? Lin Tian stared dumbfounded at the scene. The life-saving talisman left by the ancestor was obliterated by a single sword strike. Just how formidable is this Zhou Chun? It is your turn now. Zhou Chun turned his gaze towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian shuddered all over. He wished to flee, but found his legs utterly immobilized. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave. Wait, we can discuss this. My Lin family is willing to pay any price. As long as you spare me. Zhou Chun shook his head. It is too late. He raised a finger. The chaos bell trembled suddenly. The chime resonated melodiously, yet harbored the force of annihilation. Space-time prison. Centered around the chaos bell, a radius of 1,000 feet solidified in an instant. Lin Tian's body froze in place. He could not even move a finger. No, please, no. Despair filled Lin Tian's eyes. Zhou Chun approached him, lightly waving the Qingping sword. The blade flashed, and a head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth, tracing a tragic arc in the sky. The headless corpse crashed to the ground. A once great child of fortune had thus fallen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of fortune, Lin Tian. Gained all of Lin Tian's fortune. Host's fate ascends to 9 colors. Binding population surpasses 100 million. Boom. A terrifying wave of fortune descended from the heavens, pouring into Zhou Chun's being. Zhou Chun felt a tremor surge through him. The small world within him quaked violently. The ethereal image of the world tree became more substantial, with countless branches and leaves growing wildly. The once limited small world expanded by billions of miles. Furthermore, Zhou Chun's cultivation began to soar. 9th layer of true immortal realm. 10th layer of true immortal realm. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Chun, shaking the void within 1,000 miles. Countless disciples sensed this overwhelming pressure and looked up towards the core area in awe. Is someone breaking through? What a terrifying aura. Could it be that Senior Lin received a legacy? The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun reveled in the joy of his breakthrough. 10th layer of true immortal realm. In this realm, among the 3rd generation of disciples, he was now more than capable of striding through the Xianxia sect. More importantly, his fate had ascended to 9 colors. A 9-colored fate signifies boundless fortune. From this day forward, everything he undertakes will proceed smoothly. Ah, Lin Tian, thank you for your generous gift. Zhou Chun gazed down at the corpses, and with a casual wave, a ball of flame appeared, incinerating Lin Tian's body along with those of the 2 assassins until nothing remained, not even ashes. Having completed this, Zhou Chun stowed away the chaos bell and the Qingping sword. He scanned Lin Tian's storage ring, finding only some immortal crystals and elixirs, along with a few decent artifacts. What a miser! Zhou Chun disdainfully tossed the storage ring into the system space. He looked up at the sky. The time for the secret realm was drawing near. In 3 days, everyone would be teleported out. It is time to depart. With a flash, Zhou Chun vanished from the spot. 3 days later, Xianxia Sect Square. As beams of white light flickered, the disciples who participated in the secret realm trial were successively transported back. Excitement radiated from some individuals, clearly indicating they had garnered substantial rewards, while others appeared dejected, returning empty-handed. There were also those who emerged severely injured, aided by their companions as they stumbled out of the teleportation array. On the high platform, the esteemed Xianxia Jinren, along with several elders, was meticulously counting the participants. An elder furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Strange, why hasn't Lin Tian emerged yet? Another elder speculated. Could he have encountered peril? Xianxia Jinren shook her head, asserting, impossible. The Lin family equipped him with numerous life-preserving measures. Even in the face of a 10-layered demon beast from the true immortal realm, he should be able to escape unscathed. Let us wait a while longer. However, as the last disciple was teleported out, Lin Tian remained conspicuously absent. Xianxia Jinren's expression darkened. Activate the tracking formation to check Lin Tian's life plate. An elder swiftly retrieved a jade plate inscribed with Lin Tian's name. At that moment, the plate shattered. He is dead, the elder's voice trembled. Lin Tian had perished within the secret realm. Boom. This news struck the plaza like a thunderclap, leaving all disciples in stunned silence. Lin Tian is dead. The prodigy heralded as the future pillar of the Lin family has fallen in the secret realm? How could this be? How could Brother Lin, so formidable, meet his end? What on earth transpired? The disciples buzzed with speculation. Xianxia Jinren's face turned ashen. Lin Tian was a direct descendant of the Lin family. His death within the Xianxia Sect's secret realm would undoubtedly provoke the Lin family's ire. Immediately seal off this information, she commanded sternly. All participating disciples are to refrain from disclosing Lin Tian's demise to the outside world. The elders promptly nodded in agreement. Just then, a flash of white light flickered as Zhou Qin materialized in the teleportation array. Maintaining his characteristic nonchalance, he held a blade of dogtail grass between his lips. Upon seeing Zhou Qin's arrival, Xianxia Jinren's eyes gleamed. "Zhou Qin, come here." Zhou Qin approached the high platform and cupped his hands in salute. "Sect Master." Xianxia Jinren lowered her voice. "Did you encounter Lin Tian in the secret realm?" Zhou Qin shook his head. "No, the realm is vast. I had no time to concern myself with him." Xianxia Jinren scrutinized Zhou Qin, attempting to glean something from his countenance, but his expression remained serene, revealing no telltale signs. "I lingered around the periphery of the secret realm, never venturing into the core area." Xianxia Jinren fell silent for a moment. "Very well, you may leave." As Zhou Qin turned to depart, a smile crept upon his lips as he exited the plaza. The news of Lin Tian's death would soon reach the Lin family. At that time, they would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Yet what of it? He had already meticulously cleansed the scene. Even if Lin Potion himself came, he would unearth no clues. Chapter 439, Ambushing Xiun, resuming old business. On Zizu Peak, within a secret chamber, Xiun sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint aura of celestial energy. After 3 months of seclusion, her cultivation had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the true immortal realm. Just a step away from breaking through to the 5th layer. At that moment, the chamber's restrictions were lifted. Xiun opened her eyes, and upon seeing the visitor, a delighted smile graced her features. "Husband." She leapt into Zhou Qin's embrace. Zhou Qin held the beautiful woman close, gently stroking her hair. "Yenner, did you miss me?" "I did," Xiun nodded, her eyes brimming with affection. "I thought of you every day." Zhou Qin leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. "I missed you too." The two savored a tender moment together. Zhou Qin then retrieved a pill from his system space. "This is a top-grade breaking through pill I acquired in the secret realm. It will aid you in advancing to the 5th layer of the true immortal realm." Xiun accepted the pill, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, husband." "Silly girl, there's no need for such formality between us," Zhou Qin teased, playfully pinching her nose. "Quickly, take it." Xiun nodded and consumed the pill. The potent medicinal energy erupted within her body instantaneously. She promptly sat cross-legged to begin refining the pill's energy, while Zhou Qin stood guard beside her. 3 days later, Xiun opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating her gaze. 5th layer of the true immortal realm. "Husband, you are wonderful." Xiun rose and once more threw herself into Zhou Qin's arms. After indulging in each other's warmth for a while, Zhou Qin finally departed from Zizu Peak. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Qin sat cross-legged, resuming his cultivation of the primordial qi origin scripture. The technique coursed through his body. Ordinary celestial energy, upon entering his being, was transformed by the world tree into strands of pure primordial celestial energy. The quality of primordial celestial energy surpasses that of ordinary celestial energy by a factor of 10,000. Just a single strand equates to what an ordinary cultivator absorbs in an entire day. This technique is utterly terrifying, Zhou Qin marveled. No wonder the system proclaimed it a boundless great skill. The sheer efficiency of this transformation alone is sufficient to drive countless cultivators into a frenzy. As time ticked by, the primordial celestial energy within Zhou Qin grew increasingly abundant, while the small world within him continued to expand. When the primordial celestial energy reached a certain threshold, a sudden rumbling resonated within Zhou Qin's body. This sensation indicates a breakthrough? How can this be? There was no time for further contemplation as a series of muffled sounds erupted from within him. 10th layer of the true immortal realm, breakthrough. 11th layer of the true immortal realm, breakthrough. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Qin, shaking the entire cave dwelling. Zhou Qin swiftly activated the formation to suppress the overwhelming energy. What on earth? The true immortal realm has hidden layers? Zhou Qin opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement gleaming within. It is commonly known that the true immortal realm comprises 10 layers. However, according to the classification of the primordial qi origin scripture, the true immortal realm contains a full 13 layers. Just one more breakthrough would allow him to begin condensing the great Tao's celestial imprint and strive for the celestial king realm. Ordinary true immortal layer 10 cultivators condense the heavenly Tao imprint. The distinction between heavenly Tao and great Tao may seem slight, yet in truth, it is a chasm of billions of miles. However, one must not rush. Zhou Qin inhaled deeply, quelling the restlessness within. Cultivation is not a matter to be hurried. An unstable foundation and forced breakthrough will only leave hidden dangers. He opened the system panel to examine the fortunes of other fated individuals. Name: Xiun. Recent fortunes: Half a day later, at the Xianxia Sect's scripture pavilion, she will inadvertently discover a secret passage and obtain a top-grade celestial technique. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique, greatly enhancing her strength. Xiun. Zhouchen raised an eyebrow, finding the name somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he recalled such an individual. How intriguing. A smile crept upon his lips. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. I shall not be polite. With a flash of his figure, he vanished from the cave dwelling. Scripture Pavilion. One of the most crucial locations within the Xianxia sect. It houses a multitude of techniques, tomes, and jade slips, ranging from mortal tier to celestial tier. However, entry into the Scripture Pavilion requires a sufficient number of contribution points. With Zhou Chun's authority, he had access to the vast majority of techniques and tomes. A young man clad in a purple robe was perusing something in front of the bookshelf. This was Xiun. Known for his arrogance and domineering demeanor, he often wielded the power of his family to assert his influence within the sect. These techniques are utterly subpar, he scoffed, carelessly tossing a manual back onto the shelf. A mid-tier method of the immortal rank? It pales in comparison to what I currently practice. After taking a turn around the third level, he found nothing to his satisfaction. Just as he was about to depart, a faint sound emanated from beneath his feet. Xiun glanced down to discover a loose stone tile on the floor. His eyes lit up with intrigue. He knelt down and gently pressed on the stone tile. With a crack, it sank inward. Suddenly, the adjacent bookshelf shifted aside, revealing a concealed entrance. A hidden passage? Xiun's heart raced with exhilaration. Could there be some extraordinary treasure hidden within the third level of the Scripture Pavilion? Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped inside. The passage was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through. Xiun traversed the dark corridor for about 100 paces, and as he emerged, he found himself in a small secret chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a jade slip radiating a gentle glow. This was. Xiun approached and picked up the jade slip. 5 large characters were inscribed on its cover. Xianxia Divine Thunder Technique. A high-tier method of the immortal rank. Xiun trembled with excitement. Such techniques were scarce even within the entire Xianxia sect. To think he had stumbled upon one. Ha ha ha. I, Xiun, truly am the child of destiny. He laughed heartily. Eagerly, he began to peruse the jade slip. However, at that moment, a faint voice echoed through the chamber. Child of destiny, do you truly believe you are worthy? Xiun stiffened. He whirled around to see an unremarkable figure standing at the entrance of the chamber, clad in a gray robe. The person exuded an aura of overwhelming pressure that made Xiun's heart sink. Who are you? Xiun's voice trembled. Zhouchen stepped into the chamber. His gaze fixed upon the jade slip in Xiun's hands. Put it down. On what grounds? Xiun gritted his teeth. I found it first. Found it first? Zhouchen chuckled. I'm afraid your discovery is now mine, as I've taken a liking to it. Xiun's complexion darkened. The words sounded eerily familiar. Suddenly, he recalled having uttered similar taunts to Lin Tian in the secret realm. It seemed karma had come calling. A nameless nobody. Even if you are at the 5th layer of the true immortal realm, you may not be my match. Xiun snorted coldly. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Countless purple bolts of lightning surged from his palms, gradually coalescing into a thunder dragon. Boom. Before he could unleash his attack, Xiun felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Instantly, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. Fortunately, I was quick, otherwise it could have caused quite a commotion, Zhouchen remarked, brushing off the dust from the stone tile in his hand. Chapter 440, Zero Fire Thunder Technique. 10,000 Sects Competition. Zhouchen glanced down at the jade slip in his possession, confirming it was indeed the Xianxia Divine Thunder Technique. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted Xiun's opportunity, triggering tenfold critical return. You have acquired the immortal king-level high-tier technique Da Huang Zero Fire Thunder Technique. Zhouchen's eyes brightened. An immortal king-level technique is an entire realm above the high-tier immortal methods. Information about the technique flooded into his mind. Da Huang Zero Fire Thunder Technique can summon the divine thunder from the 9 heavens to strike adversaries, with its potency linked to the practitioner's cultivation level. When executed by someone in the true immortal realm, it can conjure a true immortal thunder tribulation. At the immortal king level, it could even invoke the immortal king level Tai Su Thunder Tribulation to combat foes. Most crucially, this technique also refines the physical body. Each invocation of lightning imbues the practitioner with a trace of thunderous power, fortifying their physique. What a splendid tool for both domestic use and travel, Zhouchen mused, his gaze falling upon the unconscious Xiun. Xiun lay on the ground with a sizable bump forming at the back of his head, drooling slightly. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. Zhouchen shook his head, choosing not to linger, and vanished from the chamber. Back in his cave dwelling, Zhouchen sat cross-legged, commencing his comprehension of the Da Huang Zero Fire Thunder Technique. The technique was profoundly arcane, with each character encapsulating the laws of heaven and earth. For an ordinary person to comprehend such a high-level technique, it would take at least a century to even scratch the surface. To Zhou Qin's astonishment, the world tree within him stirred gently, extending countless roots that actively assisted in enhancing his spiritual consciousness. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, aiding him in unraveling the mysteries of the technique. 3 days later, Zhou Qin opened his eyes, a glimmer of lightning flashing within them. He had thoroughly comprehended the first layer. With a flick of his finger, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the void, striking a massive boulder outside his cave with pinpoint accuracy. The boulder was instantly reduced to dust. Impressive power, Zhou Qin nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the might of the first layer. Once perfected, the summoned lightning would be sufficient to obliterate foes at the 10th layer of the true immortal realm. Stowing away the technique, Zhou Qin opened the system panel, scanning through until his eyes landed on a familiar name. Gu Ming. Cultivation, 10th layer of the true immortal realm. Recent opportunity. 3 days later, outside the back mountain of Xianxia Sect, in an unknown forbidden area 1,000 miles away. Encountering a legacy cave left by an immortal king, obtaining the immortal king level elixir 3 light source liquid. After immersion, the body evolves into an immortal king body. Zhou Qin raised an eyebrow. Truly, the child of fortune, his ascent was astonishingly rapid. Even more infuriating was that the Xianxia sect had been established for so long. Yet this immortal king cave had remained undiscovered. The heavens' favoritism was glaringly evident. The 3 light source liquid was exceedingly rare throughout the spirit realm. Just a single drop could allow a cultivator to undergo a complete transformation, reshaping their foundation. The immortal king body is a physique only attainable by those of the immortal king realm, enabling rapid recovery from severe injuries, including the regeneration of severed limbs. However, not all immortal kings could cultivate the immortal king body. It required extensive time for training and accumulation. Undoubtedly, an immortal king endowed with this physique is a true prodigy. A pool of 3 light source liquid would be enough to enhance one's constitution. Just as he prepared to discreetly leave the cave and head towards the back mountain, a communication talisman suddenly soared in. It was a message from Xianxia. Come to the main hall at once. Zhou Qin's expression turned serious. The sect leader calling for him at this time surely indicated an urgent matter. A moment later, at the Xianxia sect's main hall, Zhou Qin pushed open the door to find Xianxia seated in the principal position, his expression somewhat grave. Disciple greets the sect leader. Zhou Qin bowed respectfully. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling him to take a seat. Zhou Qin, I summoned you here for a significant matter. Please, sect leader, speak, Zhou Qin urged. Xianxia pondered for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. 3 months later, the grand competition among the myriad sects of the spirit realm, known as the Xuanhuan Dabai, is about to commence. Xuanhuan Dabai? I seem to have never heard of it, Zhou Qin remarked, perplexed. Master Xianxia took a sip of tea and elucidated. Held once every millennium, all disciples from various sects participate. The rules are quite straightforward. All competitors are transported to a small world where they engage in fierce combat to seize each other's life tokens. These tokens represent fortune points. The higher the points, the greater the resources allocated to the sect. Death in the small world does not equate to true demise, as participants will be teleported out upon falling. However, the small world is also home to formidable beasts of the true immortal stage, posing significant dangers. Zhou Qin furrowed his brow. Does the sect leader intend for disciples to participate? Indeed, Master Xianxia replied, her gaze intense. You are the hidden prodigy of our Xianxia sect's younger generation, and it is imperative that you serve as our secret weapon in this competition. But my abilities are meager. I fear I may not be up to the task. Zhou Qin feigned humility, still exhibiting the same prowess as when they first met. Master Xianxia waved her hand dismissively. Do not underestimate yourself. Although your cultivation level is not exceedingly high, your combat prowess surpasses that of your peers. The Xuanhuan Dabai only permits disciples below the Immortal King stage to compete. Among the younger generation, your strength is already quite exceptional. After a moment of silence, Zhou Qin nodded in agreement. I accept the mission. Master Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and produced a jade talisman from her robe. This is a great teleportation talisman. It can instantly transport you across vast distances in times of need. Zhou Qin received the talisman, treating it with utmost reverence. Thank you, sect leader. Go and make thorough preparations. This Xuanhuan Dabai is crucial to the future of our Xianxia sect. Zhou Qin took his leave. Once outside the grand hall, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. The Xuanhuan Dabai presents an excellent opportunity. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, he could harvest a considerable amount of fortune from the chosen ones. Returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Qin opened the system panel once more. In an unknown forbidden area, a powerful array cloaked the surroundings, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone below the strength of the Xianxia sect leader and a few elders to find their way in. Zhou Chen stood outside the array, scanning it with his divine sense. The power of the formation was formidable enough to ensnare an ordinary immortal king. For an average individual, breaking the array would take at least half a day. Perhaps Gu He possessed some unique method for dismantling the formation, allowing him to exploit a gap. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had his own profound insights into formations, particularly in the realm of spatial manipulation, making him acutely sensitive to the array's focal points. Soon, he raised his hand and summoned the Qingping sword, its blade revealing myriad arcane patterns. Break. With a single stroke, the sword energy transformed into a fine line, precisely striking the formation's nodes. Crack. The array shattered in response. Zhou Chen sheathed the Qingping sword and strode boldly inside. Deep within the forbidden area lay a desolate valley, overgrown with weeds, seemingly without any remarkable features. Zhou Chen's divine sense swept over the area, quickly pinpointing a concealed cave entrance obscured by a layer of restrictions, imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Chapter 441. The Three Light Divine Water, True Immortal Level 13. Zhou Chen approached the cave entrance and extended a hand, channeling spiritual energy to probe the restrictions. They flared to life, unleashing a terrifying pressure. This was an immortal king-level restriction for an ordinary true immortal. Such an encounter could result in grievous injury. The world tree within Zhou Chen stirred slightly, dissipating the oppressive force. Following the trajectory of the restriction's loss, he gradually infused spatial power into it. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen successfully entered the cave. Inside was a long passageway, with ancient runes intricately carved into the walls on either side. As he walked, he observed the surroundings, arriving soon at the passage's end. There stood a massive bronze door, devoid of any restrictions, only adorned with a line of ancient script, now nearly indecipherable but of no consequence. Zhou Chen pushed the door open, revealing an immense stone chamber, approximately 10,000 feet in length and width. At the center of the chamber was a pool of roughly 1 foot square. The water shimmered in a strange array of colors, exuding a rich vitality. It was indeed the Three Light Source liquid. I found it. Zhou Chen stepped forward and touched the pool's surface. The water felt warm to the touch, and a surge of pure energy flowed into his body through his fingertips. Just a single drop made him feel invigorated, awakening the celestial spiritual power within him. Without hesitation, he stripped off his robes and plunged into the pool. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting an ancient fortuitous opportunity, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired 3 light divine water. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The next moment, the 3 light source liquid in the pool began to churn violently. The originally multicolored liquid gradually morphed into a chaotic hue as the 3 light divine water was infused. Zhou Chen felt himself enveloped by a terrifying energy, every cell in his body fervently consuming this power. His bones, meridians, and flesh were growing and reshaping at an astonishing rate, even his soul undergoing a transformation. Time ticked by. 3 days later, the 3 light divine water in the pool had been completely absorbed by Zhou Chen. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from him. True Immortal Level 13. Congratulations to the host for attaining the undying Immortal King body. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. He raised his hand, observing the faint golden sheen coursing across his palm. The undying Immortal King body, a manifestation that transcends the ordinary Immortal King body. With this physique, even at the true immortal stage, his physical strength could rival that of an immortal king. More daunting still, while ordinary immortal king bodies can easily regrow severed limbs and recover swiftly, the undying immortal king body can resurrect even from the most grievous of wounds in a remarkably short time. Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall the aura of the immortal bone that the system had returned to him. Now he was certain that it belonged to the undying immortal king body. No wonder its power was so immense. True Immortal Level 13. As Zhou Chen reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, a smile crept across his lips. Throughout history, no one has ever been known to break through to True Immortal Level 13. Perhaps he would be the first. Zhou Chen rose, donned his robes, and cast a satisfied glance at the now empty pool. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from the stone chamber. 3 months later, at the Xianxia Sect's plaza, one of the entry nodes to the secret realm lay within the Xianxia Sect, drawing disciples from nearby sects to gather for entry. Hundreds of disciples from the Xianxia Sect were fully armed, each eager and fervent. The Wanzhong Da Bai was the grandest event in the spirit realm. Those who could participate were the elite among the younger generation of various sections. If one could stand out in the competition, not only would they bring glory to their sect, but they would also gain fame throughout the realm. On the high platform, Master Xianxia was delivering the final rallying speech. This Xuanhuan Bai is critical for our Xianxia sect's resource allocation for the next millennium. You must all give it your utmost effort to bring honor to our sect. The disciples responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Zhou Qin stood amidst the crowd, his hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside him stood Ziyan, accompanied by several core disciples. Ziyan subtly tugged at Zhou Qin's sleeve and inquired softly, "My husband, do you feel confident?" Zhou Qin turned to her, a smile gracing his lips. "Fear not. It is merely a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Ziyan's anxious heart began to ease slightly. She was aware of Zhou Qin's unfathomable strength, since he expressed such assurance. He undoubtedly possessed the means to succeed. At that moment, a sudden sound of air being torn apart reverberated through the sky. Dozens of streaks of light soared from the distance, descending upon the plaza. As the brilliance faded, a group of cultivators clad in a variety of colorful garments emerged. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a golden Dao robe, his aura inscrutable. "Deist Xianxia, it is a pleasure to see you," the middle-aged man stated with a respectful gesture. Xianxia hastily approached him. It turned out to be Deist Li from the Jinyang sect, an unexpected arrival indeed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the disciples of the Jinyang sect settled on one side of the plaza. Soon after, more streaks of light appeared in the sky. The Tianjin sect, Xianbing sect, Laihua sect, and Wanshou sect, renowned sects in their own right, successively arrived. Each sect brought along dozens of disciples, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhou Qin's divine sense swept across them, revealing that most disciples possessed cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 7th layer of the true immortal realm, with several geniuses even reaching the 8th and 9th layers. "It seems this grand competition will be quite fierce," Zhou Qin mused inwardly. Just then, the sky erupted once more with the sound of air being sliced apart. This commotion was greater than that of all the previous sects combined. Hundreds of streaks of light blanketed the heavens, as if to obscure the sky entirely. As the light dissipated, a group of cultivators garbed in purple and gold Dao robes emerged. At the forefront was a young man with striking features and an ethereal presence, Gu Ming. Following him were dozens of disciples from the Gu family, each radiating formidable auras and displaying proud gazes. Upon alighting, Gu Ming surveyed the crowd, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. "A bunch of ants," he remarked coolly. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The plaza erupted into a clamor. "How arrogant! Does the Gu family think itself so superior? Humph! Once in the small world, I shall show him." The disciples glared at Gu Ming, filled with righteous indignation. Gu Ming, however, paid them no mind, not even deigning to glance their way. To him, they were indeed insignificant. The Gu family, an ancient celestial lineage, possessed an unfathomable depth of resources. Gu Ming was among the most outstanding talents of his generation, with the family's legacy of immortal kings. He had ascended to the 10th layer of the true immortal realm in a remarkably short time. The prospect of attaining the status of immortal emperor was not merely a dream. What qualifications did these ordinary sect disciples possess to compare themselves to him? Xianxia's expression soured slightly. Although the Gu family was powerful, such brazen arrogance in this setting was exceedingly disrespectful to the other sections. "Deist Gu, your disciples truly exhibit an overabundance of vigor," she remarked with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. The elder leading the Gu family, a white-haired man, responded with a faint smile. "Ah, they are young. A bit of pride is only to be expected. There is no need for you to take offense, Deist Xianxia." Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed her rising anger. The Gu family's might was substantial. She could not afford to let momentary indignation lead to confrontation. Zhou Qin observed this scene with keen interest. "This Gu Ming fellow is indeed rather full of himself." "My husband, that person is so arrogant," Ziyan whispered. "Those who are excessively arrogant often meet swift ends. There is no need to worry," Zhou Qin replied with an air of indifference. At that moment, Gu Ming's gaze suddenly shifted towards Zhou Qin, or more precisely, towards Ziyan. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The Xianxia sect possesses such a beauty? A smile curled at the corners of Gu Ming's mouth as he approached. Zhou Qin raised an eyebrow. "Is this fellow courting death?" As Gu Ming stood before Ziyan, he clasped his hands respectfully. "I am Gu Ming. May I ask for the name of this fair maiden?" Ziyan's complexion shifted, instinctively retreating behind Zhou Qin. "I already have a partner." Gu Ming's gaze fell upon Zhou Qin, sizing him up with a hint of disdain. "The 4th layer of the true immortal realm? Unworthy of her." Disregarding Zhou Qin entirely, Gu Ming continued, "My lady, associating with such a waste will only hinder your future. Why not follow me, Gu Ming? I assure you." Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Zhou Qin struck Gu Ming's face. Gu Ming was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the plaza. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their minds momentarily blank. Someone dared to strike Gu Ming? And in front of so many witnesses? Gu Ming rose from the ground, clutching his face, his eyes filled with incredulity. You dare to strike me? Zhou Chen clapped his hands and replied coolly, I aimed precisely at you. My woman is not someone you can covet. Gu Ming's face darkened, a storm of fury brewing within him. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. You seek death, he roared, unleashing a terrifying aura. The oppressive pressure of the 10th layer of the true immortal realm enveloped the area, causing surrounding disciples to retreat in fear, their faces drained of color. Gu Ming raised his hand, aiming a palm strike at Zhou Chen. The force of his strike howled through the air, imbued with the power to obliterate. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Gu Ming's attack dissipated instantly, barely causing a ripple. Following that, Zhou Chen flicked his fingers, sending an invisible force that struck Gu Ming squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Gu Ming was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into and demolishing a stone pillar at the edge of the plaza. As dust settled, Gu Ming lay amidst the ruins, blood trickling from his mouth, his complexion ashen. He struggled to rise but found his celestial energy in utter disarray, rendering him powerless. The crowd fell into another stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Zhou Chen, as if gazing upon a monster. A 4th layer of the true immortal realm. Defeating a 10th layer in a heartbeat? How is this possible? The white-haired elder from the Gu family wore a terrifyingly dark expression. He stepped forward, unleashing a dreadful aura of an immortal king that enveloped the plaza. Youngster, you possess an audacity beyond measure. To harm my Gu family disciple. Do you seek your own demise? Zhou Chen met the elder's gaze. He struck first, and moreover, he was the one who provoked my partner. I merely acted in self-defense. The elder scoffed, self-defense? You, a mere 4th layer of the true immortal realm, could injure a 10th layer? Who would believe such a tale? Surely, you employed some underhanded means. Zhou Chen shrugged. Believe it or not, the facts remain unchanged. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the elder's eyes as he prepared to strike. However, Xianxia Jinren suddenly stepped in front of Zhou Chen. Deist Gu. This is the Xianxia sect. If you wish to engage in combat, is it not a tad disrespectful to me? The elder huffed in response. Deist Xianxia. Your disciples from the Xianxia sect have harmed members of the Gu family. Are we simply to let this matter rest? This issue will be addressed after the grand tournament of all sects concludes. Should Zhou Chen be at fault, the Xianxia sect will certainly provide an explanation to the Gu family. Xianxia Jinren replied solemnly. The elder with white hair fixed a piercing gaze upon Xianxia Jinren. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Very well, we shall settle the score after the grand tournament. He approached Gu Ming and handed him a medicinal pill. Gu Ming consumed the pill, his complexion improving slightly. He rose to his feet, glaring intensely at Zhou Chen. His eyes filled with malice. Just wait. In the small world, I will make you wish for death. Zhou Chen chuckled. I will be waiting. Gu Ming huffed disdainfully before departing. The surrounding disciples cast complex glances at Zhou Chen, a mixture of admiration, fear, and schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Having offended the Gu family, this young man might not have long to live. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chen, Lin Potion was glaring at him with deep-seated resentment. The strength Zhou Chen had just displayed made him realize the truth. This young man had been pretending to be weak. Lin Tian must have been killed by him. Xianxia Jinren looked at Zhou Chen, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Zhou Chen, he sighed, ultimately choosing silence. He hadn't anticipated this young man would stir up so much trouble. However, what was done was done. There was no point in lamenting. They could only take things one step at a time. The teleportation array for the grand tournament was located at the back mountain of the Xianxia sect. This ancient array was said to be the handiwork of an immortal emperor from a bygone era. At its center stood a colossal light gate, emanating a gentle white glow. All participating disciples formed a long queue, entering the light gate in turn. Zhou Chen lingered at the rear of the line, his hands tucked casually in his sleeves, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xiun tightly grasped his sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Husband, please be cautious of Gu Ming. He will surely seek revenge in the small world. Zhou Chen patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. He cannot stir up much trouble. As for you, be careful once you enter. Try not to stray from the group. Xiun nodded in agreement. Soon, it was their turn to step through the light gate. Zhou Chen cast one last glance at Xiun before turning and entering the portal. The world before him shimmered, transforming instantly. He found himself in a vast plain. The sky was shrouded in gray, devoid of sunlight, with endless wild grass swaying in the wind. A faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air. Zhou Chen's spiritual sense swept across the area, revealing that many disciples were already engaged in fierce battles within a 1,000-mile radius. The rules of the small world were straightforward. Eliminate opponents and seize their life tokens. These tokens represented luck points. The higher the points, the more resources allocated by their sections. Each participant received a life token upon entering the small world, engraved with the name of their respective sect. Zhou Chen glanced down at the token at his waist, which bore the inscription of Xianxia sect. Interesting, he mused, pocketing the token and leisurely choosing a direction to wander. He had no urgency to seize life tokens. After all, time was plentiful. He would first assess the situation. After wandering for about half an hour, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. Zhou Chen halted, his spiritual sense probing the scene. Two disciples were locked in a fierce struggle, one clad in blue robes. At the 5th level of true immortal, presumably from the Tianjian sect, the other, dressed in red, at the 4th level of true immortal, hailing from the Lihuo sect. The two were embroiled in a fierce clash, various magical artifacts soaring through the air. Zhou Chen observed from a distance, intrigued. After a moment, the blue-robed disciple gained the upper hand, severing the red-robed disciple's artifact with a single strike. The face of the red-robed disciple paled, and he turned to flee. The blue-robed disciple let out a cold chuckle, preparing to pursue. Suddenly, a sword chi shot forth from the side, piercing through his chest. The blue-robed disciple stiffened. Looking down at the gaping wound, disbelief etched across his face. Before he could finish his words, his figure transformed into a beam of white light. Vanishing from sight, teleported away. The red-robed disciple stood stunned. Turning to look, he saw a young man in gray robes emerging from the shadows. It was Zhou Chen. Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist. The red-robed disciple clasped his hands in gratitude. Zhou Chen smiled. You're welcome. Now, hand over your life token. The red-robed disciple's expression shifted. Fellow Daoist, Before he could complete his sentence, Zhou Chen raised his hand with a swift motion. A sword chi flashed, and the red-robed disciple's figure vanished as well. Zhou Chen bent down to pick up the 2 life tokens on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. A splendid start. He tucked the tokens into his system space and continued on his way. Over the next 3 days, Zhou Chen moved like a specter throughout the small world, specifically targeting isolated disciples. His strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, never lingering. In just 3 days, he amassed over 100 life tokens. This number surpassed the total collected by most sects combined. Finding a secluded cave, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged and opened his system panel to check Gu Ming's location. According to the system, Gu Ming was currently situated in the central region of the small world. That area was the most perilous, teeming with formidable beasts of the true immortal level. Yet it also held the greatest opportunities. Time to pay him a visit, Zhou Chen resolved, rising and vanishing from the cave. In the central region of the small world, a vast forest stretched before him. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the roars of various ferocious beasts echoed throughout. Deep within the forest stood an ancient altar, at the center of which floated a fist-sized orb. This orb radiated a soft glow. It was the fabled soul-stabilizing pearl, capable of solidifying the soul and enhancing spiritual awareness. A rare treasure indeed. At this moment, dozens of disciples surrounded the altar, led by Gu Ming. Behind him were several powerful Gu family disciples. Opposite them stood disciples from major sects such as Jinyang sect, Tianjin sect, and Xinbing sect. The atmosphere crackled with tension as both sides faced off. Gu Ming. We were the first to discover the soul-stabilizing pearl, the leader of the Jinyang sect disciples declared solemnly. Gu Ming smirked, and what of it? Treasures belong to those with strength. You worthless fools have no right to possess it. The expression of the Jinyang sect disciple darkened. Gu Ming, do not be so arrogant. With so many of us, do you really think you can handle all of us? Gu Ming surveyed the crowd, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just you lot? You are but a swarm of ants. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Ming. The pressure of a true immortal at the 10th level enveloped the area in an instant. Furthermore, a trace of the immortal king's physique within him began to awaken. A golden light surged forth from his body, enveloping him entirely. The oppressive aura of the immortal king left everyone present gasping for breath. This is the immortal king physique. How is this possible? He is merely at the true immortal 10th level. How can he possess the aura of an immortal king? The disciples were filled with horror and despair. A cruel smile crept upon Gu Ming's lips. Now do you comprehend the disparity? Kneel and surrender all your life tokens, and I may spare your lives. The leading disciple of the Jinyang sect gritted his teeth. Let us all attack together. He is but one man, and we are many. Surely we can kill him. As the words fell, dozens of disciples launched their assault simultaneously. Various magical treasures and spells filled the air, raining down upon Gu Ming. Gu Ming let out a cold snort. Overestimating yourselves. With a mere wave of his hand, a golden palm imprint materialized out of thin air. swelling in size to 100 feet in an instant. As the palm imprint passed, all attacks were shattered to pieces. Boom. The palm imprint descended with tremendous force. Dozens of disciples spat blood and were sent flying, their figures vanishing like white light. They were all teleported away, leaving only a few higher-ranked disciples who barely managed to withstand the blow. The leading disciple of the Xianxia sect turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of monster are you? Gu Ming did not respond. He struck again, delivering a palm strike. The leading disciple attempted to evade, only to realize that the surrounding space had been locked down. Escape was impossible. As the palm imprint was about to descend, suddenly, a sword chi shot in from the side, accurately striking the palm imprint. Boom. The palm imprint exploded, scattering golden light across the sky. Gu Ming's expression changed, and he turned to see a young man in a gray robe leisurely emerging from the forest. It was none other than Zhou Chun. It's you. Gu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment. Zhou Chun approached the altar, glancing at the floating soul fixation pearl, nodding in satisfaction. A splendid treasure. He extended his hand, and the soul fixation pearl flew into his palm. Gu Ming's face turned ashen. Put that down. It belongs to me. Zhou Chun turned to him, smiling. Yours? I see no name inscribed upon it. Gu Ming, enraged, laughed maniacally. Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige. As the words left his lips, the golden light surrounding Gu Ming became even more dazzling. The pressure of the immortal king body erupted fully, shaking the entire forest. He stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before Zhou Chun, and unleashed a punch. The wind from the punch howled, imbued with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Zhou Chun remained motionless, standing his ground. Just as the fist was about to strike him, Zhou Chun raised a hand to block it lightly, as if swatting away a fly. Bang! Gu Ming's fist was effortlessly thwarted. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhou Chun smiled. Immortal king body. What a coincidence. I possess one as well. As the words fell, a more terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Chun. The pressure of the undying immortal king body enveloped the entire scene. Golden light surged forth from within him, shining 10 times more brilliantly than Gu Ming's. Gu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of physique is this? How can it be stronger than my immortal king body? Zhou Chun did not respond to Gu Ming's inquiry. The full force of his undying immortal king body erupted, enveloping him in golden light, with every inch of his skin emanating a faint divine aura. Gu Ming's face turned ashen. The immortal king body he prided himself on was completely suppressed before Zhou Chun. Impossible. You are merely an ordinary disciple of the Xianxia sect. How can you possess a physique stronger than mine? Gu Ming gritted his teeth, forming hand seals. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true depth of the Gu family's heritage. As his words fell, the void behind Gu Ming suddenly split open, and streams of starlight poured forth from the fissure. The starlight coalesced behind him, forming 9 colossal star illusions. Chapter 444, The Star's Annihilation, the Sword Intent of the Immortal Emperor. Each star radiated a terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of subduing the heavens and the earth. Celestial stars rotation. Gu Ming exclaimed. The 9 stars began to spin simultaneously, emitting blindingly brilliant light. A terrifying wave of energy surged from the stars, transforming into countless starlight arrows that rained down upon Zhou Chun. Each arrow contained the might of a true immortal at the 10th level, capable of piercing through any defense. The disciples watching from the sidelines turned pale, retreating hundreds of miles in fear. Is this the Gu family's secret technique? It must be a technique of the immortal king level. Terrifying. Zhou Chun is doomed. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Taking advantage of the chaos, the leading disciple of the Xianxia sect led the remaining disciples to flee the battlefield. Knowing that the upcoming battle was beyond their participation, Zhou Chun stood firm, observing the myriad starlight arrows descending upon him, a smile gracing his lips. Celestial stars rotation? Quite intriguing. He raised a hand. The innate primordial chi source sutra began to operate within him. Streams of primordial celestial energy surged forth from his dantian, forming a thin protective shield around him. The shield appeared exceedingly fragile, yet emanated an aura of profound mystery. Bang, bang, bang. Countless starlight arrows struck the shield, producing deafening booms as the space trembled. Gu Ming's face bore a triumphant smile. In his eyes, Zhou Chun was undoubtedly doomed. The celestial stars rotation was the Gu family's ultimate secret technique. Even a true immortal at the 10th level would struggle to withstand it. As the dust settled, Gu Ming's smile froze. Zhou Chun still stood unscathed, the shield intact without a single crack. How is this possible? Gu Ming's pupils dilated. Zhou Chun brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. Is that all? He looked up at Gu Ming, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. The Gu family's secret techniques are merely this? Gu Ming's complexion darkened. He took a deep breath, his celestial spiritual power burning fiercely. Humph, if that is the case. Then let me show you my true strength, Gu Ming declared, bringing his hands together before performing a peculiar gesture. One hand slowly rose, clenched into a fist, ascending with the palm facing the sky. The 9-star illusions began to merge, ultimately transforming into a colossal star. This star radiated an aura of annihilation, as if poised to destroy everything in its path. Star annihilation, Gu Ming roared, thrusting his hands forward. The massive star crashed down with a thunderous roar. The void shattered inch by inch, the earth split open, and countless fissures spread across the ground. The force of this strike surpassed the 10th level of the true immortal realm, reaching the level of the immortal king. Zhou Qin's gaze sharpened. The power of this move was indeed formidable. If it were an ordinary true immortal at the 10th level, they would likely be instantly obliterated. Yet, Zhou Qin remained composed. Extending his hand, the immortal Dao mark, the Qingping sword, instantly appeared in his grasp. The sword's body shimmered with countless mysterious patterns, radiating a cerulean glow. In the next moment, Zhou Qin gripped the hilt tightly, and primordial celestial energy surged violently into the blade. The Qingping sword emitted a clear and melodious sword cry, its brilliance growing ever more intense. Lotus of the eternal blue sky, Zhou Qin murmured softly. As the words fell, a cerulean lotus blossomed from the sword's tip. The lotus, no larger than a palm, radiated an aura of mystique. The lotus gracefully rotates, greeting the massive star. The two collide in the void. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupts instantaneously. The entire forest trembles, countless ancient trees uprooted, and the ground fractures, revealing bottomless chasms. A vast expanse of land is reduced to desolation. Some disciples, slower in their retreat, are enveloped in a blinding white light and vanish. As the dust settles, the colossal star is gone, yet the azure lotus continues to spin in the air, unscathed. Gu Ming's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. His voice trembling. The destruction of the star was his most powerful strike, consuming 70% of his celestial energy. Yet, it was effortlessly neutralized by Zhou Qin. Just how formidable is this individual? Zhou Qin flicked his finger. The azure lotus transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade, only to find the space around him had been locked down. Escape was futile. Block it, Gu Ming roared, expelling the remaining celestial energy within him, coalescing it into a golden shield before him. Countless ancient runes emerged upon the shield, emanating the aura of a celestial king. This was a celestial king's imprint left within him by the Gu family, activated in critical moments to withstand fatal attacks. Bang! The azure lotus collided with the shield, shattering it instantly. The lotus, undeterred, pierced through Gu Ming's left arm. Blood gushed forth. Gu Ming let out a wretched scream, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his severed arm, his complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His celestial energy was depleted. He lacked even the strength to rise. Zhou Qin sheathed the Qingping sword and leisurely approached Gu Ming. Gu Ming, you are hardly impressive. In this state, how dare you bare your teeth at me? Gu Ming lifted his head, his eyes filled with malice. You dare to harm me? I am the scion of the Gu family. Should you kill me, the Gu family will never let you go. Zhou Qin chuckled. Threatening me? He crouched down, patting Gu Ming's face. In this minor world, death is not truly death. But rest assured, once we exit, if given the chance, I will pay you a personal visit. At that time, you shall know what despair truly means. Gu Ming shuddered. In Zhou Qin's gaze, he saw genuine murderous intent. This individual was serious. No, please. Gu Ming attempted to plead, but found his throat rendered mute. Zhou Qin raised his hand and snatched the storage ring from Gu Ming's waist. Thank you for the gift. Suddenly, Gu Ming pulled a jade talisman from his bosom and crushed it violently. Thunder rumbled. A terrifying pressure of a celestial king enveloped the area. An ethereal figure emerged from the talisman, an elderly man clad in a purple and gold robe, his aura unfathomable. It was Gu Xianxia, the ancestral patriarch of the Gu family. Who dares to harm my Gu family's disciple? Gu Xianxia's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the void. His gaze swept over Zhou Qin, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Humph, Minger, cannot even handle a mere true immortal? Truly pathetic. Gu Xianxia pointed a finger. A terrifying force shot through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Qin's brow. This finger contained the might of a third-tier celestial king, capable of annihilating any true immortal. Zhou Qin's expression sharpened. The attack from a third-tier celestial king was indeed troublesome. He did not meet it head-on. Instead, he waved his hand. The Qingping sword reappeared, its blade adorned with myriad profound patterns. Heaven's Gate. Zhou Qin swung his sword. A beam of sword light surged into the sky, transforming into an ethereal image of a blue gate. The gate slowly opened, an overwhelming suction emanating from within. Gu Kangtian's finger force was drawn into the gate, vanishing in an instant. Gu Kangtian's expression changed. This is Celestial Emperor's sword intent. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen, shock evident in his eyes. Who are you? A mere true immortal cannot possibly comprehend Celestial Emperor's sword intent. Zhou Chen offered no reply. He swung his sword once more. A stream of azure sword chi poured forth from the gate, aimed at Gu Kangtian's ethereal form. The sword chi, imbued with Celestial Emperor-level power, shattered the space it traversed. Gu Kangtian's avatar paled. Not good. He attempted to invoke a secret technique, only to find the surrounding space had been sealed. It was as if he were isolated from the world, every method rendered futile. Uft! The sword chi pierced through the ethereal form. Gu Kangtian's avatar shattered in an instant, dissipating into countless motes of light. Zhou Chen sheathed the Qingping sword and turned to face Gu Ming. Gu Ming sat slumped on the ground, terror reflected in his eyes. The life-preserving talisman left by the ancestor had been severed by a single sword strike. Just how powerful is Zhou Chen? At that moment, Gu Ming's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from the spot, teleported away. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. He ran swiftly. He had intended to humiliate Gu Ming further, but the latter had been whisked away. No matter, there will be more opportunities. Zhou Chen shook his head and stashed Gu Ming's storage ring into the system space. Upon inspecting its contents, he found not only some celestial crystals and elixirs, but also several remarkable treasures. Among them, the most striking was a pearl radiating 7-colored brilliance, the Celestial Grade Supreme Soul-Binding Pearl. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Celestial Grade Supreme Soul-Binding Pearl, with a tenfold return of the Chaos Bell's essence. Zhou Chen's heart leaped with joy, and without hesitation, he utilized this essence on the Chaos Bell. A flash of white light enveloped the Chaos Bell, coalescing into a cocoon of light that entered Zhou Chen's minor world. Zhou Chen sensed the state of the Chaos Bell. It appeared to require some time for evolution, so he chose to disregard it. Oh, the Gu family scion indeed boasts considerable wealth. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, continuing to reap the fortunes of other fated children and their life tokens. Outside the minor world, Gu Ming had been teleported out and subsequently relayed the events to the elders of the Gu family. Dearest Xianxia, how audacious of your Xianxia sect to dare harm my Gu family scion. The white-haired elder of the Gu family wore a thunderous expression, his eyes filled with resentment. Friend Gu, you are mistaken. The great competition is merely the survival of the fittest. Your disciples' skills were inferior. Who can be blamed? Deist Xianxia replied nonchalantly. Very well. Once the competition concludes, my Gu family shall seek justice. The white-haired elder sneered, his gaze harboring boundless fury. Deist Xianxia said nothing, secretly communicating with the patriarch of the Xianxia sect, contemplating how to respond to the Gu family's impending retaliation. The Gu family's foundation was unfathomable, should they truly sever ties. The Xianxia sect might not withstand the repercussions. A plan must be devised to send Zhou Chen away to weather the storm, Deist Xianxia mused. Within the minor world, Zhou Chen traversed various locales, specifically targeting those solitary fated children. In a mere half-month, the number of life tokens in his possession exceeded 3,000. This figure had already shattered the historical record of the great competition. Zhou Chen discovered a secluded cave and sat cross-legged within. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. And soon the moment for the conclusion of the small world arrived. All participating disciples were teleported out. In the plaza of the Xianxia sect, disciples began to appear one after another amidst flickering white lights. Some bore expressions of exhilaration, clearly having gained much, while others hung their heads in despair, returning empty-handed. A few emerged, severely injured, supported by their companions as they exited the teleportation array. On the elevated platform, Xianxia Jinren and several elders were counting the tally of life tokens. Tianjin Sect, 83 tokens. Jinyang Sect, 97 tokens. Xianbing Sect, 102 tokens. One by one, the elders announced the counts from their respective sections. When it was time to report the Xianxia sect's numbers, the response was staggering. 3,038 tokens. An uproar erupted across the venue. Over 3,000 tokens? How could that be possible? How many participants did the Xianxia sect actually send? Elders from various sects began to murmur amongst themselves. A smile spread across Xianxia Jinren's face. Esteemed friends, you have my gratitude. The elder from the Gu family turned ashen. Xianxia Jinren, did your sect cheat? Over 3,000 tokens is simply implausible. Xianxia Jinren replied with calm composure. Friend Gu, your statement is erroneous. The Xianxia sect has always upheld integrity. We would never resort to cheating. If you doubt this, feel free to investigate. The elder with white hair snorted coldly. Very well. Let us investigate. Xianxia Jinren nodded and turned to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, present your life tokens. Zhou Chun stepped forward and retrieved a substantial pile of tokens from his system space. The tokens formed a small mountain, plunging the entire venue into stunned silence. All eyes widened, gazing at the heap of tokens as if witnessing a monstrous spectacle. So many tokens, all obtained by a single individual? How could this be possible? The white-haired elder's expression soured to an extreme. After meticulous examination, he confirmed that the tokens were indeed authentic, devoid of any signs of foul play. This. The elder was rendered speechless. Xianxia Jinren chuckled. Do you believe now, friend Gu? The elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. Very well. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhou Chun, surrender your life. A thunderous roar erupted from the platform. Lin Potion's figure appeared instantaneously behind Zhou Chun, unleashing an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a third-tier celestial king. His right hand transformed into a claw, red lightning coiling between his fingers as he aimed directly for Zhou Chun's back. This strike harbored the entirety of his rage and murderous intent. Lin Tian's death had long been clarified. This Zhou Chun was the very culprit responsible for slaying his son. Zhou Chun's pupils constricted. This old fool dared to launch a sneak attack in plain view of everyone? Xianxia Jinren's countenance shifted dramatically as he prepared to intervene. However, the white-haired elder from the Gu family suddenly blocked his path, raising his hand to unleash a golden palm imprint. Do not be so hasty, Xianxia Jinren. A cold smile adorned the elder's face. Two attacks converged, one from the front and one from the back, targeting Zhou Chun. The disciples in the plaza gasped, retreating in alarm. Yet, Zhou Chun remained unfazed in the face of two celestial kings' assaults. With a flip of his right hand, a talisman radiating spatial fluctuations appeared in his palm. It was the grand teleportation talisman bestowed upon him by Xianxia Jinren. Humph, as long as I desire to live. Who could kill me? Who would dare to? Zhou Chun shattered the talisman without hesitation. Boom. A terrifying wave of spatial energy erupted instantaneously. Lin Potion's attack and the white-haired elder's palm imprint both missed their marks, crashing into the ground instead. The entire plaza was blasted into two bottomless craters. Zhou Chun's figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Lin Potion roared, his eyes filled with resentment. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia Jinren's fury surged. Lin Potion, Elder Gu. How dare you act so brazenly on the territory of my Xianxia sect, attempting to kill my disciple? An aura of celestial king power erupted from him as he waved his hand, unleashing two streams of purple sword energy. One sliced toward Lin Potion, while the other aimed for the white-haired elder. Lin Potion's expression changed, and he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! Chapter 446, Turbulent Spatial Flux. The Chaotic Demon Sea. Lin Potion was sent reeling back several dozen yards, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia Jinren's strike far exceeded the expected strength of a celestial king. It appeared that the ancestral power of the Xianxia sect had intervened from the shadows, leaving Lin Potion shaken. Meanwhile, a more potent aura suddenly arose from the elder's side. An aged man clad in a purple-golden robe materialized out of thin air, raising his hand to intercept the sword energy. Xianxia Jinren, why resort to such outrageous fury? The elder's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of menace. He was Gu Zhentian, the supreme elder of the Gu family, with cultivation reaching the 8th tier of celestial king. Xianxia Jinren's expression darkened. He understood the Gu family's profound heritage, and he was taken aback that even Gu Zhentian had arrived. Friend Gu, your family has gone too far. My Xianxia sect is not to be trifled with. Xianxia Jinren's voice dripped with coldness. Gu Zhentian smiled faintly. Gone too far. Xianxia Jinren, your words are rather heavy. The great sect competition is, after all, a matter of the survival of the fittest. Your disciples harm my family's true heir. Should there not be a price to pay? Furthermore, we have not harmed him, have we? Xianxia Jinren trembled with rage. This old man had an exceptional talent for blatant lies. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Potion executed the blood escape secret art, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that soared into the sky. He understood that his earlier actions had irreparably offended the Xianxia sect. Remaining here would only lead to retribution. It was better to seize this chance to escape. Xianxia Jinren sought to pursue him, but Gu Zhentian once again obstructed his path. Xianxia Jinren, why pursue to the bitter end? Lin Dearest merely acted impulsively. Xianxia Jinren inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within him. He knew that now was not the time to escalate hostilities. The Gu family was formidable, and should a conflict arise, the Xianxia sect might not emerge unscathed. Very well. Remember this day, my Xianxia sect will take note. Xianxia Jinren turned and departed, his back reflecting a repressed fury. The disciples in the plaza exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The great Sect competition had culminated in such an unexpected outcome. In the depths of the void, Zhou Qin's figure tumbled within the turbulent spatial flux. The grand teleportation talisman proved far more potent than he had anticipated, transporting him across an unfathomable distance in an instant. The spatial currents sliced through his body like a multitude of blades. Had he been an ordinary true immortal, he would have been shredded to pieces by now. Fortunately, Zhou Qin possessed the undying celestial king body, granting him a physical strength comparable to that of a celestial king. This level of spatial turbulence was insufficient to harm him. The chaos bell materialized of its own accord, exuding a faint glow that shielded him from the spatial turmoil. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. Eventually, Zhou Qin felt the force of the teleportation wane. Before him appeared a rift in space. Boom. Zhou Qin was ejected from the rift, crashing heavily onto the ground. He rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. As his divine sense swept across the surroundings, he found himself on a desolate island. The expanse was merely 100 miles, surrounded by barren rocks. The air was thick with an intense scent of the sea. In the distance lay an endless black ocean, its surface roiling with eerie black waves. Where's this? Zhou Qin furrowed his brow. He took out a jade slip and probed it with his consciousness. This was the grand map of the spirit realm provided by the Xianxia sect for each disciple. The grand map could accurately pinpoint one's current location based on the spiritual energy characteristics of different areas. After a moment, Zhou Qin's expression darkened. Damn it! Has he been transported to the Chaos Demon Sea? Cursed be it, to be sent to such a place. The Chaos Demon Sea is situated at the eastern edge of the spirit realm. It is the most tumultuous region within the spirit realm, entirely ungoverned by any power. A veritable lawless zone. Various desperate individuals, demonic cultivators, and rogue practitioners congregate here. Murder and treasure plundering are commonplace. Even those at the Celestial King realm dare not act too arrogantly here, for there exist even more terrifying entities. Zhou Qin stowed away the jade slip and sought refuge in a concealed cave. After laying down dozens of formations, he finally sat cross-legged. 70% of his celestial spiritual power had been depleted during the earlier teleportation. He needed to recover swiftly. He took out several pills designed to replenish celestial spiritual power and swallowed them in one go. Simultaneously, he activated the innate primordial chi cannon, beginning to absorb the celestial energy of heaven and earth fervently. Time passed, minute by minute. 3 days later, Zhou Qin opened his eyes. His celestial spiritual power had fully recovered. Moreover, he sensed a faint indication of a potential breakthrough. It seemed it was time to find an opportunity to ascend to the Celestial King realm, he mused. The 13th layer of the true immortal realm had reached its limit. Beyond that lay the Celestial King realm. Rising to his feet, he dismantled the formations and exited the cave. He scanned the area within a radius of 10,000 miles with his consciousness. This sea was rarely trodden by mortals, and even demonic beasts were seldom seen. Zhou Qin retrieved a storage ring he had scavenged from an oblivious rogue practitioner. After rummaging through it, he indeed found a jade slip titled Geographical Records of the Spirit Realm. It was no surprise that the heir of the ancient family had intel even about such a place. Zhou Qin read attentively. The Chaos Demon Sea was primarily dominated by 3 major factions: the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, the Blood Demon Palace, and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The Star Sea Chamber of Commerce specialized in various trades, from pills and magical artifacts to intelligence and assassinations. They catered to any request as long as the price was right. The Blood Demon Palace was a gathering place for demonic cultivators, where each member was a ruthless killer, practicing their techniques through blood sacrifices. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion focused on the acquisition and auctioning of various treasures, reputedly backed by Celestial Emperor-level forces. Zhou Qin pondered for a moment. The Star Sea Chamber of Commerce seemed a favorable option. He could initially join them, concealing his identity while developing for a period. He had offended both the ancient family and the Lin family, and could not expose his whereabouts for the time being. The vast influence of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce would serve as a perfect cover. After stowing away the jade slip and orienting himself, he vanished from his location in a flash. In the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea, there lay Black Tide Island. This was a colossal island, spanning 100,000 miles. The island was bustling with towering structures and throngs of people. Various cultivators traversed its expanse, including humans, demons, and even fiends. Here was the headquarters of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Qin stood at the island's entrance, surveying the scene before him. A massive stone tablet stood at the entrance, inscribed with 4 large characters, Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Flanking it were dozens of guards clad in black, each exuding a formidable aura, all at the true immortal realm. Zhou Qin approached. One of the guards stepped forward to obstruct him. Who goes there? What business brings you here? Zhou Qin produced a token. This was something he had unearthed from the storage ring of a careless rogue practitioner. The token bore the emblem of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. The guard accepted the token, scanning it with his consciousness, and his expression immediately turned respectful. "Oh, a distinguished guest. Please, follow me." Zhou Chen followed the guard into the island's interior. Along the way, he discreetly observed his surroundings. The streets were lined with various shops, pill stores, magical artifact halls, and technique pavilions, all present. There was even an intelligence pavilion dedicated to trading information. Zhou Chen silently admired the vast enterprise of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. The guard brought Zhou Chen to a grand edifice. This was the main hall of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, constructed entirely of white jade, radiating a gentle glow. At the entrance stood 2 guards at the Celestial King realm. "Esteemed guest, please enter," one of the guards respectfully stated. Chapter 447, The Status of a Guest Elder. Joining the Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Chen nodded and stepped into the main hall. Inside was a spacious hall, at the center of which sat a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. The man was strikingly handsome, with sharp eyes and an unfathomable aura, revealing that he was at the 6th layer of the Celestial King realm. "I am Xianxia, the Vice President of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The middle-aged man rose and cupped his hands. Zhou Chen also returned the gesture. "I am Lindong, a mere rogue practitioner at the 5th layer of True Immortal. I have heard that the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce is recruiting guest elders, and I have come to apply." A glimmer of interest flickered in Xianxuan's eyes. He scanned Zhou Chen with his consciousness, only to find that the latter's cultivation was shrouded in a layer of mist, rendering it inscrutable. Anyone who could conceal their true power from him must be at least at the 10th layer of True Immortal. "Since you possess our Star Sea Chamber of Commerce's token, it seems you are indeed a fated individual. May I ask what skills you possess?" Xianxuan inquired. Zhou Chen smiled faintly. "I have a modest understanding of alchemy and combat." Upon hearing this, Xianxuan's interest deepened. "Oh, quite a bold claim, Lin Daoyu." Zhou Chen offered no further explanation, but instead waved his hand. A sword chi manifested from thin air, tracing a perfect arc in the air before dissipating without a trace. The entire process occurred without causing any ripples. Xianxuan's pupils constricted. Such mastery over sword chi had reached an extraordinary level. Even he might not be able to achieve it. Indeed, Lin Daoyu lives up to his reputation. "Our Star Sea Chamber of Commerce is in dire need of talents like you," Xianxuan exclaimed, laughing heartily. "What position do you desire?" Zhou Chen pondered briefly. "I prefer not to be bound by constraints. The title of guest elder will suffice. I will not be required to perform duties regularly, but I will lend a hand when necessary." Xianxuan nodded. "Very well. As a guest elder of our Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, you will enjoy numerous privileges. You will receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 premium celestial crystals and 3 high-grade celestial pills. All shops within the chamber will offer an 80% discount. The only requirement is that you assist when the chamber has tasks." Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Agreed." Xianxuan retrieved a purple token and handed it to Zhou Chen. The token bore the inscription Guest Elder. "This is your identity token. Presenting it will grant you unrestricted access within the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce." Zhou Chen accepted the token and tucked it away. "Thank you." President Xing Xianxuan waved his hand dismissively. A maid approached, offering Zhou Chen 2 jade slips. Herein lies a detailed map of the chaotic demon sea, along with intelligence regarding the various great factions. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with it. Zhou Chen stored the jade slip and bowed in farewell. Xianxuan personally escorted him out of the main hall. Once Zhou Chen had departed a considerable distance, a black-clad elder emerged from the shadows. "President, this individual's origins are unclear. Are we truly to offer him refuge?" The elder inquired solemnly. Xianxuan chuckled lightly. "What of his uncertain origins? The fact that he possesses a token indicates a connection to someone significant. To neglect such a talent would be sheer folly. Moreover, have you not noticed? His aura is unfathomable. I even suspect that his true cultivation level may have already reached the realm of the immortal king." The elder's expression shifted dramatically. "An immortal king at such a young age?" Xianxuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, such a genius must be courted. Instruct the staff to treat friend Lin with utmost hospitality. Fulfill his needs to the best of our abilities." The elder bowed and withdrew. After leaving the main hall, Zhou Chen took a stroll around the island. He sought out a secluded courtyard and rented it. The rent was 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals per month. For an average cultivator, this would be a significant expenditure. However, Zhou Chen paid it no mind. His current wealth was substantial. 1,000 immortal crystals were of little concern. Even 10,000 would not faze him. The courtyard was modest, consisting of merely 3 rooms. After setting up numerous formations in the main house, he finally sat cross-legged. He retrieved the 2 jade slips, probing into their contents with his spiritual sense. The first jade slip contained a comprehensive map of the chaotic demon sea, which spanned an astonishing number of miles, and was dotted with countless islands. The three largest islands were Black Tide Island, Blood Slaughter Island, and 10,000 Treasures Island. Black Tide Island served as the headquarters for the Star's Sea Chamber of Commerce, while Blood Slaughter Island was the lair of the Blood Demon Hall. 10,000 Treasures Island housed the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Besides these primary islands, countless smaller islands were scattered throughout the waters, teeming with numerous loose cultivators and minor factions. Zhou Chen meticulously memorized the map before opening the second Jade slip. This slip contained intelligence on the major factions. The Star Sea Chamber of Commerce was led by President Xianxia, an immortal king of the 10th level, with Vice President Xingyun at the 9th level. They commanded hundreds of immortal king elders and tens of thousands of true immortal disciples. The Blood Demon Hall was presided over by Hall Master Shuetu, also an immortal king of the 10th level, with 3 powerful guardians, each above the 8th level of immortal king. The members of the Blood Demon Hall were notorious for their brutality, making them the most perilous faction in the chaotic Demon Sea. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was headed by Master Wanbao, an immortal king of the 10th level, reputed to have backing from an immortal emperor-level force. The pavilion specialized in the acquisition and auction of various treasures, boasting immense financial resources. After perusing the intelligence, Zhou Chen gained a rough understanding of the situation. The waters of the chaotic Demon Sea ran deeper than he had anticipated, with the 3 major factions engaged in both overt and covert struggles, each refusing to yield to the other. Zhou Chen stored the jade slips and scanned his surroundings while simultaneously activating the system panel. He intended to determine if there were any children of fate within the chaotic Demon Sea. The system panel displayed a plethora of information regarding dozens of such individuals. Zhou Chen's gaze swept across the names until it settled on one in particular, Xuanhuan, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of true immortal, and a fated destiny as a favored child of the heavenly Tao, multicolored. His recent opportunity was set to occur in 3 days at the periphery of Blood Slaughter Island, where he would chance upon an ancient immortal king's cave dwelling and acquire an immortal king-grade supreme technique, Blood Slaughter Celestial Demon Body Refinement, significantly enhancing his strength. Zhou Chen noted the location and continued to examine the information on other children of fate. Aside from Xuanhuan, several others had promising opportunities as well. Some destined to obtain supreme immortal-grade treasures, others to receive precious heavenly materials and earth treasures, and still others to encounter legacies from immortal king-level powerhouses. Zhou Chen recorded each detail, astonished to discover that the chaotic Demon Sea was indeed a land of opportunity, rife with children of fate. Closing the system panel, a smile crept across Zhou Chen's lips. For the next 3 days, he devoted himself to cultivating within the courtyard. He refined and absorbed all the various elixirs he had received from the ancient name. Although his cultivation did not break through, it grew more stable, and the primordial immortal energy within him became considerably more condensed. 3 days later, Zhou Chen departed the courtyard, heading towards Blood Slaughter Island. The distance from Black Tide Island to Blood Slaughter Island was roughly 1,000,000 miles. At Zhou Chen's speed, he required merely half a day to reach it. Along the way, he observed numerous cultivators soaring across the sea, some heading to Blood Slaughter Island for trade, others hunting the ocean's monstrous beasts, and still others merely seeking opportunities. Although the chaotic Demon Sea was fraught with danger, it also brimmed with treasures. Fortune could strike at any moment. Of course, misfortune could just as easily lead to the loss of one's life. Chapter 448, Slaying Xuanhuan, System Upgrade. Zhou Chen's spiritual sense swept across the ocean's surface. The waters exhibited an eerie black-red hue, exuding a strong scent of blood. Countless powerful monsters lurked in the depths, including beings at the immortal king level. Zhou Chen did not linger and accelerated his flight. Half a day later, Blood Slaughter Island came into view. This island was even larger than Black Tide Island, spanning an area of 200,000 miles. The entire island was enveloped in a layer of blood-red mist, emanating a sinister aura. The structures on the island were constructed from black rock, resembling a colossal tomb from a distance. Zhou Chen did not approach the island directly, but instead halted in the surrounding waters. According to the system's hints, Xuanhuan's opportunity lay nearby. He scanned a radius of 1,000 miles with his spiritual sense and quickly pinpointed a familiar aura. It was a young man clad in black robes. Gliding across the ocean's surface, the youth had an unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes glimmered with a ruthless glint. It was indeed Xuanhuan. Zhou Chen did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing quietly. Xuanhuan circled the waters before suddenly coming to a halt. He gazed down at the seabed, excitement flashing in his eyes. I found it. Without a second thought, Xuanhuan plunged into the depths. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Following suit, deep beneath the waves, an ancient cave dwelling stood silently. The entrance was ensnared by a multitude of intricate formations, radiating the oppressive aura of an immortal king, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary true immortals. Xuanhuan produced an archaic token, pressing it against the formation. Instantly, a gap opened. Xuanhuan slipped inside. Zhou Chun, stationed not far away, observed this scene, mentally acknowledging, this fellow is quite fortunate, possessing even a token to unlock formations. It's fortunate I did not arrive early. He did not rush in, but instead set up several formations outside, designed to obscure his presence and prevent detection. Once this was completed, he activated the concealment technique, silently slipping through the formation. Inside the cave, a long corridor extended before him. The walls flanking the corridor were adorned with gruesome murals, depicting the process of an immortal king cultivating demonic techniques. From the slaughter of mortals to the refinement of immortal kings, each painting radiated a chilling intent to kill. Xuanhuan gazed at the murals, his eyes filled with fervor. The legacy of the blood-fiend immortal king is finally within my grasp. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the end of the passageway. There stood a massive crimson door, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Bloodfiend Hall. Xuanhuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior revealed an enormous stone chamber, at the center of which floated a jade tablet radiating a sanguine glow. The cover of the tablet bore the 4 characters, Bloodfiend Heavenly Demon Body Refinement. I have found it. Xuanhuan, brimming with excitement, dashed forward, reaching out towards the jade tablet. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a faint voice echoed through the chamber. Hold on. Xuanhuan froze, turning abruptly to see a young man clad in a gray robe standing at the entrance. It was Zhou Chun. Who are you? Xuanhuan's expression darkened. Zhou Chun did not respond, but merely waved his hand. Time and space prison. Before Xuanhuan could react, he found himself immobilized. Zhou Chun casually approached him and seized the jade tablet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Xuanhuan's opportunity. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. You have acquired the Immortal Emperor Grade Supreme Cultivation Method, 9 Serenity's Blood Fiend Body Refinement Classic. The return was even more bountiful than he had anticipated. The contents of the cultivation method surged into his mind. Practicing this technique would not only allow him to devour primal demonic energy for his own use. If cultivated to perfection, it could even refine the bloodline of an immortal emperor, achieving an unparalleled demonic form. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction. Although it was a demonic technique, it bore no adverse effects for him. With the world tree present, any demonic energy could be purified. He turned his gaze back to Xuanhuan. You've been fortunate. I shall take my leave now. As compensation, allow me to assist you on your journey. With that, Zhou Chun flicked his fingers, and a sword chi pierced through Xuanhuan's brow. The brilliance in Xuanhuan's eyes extinguished in an instant, and his body collapsed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of colorful fortune. System upgrading. Zhou Chun stood within the stone chamber, watching as Xuanhuan's corpse dissipated into white light. The system's notifications sounded in his mind, yet it did not provide specific details about the upgrade. Unfazed, Zhou Chun casually stored the 9 Serenity's Blood Fiend Body Refinement Classic into the system space. Apart from the cultivation method, the cave also contained numerous celestial crystals and elixirs. After thoroughly scavenging the place, Zhou Chun obliterated all traces of the cave and departed. By the time he returned to Black Tide Island, it was already dusk. The island bustled with activity, as various cultivators traversed its paths. Zhou Chun walked along the streets, his consciousness sweeping over the surroundings. Deist Lin. A voice called from the side. Zhou Chun turned to see a young man in a blue robe approaching. The youth possessed a handsome visage and a steady aura, standing at the 6th level of the true immortal realm. I am Xing He, an attendant of the Star Sea Merchant Association's External Affairs Hall. The president has instructed me to escort you to the cave. Zhou Chun nodded and followed Xing He through several streets. They ultimately arrived at an independent courtyard on the northern side of the island. The courtyard spanned 300 feet, adorned with blue stone pathways, rockeries, and flowing water, creating a serene atmosphere. This is the exclusive cave of the guest elder. Xing He produced a jade tablet and handed it to Zhou Chun. After dripping blood to recognize the master, you will be able to unlock the cave's restrictions. Zhou Chun accepted the jade tablet, scanning it with his consciousness. The tablet was inscribed with intricate array patterns, emanating a faint spatial fluctuation. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the tablet. In an instant, it illuminated, and a connection resonated within his heart. Thank you, Zhou Chun offered with a cupped fist. Xing He smiled in response. No need for formality. Additionally, tomorrow at 10 hour, please visit the main hall. The president wishes to distribute the monthly allowances to all guest elders. Zhou Chun nodded as Xing He took his leave. Pushing open the courtyard door, Zhou Chun entered the cave. In the center of the courtyard stood a 3-story building. The first floor served as a reception area, the second as a meditation chamber, and the third as a secret room for alchemy and artifact crafting. Zhou Chen set up dozens of formations in the meditation room and settled down in a cross-legged position. The celestial spiritual energy within his body began to circulate, and the teachings of the innate Qi Origin Sutra flowed throughout him. The celestial essence of heaven and earth surged into his being, transformed by the world tree into strands of primal celestial energy. This energy coursed through his meridians, continuously cleansing his physical form. His small world was also gradually expanding. Time passed second by second. The following morning, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, feeling a slight increase in his primal celestial energy. He rose, freshened up, and made his way to the main hall. Inside the main hall, dozens of guest elders had already gathered, all possessing cultivation levels above the 5th layer of the true immortal realm, exuding formidable auras. Among them were several at the 9th and 10th layers. Zhou Chen entered the hall and found a corner to stand in, unnoticed by anyone. The guest elders congregated in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations. I heard that the Blood Demon Hall is up to something again. Indeed, they have set traps in the outer seas, specifically hunting rogue cultivators. Many have already perished. Those lunatics from the Blood Demon Hall will inevitably bring about a great calamity. Zhou Chen listened quietly without interjecting. Before long, Xuanhuan emerged from the inner hall, accompanied by a young man with striking features and an ethereal presence, exuding a hint of arrogance. He was at the 8th layer of the true immortal realm and was none other than the young master of the Star Sea Merchant Association, Xianxia. Xuanhuan stood on the elevated platform, scanning the assembly. Fellow Daoists, I have gathered everyone today to distribute the monthly allowances. Furthermore, there is an announcement to make. He paused before continuing. Effective immediately, young Master Xianxia will officially oversee the External Affairs Hall. All tasks within the hall will henceforth be the responsibility of the young master. Upon hearing this, a wave of discussion rippled through the hall. The young master is taking charge of the External Affairs Hall? That's the most critical department of the association. It seems the president intends to cultivate the young master. Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his hands. Respected elders, Xianxia is still young. I hope for your guidance. Though his words were polite, a hint of arrogance seeped through his tone. Zhou Chen, standing in the corner, scanned Xianxia with his consciousness. The system panel materialized in his mind. Name, Xianxia. Cultivation, 8th layer of the true immortal realm. Fate, favored by the heavenly Tao. Recent opportunity, 3 days hence, while selecting rewards from the association's treasury. He will serendipitously discover a top-tier celestial grade elixir, the 9-turn soul returning herb, which will allow him to break through to the 9th layer of the true immortal realm. A glimmer of interest flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. The 9-turn soul returning herb, a celestial grade supreme elixir, not only enhances cultivation but also refines the soul, a rare treasure indeed. How intriguing, Zhou Chen mused inwardly. Xuanhuan continued, fellow Daoists, this is the monthly allowance. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage bags flew toward the guest elders gathered. Zhou Chen received a storage bag and scanned its contents with his consciousness. Inside were 10,000 high-grade celestial crystals and 3 top-tier celestial-grade elixirs, precisely as Xuanhuan had previously mentioned. In addition, the association has a series of tasks coming up. Xuanhuan retrieved a jade slip. Fellow Daoists, you are required to venture to the outer seas to hunt demonic beasts and gather materials. Upon the completion of the task, one shall be rewarded with corresponding contribution points. These contribution points may be exchanged for treasures within the treasury. As soon as these words were uttered, many elder guests' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Merchant Guild's treasury houses countless precious artifacts. With sufficient contribution points, anything can be redeemed. I am willing to accept the task, proclaimed an elder guest of the 7th layer of the true immortal realm, stepping forward. I too wish to partake. Count me in. Soon. Over a dozen elder guests indicated their willingness to accept the task. Zhou Chen, however, remained motionless in the corner. He lacked neither celestial crystals nor medicinal pills. What mattered most now was to intercept the opportunity pertaining to the stars. Xuanhuan glanced at Zhou Chen but did not press him. Very well, let it be thus. Those who accept the task, please register at the Foreign Affairs Hall. We shall depart in 3 days. With that, the crowd dispersed. Zhou Chen returned to his cave abode and opened the system panel. The panel displaying the star's opportunity was crystal clear. In 3 days, when the star would select rewards from the treasury, he would serendipitously discover the 9-turn soul-reviving herb. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. The Merchant Guild's treasury was heavily guarded. To gain entry, one must possess ample contribution points. It seemed he would need to devise a way to earn some. Rising to his feet, Zhou Chen made his way towards the Foreign Affairs Hall. The hall, situated on the eastern side of the main temple, was a 3-story pavilion. Upon entering, Zhou Chen saw a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe seated behind the counter. The cultivator looked up, and upon seeing Zhou Chen, clasped his hands in greeting. "What brings you here, esteemed friend?" Zhou Chun produced the elder guest's token. "I wish to accept a task." The middle-aged cultivator took the token, scanned it with his consciousness, and his expression instantly shifted to one of respect. "Ah, it is Elder Lin. Please hold on a moment." He retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Zhou Chun. "This contains all the current tasks. You may choose as you see fit." Zhou Chun accepted the jade slip and delved into its contents with his consciousness. The tasks were categorized into 3 tiers. A Class A task required the slaying of a monster at the Immortal King realm, offering a reward of 10,000 contribution points. A Class B task involved hunting a monster at the 10th layer of the true Immortal realm, with a reward of 5,000 contribution points. A Class C task required the extermination of monsters below the 5th layer of the true Immortal realm, yielding 1,000 contribution points. Zhou Chen's gaze swept across the options, ultimately fixating on a Class B task: hunt the black-scaled flood dragon. The target was a monster at the 10th layer of the true Immortal realm, located in the peripheral sea area of Blackscale Island, with a reward of 5,000 contribution points and a high-grade demon pill. "I shall accept this task," Zhou Chen declared. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at him, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Elder Lin, this task is not without its challenges. The black-scaled flood dragon, though only at the 10th layer of the true Immortal realm, possesses formidable defenses. Many at the same level may not stand a chance against it." Zhou Chen replied calmly. "No matter, I have my methods." Seeing his determination, the middle-aged cultivator ceased his persuasion. "Very well, I shall assist you in registering." He produced a jade token and handed it to Zhou Chun. "This is your task certificate. After slaying the black-scaled flood dragon, retrieve its demon pill and return with this token to complete the task." Zhou Chun accepted the token and turned to leave, exiting the Foreign Affairs Hall. He did not set off immediately. Instead, he returned to his cave abode and retrieved the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Refining Body Sutra he had obtained from xuanhuan. The contents of the technique whirled in his mind. This cultivation method comprised 9 layers. The first layer involved refining demonic energy to temper the flesh. The second layer focused on condensing the power of Blood Fiend to strengthen the bones. The third layer aimed at opening a blood sea to store Blood Fiend power. The 9th layer entailed refining the demon to achieve an unparalleled demonic body. Zhou Chun immersed himself in comprehension and soon discerned the subtle intricacies of this technique. Although the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Refining Body Sutra was a demonic method, its cultivation approach was remarkably unique. There was no need for bloodshed. One merely needed to absorb the demonic energy from the heavens and earth. Additionally, it could also assimilate the essence of demonic beast flesh, transforming demonic energy into Blood Fiend power to nourish the body. What a splendid technique, Zhou Chun mused inwardly. With the world tree within him, any demonic energy or residual souls could be purified. Cultivating this method would indeed be mutually beneficial, with no lingering concerns. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged and began to operate the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Refining Body Sutra. The primordial demonic energy of the universe was drawn forth, surging into his body. As soon as the demonic energy entered, it was ensnared by the roots of the world tree and instantly purified. The pure Blood Fiend power coursed through his meridians, continually refining his physique. Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming warmth, as every cell within him ravenously consumed the Blood Fiend power. His bones became denser, his flesh more resilient, and even his soul received a hint of enhancement. As time passed, 3 hours slipped by. Zhou Chun opened his eyes. The first layer of the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Refining Body Sutra had been successfully cultivated. He rose, stretching his limbs. With a series of cracking sounds, his bones echoed, revealing an increase in strength by 30%. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction. After tidying up, he left his cave and soared towards the direction of Blackscale Island. Blackscale Island lay approximately 500,000 miles from Black Tide Island. With Zhou Chun's speed, he would arrive in half a day's time. Throughout his journey, he observed numerous cultivators flying across the sea. Some were on hunts for demonic beasts, others in search of opportunities, while some simply wandered aimlessly. Although the chaotic demon sea posed dangers, it was also rife with opportunities. With sufficient strength and a stroke of luck, one could become wealthy overnight. Half a day later, Blackscale Island came into view. The island, though modest in size, spanned only 1,000 miles, shrouded in a layer of black mist that exuded an eerie aura. Zhou Chun's consciousness swept across the area, quickly pinpointing the location of the black-scaled flood dragon. In the heart of the island lay a vast lake, its waters a strange black hue, emanating a dense demonic aura. The black-scaled flood dragon coiled at the bottom of the lake. Zhou Chun did not approach recklessly. Instead, he circled the periphery of the island. After meticulously scanning every inch of land to confirm the absence of other dangers, he finally flew towards the lake. The lake spanned 100 miles, its depths unfathomable. Standing at the lake's edge, Zhou Chun extended his consciousness into the water. Deep within the lake, 100-foot-long black flood dragon lay in slumber. Its body was adorned with black scales that gleamed with a metallic luster. The creature exuded a profound aura, unmistakably at the 10th layer of the true immortal realm. Zhou Chun refrained from startling it, and instead drew out the Qingping sword. Intricate patterns illuminated the sword's surface, radiating a cerulean glow. In the next moment, Zhou Chun swung the sword. The sword light soared into the heavens, transforming into a 100-foot-long sword energy that descended upon the lake's depths. Boom! The lake erupted, sending towering waves surging skyward. The sword energy struck the black-scaled flood dragon's head with precision. Clang! A sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the air. The sword energy collided with the dragon's scales, leaving only a faint white mark. The black-scaled flood dragon awakened with a thunderous roar. Who dares to harm me? Its immense form surged from the lake's depths, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. A pair of scarlet eyes fixated on Zhou Chun, brimming with murderous intent. Zhou Chun hovered in the air, his expression serene. Indeed, the cursed beast possessed formidable defensive scales, living up to its fearsome reputation. The black-scaled flood dragon scoffed, knowing this, yet daring to court death. As the words fell, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a jet of black water. This torrent harbored terrifying demonic power, causing the very void to tremble in its wake. Zhou Chun raised his hand and gestured, the Qingping sword transforming into a streak of light that surged toward the water column. The clash of sword light and water column resonated through the air with a thunderous boom. The cataclysmic energy surge rippled across the ocean, sending countless waves crashing into the sky. As the dust settled, the figure of the black-scaled flood dragon emerged once more, its massive tail sweeping toward him. The tail embodied the full might of a true immortal at the 10th level, potent enough to shatter a mountain. Zhou Chun did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand and struck forth. The impact of his palm met the tail in midair with a resounding thud. The black-scaled flood dragon was pushed back several dozen feet. A few scales on its tail shattered under the force. A glimmer of surprise flickered in its eyes. Your strength is certainly not that of a mere 5th-level true immortal. Zhou Chun smiled. Only now do you realize. Alas, it is too late. In a flash, he appeared above the black-scaled flood dragon. With a resounding crash, the immortal mark of the Qingping sword cleaved through the air. This time, intricate, arcane patterns emerged along the sword's body, brimming with the essence of an immortal emperor's sword intent. The sword light morphed into a spectral blue lotus, descending violently upon the black-scaled flood dragon. The creature's countenance shifted dramatically as it sensed a lethal threat. Damn it! It roared, desperately channeling its inner demonic power. Countless black scales shed from its body, coalescing into a shield before it. The shield exuded an aura of an immortal king. This was its innate divine ability, honed over millennia of cultivation. With a thunderous impact, the blue lotus struck the shield. In an instant, the shield shattered into countless fragments. Undeterred, the spectral lotus continued its descent, crashing down onto the black-scaled flood dragon's skull. A sickening crack echoed as its skull fractured, blood gushing forth. It let out a heart-wrenching wail before its massive form plummeted into the lake, staining the waters crimson. Zhou Chun sheathed the Qingping sword, his figure vanishing as he dove to the lake's bottom. There, the black-scaled flood dragon lay, barely clinging to life. It lifted its head to gaze at Zhou Chun, its eyes filled with resentment. Zhou Chun, expressionless, raised his hand and delivered a fatal blow, shattering its skull. The creature convulsed a few times before finally succumbing to death. Zhou Chun retrieved the flood dragon's demon core, storing it within his system space. The core radiated a potent demonic energy, making it an excellent material for alchemical concoctions. Besides the core, the scales of the black-scaled flood dragon were also valuable. The remaining flesh was refined into pure blood essence, which he absorbed. Collecting all the scales, he intended to forge them into armor upon his return. Having completed his task, he departed from Black-Scaled Island and soared toward Black Tide Island. Upon his return, the night had deepened. Zhou Chun did not rest. Instead, he made his way to the Foreign Affairs Hall. The grand entrance remained open, the interior illuminated. A middle-aged cultivator sat behind the counter, engrossed in a tome. Upon noticing Zhou Chun's arrival, he looked up, surprise etched across his features. Elder Lin, you have returned so swiftly. Zhou Chun presented the mission token and the demon core upon the counter. The task is complete. The middle-aged cultivator accepted the demon core, his spirit sense sweeping over it, his astonishment intensifying. This is indeed the demon core of the black-scaled flood dragon. Elder Lin, your prowess is commendable. He produced a jade token and handed it to Zhou Chun. This is your contribution point certificate, already credited with 5,000 points. You may use this token to redeem treasures from the treasury. Zhou Chun accepted the jade token and turned to leave. The middle-aged cultivator watched his retreating figure, a flicker of reverence in his eyes. To dispatch the black-scaled flood dragon so swiftly, Elder Lin's strength was likely far beyond what was apparent. Zhou returned to his cave abode and sat cross-legged. He did not venture to the treasury immediately, but continued his cultivation of the 9 nether blood fiend body refinement scripture. The demonic energy from the heavens was drawn into his body, purified by the world tree, transforming into pure blood fiend power. This power coursed through his meridians, continuously refining his flesh. Time slipped away, and 2 days later, Zhou opened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson light flashing within. He had successfully cultivated the 2nd layer of the 9 nether blood fiend body refinement scripture, enhancing his physical strength by another 30%. Not bad. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Calculating the time, it was nearly time. He left his cave and made his way to the treasury. The treasury, located behind the main hall, was a towering edifice constructed entirely of black stone, exuding a weighty aura. 2 guards at the immortal king level stood sentinel at the entrance. Approaching, Zhou produced the guest elder's token. The guards received the token and, upon scanning it with their spirit senses, respectfully parted to allow him entry. Elder Lin, please proceed. Zhou stepped into the treasury, which was a vast space spanning 10,000 feet. The walls were lined with countless jade racks, displaying an array of treasures, elixirs, artifacts, techniques, and spiritual herbs, all meticulously labeled with their required contribution points. As Zhou spirit sense swept through, he quickly pinpointed the location of the 9-turn reincarnation herb. In the innermost corner of the treasury, a vibrant, multicolored spiritual herb lay quietly within a jade box. It was indeed the 9-turn reincarnation herb. Adjacent to it, however, was the label for the 3-turn reincarnation herb, which required only 5,000 contribution points. As Zhou approached, an elderly figure clad in white emerged from the shadows. The elder's aura was unfathomable, and Zhou had not sensed his presence prior. Elder Lin, are you here to exchange for treasures? Zhou nodded, indicating the 9-turn reincarnation herb. I would like this herb. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes. Although the 3-turn reincarnation herb was a low-grade immortal tier spiritual herb, it was somewhat obscure within the treasury. This was because the herb primarily benefited the soul, offering little enhancement to cultivation levels, thus most cultivators overlooked it. Elder Lin has an excellent eye, the elder remarked with a smile. Retrieving the 3-turn reincarnation herb and presenting it to Zhou, 5,000 contribution points have been deducted. Zhou accepted the spiritual herb, storing it within his system space. A notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host has intercepted a celestial opportunity. Triggered 10-fold critical return, obtaining immortal king-grade supreme spiritual herb, the indestructible herb. Zhou heart soared with joy. The indestructible herb, an immortal king-grade supreme spiritual herb, would not only greatly enhance his soul's strength, but also grant it an indestructible quality. Even if his physical body were destroyed, his soul would endure. Such a spiritual herb was exceedingly rare throughout the spiritual realm. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou turned to exit the treasury. Upon returning to his cave, he immediately extracted the indestructible herb. The herb radiated a faint golden light, intricate patterns swirling upon each leaf. Without hesitation, Zhou consumed it. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged towards the sea of consciousness. Within this realm, the spirit began to ravenously absorb the energy. Gradually, the spirit coalesced into a diminutive humanoid figure, initially measuring merely 3 inches in height. As Zhou continued to absorb, the figure grew at a visibly rapid pace. 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. Eventually, the spirit expanded to a height of 10 feet. Astonishingly, the strength of the spirit surged by an astounding 10,000-fold. Most crucially, a faint golden radiance enveloped the surface of the spirit figure, manifesting its indomitable nature. With this protective layer, even if the physical body were to be destroyed, the spirit could endure independently. Zhou opened his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering within them. The purpose of this spirit figure remained a mystery, yet its connection to the world seemed to deepen significantly. Rising to his feet, Zhou extended his consciousness over a radius of 100,000 miles. To his astonishment, the range of his awareness had increased by tens of thousands of times. Just then, a communication talisman abruptly flew into view. It was a message from Xianxia. Lin Daoyu, hasten to the main hall. Zhou raised an eyebrow. What could they possibly want at this hour? Without further contemplation, he departed from his cave dwelling and made his way to the main hall. Inside the grand hall, dozens of guest elder disciples had already congregated. Zhou entered and found a corner to stand in. Xianxia stood upon a high platform, his expression grave. Fellow deists, I have summoned you all for a matter of great importance. He paused before continuing. The Blood Demon Palace has recently set up ambushes in the peripheral seas, specifically targeting our Merchant Association's members. Over a dozen disciples have already fallen victim. The president is furious and has decided to send a team to the outer sea to eradicate the Blood Demon Palace's stronghold. Upon hearing this, a murmur of discussion erupted within the hall. The deranged individuals of the Blood Demon Palace were at it again. This time, the president was evidently serious. Cleansing the stronghold would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Xuanhuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. This mission will be led by the young master, Xianxia, and will require the attendance of 10 guest elder disciples. Upon successful completion, each participant will receive 10,000 contribution points. The mention of 10,000 contribution points lit up the eyes of the guest elder disciples present. Such a sum was no trifling matter, sufficient to exchange for a top-tier immortal artifact. I am willing to go, declared a guest elder disciple at the 8th level of the true immortal realm. Count me in. Me too. Soon, 9 guest elder disciples had volunteered. Xuanhuan's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Zhou Chun. Lin Daoyu, might I inquire if you are willing to join? Zhou Chun contemplated for a moment. The system panel displayed Xianxia's opportunity panel. In 7 days, Xianxia would discover an ancient immortal king's cave dwelling in the outer sea, containing supreme immortal techniques, along with a plethora of immortal crystals and elixirs. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity, Zhou Chun mused inwardly. He lifted his gaze to Xuanhuan. In that case, I shall also accompany you. A smile emerged on Xuanhuan's face. Excellent. Then it is settled. We shall convene at the main hall at the hour of Qin tomorrow. The young master will lead us in our departure. The assembly dispersed. Zhou Chun returned to his cave, opening the system panel. The opportunity panel for Xianxia clearly indicated, in 7 days, in the depths of the outer sea, an encounter with an ancient immortal king's cave dwelling would yield the supreme immortal technique Xianxia Ju, significantly enhancing one's strength. Zhou Chun noted the location before closing the system panel. The following morning, Zhou Chun arrived at the main hall, where the other 9 guest elder disciples had already assembled. Xianxia stood upon the high platform, a hint of excitement on his face. Esteemed seniors, I entrust this mission to you all. With a wave of his hand, he produced a flying vessel. The vessel stretched 100 feet long, crafted entirely from black metal, exuding an aura of immortal king caliber. This is the starship of our Merchant Association. It boasts remarkable speed, allowing us to reach our destination within 3 days. The group boarded the vessel, and Xianxia activated it, transforming it into a streak of light as it soared towards the outer sea. The speed of the ship far exceeded Zhou Chun's own flight capabilities. Along the journey, they observed numerous cultivators traversing the sea, some hunting ferocious beasts, others in search of opportunities, and still others merely on their way somewhere. 3 days later, the vessel hovered above a desolate expanse of sea. This was the fringe of the outer sea, a place seldom trodden by human feet. The water exhibited an eerie black-red hue, emanating a pungent scent of blood. Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. The Blood Demon Palace's stronghold lies just 100 miles ahead. Everyone, exercise caution. The group nodded, activating their magical artifacts and preparing for battle. As the vessel continued its advance, a black island emerged in their line of sight 100 miles later. The island spanned 1,000 miles, shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist. Within the mist, numerous dilapidated structures could be faintly discerned. The air was thick with the overwhelming stench of blood, inducing nausea. This is the place, Xianxia stated solemnly. The vessel descended slowly, and the group disembarked. No sooner had they touched the ground than a wave of terrifying murderous intent surged from all directions. We are ambushed, exclaimed a guest elder disciple, his complexion turning pale. Almost as soon as he spoke, dozens of figures burst forth from the mist, surrounding the group completely. These individuals were all clad in blood-red robes, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man, his aura unfathomable. An immortal king at the 1st level. The Starsea Merchant Association dares to come here to meet their doom, the middle-aged man sneered. Since you are here, do not expect to leave alive. With that, dozens of cultivators from the Blood Demon Palace launched their attacks simultaneously. Various magical artifacts and techniques filled the air, raining down upon the group. Xianxia's expression turned grave. This is bad. Fellow seniors, be careful. Look for opportunities to disperse and engage in separate battles. He waved his hand, and a beam of starlight surged forth from his palm, transforming into a luminous shield that stood before them. Boom. Countless attacks struck the shield, which shattered instantaneously. The group staggered back, activating their magical artifacts to defend themselves. Zhou Chun remained calm amidst the chaos, choosing not to strike, but rather surveying the surroundings with his consciousness. Most of the Blood Demon Palace's ranks were at the 5th to 8th levels of the true immortal realm, with only the leading middle-aged man having reached the 1st level of the immortal king realm. This is rather intriguing, Zhou Chun mused internally. The group dispersed in various directions, and Zhou Chun, too, transformed into a streak of light, distancing himself from the others. It seems my escape technique has drawn attention. Just then, the middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Zhou Chun. You there, what are you looking at? With a single step, he pursued Zhou Chun's direction, appearing before him in an instant. He unleashed a palm strike, the wind from his hand howling, containing all the power of an immortal king at the 1st level. Zhou Chun raised his hand to block, effortlessly brushing off the attack as if swatting away a fly. Bang! The middle-aged man's assault was easily deflected. His pupils constricted in shock. You! Before he could finish his words, the essence of the sword of the immortal emperor surged forth. The azure blade of the void suddenly manifested, delivering a heavy blow to the middle-aged man's chest. Bang! The man was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His chest caved in, blood gushing forth. A profound silence enveloped the scene, everyone gazing in wide-eyed astonishment at Zhou Chun, as if beholding a monster. With a single strike, he had grievously wounded a 1st-tier celestial king. How could this be possible? Zhou Chun withdrew his hand, his expression serene. Since breaking through to the 13th layer of true immortality, the 1st tier of the celestial king seemed no longer insurmountable before him. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with terror. Who are you? Zhou Chun offered no reply, instead raising his hand with a flick. Time-space prison. The azure blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly piercing through his forehead. The man convulsed a few times before his life extinguished entirely. The other cultivators of the Blood Demon Palace were stricken with panic, their faces paling. Run! They turned to flee, not daring to linger. Zhou Chun swept his divine sense across the area, locking onto every individual's position. Since they had come, they would not leave unscathed. He flicked his finger, and dozens of sword energies materialized from thin air, precisely striking each of the Blood Demon Palace cultivators. Puffed! The sword energies pierced through their bodies, blood erupting forth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Blood Demon Palace cultivators lay dead. Xianxia and the other guest elders stood transfixed, their minds blank. This was astonishingly powerful. One person had annihilated dozens of Blood Demon Palace cultivators, including one at the 1st tier of the Celestial King. What kind of prowess did this Elder Lin possess? Xianxia regained his composure and hurried forward. Elder Lin, your skills are remarkable. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have surely faced dire consequences. The elders at home had informed him about Zhou Chun's situation, and he had surmised that Zhou Chun's strength was exceptional. Yet he had not anticipated it to be to such a terrifying extent. It was a trifling matter. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively. His divine sense scanned the island, quickly pinpointing the location of the Blood Demon Palace's stronghold. It was situated at the island's center. Let us proceed. The group followed Zhou Chun toward the island's heart. Along the way, they observed countless dilapidated structures, stained with mottled blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nauseating to the senses. At the center of the island stood a massive altar, constructed from black stone, emanating an eerie aura. In the center of the altar lay a blood pool, floating with numerous mangled corpses. Xianxia's face turned ashen at the sight. These lunatics. He struck out with his palm, shattering the altar. The blood pool collapsed instantly, scattering the bodies across the ground. Zhou Chun's divine sense swept through, uncovering a secret chamber beneath the altar. Inside the chamber lay a trove of celestial crystals and elixirs, along with several celestial-grade artifacts. These were all plundered by the Blood Demon Palace. Xianxia remarked gravely. We shall take everything back and distribute it to the families of the victims. The others nodded in agreement, gathering all the treasures from the secret chamber. Zhou Chun did not partake in the collection, instead scanning the surroundings with his divine sense. According to the system panel, Xianxia's fortune lay nearby. He meticulously surveyed the area within a 1,000-mile radius, soon identifying a concealed location. To the east of the island, there was an underwater abyss, concealing an ancient celestial king's cave. Found it, Zhou Chun mused inwardly. He turned to Xianxia. Young master, I will patrol the surroundings to ensure there are no remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. Xianxia nodded. Thank you, Elder Lin. Zhou Chun turned and departed, soaring toward the eastern side of the island. Upon reaching the abyss, he probed into its depths. The abyss was unfathomably deep, emanating a terrifying pressure that would deter any ordinary true immortal from approaching. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun plunged into the abyss. Within, sharp rocks abounded, radiating the aura of celestial kings. Zhou Chun activated his immortal king physique, his body enveloped in a soft golden light, impervious to the rock's harm. After descending approximately 10,000 zhong, the view before him opened up. An ancient cave stood quietly at the abyss's bottom, surrounded by a myriad of intricate prohibitions, exuding an aura of celestial kings. Zhou Qin's divine sense scanned the area, swiftly identifying a flaw in the prohibitions. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword energy, striking the prohibition's node with precision. Crack! The prohibition shattered in response. Zhou Qin stepped into the cave. Inside was a long corridor, the walls adorned with various starry patterns, vividly lifelike as if they might leap from the walls. Zhou Qin advanced along the corridor, soon reaching its end, where a bronze door awaited. 3 ancient characters were inscribed upon it: Star Palace. Zhou Qin pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a vast stone chamber, at the center of which floated a jade slip radiating starlight. The cover of the slip bore 3 grand characters: Star Technique. Zhou Qin approached and reached for the jade slip. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting the star opportunity. Triggered 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the supreme technique of the Celestial Emperor, Eternal Star Sutra. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Zhou Qin's heart surged with joy. According to the description, practicing the Eternal Star Sutra would refine the body using the power of the stars, granting mastery over stellar forces with boundless might. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one could even refine the essence of stars, achieving the unparalleled stellar body. Chapter 453, System Upgrade, Heavenly Tao's Great Event. Zhou Qin stored the technique in the system space and continued to search within the stone chamber. Aside from the technique, it contained a wealth of celestial crystals and elixirs, collectively valued at over 1 million top-tier celestial crystals. Zhou Qin took them without hesitation. Having completed his tasks, he exited the cave and returned to the island. Xianxia and the others had finished clearing out the stronghold and were preparing to return. Upon seeing Zhou Qin's return, Xianxia hurried forward. Elder Lin, did you find anything? Zhou Qin shook his head. No, the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace have likely all fled. Xianxia nodded. Then let us head back. The group boarded the flying vessel, making their way toward a nearby affiliated island. On board, Xingqian's expression was somewhat grim. He felt that this mission had been too smooth. The defenses of the Blood Demon Palace's stronghold had been surprisingly lax, which seemed illogical. Could it be a trap? Xianxian pondered. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps I am overthinking it, he concluded, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. 3 days later, the vessel arrived at Black Tide Island, where Xingyun awaited them personally. Young master, how did the mission fare? Xianxian recounted the events of the mission. Hearing that Zhou Qin single-handedly dispatched dozens of Blood Demon Palace cultivators, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xingyun's eyes. Indeed, Deist Lin possesses extraordinary strength. He turned to Zhou Qin. For this mission, your contributions are invaluable. In addition to 10,000 contribution points, the guild will reward you with a top-tier celestial grade artifact. Zhou Qin clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Guildmaster. Xingyun smiled. It is the least we could do. Fellow cultivator, you may return to rest tomorrow. Come to the main hall to receive your reward. Zhou Qin nodded and turned to depart. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he immediately retrieved the Eternal Star Sutra. The essence of the technique surged into his mind in an instant. This art comprises 9 tiers. The first tier condenses the power of the stars, refining the physical body. The second tier opens the starry sea, storing stellar energy. The third tier refines the essence of the stars, strengthening the divine soul. And the 9th tier culminates in the supreme star body, mastering the eternal stars. Zhou Qin meticulously contemplated the intricacies of this technique, soon uncovering its profound mysteries. The Eternal Star Sutra not only enhances one's cultivation, but also significantly fortifies both the physical body and the divine soul. When practiced to its zenith, it could even refine the essence of the stars, achieving the supreme star body. Moreover, this technique seems to resonate harmoniously with the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Body Refinement Sutra. One focuses on external refinement through the stars, while the other emphasizes internal refinement through blood, both complementing each other without a hint of conflict. Zhou Qin silently praised its brilliance. He then sat cross-legged and commenced the practice of the Eternal Star Sutra. The power of the stars and the cosmos was drawn to him, flooding into his body. This stellar energy coursed through his meridians, continuously refining his physique, while his small world slowly expanded. As time passed, 7 days slipped by. Zhou Qin opened his eyes, and a glimmer of starlight flickered within them. He had successfully cultivated the first tier of the Eternal Star Sutra. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, discovering that his physical strength had increased by an astonishing 50%. Excellent. Zhou Qin nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a notification from the system resonated within his mind. System upgrade complete. New features unlocked. Zhou Qin's heart leaped with joy as he hastily opened the system panel. Sitting cross-legged in his cave's training chamber, he delved into the system interface. The previously simplistic layout had undergone a dramatic transformation. In addition to the original opportunities panel, 3 brand new modules had been added: Heavenly Dao Major Events, Fortune Plunder, and Fate Simulation. Zhou Qin's gaze first settled on Heavenly Dao Major Events. As his consciousness probed deeper, lines of golden text materialized. 3,000 years from now, a great war of immortal kings will erupt in the eastern domain of the spirit realm. The Lord of the Blood Demon Hall, xuanhuan, will break through to the immortal Emperor realm and slaughter a third of the beings in the eastern domain. 5,000 years from now, the ancient immortal Emperor ruins will be opened deep within the Chaos Sea, harboring the legacy of the immortal emperors and immortal artifacts. 10,000 years from now, the spirit realm will face a calamity of the heavenly Tao, with 90% of all beings perishing. Only those of the immortal Emperor realm and above may have a slim chance of survival. Fate Simulation, a millennium from now. You and countless beings will be crushed to death by a colossal hand that obscures the sky. First simulation free. As Zhou Qin absorbed this information, a grave expression flickered across his face. The term Heavenly Tao Calamity was one he had encountered countless times in his previous life as Cultivation novels. He never anticipated that such a phenomenon would also exist in the spirit realm. 10,000 years. Would that be sufficient? Truly, it echoed the saying, every serpent bites. It seems the spirit realm is not as safe as it once appeared. Zhou Qin withdrew his consciousness and continued to explore the other functionalities. The Fortune Plunder feature allows one to directly seize another's fortune, converting it into personal fortune or enhancing treasures, albeit without directly augmenting cultivation. However, this feature is subject to limitations. Each plunder requires the consumption of system energy, which can only be acquired by defeating those destined for great fortune. Currently, the system begins with a mere 100 points of energy, with the defeat of a fated child yielding corresponding energy points. It seems that I must eliminate several more fated children, Zhou Qin mused inwardly. Lastly, there was the Fate Simulation function. This feature allows one to forecast their future state during the Heavenly Tao major events. It similarly consumes system energy, requiring 10 points per simulation. Or one can expend reward chances to conduct a simulation. As night deepened, the Black Tide Island glowed with light. The streets bustled with people. Various cultivators weaving through the crowd. Tonight, the Star Banquet was set to host a gathering at the distant Sea Transformation Island, which lies hundreds of thousands of miles from Black Tide Island. Sea Transformation Island is a neutral isle, famed for its brothel, Heavenly Realm. Almost all cultivators from the Chaos Sea come here to unwind. After a flash of white light from the teleportation array, Zhou Qin arrived, albeit later than expected. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense to ascertain his bearings. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. At the far end of the street, a grand tavern was bustling with activity, where Xianxia was drinking with a dozen guest elders. Zhou Qin chose not to approach and instead settled into a corner alone. In the tavern, Xianxia raised his cup, a hint of inebriation gracing his features. Esteemed seniors, this mission owes its success to you all, especially to Elder Lin. Had it not been for his intervention, our fates would surely have been dire. Several guest elders nodded in agreement. Young master, you are too modest. Elder Lin's prowess is indeed extraordinary. Pray tell, from where does Elder Lin hail? Xianxia shook his head. Elder Lin operates discreetly and never divulges his origins. However, given his strength, it is likely he has an impressive background. At that moment, a figure clad in a blood-red robe suddenly burst through the door. The cultivator's appearance was cold, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he scanned the tavern before locking onto Xianxia. Young master of the Star Sea Merchants, today marks your demise. With that declaration, the blood-robed cultivator unleashed a palm strike without warning, the gust of wind roaring forth. Imbued with the terrifying might of an immortal at the 10th level. Chapter 454, Congealing the Sea of Suffering, Constructing the Divine Bridge. Xianxia's face paled. And as he attempted to evade, he realized the surrounding space had been sealed. The guest elders sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of magical artifacts and techniques. The blood-robed cultivator sneered, vanishing from his spot in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind Xianxia, aiming a palm strike at his back. Just as the strike was about to land, a blade of sword energy shot in from the side, precisely intercepting the attack. Boom! The palm strike exploded, scattering bloodlight throughout the tavern. The blood-robed cultivator's expression shifted as he turned to see Zhou Qin standing at the entrance. The Qingping sword emanating a faint azure glow in his hand. The Blood Demon Hall certainly has a remarkable audacity, Zhou Qin remarked coolly. The blood-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with caution as he seemed to recognize Zhou Qin. You are that Lin Dong, he gritted out. Zhou Qin offered no response, merely gesturing with his hand. The Qingping sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, aimed directly at the blood-robed cultivator. The latter's expression changed dramatically as he hastily summoned a magical artifact for defense. A blood-colored shield materialized before him, radiating the aura of an immortal at the 9th level. The sword light clashed with the shield in midair. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as the blood-colored shield shattered into countless fragments. The sword light, undeterred, pierced through the blood-robed cultivator's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Before he could finish, his body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. A profound silence enveloped the tavern. All eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan, as if they were witnessing a marvel. With a single sword stroke, he had obliterated an immortal at the 10th level. Just what kind of power does this elder Lin possess? Xianxia snapped back to reality and hurried forward. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Lin for saving my life. Xuanhuan waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort, young master. I have had a fleeting insight and must return to my cultivation. I bid you farewell. With those words, he turned and departed, leaving a group of astonished cultivators in his wake. His mention of a fleeting insight was not mere politeness, but rather a genuine sentiment. Finding a deserted island, Xuanhuan settled into a meditative posture, his eyes gently closed, and his consciousness retracted within. The celestial energy within him flowed like a delicate stream, gradually circulating along the root of the primordial chi source scripture. The energy coalesced at his dantian, forming a minuscule vortex. Initially as small as a pin's head, the vortex began to spin faster, voraciously consuming the celestial energy surrounding him. The energy within his meridians surged like rivers converging into the sea, wildly rushing towards the dantian. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted within him. The center of the vortex suddenly collapsed, giving rise to a void. The void swiftly expanded, morphing into an endless expanse of black sea. The Sea of Suffering began to take form. The opening of the Sea of Suffering is an essential stage for transcending from true immortal to immortal king. If the essence of the true immortal realm lies in utilizing celestial energy to transform one's physique, condensing celestial bones, marrow, and blood, then the essence of the immortal king realm is the process of refining the immortal king's body. To refine the immortal king's body, one must open the Sea of Suffering within the dantian and simultaneously consolidate the divine bridge until one reaches the other shore, thus attaining the immortal king realm. The extent of the Sea of Suffering and the length of the divine bridge directly affect whether the immortal king's body can be formed and whether one can ultimately achieve the emperor immortal realm. Many cultivators falter at this very juncture, willing to sacrifice potential for the sake of breaking through, resulting in incomplete immortal king bodies, or even failing to condense an immortal king body altogether. This marks the fundamental distinction in strength among immortal kings. At this moment, Xuanhuan focused his mind and calmed his spirit. The surface of the Sea of Suffering within him roiled violently, its darkness akin to ink, yet brimming with boundless vitality. Each droplet of seawater condensed pure primordial power, emanating an ancient and profound aura. As Xuanhuan's consciousness submerged into the Sea of Suffering, he felt a tremor within his heart. This expanse was expanding at an astonishing pace, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, ultimately stabilizing at a circumference of 100 million miles. However, when Xuanhuan attempted to expand further, he suddenly found himself unable to proceed. Were it not for the unparalleled stability of his 12th grade celestial foundation, which firmly supported this Sea of Suffering, its expansion would have ceased long ago. As he reached 900 million miles, an uncanny sensation of being watched enveloped him. Now, with the Sea of Suffering expanding to 1,300,000,000 miles, it precisely corresponded with his true immortal's 13th layer. A powerful intuition warned him that if he forced further expansion, the Sea of Suffering would completely collapse. At that point, not only would the immortal king realm be out of reach, but his very life would be in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to Xuanhuan, such an exaggerated Sea of Suffering had likely never been witnessed before, nor would it be again. At the periphery of the Sea of Suffering, a hazy mist was faintly visible, marking the starting point to the other shore. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, dark waves swirled. An enigmatic force surged from his dantian, coursing through his entire being. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and the strength of his physical body amplified several hundred times. The eternal star scripture had unknowingly progressed to its second layer. The power of the stars within him grew increasingly profound, and his miniature world not only expanded by millions of miles, but also birthed hundreds of stars orbiting it. As for his combat capabilities, Xuanhuan felt uncertain. Even suspecting it might be an illusion, he sensed that he might be able to forcefully shatter the immortal king's third layer. The Sea of Suffering spanning 1,300,000,000 miles was an unprecedented existence within the entire spirit realm. Now, his task was to construct the divine bridge across the Sea of Suffering, leading to the other shore. As long as the divine bridge was successfully erected, he could break through to the immortal king realm. Xianxia once again sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking back into the sea of suffering. The waves of the sea churned relentlessly, boundless and vast. At the far end of the sea of suffering, a phantom of the other shore was vaguely visible. There lay the threshold to the immortal king realm. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia began to operate the primordial chi source scripture. The primordial celestial energy surged forth wildly from within him, coalescing into a bridge across the sea of suffering. The bridge extended from this shore of the sea of suffering towards the other shore. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. The divine bridge continued to stretch, radiating a soft golden light. Beads of sweat began to form on Xianxia's forehead. Constructing the divine bridge required a tremendous amount of primordial celestial energy. Given his current cultivation level, it appeared that he could manage to build at most 30 zhang. Time passed, second by second. After 3 hours, the divine bridge finally reached 33 zhang. Xianxia opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flickering within them. Subsequently, he habitually opened his opportunity panel. Name, Xianxia. Recent opportunities. 1. In 7 days, discover the ancient dragon palace in the secret sea domain. Deep within the waters, slay a true immortal realm beast, and obtain the water attribute supreme treasure, the dragon pearl. 2. In 7 days, discover the ancient dragon palace in the secret sea domain. Enter the underwater palace, and obtain the heavenly grade supreme 7 orifice pill. 3. In 7 days, discover the ancient dragon palace in the secret sea domain. Enter the underwater palace, and obtain the ancient immortal king's artifact refining inheritance. 3 days later, Xianxia arrived in an unfamiliar sea domain. The waters here exhibited a bizarre, deep blue hue, emanating a rich aura of water attribute spiritual energy. A faint dragon might linger in the air. Xianxia's consciousness swept across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, quickly locking onto his target's location. Deep within the waters, a massive underwater palace emerged. The palace exuded an ancient aura, evidently having existed for countless ages. Chapter 455, The Ancient Dragon Palace, 10,000 Seas Dragon Pearl. It is here. Xianxia retracted his flying vessel, his figure flashing as he dove towards the seabed. The water grew deeper, the surroundings dimmed, and the pressure increased, yet Xianxia felt none of it. Were he an ordinary true immortal realm cultivator, he would likely have begun to feel strained, compelled to activate his celestial energy to withstand the pressures. After descending approximately 100,000 zhang, the scene before him opened up dramatically. A magnificent cluster of palaces appeared within Xianxia's line of sight. The palaces were constructed entirely from deep blue crystal, radiating a gentle glow. Surrounding the palace were dozens of enormous dragon phantoms, each emanating the oppressive aura of a true immortal's 10th layer. Xianxia's expression grew solemn. These dragon phantoms were likely part of the Guardian formation. Xianxia scanned with his consciousness and quickly identified a flaw in the formation. He raised his hand and slashed out a sword energy. The sword energy struck precisely at the formation's node. Crack! The formation shattered with a resounding echo. The dozens of dragon phantoms let out a mournful cry, dissipating into specks of light. Xianxia successfully entered the palace. The interior of the palace was extraordinarily grand. The floor was paved with white jade, and the walls were adorned with various dragon clan motifs. The air was thick with the rich aura of water attribute spiritual energy, making one feel utterly at ease. This must be the fabled ancient dragon palace. To think it truly exists. Xianxia surveyed his surroundings, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and then swept his consciousness across the entire palace. The palace was divided into 3 levels. The first level housed a grand hall filled with various treasures. The second level was a library, containing a wealth of techniques and jade slips. The third level was a secret chamber, inside which lay a vast water pool. Floating within the pool was a pearl radiating a spectrum of colors. Indeed, the water attribute supreme treasure, the dragon pearl. A smile graced Xianxia's lips. At last, he had found it. In a flash, he soared directly towards the third level. Xianxia stood at the edge of the pool, scrutinizing the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl emanated a terrifying wave of water attribute energy, as if it contained an entire ocean within. Without hesitation, Xianxia reached out towards the dragon pearl. Just as his hand was about to make contact with it, the water in the pool suddenly began to boil. A colossal dragon silhouette erupted from the depths, opening its gaping maw wide and lunging at Xianxia. The dragoness presence exuded the oppressive aura of a true immortal at the 10th level. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xianxia's eyes. How dare a mere remnant soul be so audacious? He raised his hand and struck. His palm transformed into a beam of golden light, crashing down upon the dragon's head. Boom! The dragon let out a piercing wail, its massive form shattering into countless specks of light. As Zhou Chun withdrew his hand, he reached once more for the dragon pearl. This time, there was no obstruction. The moment he grasped the dragon pearl, a surge of terrifying water attribute energy flooded into his body. The celestial spiritual power within him surged uncontrollably, refining and absorbing this energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing a pivotal opportunity from the stars. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the supreme treasure of water attribute at the Celestial King level, the 10,000 seized dragon pearl. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Zhou Qin's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. The 10,000 seized dragon pearl, a supreme treasure at the Celestial King level, contained boundless water attribute essence. Once refined, it could significantly enhance his cultivation and grant practitioners the ability to traverse water effortlessly, akin to walking on solid ground, without the need to withstand water pressure. Zhou Qin proceeded with his endeavors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing a top-tier celestial-grade elixir, the 7 Aperture Pill. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the supreme elixir at the Celestial King level, the 9 Turns Divine Aperture Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the ancient Celestial King's legacy of artifact forging. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the Celestial Emperor's artifact forging lineage. The method of all methods in artifact forging. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of system energy. The 7 Aperture Pill, as its name implies, allows the user to open the 7 apertures, enabling the soul to resonate more deeply with the universe. The 9 Turns Divine Aperture Pill is a true ancient marvel, capable of maximizing the potential of practitioners at the true immortal 10th level, greatly increasing the chances of successfully building the divine bridge to reach the other shore. The Celestial Emperor's artifact forging lineage, through the mastery of tools, leads directly to Celestial Emperor status. Without seizing opportunities, one cannot prosper. The system has not deceived me. Zhou Qin stored the 10,000 seized dragon pearl in the system space and took out the 7 Aperture Pill. The elixir emitted a faint, fragrant aroma, with intricate patterns swirling upon its surface. Zhou Qin wasted no time and consumed it. The pill melted upon entry, transforming into a pure energy that surged into his sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, a small figure representing his soul began to fervently absorb this energy. Gradually, the 7 apertures of the soul figure began to glow. The eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, each aperture was unlocked one by one. Zhou Qin felt as if the entire world had become strikingly clear. Every subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings was vividly apparent to him. He could even hear the conversations of beasts miles away with perfect clarity. Withdrawing his consciousness, Zhou Qin's lips curved into a slight smile. The effects of the 7 Aperture Pill surpassed his expectations. Rising to his feet, he probed into the system space. The ancient Celestial King's artifact forging legacy surged into his mind as a stream of light. Countless pieces of knowledge regarding artifact forging instantaneously surfaced. From the most fundamental techniques to the secret methods at the Celestial King level, everything was encompassed. Zhou Qin studied diligently and soon mastered this knowledge. His artifact forging prowess instantly ascended to the Celestial King level. However, many of the techniques remained beyond his reach due to his current cultivation level. With a solid foundation in the Celestial King's artifact forging legacy, Zhou Qin proceeded to absorb the Celestial Emperor's artifact forging lineage. This was a realm far beyond that of the Celestial King. The contents of the method of all methods and artifact forging flooded into his mind. This lineage was all-encompassing, chronicling numerous secret methods of forging artifacts. From the most basic techniques to the Celestial Emperor level pathways of artifact crafting, everything was meticulously documented. Zhou Qin studied intently, becoming increasingly astonished. The profundities of the method of all methods and artifact forging exceeded his imagination. To forge the heavens, the earth, and the path itself. When cultivated to the utmost, one could continuously refine their innate magical treasures, crafting artifacts that transcended even immortal-grade weaponry. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Qin continued his study. As time ticked by, 3 hours later, Zhou Qin opened his eyes. He had grasped the foundational aspects of the method of all methods in artifact forging. His artifact forging skills had risen from the Celestial King level to the Celestial Emperor level. Although this was only a theoretical enhancement, practical application would require extensive practice. Zhou Qin stood up and retrieved the 10,000 seized dragon pearl. The pearl radiated a gentle blue light, harboring an immense source of water attribute essence. He chose not to refine it immediately. Instead, he stored the pearl within his small world. Within the small world, the roots of the world tree entwined around the dragon pearl, beginning to slowly absorb its essence. Having completed this, Zhou Qin exited the secret chamber. He took out his flying vessel, preparing to return to Black Tide Island. Just then, a towering wave suddenly surged from the distant sea. A terrifying aura shot up from the depths of the ocean. Zhou Chen scanned with his consciousness, and his pupils constricted. It was a sea beast at the first level of the Celestial King realm. Its massive form, 1,000 feet long, was entirely covered in black scales. This was none other than one of the overlords of the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea, the Xianming Turtle. Chapter 456. The Emergence of the Xianming Turtle. Referencing of the artifact, the Xianming Turtle surfaced, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Zhou Chen. Human, do you dare trespass upon my domain? It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black water. The water column, infused with terrifying demonic power, shook the very void it traversed. Zhou Chen stood his ground, his expression calm. He raised his hand and waved. The Qingping sword transformed into a streak of light, meeting the oncoming water column. The clash of sword light and water column erupted in the air. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged forth instantly. The sea within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled. Countless volumes of water were sent flying, and nearby sea creatures sensed the fearsome battle, fleeing in terror. Those who were slow to escape were reduced to mere ash. Vast amounts of seawater evaporated, and as the mist cleared, the Xianming Turtle surged forth once more, its massive tail sweeping toward Zhou Chen. The tail contained the full force of a first-level Celestial King, enough to crush an island. Zhou Chen did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand and struck out. His palm collided with the tail in midair. Bang! The Xianming Turtle was thrust back several hundred feet, with some of the scales on its tail shattering. A glimmer of surprise flickered in its eyes. A mere true immortal of the human race. Your strength is surprisingly not inferior to mine. Zhou Chen replied coolly, step aside, or perish. The Xianming Turtle let out a furious roar. Arrogant. It frantically summoned the demonic power within, unleashing countless black water columns from the sea, raining down upon Zhou Chen. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Seeking death. In a flash, he appeared atop the Xianming Turtle. Celestial Emperor's sword intent. The Qingping sword struck out once more. This time, intricate patterns emerged upon the sword's body. The sword light transformed into an azure lotus phantom, crashing down upon the Xianming Turtle. The Xianming Turtle's expression changed dramatically. It sensed a lethal threat. Damn it! It frantically summoned the demonic energy within, and the carapace on its back radiated a dark luminescence. In an instant, the carapace expanded, transforming into a colossal shield that stood before it. Bang! The ethereal silhouette of the azure lotus crashed violently against the shield. The carapace shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless fragments. Undeterred, the azure lotus silhouette continued its assault, striking the head of the Xianming Turtle directly. Crack! The skull of the Xianming Turtle fractured, and blood gushed forth. It emitted a piercing wail, its immense body plummeting heavily into the depths of the sea. The waters were stained a vivid crimson. Zhou Chen sheathed the Qingping sword, his form flickering as he descended to the ocean floor. The Xianming Turtle lay there, gasping for breath. It raised its head to regard Zhou Chen, its eyes brimming with resentment. Zhou Chen's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand and brought it down, shattering its skull. The Xianming Turtle convulsed a few times before its life force extinguished completely. Zhou Chen retrieved the demon core from the Xianming Turtle and stored it within the system space. The demon core emanated a rich, demonic energy, making it an exceptional material for alchemy. Besides the demon core, the turtle's carapace was also a valuable asset. Zhou Chen peeled off the carapace, intending to forge it into armor upon his return. Having completed his tasks, he ascended from the ocean floor to the surface. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would certainly be left in utter disbelief. To severely injure a first-layer Celestial King with a single strike was preposterously powerful. Zhou Chen activated his flying vessel, setting course for Black Tide Island. 3 days later, the vessel descended upon Black Tide Island. Zhou Chen returned to his cave dwelling and sat cross-legged. He retrieved the Xuanhuan Dragon Pearl from the system space. The pearl, having absorbed energies from the World Tree, had become significantly more tempered. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen commenced its refinement. The water attribute's spiritual energy surged wildly into his body, transmuted by the World Tree. It transformed into strands of primordial celestial energy. The primordial energy coursed through his meridians, continuously cleansing his physical form. His small world also began to expand gradually. Time ticked away. 7 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes. The Xuanhuan Dragon Pearl had been completely refined, while his cultivation had not yet broken through. His small world had doubled in size. The primordial celestial energy within him had also been considerably condensed. It was nearly time. Zhou Chen rose, retrieving yet another treasure from the system space. It was a pill radiating with a spectrum of colors, the supreme divine aperture pill returned by the system. classified at the Celestial King level. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun consumed the pill. It dissolved upon entry, transforming into a torrent of formidable energy surging towards his Danshan. Within the Danshan, the Sea of Bitterness roiled. A golden divine bridge spanned the Sea of Bitterness, connecting to the other shore. Initially, the bridge measured 33 zhang in length. As the energy from the divine aperture pill flowed in, the bridge began to extend exponentially. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. The bridge grew at a visible pace. Zhou Chen's celestial spiritual power surged, refining and absorbing this energy. Time continued its relentless march. 3 hours later, the bridge finally ceased its expansion. At this moment, the bridge measured a staggering 33,333 zhang in length. The divine bridge above the Sea of Bitterness emitted a golden radiance, exhibiting unparalleled sturdiness. With just one more step, the bridge would reach the other shore, enabling him to successfully break through to the Celestial King realm. Suppressing the excitement within, Zhou Chun took out the Qingping sword. The blade radiated a greenish glow, its surface etched with fine cracks, remnants from the previous battle. While these fissures did not impede its functionality, prolonged use would degrade the sword's quality. It was time for a reforging. Zhou Chun mused inwardly. He delved into his mind, the contents of the 10,000 methods of artifact refining surfacing. In the artifact refining chamber, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged. The Qingping sword floated before him, emanating a soft green light. The principles of the 10,000 methods of artifact refining circulated in his mind. To reforging a magical artifact, one must first completely melt it down, extracting its essence. Subsequently, new materials must be added for a fresh forging. The entire process is exceedingly intricate. A moment of carelessness could lead to the artifact's complete destruction. Zhou Chun took a deep breath and waved his hand. A ball of golden flame appeared from thin air, revealing itself as the true fire of Samadhi. Although the true fire of Samadhi was a fusion of lower realm exotic flames, its potency in crafting artifacts and concocting pills was astonishing. With temperatures high enough to melt celestial king-grade artifacts, the flames enveloped the Qingping sword, commencing a slow melting process. The blade gradually softened in the fire, and the surface cracks slowly vanished. Zhou Chen's consciousness remained tightly focused on the Qingping sword, meticulously controlling the flame's temperature. Time ticked away. 3 days later, the Qingping sword had completely melted into a pool of azure liquid. Within the liquid resided the essence of the Qingping sword. Zhou Chun retrieved the carapace of the Xianming turtle and cast it into the flames. The carapace emitted a dark glow as it slowly melted in the fire. 3 days passed, and the carapace also transformed into a pool of black liquid. Zhou Chun merged the two pools of liquid together. The azure and black colors intertwined, gradually becoming one. The liquid emanated a terrifying aura. Zhou Chun formed seals with his hands, and countless profound symbols surged from his palms, merging into the liquid. The liquid began to coalesce and take shape. Gradually, a brand new sword mold emerged amidst the flames. The sword mold was interlaced with azure and black, exuding a sharp aura. Zhou Chun did not pause, continuing to add various precious refining materials, starlight stones, dragon blood crystals, chaos iron. One after another, materials were cast into the flames. Merging with the sword mold, the aura of the sword mold grew ever stronger. Chapter 457, Artifact Refining and the Black Tide Auction. Another 7 days passed, and the sword mold finally took shape. Zhou Chun extinguished the flames, and the sword mold floated in midair. At this moment, the sword mold radiated an aura of celestial king-level might. Only one final step remained to achieve a true supreme artifact of the celestial king grade, crossing the tribulation. The tribulation faced by artifacts during their refinement process was the most perilous step. The power of the heavenly tribulation was exceedingly formidable. A mere misstep could reduce the artifact to ashes under the wrath of the heavenly lightning. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun waved his hand. The sword mold soared into the sky, bursting forth from the cave. In the heavens above, dark clouds began to gather. Within the clouds, lightning flickered ominously. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entirety of Black Tide Island. The cultivators on the island all looked up, gazing towards the heavens. Someone is crossing a tribulation? This pressure is indicative of an artifact facing tribulation. An artifact capable of invoking heavenly tribulation must be at least of the celestial king grade. Xuanhuan emerged from the main hall, casting his gaze skyward. His consciousness swept through the area and quickly pinpointed the center of the tribulation clouds. There, a sword mold hung quietly. It was Lin Dong's artifact. A flicker of astonishment and trepidation crossed Xuanhuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that he was indeed a celestial king-grade artifact refiner, truly unfathomable. In the sky, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended. The lightning was as thick as a water barrel, crashing down violently upon the sword mold. The sword mold trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface. Zhou Chen stood outside the cave, his expression serene. He waved his hand, and a surge of celestial spiritual power flowed into the sword mold. The cracks on the surface rapidly began to heal. The second bolt of tribulation lightning followed swiftly. This time, the power of the lightning was double that of the previous strike. The sword mold trembled once more, nearly splitting in two. Zhou Chen furrowed his brows as another surge of celestial energy flowed into him. The sword embryo barely stabilized. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts of tribulation lightning struck one after another, each more potent than the last. The sword embryo teetered precariously beneath the onslaught of the tribulation, threatening to shatter at any moment. Zhou Chen continuously infused celestial energy to aid the sword embryo in resisting the lightning. At last, the ninth bolt of tribulation lightning descended. This bolt was as thick as a mountain, imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. In an instant, the sword embryo disintegrated under the force of the lightning, scattering into countless fragments. Zhou Chen's expression shifted. This is bad. He raised his hand, summoning a multitude of runes from his palm to gather the fragments together. Simultaneously, he activated the secret technique of the 10,000 methods of artifact refinement, forcibly merging the shards. Under the embrace of the runes, the fragments slowly began to coalesce. Gradually, the sword embryo reformed. This time, its aura was tenfold stronger than before. The tribulation clouds began to dissipate. A beam of golden merit light descended from the heavens, merging with the sword embryo. The sword embryo was completely stabilized, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Zhou Chen beckoned, and the sword embryo flew back into his hand. At that moment, the Qingping sword had undergone a complete metamorphosis, elevating from the peak of the celestial grade to the pinnacle of the celestial king grade. Its power had increased exponentially. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, storing the Qingping sword in his danshan for nurturing. The cultivators on the island, witnessing the dispersal of the tribulation clouds, collectively sighed in relief. Congratulations, deist Lin. Your treasure has successfully weathered the tribulation. A voice of congratulations reached Zhou Chen's ears. It was Xingyuan's voice. Just a stroke of luck, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their conversation concluded. Zhou Chen returned to his cave dwelling and began to sit cross-legged. The forging of the Qingping sword had consumed a considerable amount of his celestial energy, necessitating a period of recovery. Time passed second by second. 3 months later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, having fully restored his celestial energy. He continued to access the system panel to check Xingqian's opportunity panel. Xingqian's next opportunity would arrive in a month. He would acquire a high-quality defensive treasure of celestial king grade at an auction hosted by a trading association. The auction. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, calculating how much money he needed to prepare, as it seemed he had an abundance of celestial crystals that he could hardly exhaust. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen secluded himself in his cave, making significant progress in his cultivation. The small world within him expanded once again to a circumference of 200,000 miles. However, to Zhou Chen's dismay, the divine bridge could no longer extend further. One day, Xingyuan sent a messenger with an invitation to the auction. Dearest Lin, in 3 days, the Trading Association will hold a grand auction. Countless treasures will be unveiled, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. Zhou Chen accepted the invitation, nodding. I will attend. After the maid left, Zhou Chen opened the invitation. It detailed the time and location of the auction, along with information about some of the items. Among the most eye-catching was a defensive treasure of celestial king grade, known as the Star Armor. This treasure was precisely what Xianxia sought. In addition, there were numerous high-quality celestial grade pills, treasures, and techniques, even a few spirit herbs of celestial king grade. It seemed this auction would be quite grand in scale. Zhou Chen mused. He set aside the invitation and resumed his training. 3 days later, the auction commenced as scheduled at the Black Tide Auction House, located in the center of Black Tide Island. This was a magnificent structure, entirely constructed of white jade, exuding a gentle radiance. At the entrance of the auction house, a throng of people gathered. Various cultivators traversed the area, including humans, demon races, and even those from the demonic clan. Zhou Chen approached the entrance and presented his invitation. The guards respectfully stepped aside. Elder Lin, please enter. Zhou Chen stepped into the auction house. Inside was an expansive space, spanning thousands of feet. At the center stood a high platform, surrounded by rows of seats. The seating was divided into 3 tiers: ordinary seats, VIP seats, and private boxes. As a guest elder, Zhou Chen was assigned to a private box. Located on the 2nd floor, it provided a broad view overlooking the entire auction venue. Seated in the box, Zhou Chen scanned the crowd with his divine sense. The auction hall was already filled with attendees, numbering no fewer than several thousand cultivators, including formidable beings at the 10th level of the true immortal realm and even celestial kings. Zhou Qin's gaze swept across the room, quickly locking onto several familiar figures. Xianxia occupied a VIP seat, flanked by a few guest elders. Just then, the auction officially commenced. A middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe ascended the high platform. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor ethereal, and her cultivation at the 10th level of the true immortal realm. She was none other than Xingyu, the ace auctioneer of the Xingai Trading Association. Dear friends, welcome to this auction. Xingyu's voice echoed throughout the hall, carrying a hint of allure. This auction features a total of 360 items. Among them, there are 12 high-quality celestial grade treasures and 3 celestial king grade treasures, as well as several spirit herbs of celestial king grade and 1 grand finale treasure. At her words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Celestial king grade treasures were rare throughout the chaotic demon sea. One such treasure could elevate a small faction to prominence. Xingyu waved her hand, and a maid approached the high platform, carrying a tray. On the tray lay a pill radiating a faint spiritual glow. The first item up for bid is a high-quality celestial grade pill, the xuanhuan Breaking Realm pill. Consuming it can increase the success rate of breaking through to the true immortal realm by 30%. The starting bid is 10,000 high-quality celestial crystals. As soon as the words left her lips, bids began to rise. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. The price escalated rapidly, ultimately selling for 50,000 high-quality celestial crystals. Chapter 458. The Emergence of the Chaos Stone and the Star Armor. Zhou Chun sat expressionlessly in his box. Such pills held no value for him now, and thus failed to pique his interest. The auction continued, with treasures being sold at increasingly higher prices. Time slipped by. 2 hours later, the auction reached its climax. Xingyu produced a jade box, a smile gracing her lips. The next item, I believe, will capture everyone's interest. She opened the jade box, revealing a stone the size of a fist, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixated on the stone. This is the Chaos Stone, containing the essence of chaos. It can be used to forge celestial king grade treasures. And there are even rumors that the Chaos Stone may harbor chaotic beings within it. The starting bid is 100,000 high-quality celestial crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. As soon as she finished speaking, hands shot up. 110,000, 150,000, 200,000. The price soared rapidly. In mere moments, it surpassed 500,000. Xianxia, seated in the VIP area, displayed a flicker of fervor in his eyes. He raised his bidding paddle. 600,000. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The young master of the Xingai Trading Association was personally making a bid. It seemed he was determined to acquire it. The elder in a blood-red robe let out a cold laugh and also raised his paddle. 700,000. Xingqian's expression darkened as he continued to raise his bid. 800,000. 900,000. 1 million. The price has shattered the million mark. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the gathered cultivators. 1 million top-tier celestial crystals is no trifling sum. It is sufficient to sustain a modest force for several centuries. Xianxia gritted his teeth, poised to raise his bid once more when a soft voice floated down from a private box on the second floor. 2 million. The venue fell into an immediate hush as all eyes turned toward the box. Xianxia's pupils constricted. It appeared to be Lin Dong's box. The blood-robed elder's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. 2 million. This price had far exceeded his budget. Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Box 3 on the second floor bids 2 million. Is there a higher offer? A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to raise their bid further. 2 million top-tier celestial crystals was already a staggering price. After a brief pause, seeing no response, Xingyu raised her small hammer. 2 million, going once. 2 million, going twice. 2 million, going thrice. Sold. The hammer fell, and the chaotic stone belonged to Zhou Chun. Xianxia, seated in the VIP section, clenched his fists. His expression dark and troubled. He had not anticipated Lin Dong's sudden interference, and to come in with a bid of 2 million left him no opportunity to react. Clenching his fists tighter, he recalled the 2 instances where Elder Lin had saved his life, and he took a deep breath, refraining from escalating the bid further. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the blood-robed elder's eyes as he turned to his subordinate, whispering a few words. The subordinate nodded and quietly exited the auction hall. Zhou Chun sat in the box, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ding. Congratulations, host, for intercepting Xianxia's opportunity. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtained a strand of the chaotic clock's essence. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 20 points of system energy. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. He suppressed his excitement. choosing not to reveal it outwardly as the auction continued. A few more celestial-grade treasures were auctioned off, each fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands of top-tier celestial crystals. An hour passed, and Xianxia produced a jade vial, her face taking on a solemn expression. The next item up for bid was one of the highlights of this auction, a celestial king-grade defensive artifact known as the Star Armor. Wearing this armor would allow one to withstand full-force strikes from cultivators below the 5th layer of the Celestial King realm. This treasure had serendipitously emerged from an ancient secret realm, and only one existed. The highest bidder would claim it. The starting bid was set at 1 million top-tier celestial crystals. The audience erupted once more. Possessing a celestial king-grade artifact would grant a true immortal cultivator a measure of life-saving capability when facing celestial kings. A flicker of fervor ignited in Xianxia's eyes. The Star Armor was the treasure he was determined to obtain. He raised his paddle. 160,000. The blood-robed elder sneered. 170,000. 180,000. 190,000. The price soared once again. In mere moments, it exceeded 250,000. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia continued to bid. 260,000. A glimmer of hesitation flickered in the blood-robed elder's eyes. This price was nearing his limit. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately withdrew from the auction. Xianxia raised her small hammer. 260,000, going once. 260,000, going twice. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a faint voice emerged once more from the second-floor box. 3 million top-tier celestial crystals. The crowd erupted in chaos. It was that box again. Lin Dong. Xianxia shot to his feet, his face pale as he exclaimed, Elder Lin, this Star Armor is of utmost importance to me. I implore you to reconsider. Zhou Chen's voice, tinged with indifference, drifted from the box. This treasure is equally significant to me, is it not, young Master Xing? At an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Xianxia's fists tightened, a flicker of reluctance crossing his gaze. 260,000 top-tier celestial crystals was already his limit. Should he continue to bid, he would likely have to tap into the reserves of the Merchant Association, making it difficult to explain to his father later. Taking a deep breath, he slowly sat back down. In that case, congratulations to Elder Lin. Seeing that no one else was willing to raise their bid, Xianxia lifted her hammer. 3 million, going once. 3 million, going twice. 3 million, going thrice. Sold. Ultimately, the Star Armor belonged to Zhou Chen. The blood-robed elder's murderous intent intensified. The auction continued, with several more treasures being sold. Zhou Chen refrained from bidding further. He had already acquired what he sought. After the auction concluded, Zhou Chen did not leave immediately. He remained in the box, awaiting the attendant to deliver the items he had won. Shortly thereafter, Xianxia herself entered the box, carrying 2 jade boxes and wearing a professional smile. Elder Lin, here are the chaotic stone and Star Armor you bid on. The total is 4 million top-tier celestial crystals. Zhou Chen produced a storage ring and handed it to Xianxia. Inside are 4 million celestial crystals. Please verify the amount. As Xianxia accepted the ring, her spiritual sense swept over it, and her smile broadened. The amount is correct. Elder Lin is indeed quite affluent. Ding. Congratulations, host. For intercepting Xianxia's opportunity. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtained a celestial emperor-grade artifact, the Star Emperor Armor. With the formation of the sun, moon, and stars, it can withstand a full-force strike from a celestial emperor at the 1st layer, automatically protecting its master. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 20 points of system energy. Elder Lin, do you have a moment? The president wishes to meet with you, Xianxia said softly as Zhou Chen took the 2 jade boxes. Chapter 459, Awakening of the Artifact Spirit, Thunderfired xuanhuan. Certainly, Zhou Chen replied calmly. The president is waiting for you in the main hall. Xianxia smiled slightly. Zhou Chen nodded, stowing the jade boxes as he followed Xianxia out of the auction hall. They traversed several streets until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The courtyard spanned 100 paces, with blue stones underfoot, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, creating a serene ambience. Xianxia opened the courtyard door. The president is inside. Please, Elder Lin. Zhou Chen stepped into the courtyard. In the center, Xianxia was seated at a stone table, savoring tea. Upon seeing Zhou Chen enter, he set down his teacup and rose to clasp his hands. Young friend Lin, please take a seat. Zhou Chen sat across from him as Xianxia personally poured him a cup of tea. Your bidding prowess at today's auction was truly astonishing. 2 million top-tier celestial crystals. And you bid without hesitation. Zhou Chen lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. The president sought me out. Surely not just to discuss this? Xianxia chuckled. Indeed. You are quite forthright. To be candid, my son's performance at the auction today left me quite disappointed. Twice he aimed for treasures, only to have them claimed by you. While it is true that the highest bidder prevails at auctions, my son cannot help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Zhou Chen set down his teacup and replied calmly, "And so, President Xing, what guidance do you have for me?" Xing Yun waved his hand. "You misunderstand. I did not come to reprimand you. On the contrary, I am here to express my gratitude to you, my young friend." Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, and Xing Yun continued. "My son has been spoiled since childhood, always sailing smoothly through life. This setback, albeit unfortunate, may prove beneficial, allowing him to comprehend that in this world, strong competitors abound, and not everything can proceed as one wishes." Zhou Chen remained silent, and Xing Yun poured another cup of tea. "Nonetheless, my son is my only child. Whatever he desires. As his father, I must find a way to procure it for him. Thus, I wish to inquire, dear friend, whether you might part with that piece of chaos stone. The price is negotiable." Zhou Chen shook his head. "I apologize, President Xing, but the chaos stone holds great significance for me and is not for sale." The smile on Xing Yun's face faltered momentarily. "Why must you be so resolute? I can offer double the price." Zhou Chen rose to his feet. "President, with all due respect, that chaos stone is of utmost importance to me. Not only double, but even tenfold, I would not part with it. In that case, I shall not press further. I only hope that in your future endeavors, you may grant our Xingai Chamber of Commerce a modicum of favor." Xing Yun took a deep breath. "Rest assured, as long as my interests are not infringed upon, I shall naturally show respect to the chamber." After leaving a final remark, Zhou Chen turned and departed. Zhou Chen landed on a desolate, uninhabited island, casually setting up several isolation formations before slipping into a natural cave. He sat cross-legged, retrieving the chaos bell. This archaic small bell floated in midair, its surface adorned with intricate and obscure patterns. Zhou Chen summoned the chaos stone, which instantly fused with the chaos bell. With a resonating hum, the chaos bell trembled violently, the originally bronze body beginning to shed its exterior, revealing a dark golden luster within. An ancient and vast aura surged forth, sweeping through the cave like a tidal wave. The patterns upon the bell seemed to come alive, shifting erratically. Suddenly, an infuriating voice erupted in Zhou Chen's mind. "Oh dear, who lacks common decency and disrupts my tranquil slumber? Do you not realize that I am in a rendezvous with the mother bell?" Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched. Above the chaos bell, a figure the size of a palm materialized. This entity resembled a chubby doll, clad in a red apron, hands on hips, exuding an air of arrogance. "Are you the spirit of the chaos bell?" Zhou Chen inquired. The chubby doll rolled its eyes and picked its nose. "Is that even a question? Who else could possibly be worthy of such a divine weapon? Kid, did you awaken me? You look rather destitute, not the sort to possess anything of value." A vein throbbed on Zhou Chen's forehead. This spirit had a rather sharp tongue. "Since you are awake, behave yourself." Zhou Chen did not indulge it, directly channeling his spiritual imprint to impose his will. Hey, hey, hey! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Let go! Let go!" The chubby doll began to wail, rolling in midair. "Big brother, master, I was wrong. Don't chant anymore." Zhou Chen retracted his consciousness, coldly gazing at it. "From now on, you shall be called Wang Ke." "Wang Ke?" The chubby doll's eyes widened in humiliation. "I am a divine object of chaos, capable of understanding the heavens and the earth, and you dare give me a dog's name? Do you have an objection?" Zhou Chen's fingertip glowed with spiritual light once more. "No. What a splendid name. It's auspicious, brings wealth and fortune. I absolutely adore it." Wang Ke immediately donned a fawning expression, floating onto Zhou Chen's shoulder to massage his back. "Master, what shall we do next? Shall we go robbing?" "I adore robbing." Zhou Chen could not be bothered with the creature. He retrieved a ball of more potent primordial energy. System, activate the Chaos Bell's primordial source. Infusing primordial source into Chaos Bell, a gray mist appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Chaos Bell instantly. Upon seeing this substance, Wang Ke's eyes nearly bulged out, drooling profusely. "Holy moly! Chaos primordial source. Such a massive chunk. Master, did you rob the father of the heavenly Tao?" Open wide. Zhou Chen flicked his finger, sending the chaos primordial source into the body of the Chaos Bell. Boom. The entire island trembled violently. The Chaos Bell surged in size, transforming into a colossal bell that enveloped Zhou Chen. The dark golden light radiating from its body shot skyward, piercing through the cave's rocky ceiling, reaching into the clouds. The formerly clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The ominous tribulation clouds gathered frantically, with thunderous dragons roiling within, their oppressive aura causing the nearby sea creatures to tremble in fear and flee in a panic. A supreme treasure of the immortal emperor was emerging. The heavenly Tao would not allow it. "My, this thunder tribulation is quite intriguing," Wang Ke remarked, eyeing the violet-black lightning above. Unafraid, and licking its lips. "I haven't had such a crunchy snack in ages." Crack! The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, as thick as a water barrel, carrying the aura of annihilation as it struck the Chaos Bell. Zhou Chun remained seated beneath the bell, not moving an inch. The chaos bell suddenly opened a gaping maw, resembling a giant abyss, and drew in the bolt of lightning with a swift inhale. Slurp. That terrifying bolt of lightning was effortlessly consumed by the bell. Burp. Wonke burped, exhaling a puff of black smoke, its face contorted in distaste. A bit salty, not quite cooked enough. Next time, have the heavenly Tao add some cumin. Following that, the second and third bolts of tribulation lightning descended in succession. The chaos bell accepted them all without hesitation, swallowing each one whole. Zhou Chun was not idle either. He stood up, forming hand seals, his fingertips dancing with white flames. Great Wilderness Zero Fire Lightning Technique. He pointed decisively at the heavens. Originally, the heavenly tribulation sought to strike him, but now, Zhou Chun harnessed the fire of the earth's veins and his own lightning technique, transforming into a white lightning dragon that surged upward, directly plunging into the storm clouds. The void of heavenly thunder erupted in chaos. The white lightning fire clashed violently with the violet-black tribulation, the entire sky appearing as though it were being torn asunder, a kaleidoscope of colors erupting in a spectacular display. Distant cultivators witnessing this scene turned pale with fright. Which formidable being is undergoing tribulation? How ruthless, to dare confront the heavenly tribulation head-on. Run. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Xingyun's pupils constricted, having sensed this powerful aura as well. How could a tribulation of the immortal emperor level be attracted? Could it be that someone is breaking through to the immortal emperor realm? Is it Lindong? No. It is impossible for a true immortal breaking into the immortal king realm to attract such a level of tribulation. Unless. Xingyun's expression grew grim as a possibility crossed his mind. Half an hour later, the storm clouds dispersed, sunlight streaming down once more. The chaos bell floated before Zhou Chun, radiating a purple-golden glow, its aura exponentially more terrifying than before. 3 days later, Zhou Chun departed from Black Tide Island, heading toward the heart of the chaotic Devil Sea. According to the system's display, the latest opportunity awaited him in the 9U Forbidden Land at the center of the chaotic Devil Sea. The immense pressure from the events of the heavenly Tao left Zhou Chun no room for complacency. He must seize any opportunity that arose. That place was the most perilous region of the entire chaotic Devil Sea. Legends spoke of an ancient immortal king entombed within the 9U Forbidden Land. Before the immortal king's fall, countless deadly formations were laid within the Forbidden Land. Even a powerful immortal king would find it a near impossible task to survive within. Zhou Chun activated his escape light, moving at an incredible speed. Along the way, he observed numerous cultivators flying above the sea, some hunting for demonic beasts. Some embark on a quest for fortune, while others are merely travelers on a journey. After a fortnight, a vast expanse of black ocean emerged into view. The water exhibited an eerie darkness, exuding a thick aura of death. Countless decaying corpses floated upon the surface, their putrefaction releasing an indescribable stench that induced nausea. Zhou Chun's consciousness swept across the waters. Beneath the depths lay a multitude of formidable demonic beasts, including those of the celestial king realm. He did not linger, pressing onward. After flying for half a day, a colossal island appeared on the horizon. Spanning 100,000 miles, the island was shrouded in a veil of black mist. Within the mist, remnants of dilapidated structures could be discerned. The atmosphere was saturated with a potent aura of death, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the 9 Nether Forbidden Land. Zhou Chun descended at the island's edge, surveying his surroundings with his consciousness. The ground was strewn with desiccated bones, their original forms long unrecognizable. Most of these skeletal remains emanated a considerable aura, indicating they were likely once powerful beings of the celestial king realm. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun stepped onto the island. As soon as he set foot upon its soil, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from all directions. This oppressive force, imbued with a strange power, made it difficult to breathe. Activating his immortal celestial king physique, a faint golden light radiated from his body, instantly isolating the pressure. He continued onward, passing through the ruins of broken edifices, their surfaces marred with mottled bloodstains. The air remained thick with deathly energy, chilling to the bone. After traversing approximately 100 miles, a monumental altar came into view. Constructed entirely of black stone, the altar emanated an eerie aura. At its center sat a spectral figure, translucent and exuding a subtle pressure. Zhou Chun halted and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Zhou Chun, a junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." The opportunity panel indicated that a mere greeting would grant him fortune, so he followed suit. "You are not of my kind." The lingering soul opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon Zhou Chun and stating coolly, "The fortunes of heaven and earth are bestowed upon those destined for them. Who do you await, esteemed elder?" Zhou Qin's brow furrowed. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Since you have arrived, you must undergo a trial. Should you succeed, I shall impart my legacy to you. The lingering soul shook its head, not believing that someone of Zhou Qin's mere true immortal realm could pass such a trial. As soon as the words left its lips, a fissure in space suddenly manifested at the altar's center. From this rift emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, radiating an aura of terror, an energy of the fourth layer of the celestial king realm. Zhou Qin's expression turned grave. This was no trifling matter. He inhaled deeply, channeling the celestial energy within him. The Qingping sword flew forth from his body, hovering before him, its blade adorned with myriad mysterious patterns. The shadow figure wasted no time in attacking. It lifted a hand and unleashed a palm strike. The wind from the strike howled, imbued with the terrifying might of the fourth layer of the celestial king realm. The very void trembled, as if it were about to be torn asunder. Zhou Qin waved his hand, and the Qingping sword transformed into a streak of light, colliding with the palm imprint. Boom! The clash of sword and palm unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, shaking the ground for 1,000 miles and sending countless rocks flying. As the dust settled, Zhou Qin staggered back several paces. Most of the attack had been deflected by the Star Emperor armor, leaving him unscathed. With such meager power, you dare to enter the Nine Nether Forbidden Land? The shadow remained motionless, a flicker of derision in its eyes. Humph! A flicker of determination sparked in Zhou Qin's eyes. He channeled the celestial energy within him, surging it into the Qingping sword. The patterns upon the blade grew increasingly radiant. Celestial Emperor's sword intent. A green lotus phantom emerged from the sword, emanating a terrifying pressure, as if it could rip through the very fabric of space. The shadow's expression shifted. It sensed a life-threatening threat. Interesting. No longer underestimating Zhou Qin, the shadow summoned its own power. Countless tendrils of black mist surged forth from its being, coalescing into a shield before it. This shield radiated an aura befitting a celestial king. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin struck with his sword. The green lotus phantom shot forth, crashing violently into the shield. Boom! The shield shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless shards. The green lotus phantom, undeterred, struck directly at the shadow. Crack! The shadow's form fractured, blood gushing forth. It emitted a piercing scream, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhou Qin did not relent. He blinked and appeared above the shadow. The Qingping sword slashed down once more, its light akin to a meteor, aimed directly for the shadow's head. The shadow struggled to evade, but it was already too late. Thud! The sword light pierced through its skull, blood erupting forth. The shadow's body convulsed a few times before falling utterly lifeless. Zhou Qin retracted the Qingping sword, panting heavily. That battle had nearly exhausted all his strength. His celestial energy was depleted by 80%. The lingering soul observed this scene, surprise flickering in its eyes. A mere true immortal had managed to defeat an entity of the fourth layer of the celestial king realm. Your strength is quite unexpected, it remarked. Zhou Qin clasped his hands respectfully. I am honored by your praise, esteemed elder. The lingering soul waved its hand dismissively. Yet you are ultimately not one of us. I cannot bestow this legacy upon you. Zhou Qin's brows knitted together. Esteemed elder, I have passed the trial. Why can you not grant me the legacy? The lingering soul continued to shake its head. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 461. The Celestial King's Fruit, a True Man in a Second. Zhou Qin took a deep breath, his inner fury surging uncontrollably. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. Time-space prison. The lingering soul was instantly immobilized, a flicker of terror crossing its gaze. What are you doing? It stammered. Zhou Qin offered no reply, raising his hand to deliver a strike. Stop. I shall grant you the legacy. I will give it to you. The palm imprint crashed down upon the lingering soul, while simultaneously, a strand of true fire surged towards it. Too late. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Take your secrets to the depths of hell. The lingering soul let out a wretched scream, horrified as it felt its very essence beginning to crumble. In the next instant, its eyes filled with regret and unwillingness, the lingering soul transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. At the moment of its disappearance, a beam of light shot towards Zhou Qin. He caught the jade slip, probing his consciousness within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting the celestial opportunity of the 9 Nether Celestial King's fruit, triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Obtain the immortal Celestial King fruit. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 40 points of system energy. Zhou Qin suppressed the excitement within him and stored the jade slip. Given their similar functions, he would naturally choose the superior fruit. Standing before the altar, he withdrew the immortal Celestial King fruit. The fruit radiated a faint golden light, each inch adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. Zhou Chen hesitated not for a moment and immediately consumed the Dao fruit. As it melted in his mouth, it transformed into a stream of pure energy surging into his body. Boom! The spiritual power within him began to surge uncontrollably. The bottleneck of the 13th layer of the true immortal realm was shattered in an instant. Within Zhou Chen, the divine bridge began to extend. One end connecting to this shore, while the other reached towards the ethereal other shore, which exuded an aura of mystery. The bridge continued to stretch until it finally made contact with the other shore. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The entire chaos demon sea trembled. The sky became draped in dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning rolling within, emanating a sense of annihilation. It was indeed the 10 lives and 10 deaths heavenly tribulation of an immortal emperor. Simultaneously, terrifying phenomena manifested across the world. Countless golden lotuses emerged from the void, radiating an aura of auspiciousness. From atop a lotus, a colossal phoenix descended, reborn from flames, while a 10,000-foot-long true dragon roiled amidst the clouds, issuing a thunderous roar. A gigantic Kylan burst forth from the earth, shattering the void, as if presenting an omen of good fortune. Golden lotuses surged from the ground, and immortal kings descended from the heavens, the stars shining brightly in the void, seemingly celebrating the emergence of a formidable being to suppress the universe. The powerful entities of the spirit realm, even the reclusive immortal emperors, were stirred at that moment. On Black Tide Island, Xingyun stood before the main hall, gazing at the heavens at a 45-degree angle, disbelief etched across his face. The master of the Blood Demon Hall stood impassively at the hall's entrance. It seemed that a significant figure was about to emerge from the Chaos Demon Sea. How intriguing. This phenomenon was even more terrifying than when I broke through to the Immortal King realm back in the day. I wonder who this extraordinary being is. Master Wanbao of the Wanbao Pavilion stood before the pavilion, gazing skyward. Across the Chaos Demon Sea, countless cultivators raised their heads, observing the extraordinary phenomena. What is happening? 10 manifestations occurring simultaneously. This is simply absurd. Could it be that an immortal emperor has descended? Impossible. The arrival of an immortal emperor would not provoke a heavenly tribulation. The talent of this individual must be unparalleled throughout history. Within the 9 nether forbidden land, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged upon the altar, his spiritual power surging wildly. The divine bridge was fully connected to the other shore. At this moment, he needed only to survive the heavenly tribulation to truly break through to the immortal king realm. The thunder clouds above thickened ominously, with countless bolts of lightning rolling within, exuding an aura of destruction. Suddenly, the first bolt of lightning struck down. As thick as a barrel and containing terrifying power, Zhou Chen did not evade. Instead, he activated the world tree within him. The roots of the world tree extended outward, voraciously absorbing the lightning. Simultaneously, the chaos bell flew out from within him, its body emanating a faint golden light. Wang Kai emerged from the bell, excitedly rubbing its little paws. More heavenly lightning to consume. It opened its tiny mouth and began to ravenously devour the lightning. Zhou Chen's lips twitched slightly at the sight of these two creatures, who were indeed the bane of heavenly tribulations. He did not remain idle. Invoking the Great Wilderness Zero Fire Lightning technique, his spiritual power surged into the void, drawing the heavenly lightning. Boom! A peculiar scene unfolded in the sky. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning struck down from the clouds, but rather than targeting Zhou Chen, they directed their wrath towards the heavenly tribulation. The cultivators throughout the Chaos Demon Sea were once again left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? This is utterly outrageous. Who is this person capable of such feats? Time passed second by second. The heavenly tribulation lasted a full 3 days and nights. Countless bolts of lightning were absorbed by the world tree and the chaos bell, while the remainder was dispersed by the heavenly lightning. 3 days later, the heavenly tribulation finally came to an end. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured down upon Zhou Chen. He slowly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them. He had reached the first layer of the Immortal King realm. The undying Immortal King body had been completely refined. At the same time, countless auspicious phenomena reappeared in the heavens and earth, and Zhou Chen bathed in golden light. In that moment, his 13 billion bitter sea shone brilliantly, and countless stars revolved upon the divine bridge. The small world within him continued to expand, growing exponentially, 10-fold, 100-fold, until it reached billions of times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 resonant sounds echoed in the hearts of all beings in the spirit realm. A prodigy has emerged, a once-in-an-eternity talent. The clouds of celebration gathered across the heavens. The cultivators in various parts of the spirit realm were left in awe at the sight of this phenomenon. It seems he has succeeded. Such talent is truly unprecedented. Who is this person? He is destined for greatness. Zhou Chun rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. The spiritual power within him had expanded countless times, as if inexhaustible. The strength of the undying immortal king body had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Zhou Chun could likely crush those who had yet to break through with merely a finger. System, fate deduction. Fate deduction, 1,000 years hence. You and countless beings will be crushed to death by a colossal hand that obscures the sky. Remarkably, you managed to endure a second longer than the others. System energy, 10. A second of true manhood? It seems I cannot afford to be arrogant, for even upon breaking through to the immortal king realm, I am but a mere pawn in the grand scheme of existence. Zhou Chun silently cautioned himself. On the edge of the chaos demon sea, a teleportation array shone brightly. As the light faded, a figure stepped forth. The newcomer, clad in a blood-red robe, with hair streaked with gray, an aged countenance, and sunken eyes, exuded an aura of death. It was Lin Potion, in pursuit of Zhou Chun. He had expended his family's amassed resources to forcibly break through to the third layer of the immortal king realm. After spending 10,000 years of life force and employing a secret treasure to divine Zhou Chun's location, he finally pinpointed it to the Chaos Demon Sea. The quota for interdimensional teleportation cost 1,000,000 top-tier immortal crystals. Lin Potion had painfully sold off his family's ancestral land to gather enough funds, even with a substantial surplus. Zhou Chun, no matter where you flee, I shall hunt you down. Chapter 462. The Merchant Association seeks help, the desolate sea region. Lin Potion muttered to himself, madness gleaming in his eyes. He produced a jade slip and infused his consciousness within. The slip displayed Zhou Chun's last known location, Black Tide Island. Without hesitation, Lin Potion activated his escape light and flew towards Black Tide Island. 3 days later, at the Star Sea Merchant Association's main hall on Black Tide Island, Xianxia sat at the center, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest. Outside the hall, Lin Potion stood at the entrance, his aura unabashedly evident. The oppressive force of the third layer of the immortal king realm caused the entire main hall to tremble. The guards turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe. Summon your president to meet me. Lin Potion's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Moments later, Xianxia emerged from the hall. Upon seeing Lin Potion, his brows furrowed slightly. Esteemed friend, what brings you here? Lin Potion fixed his gaze on Xianxia and spoke directly. I seek a person named Lin Dong, an elder of your merchant association. I hold a grudge against him. Please hand him over, and I am willing to pay any price. Xianxia's heart stirred at the mention of Lin Dong. Isn't that the recently appointed guest elder of the Merchant Guild? He scanned Lin Potion with his spiritual sense and swiftly assessed his cultivation level. At the third layer of the immortal king realm, his strength is commendable. Xianxia pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, might I ask what grievances exist between you and Elder Lin? To speak plainly, although Zhou Chun is merely a guest elder, he is nonetheless a member of the guild, and Xianxia hoped to mediate the situation. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Potion's eyes. He has slain my son. This enmity is irreconcilable. I have come today to take his life. Xianxia's countenance shifted. A vendetta for a slain son is nearly impossible to reconcile. However, Lin Dong is also a guest elder of the guild. If he were to be handed over just like that, what would it say about the guild's reputation? Who would dare to join the Star Sea Merchant Guild in the future? Yet, if they refuse to comply, this immortal king of the third layer is not easily dismissed. Although the Star Sea Merchant Guild possesses formidable power, they are reluctant to provoke such a formidable enemy without cause. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Xianxia soon reached a decision. Please wait a moment, my friend. I will summon Elder Lin. However, this matter pertains to the guild's reputation, so I ask for your understanding. If you are willing to serve the guild for 10,000 years, I will allow Elder Lin to confront you directly. Lin Potion scoffed. 10,000 years. That is acceptable. As long as I can kill him, I would be willing to serve for 100,000 years. Xianxia nodded and returned to the hall. He retrieved a communication jade slip and infused it with his spiritual sense. Elder Lin, someone is seeking you. This individual is at the third layer of the immortal king realm and claims you killed his son and seeks your life. I have stabilized him. Please handle it accordingly. After sending the message, Xianxia sat quietly in a chair, awaiting a response. He understood that Lin Dong's strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Perhaps the outcome of this confrontation would astonish everyone present. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was cultivating within his cave dwelling. Suddenly, the communication jade slip vibrated. He opened his eyes and probed the slip with his spiritual sense. After reading Xianxia's message, a smile crept onto Zhou Chun's lips. Lin Potion, I never expected that old dog would actually chase me all the way to the chaotic demon sea. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he recalled that Lin Potion's son, Lin Tian, was someone he had casually slain during his time at the Xianxia sect. He hadn't anticipated Lin Potion's frenzied pursuit for vengeance. Very well. I shall use you to test the strength of the immortal king realm. Xianxia activated his escape light and soared towards the main hall. Outside the main hall, Lin Potion stood impatiently, his eyes filled with irritation. After waiting for half an hour, Xianxia had yet to show himself. President Xing, may I inquire about Elder Lin's whereabouts? Lin Potion asked softly. Xingyun smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, Elder Lin will be here shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of light descended from afar, landing before the main hall. It was Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia, Lin Potion was momentarily stunned. His gaze fixed on him with shock and disbelief. Indeed, it is you. Lin Potion's voice trembled as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Xianxia regarded Lin Potion with a faint smile. Elder Lin, I trust you have been well. Lin Potion took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment. You, young one. Your time has come. Today, you shall pay for your blood debts in blood. Lin Potion, this is the Black Tide Island of the Star Sea Merchant Guild. It would be inappropriate to act here. Shall we find another location to discuss? Xianxia replied, shaking his head. Lin Potion sneered, but did not respond. Sensing the tension, Xingyun quickly interjected. Gentlemen, this is indeed not the place for confrontation. How about we head to the outskirts of the desolate sea? It is a sparsely populated area, perfectly suited for your needs. Lin Potion nodded. Very well. Do you dare to follow me, little beast? Xianxia chuckled. Old beast, it is merely your life at stake. What is there to fear? With that, Xianxia vanished, heading towards the desolate sea. Boldness. Lin Potion followed closely behind. Xingyun stood before the main hall, watching the direction in which they left, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. He hoped Lin Dong would survive. Otherwise, the guild would lose a significant asset. Clearly, Xingyun's concern lay more with the guild's business than with Xianxia's fate. The desolate sea stretched for millions of miles, enveloped in an eerie silence. The surface of the sea exuded a thick aura of death. Xianxia halted above the water, turning to face Lin Potion. Old dog, is this isolated enough for you? A perfect place for your grave. Young one, even at death's door, you still jest. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Potion landed opposite Xianxia, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With that, he raised his hand and struck down. Sky-extinguishing palm. A terrifying palm imprint descended from above, infused with the full might of the third layer of the immortal king realm. As it passed, the void shattered inch by inch, and towering waves surged from the sea. Xianxia remained unfazed, raising his hand in response. The chaotic bell flew from within him, hovering above his head. The bell emanated a soft golden light, deflecting the palm imprint. Boom! The palm imprint collided with the chaotic bell, producing a deafening roar. Witnessing this, Lin Potion's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, I shall make you experience all the suffering in the world before I end your life. Lin Potion unleashed a barrage of successive palm strikes. The palm imprints filled the air, conjuring countless water vapors that enveloped Xianxia entirely. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the sounds emanating from the chaotic bell, Lin Potion believed Xianxia had reached his limit, and his strikes quickened. Die! With a thunderous roar, Lin Potion transformed his palm imprint into a colossal dragon, roaring as it lunged at Xianxia. Clang! As the dust settled, Xianxia remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. Old dog, do you have what it takes? If not, it is my turn now. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xianxia. First layer of the immortal king realm. Lin Potion's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. Who are you? How could you have advanced to the immortal king realm so swiftly? Chapter 463. Countering and suppressing, slaying Lin Potion. Lin Potion stared in shock at Xianxia, rendered momentarily speechless. The last time they met, Xianxia was merely at the true immortal realm. How could such a short time have led to his breakthrough into the immortal king realm? Moreover, the aura emanating from Xianxia was far more potent than that of a typical first-layer immortal king, even surpassing Lin Potion's own third-layer immortal king might. A sense of foreboding rose within Lin Potion. Xianxia did not respond, raising his hand to summon the Qingping sword, which flew from within him and hovered before him, its blade adorned with myriad intricate patterns. Lin Potion's face darkened. Little beast, even if you have broken through to the immortal king realm, you are still merely at the first layer. I am at the third layer of the immortal king realm. Do you think you can stir up any waves? Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Xianxia replied with a cold smile. With that, he flashed forward, appearing before Lin Potion in an instant, and swung the Qingping sword. Sword intent of the immortal emperor. A spectral blue lotus emerged ethereally from the blade. This lotus exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the void. Lin Potion's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of sword intent is this? How can it be so fearsome? He hastily summoned the celestial spiritual energy within him, materializing a blood-red shield. The shield radiated an aura befitting a celestial king. Boom! The blue lotus struck the shield with tremendous force. Instantly, the shield shattered into countless fragments. The relentless momentum of the blue lotus surged forth, crashing directly into Lin Potion. Crack! His body was riddled with innumerable fissures, blood gushing forth. He let out a piercing wail, his form hurtling backward. How is this possible? You're merely at the first level of the Celestial King realm. How can your attack be so formidable? Lin Potion lay on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Zhou Qin's figure flickered once more. Lin Potion was forcefully slammed into the ocean's surface again, his chest concaving, blood staining his robes in a more vivid hue. Yet, in that moment, terror filled his eyes. How can this boy be so powerful? Clearly, just at the first level of the Celestial King realm. Yet his might rivals that of a fifth-level Celestial King. That's sword intent. Lin Potion's heart trembled. It is undoubtedly sword intent of the Celestial Emperor level. What kind of inheritance has this boy obtained? Lin Potion, not only did you ambush me when I was unprepared, but you have also pursued me for so long. Did you ever foresee this day? Zhou Qin stood before him, looking down with an air of dominance. You little beast, even if I perish, I shall take you down with me. Lin Potion gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of celestial spiritual energy within him. He opened his mouth wide, spewing forth a jet of essence blood. The blood transformed midair into a crimson talisman. The talisman exuded a horrific aura, drawing forth the celestial spiritual essence from the world. A self-destructing talisman of the Celestial King level, forged from his own essence blood. Zhou Qin's brow furrowed. This old wretch actually possesses such a trump card. However, he waved his hand. The chaos bell erupted from within him, expanding instantly to envelop Zhou Qin. Boom. The talisman detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. The surrounding ocean trembled over a vast expanse, and countless waves surged, forming colossal tsunamis. The desolate island was obliterated into mere fragments, scattering into the air as dust. The energy fluctuations persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. As the dust settled, Zhou Qin stood unscathed, the chaos bell emanating a soft golden light that repelled all attacks. Witnessing this, Lin Potion's eyes glimmered with despair. What kind of treasure is this? How can it withstand the self-detonation of a third-level Celestial King? Zhou Qin ceased his idle chatter, raising his hand once more. The laws of space. The void solidified instantaneously, immobilizing Lin Potion in place. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled futilely. You have even comprehended such a terrifying law of space. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shall not seek revenge. Lin Potion could hardly believe his own eyes and began to plead for mercy. Zhou Qin shook his head, flicking his finger. The Qingping sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Lin Potion's brow in an instant. Thud! The sword light penetrated his skull. Emerging from the back of his head, Lin Potion's body stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes gradually fading. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but no sound emerged. In the next moment, his body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Lin Potion, a third-level Celestial King, had perished. At the very moment of Lin Potion's demise, the sky above the chaos sea darkened suddenly. Ominous clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. A chilling aura permeated the entire oceanic expanse. Blood rain began to fall from the heavens. The blood rain splattered upon the ocean's surface, staining the waters crimson. This was the portent of a Celestial King's fall. On Black Tide Island, Xingyun stood before the main hall, gazing skyward, his expression grave. The heavenly Tao bleeds. A Celestial King has fallen? Could it be him? His consciousness swept across the chaos sea, swiftly pinpointing Zhou Qin's location. Upon seeing Lin Potion's lifeless body, Xingyun's pupils constricted. This Lin Dong lad has truly killed Lin Potion? Xingyun was astounded. How long has it been? Zhou Qin has ascended from the true immortal realm to the Celestial King realm and has slain a third-level Celestial King. Such talent is truly monstrous. Throughout the chaos sea, countless cultivators looked up at the blood rain in shock, their hearts trembling. A Celestial King has fallen? Who has perished? To evoke such an omen, the fallen must be a figure of Celestial King level or higher. The chaos sea is about to undergo a transformation. In the desolate ocean, Zhou Qin stood before Lin Potion's corpse, his demeanor tranquil. He raised his hand to collect Lin Potion's storage ring. As he scanned its contents, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. Lin Potion, true to his status as a third-level Celestial King, amassed considerable wealth. The storage ring contained 1 million top-grade celestial crystals, hundreds of various celestial-grade elixirs, over a dozen celestial-grade treasures, and several tomes of Celestial King-level techniques and secrets. What caught Zhou Qin's attention the most was an ancient-looking token inscribed with the characters for the Gu family. Zhou Qin furrowed his brow. The Gu family's token? It seems Lin Potion indeed had the clandestine support of the Gu family behind him. He pocketed the token, silently reflecting. The Gu family, an ancient celestial lineage, possesses profound roots. When soldiers come, I shall resist. When water comes, I shall hide. Zhou Qin smirked. He harbored no fear of retribution from the Gu family. Once his cultivation reached greater heights, he would annihilate the Gu family along with them. Zhou Qin stored the corpse and turned to depart. It was not out of kindness. The remains of a celestial king-level entity are rare and immensely valuable, enough to forge an exquisite puppet. In the Lin family, an elder clad in black stood within the great hall, his face ashen. He clutched a shattered jade token, the life token of Lin Potion. Lin Potion is dead? How can this be? The elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Potion was a third-level celestial king. How could he suddenly perish? Moreover, in the Chaos Sea, someone. The elder bellowed. A black-clad cultivator entered the hall, bowing. Head of the family, I shall immediately dispatch someone to the Chaos Sea to ascertain the cause of Potion's death. The black-clad cultivator turned to leave. The elder remained in the hall, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Whoever has slain Potion shall pay in blood. Chapter 464. Heart Inquiry Tower, Tales of the Celestial Emperor. The blood rain in the desolate ocean gradually ceased. Zhou Qin stood upon the surface of the sea, watching as the sky in the distance began to clear. The death of Lin Potion inexplicably reminded him of Xianxia continent. There, he still had the Xianxia Academy and several Dao companions. It was not that Zhou Qin was overly sentimental or indecisive, but rather, he reflected on how mere evil spirits once caused Xianxia to descend into chaos, with countless lives lost. Now, having reached the spirit realm in less than a century, he had become a celestial king, capable of obliterating Xianxia continent with ease, let alone the so-called evil spirits. When he first crossed over to the spirit realm, it was done in haste, and he still owed the Xianxia Academy a debt of fate. Having reached the realm of the celestial king, it is now time for me to seek an opportunity to return and take a look back. Zhou Qin activated his escape light and soared towards Haikao Island. Half an hour later, he alighted before the main hall of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Xingyun had long been awaiting his arrival. Dearest Lin, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Celestial King realm, Xingyun said, cupping his hands in respect, a rare hint of awe gracing his countenance. Zhou Qin nodded and spoke directly. Chairman Xing, I wish to inquire about a matter. Dearest Lin, please proceed, Xingyun replied. Do you know how to return to the lower realms? Zhou Qin asked. Xingyun paused for a moment before shaking his head. I fear you may not be aware, but the passage between the spirit realm and the lower realms has been sealed for over 1,000,000 years. The physical bodies of cultivators cannot descend to the lower realms. Not even the celestial emperors, as it would cause the heavenly laws of the lower realms to collapse under the strain. Zhou Qin's brow furrowed slightly. Is there any way? Xingyun pondered for a moment before continuing. There is a method, but one must reach the 10th layer of the celestial king realm. On the brink of becoming a celestial emperor, to qualify for the trials of the Heart Questioning Tower. Successfully navigating the Heart Questioning Tower grants one the qualification to descend with their spirit, a process known as red dust heart refinement. However, this path is fraught with peril. Historically, only 1 in 10 has succeeded in traversing the Heart Questioning Tower, a formidable barrier that has claimed the lives of countless prodigies. Zhou Qin fell silent. The 10th layer of the Celestial King realm seemed a distant goal from his current state, and the dangers of the Heart Questioning Tower sounded daunting. Thank you for the information, Chairman Xing, Zhou Qin said with a respectful gesture. Xingyun waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. By the way, my son has been eager to meet dearest Lin. Do you have some time to spare? Zhou Qin contemplated for a moment before nodding. Certainly. Xingyun's face broke into a smile as he turned to instruct his subordinate to summon Xianxia. Shortly thereafter, Xianxia hurried into the grand hall. Upon seeing Zhou Qin, he promptly approached and bowed. Greetings, Senior Lin. Senior, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and have been stuck at the 8th layer of the true immortal realm for many years. I earnestly request your guidance, Xianxia said, bowing deeply. At this moment, he dared not display any disrespect. Even if Zhou Qin had previously outbid him for auction items, Xianxia felt it was only natural. Even in honor, in the presence of strength, hierarchy is acknowledged. Zhou Qin regarded him for a moment. This young man had considerable talent, but was overly hasty in his cultivation, leading to an unstable foundation. For the sake of Chairman Xing, I shall offer you guidance once. Zhou Qin said calmly. He had always believed in reciprocity. Since Xingyun had clarified his doubts, Zhou Qin would consider this a return favor. Moreover, Xianxia had already provided him with numerous opportunities. Xingqian's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Qin led Xianxia to a secluded courtyard. In the courtyard stood a stone pavilion surrounded by spiritual trees. Take a seat, Zhou Qin instructed. He settled onto a stone bench while Xianxia respectfully took his place opposite him. Your issue lies in an unstable foundation. Although your celestial spiritual power is abundant, it is mixed and impure. You have been too hasty in your cultivation, failing to refine each layer of your realm thoroughly. Zhou Qin began, his voice steady. Xingqian's face flushed as he lowered his head in silence. Zhou Qin continued, the path of cultivation is akin to erecting a tower. An unstable foundation will lead to the collapse of even the tallest edifice. What you should focus on now is not breaking through, but consolidating your foundation. You must refine your celestial spiritual power anew, removing the dross and retaining the essence. Once your foundation is solidified, a breakthrough will come naturally. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Qin raised his hand and waved. A golden light shot from his fingertips and merged into Xingqian's brow. These are some insights from my cultivation. Contemplate them deeply. Xianxia felt an influx of information flooding his mind. The insights were like a sudden revelation, instantly unraveling years of confusion. Thank you, Senior Lin, he exclaimed, standing up excitedly and bowing deeply once more. Zhou Qin waved his hand. Go now and cultivate diligently. Xianxia exited the courtyard and returned to his own cave abode. He sat cross-legged and began to refine his celestial spiritual power according to Zhou Qin's teachings. As time passed, 3 days later, a powerful aura erupted from Xianxia's cave. 10th layer of the true immortal realm, he exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He had not anticipated that within merely 3 days, he would break the bottleneck that had plagued him for years. I shall never forget the grace of Senior Lin, Xianxia murmured, his eyes filled with gratitude. He rose and flew towards Zhou Qin's cave. Zhou Qin was in the midst of his own cultivation when he heard the commotion outside and opened his eyes. Enter, he called. Xianxia pushed the door open and knelt on one knee. Senior, I cannot express my gratitude enough. From this day forth, I wish to follow you for a lifetime, serving you faithfully. Zhou Qin shook his head. There is no need for such formality. My guidance was merely a casual gesture. Your breakthrough is your own fortune. There is no need to follow me. We may simply regard each other as friends. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, then became even more exhilarated. To become friends with such a formidable being was a great honor. Thank you, Senior. Should you require anything in the Chaos Demon Sea, do not hesitate to command me. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Zhou Qin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Xianxia then took his leave. However, Zhou Qin noticed a new opportunity had appeared on Xingqian's opportunity panel, though it was merely a pinnacle elixir of the celestial tier. Even the smallest of gains is still valuable. Life was certainly looking up, Zhou Qin mused. The abyss of the demon domain lay in the northwest of the Chaos Demon Sea, approximately 3 million miles from Haikao Island. It was perpetually shrouded in black mist, exuding a dense aura of demonic energy, fraught with danger. Legends tell that the abyss of the demon domain was the burial ground of the ancient demon race. After their downfall, they left behind countless legacies and treasures. Countless demonic creatures roamed within the abyss, and even celestial king realm experts dared not venture in lightly, let alone use teleportation arrays. Hence, Zhou Qin could only summon his flying vessel and make his way towards the abyss of the demon domain. Along the journey, he observed numerous cultivators flying across the surface of the sea. Most of these cultivators traveled in groups, their expressions wary. Clearly, they too were heading to the abyss of the demon domain in search of treasure. 7 days later, a patch of black mist came into view. Within the mist, countless black shadows could be discerned drifting about. The air was thick with the pungent scent of demonic energy, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhou Qin descended at the edge of the abyss, scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense. The abyss teemed with demonic creatures of varying strengths, among them many at the Celestial King level. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin activated his undying Celestial King body, his physical form emanating a faint golden glow as he stepped into the abyss. The moment he entered, countless demonic creatures surged towards him. These creatures varied in appearance. Some resembled gigantic bats, while others looked like grotesque fiends. They shrieked piercingly as they lunged at Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin raised his hand and waved it. The Qingping sword flew from within him, transforming into a myriad of sword lights. Wherever the sword lights passed, the demonic creatures were cleaved in two. However, Zhou Qin soon discovered the pinnacle celestial-grade Holy Spirit pill, which primarily accelerated the purification of celestial energy, aiding in breakthroughs, with the potential to expedite the process by tenfold. If consumed by a quasi-celestial being, it could even facilitate a rapid ascension to the true immortal realm within a year. However, Zhou Qin's celestial spiritual power had already reached the pinnacle of quality, even nearing the essence of chaotic energy, rendering such elixirs for purification utterly unnecessary. What left him both amused and exasperated was that the reward for his interception was a staggering 10,000 top-tier, celestial-grade, Holy Spirit pills, which he could regard as a mere respite from his travels. As he ventured deeper, the demonic aura thickened, and the strength of the demonic entities escalated. After traversing approximately 1,000 miles, a colossal altar loomed ahead. Constructed entirely of black rock, it emanated an eerie aura. At the center of the altar stood two indistinct figures, one of whom exuded an extraordinary presence. As if all the chaotic energies of the world were being drawn toward him, the figure was enveloped in darkness, radiating a terrifying demonic energy. System, check the panel. Xianxia silently commanded. Fortuitous encounter panel. Name, Blood E Fate. The favored son of the heavenly Tao, 9 colors. Destiny, true immortal realm, 10th layer. Young master of the blood demon's hall in the chaotic sea of demons, awakened Xianxian pure land demon body, ultimately halting at the first layer of immortal emperor realm. Recent opportunity, in 1 day's time, at a mysterious altar deep within the abyss of the demon domain, he shall obtain the ancient demon clan's legacy, propelling his cultivation to a breakthrough at the first layer of the immortal king realm. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He was indeed a being of 9 colors fate. Even the protector beside him was a blood demon general at the 4th layer of the immortal king realm. This spectacle made Xianxia's heart ache with envy. Reflecting on his arduous journey, he had relied solely on his own strength. Begone or perish. As someone approached, the blood demon general issued a warning. While Blood E didn't even spare Xianxia a glance. I wish to die. Come and kill me. Xianxia approached unhurriedly, and upon hearing his words, Blood E glanced at him with intrigue, seemingly puzzled as to why anyone would dare to be more audacious than he. Seeking death. The blood demon general's composure faltered as he let out a low growl, raising his hand to unleash a strike. An overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged forth, and a massive hand appeared out of thin air, crashing down toward Xianxia. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying energy it harbored. Xianxia remained unfazed. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the chaotic bell flew from his body, hovering above his head. The bell radiated a faint golden light, as if it could isolate everything from the outside world. Almost instantaneously, the handprint loomed above Xianxia, making him appear minuscule in its shadow. Boom. The handprint crashed against the chaotic bell with a deafening roar. The blood demon general's expression shifted slightly. Interesting. He struck again, delivering dozens of blows. The handprints flooded the area, completely enveloping Xianxia, yet he remained unmoved within the chaotic bell. It's my turn now. I wield a sword called Qingping, capable of severing all celestial laws. Without hesitation, Xianxia summoned the Qingping sword. Immortal Emperor's sword intent. Clang. A phantom of a blue lotus emerged from the sword, soaring forth. Simultaneously, the vast ocean of suffering within Xianxia, spanning 13 billion miles, surged into the void, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression that left the blood demon general trembling. Even the arrogant Blood E displayed an expression of disbelief. Master, retreat. Sensing the overwhelming mismatch, the blood demon general ignited his essence blood, sending Blood E into a crimson portal, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Before he could make any further moves, boom, the Lotus Phantom struck the blood demon general with tremendous force. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and demonic energy gushed forth uncontrollably. Impossible, the blood demon general roared, his eyes filled with incredulity. Xianxia wasted no words. In a flash, he appeared before the blood demon general. The Qingping sword slashed once more. Splat. The sword light pierced through the blood demon general's skull. His body stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground. In the center of the altar, the blood demon general's corpse gradually dissipated into black mist. A fist-sized core of demonic energy emerged from the remains, hovering in midair. This core radiated a pure black glow, harboring terrifying energy. Xianxia reached out to grasp it, assimilating the demonic energy core into his small world for digestion. Observing the already vanished Blood E, he felt no regret, for he knew that such a fortuitous son of fate could not be easily slain. Fortunately, he had already bound him in time. No longer preoccupied, Xianxia scanned the altar with his consciousness. Below the altar, a concealed entrance emanated a thick demonic aura, clearly leading deeper within. He stepped through the entrance. Inside lay a long, shadowy corridor. The walls flanking the corridor were adorned with various ancient demonic scripts, chronicling the history and legacy of the demon race. Xianxia paid little heed, continuing onward. At the end of the corridor stood a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, an ancient tome radiating black light floated. The cover of the tome bore 4 demonic characters. Demon God Body Refinement Sutra. Xianxia approached and reached for the tome. The moment his hand made contact, boom, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from the tome. The energy coalesced into a phantom before Xianxia. The phantom appeared as a demon warrior clad in black armor, exuding the oppressive aura of an immortal emperor. Humph. Human, how dare you covet my legacy? The phantom's voice was deep, laced with boundless malice. Zhou Chun remained unperturbed. You are already dead. What waves can you still stir? The phantom sneered. Though I may be dead, this fragment of my consciousness is sufficient to subdue you. As the words fell, the phantom raised a hand and struck. The handprint surged forth, imbued with the might of an immortal emperor. Zhou Chun activated the chaotic bell. The bell expanded instantaneously, enveloping him within. Boom. The handprint collided with the chaotic bell, producing a thunderous roar. The chaotic bell quivered violently, but steadfastly withstood the attack. The phantom's expression changed slightly. Immortal Emperor soared intent. The blue lotus phantom soared forth, targeting the phantom. The phantom raised a hand to defend, but the lotus phantom struck true. Crack. Countless fissures appeared on the phantom's form, and demonic energy erupted uncontrollably. Impossible. This is the Immortal Emperor's sword intent. Who are you? The phantom shrieked in terror. Zhou Chun flicked his finger. A strand of true fire of samadhi transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the phantom. The phantom attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Boom. Chapter 466. Third Layer of Immortal King, Second Volume of the Origin Sutra. The true fire of samadhi engulfed the phantom, burning fiercely. The phantom emitted a shrill wail as its form disintegrated inch by inch. Moments later, the phantom was completely obliterated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Blood Yi's opportunity. Triggered 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the chaotic demon body. Ding. Detection of the existing 33 days of celestial ice lotus body, self-fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 nether path lotus body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 60 points of system energy. The system's notification chimed once more. Zhou Chun suppressed his exhilaration and stowed away the Immortal Emperor Grade Supreme Technique, Demon God Body Refinement Sutra. The information regarding the 9 nether path lotus body surged into his mind. This was an extraordinarily powerful physique. On one hand, possessing the characteristics of a chaotic magic body. After cultivating, his physical form can absorb the magical essence from the heavens and earth, continuously enhancing itself. When mastered to the pinnacle, it can even refine the primordial essence of demonic deities, achieving the supreme form of a demonic god. Furthermore, it retains the attributes of the ice fairy body of the 33 heavens green lotus. These two physical constitutions elevate his comprehension, aptitude, and potential to an unprecedented level. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the magical essence. The essence transformed into a pure energy that surged into his body. Boom. The celestial spiritual power within him intertwined with the magical essence, escalating wildly. Zhou Chun's physical form emitted a faint black glow, with countless mysterious magical patterns appearing on his skin. These patterns pulsated, exuding a terrifying aura. The miniature world within him continued to expand, and time ticked away. 3 days later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, an ancient glimmer flashing within them. At this moment, the strength of his physical body had increased by at least 10,000 times. His realm had also broken through its bottleneck, achieving continuous advancement. He reached the 3rd layer of the Celestial King realm. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and vanished from his location. Half a day later, Shui, the young master of the Blood Demon Hall, reappeared. Dressed in a blood robe, his aura was chilling, with a dozen Celestial King realm experts from the Blood Demon Hall following him. However, upon reaching the stone chamber, they were met with an empty space, and their expressions turned ashen. How could this be? Where's the inheritance? Shui roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The Blood Demon Hall had spent decades researching how to break the formation for this inheritance. To his dismay, someone had interjected, and he had arrived too late. What terrified him further was that the youth who appeared to be of similar age to him had the ability to slay the Blood Demon Guardian of the 4th layer of the Celestial King realm. Young master, someone has been here. A robed cultivator pointed to the footprints on the ground. Shui Yi's face darkened. Investigate. No matter who dares to seize this young master's opportunity, they must die. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun had already departed from the abyss of demons. He stood at the edge of the abyss, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. Shui Yi and his group were still searching within the abyss, oblivious to his presence. A smile crept across Zhou Chun's lips as he turned to leave. Upon returning to Black Tide Island, Zhou Chun did not return to his cave dwelling, but instead headed directly to the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce's library. The library, located behind the main hall, was a 7-story tower. Outside the tower, dozens of guards stood watch. Zhou Chun produced the token of a guest elder, and the guards promptly saluted and allowed him entry. Inside the library, countless jade slips were arranged. These slips recorded various techniques, secret arts, and observations. 3 days later, Zhou Chun exited the library and returned to his cave dwelling. He sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate and digest the knowledge he had acquired during this period. Time passed by second by second. Half a month later, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zhou Chen's cave. It was the spatial laws beyond the principles. Thanks to the accumulation of spatial laws and the influence of the Chaos Bell's time-space laws, along with the breakthrough of his constitution, Zhou Chen was able to ascend to the mastery of spatial laws in one fell swoop. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, and with a thought, the void instantly solidified, allowing him to control the space within a 1,000-mile radius. Excellent. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Detected that Xuanhuan has a new opportunity recently. In 7 days, Xuanhuan will head to the Underworld Sea to obtain fragments of the time-space laws and the remains of the Celestial Emperor's inheritance, the Xuanhuan Celestial Scripture. A glint of brilliance flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Truly, the nine-colored fortune had refreshed the opportunity so swiftly. The Underworld Sea lay southeast of the chaotic Demon Sea, approximately 80 million miles from Black Tide Island. 7 days later, in the Underworld Sea, a blanket of black mist shrouded the surface of the water, within which countless white bones could be faintly seen floating. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of death, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Chen descended at the edge of the sea, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. The sea was teeming with spirits, varying in strength. Among them were beings of celestial king realm caliber, and even further away, some mysterious auras made Zhou Chen's heart race. As soon as he stepped into the sea, countless spirits surged towards him. These spirits came in various forms, some as skeletons, others as specters. They emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged at Zhou Chen. After dealing with these spirits, Zhou Chen discreetly activated the concealment technique, ensuring he did not disturb the surrounding spirits. The further he ventured inward, the denser the aura of death became, and the stronger the spirits grew. Soon, a massive mountain of bones appeared ahead. The bone mountain was constructed from countless white bones, exuding an eerie aura. Before long, Zhou Chen located his target. Within the bone mountain, there was a concealed cave entrance. Inside the cave, a palm-sized transparent fragment floated. Had it not been for the system's prompt, Zhou Chen would have never found it. The fragment emanated a faint silver light, containing the essence of the time-space laws. Zhou Chen reached out and grasped the fragment, pulling it into his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting Xuanhuan's opportunity. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the complete essence of the time-space laws. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 points of system energy. The system's notification echoed in Zhou Chen's mind, filling him with joy. Without delay, he continued his search and soon found a second item, an ancient book radiating a soft glow. The cover of the book boldly displayed the title Xuanhuan Celestial Scripture. Zhou Chen stored the ancient book away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting Xuanhuan's opportunity. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the immeasurable level technique Innate One Qi Origin Scripture, Volume 2. Can be cultivated to the Celestial Emperor realm. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 points of system energy. Upon returning to Black Tide Island, Zhou Chen made his way directly back to his cave dwelling. He sat cross-legged and took out the essence of the time-space laws. The essence transformed into a pure energy that surged into his inner world. The instant the essence of the time-space laws appeared, the world tree went into a frenzy, extending countless tendrils to voraciously absorb the power of the essence. As the world tree absorbed, Zhou Chen unconsciously mastered the power of the time-space laws. Boom! The spatial laws within him began to undergo a wild transformation once more. The laws of time gradually took shape. In Zhou Chen's consciousness, a silver river emerged. The river flowed with the power of time, radiating an enigmatic aura. Time passed, 1 second at a time. 3 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a silver glint flashing within them. He had completely mastered the time-space laws. With a wave of his hand, the void solidified instantly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 467. The Ancient Star Map, the Barbaric Tomb. Zhou Chen resumed his meditation and took out the Innate One Qi Origin Scripture, Volume 2. The contents of the technique surged into his mind. The celestial spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was drawn forth, flooding into his body. Transformed by the world tree, the celestial spiritual energy became strands of primordial celestial energy. The primordial celestial energy coursed through his meridians, continuously cleansing his physical form. His inner world also expanded slowly. Time passed, 1 second at a time. A month later, a powerful aura erupted once again from Zhou Chen's cave. Although no breakthrough was achieved, the primordial celestial energy within him had multiplied several times. On this day, Xianxia came to pay a visit to Zhou Chen, seeking guidance on the cultivation challenges he faced. Zhou Chen had just concluded his retreat and was more than willing to offer his insights. To attain the path of the Celestial King, one must first forge a sea of suffering within, condensing the divine bridge to ultimately reach the other shore. Esteemed Elder Lin, just how vast is the sea of suffering you have condensed? Before Zhou Chen could respond, he was interrupted by Xingqian's exclamation. Look, in the sky? The astonishment in Xingqian's voice was unmistakable as Zhou Chen raised his gaze in the direction of the sound. Above the chaos demon sea, the void suddenly ripped apart, and streams of ancient starlight cascaded down from the fissures. The starlight intertwined, crafting a magnificent star chart upon the heavens. Within this celestial map, countless stars were arranged in an enigmatic formation, each radiating an aura of antiquity and solemnity. Is this the ancient star chart? Xingyan stood before the main hall, his expression grave. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and witnessed countless phenomena, he had never beheld such a grand spectacle. The entire Chaos Demon Sea was stirred into commotion. Black Tide Island, Blood Slaughter Island, Wanbao Pavilion, numerous cultivators surged forth from their abodes, gazing skyward. The legendary wild graveyard truly exists. Once every tens of thousands of years, it is finally our turn. The opportunity to become an emperor lies within. The cultivators buzzed with fervent excitement. At that moment, a weathered figure gradually materialized at the center of the star chart. It was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his visage gaunt, eye sockets sunken, emanating an aura of death. I am a descendant of the grave-guarding lineage, summoned by my ancestors to unveil the wild graveyard. His voice resonated throughout the Chaos Demon Sea, imbued with an undeniable authority. Those below 10,000 years of age, true immortal and celestial king cultivators, may enter. The wild graveyard is the battleground of the last epoch, rife with countless opportunities yet fraught with peril. Your survival hinges solely upon your own capabilities. As his words fell, a colossal portal of light appeared at the center of the star chart, radiating a chaotic aura, within which countless fragments of worlds floated faintly. Zhou Chen stood before his dwelling, his consciousness sweeping over the portal from afar, detecting not a hint of aura emanating from it. Even when scanning the Elder's fortune panel, it appeared entirely blank, causing a flicker of concern to cross Zhou Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, countless cultivators activated their escape lights, rushing toward the portal. Young master, this place is fraught with danger. It would be prudent for me to scout ahead. Shui from Blood Slaughter Island, accompanied by a dozen celestial king experts from the Blood Demon Hall, suggested in a hushed tone. There is no need. I shall venture in myself, Shui replied, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. On another front, Xianxia, accompanied by several elders from the Starsea Commerce, prepared to enter the graveyard. Xianxia, are you certain you wish to proceed? Xingyun inquired, his countenance grave. Rest assured, father. I have the protection of esteemed seniors and will be safe, Xianxia assured with a respectful bow. Xingyun remained silent for a moment, then produced a jade pendant, handing it to him. This is a protective talisman for Xianxia. It may save your life in critical moments. Remember, preserving your life is paramount. Xianxia accepted the pendant with a solemn nod. Before the portal, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered, most of whom were true immortals, with fewer than 10,000 being celestial kings. Zhou Chen blended into the crowd, his demeanor calm as he scanned the surroundings, recognizing many familiar presences, Shui, Xianxia, and several others from the commerce guilds. Ladies and gentlemen, the wild graveyard is fraught with peril. Once inside, rely on your own abilities. The grave-guarding elder's voice resounded once more. As his words concluded, the portal erupted with blinding radiance. A terrifying gravitational force emanated from it, drawing all cultivators within. Zhou Chen felt darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a foreign realm. The sky was shrouded in gray, devoid of sun or moon. The earth was cracked and barren, with immense fissures crisscrossing the landscape. A dense aura of death hung in the air, oppressive to the point of making breathing difficult. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept across the vicinity, and his expression shifted slightly. The laws governing this place were in utter disarray. The laws of time, space, life, and death intermingled chaotically, forming a realm of confusion. He even sensed a familiar aura of malevolence, reminiscent of the evil forces from the Tianxian continent. Is this the wild graveyard? Zhou Chen murmured to himself. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from afar. A true immortal cultivator, upon landing, was suddenly beset by a shadowy figure. The figure was a decaying corpse, radiating a terrifying aura of resentment. It opened its gaping maw and severed the cultivator's neck in one swift bite. Blood gushed forth, staining the cracked earth crimson. Vengeful spirit. A cultivator gasped in horror. No sooner had the words left their lips than countless shadows erupted from the ground, charging toward the cultivators. These vengeful spirits were the manifestations of fallen powerhouses from the last epoch, varying in strength, with some even reaching the Celestial King level. In an instant, screams filled the air. Zhou Chun raised his hand, summoning the Qingping sword from within, transforming it into a flurry of sword lights. Wherever the sword lights passed, the vengeful spirits were cleaved in two. However, upon being slain, these spirits quickly reformed. Indeed, these vengeful spirits were undying and unyielding. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. He activated the primordial chi source scripture, unleashing a surge of pure primordial celestial energy from within. The primordial energy coalesced into a golden light, enveloping the Qingping sword. With another slash, the vengeful spirits that were cleaved this time dissipated completely, transforming into specks of starlight. Effective. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. The primordial chi source scripture indeed had a restraining effect on these malevolent entities. He did not linger, propelling himself deeper into the graveyard. Along the way, remnants of shattered corpses and fragments of worlds lay scattered. Most of these corpses belonged to powerful beings from the last epoch, human, demon, and even some races he had never encountered before. Fragments of worlds floated in the void, emitting faint glimmers. Some fragments even displayed remnants of buildings and formations. As Zhou Chun's consciousness swept over one such fragment, he was astonished to find a complete palace upon it. The palace exuded an aura befitting a celestial king's dwelling. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun did not pause. His expression hardened as he directed his consciousness forward. Indeed, several thousand miles away, a terrifying presence was approaching. It was a colossal corpse, towering 100 feet, exuding a thick aura of malevolence. Its eyes flickered with two orbs of ghostly green flame, indicative of a fifth-tier celestial king. Chapter 468. The Source of Malevolence, the Buried Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, standing resolute. He raised his hand, and the chaos bell flew forth from within. Hovering above his head, the bell emanated a soft golden glow, encasing him within. The massive corpse roared upon spotting Zhou Chun, lifting its gigantic hand to strike down upon him. The palm descended with a howling force, imbued with a horrific power of malevolence, causing the very void to tremble as if it were about to be rent asunder. Zhou Chun maintained his composure, channeling the primordial chi source scripture. Countless primordial celestial energies surged forth within, coalescing into a resplendent golden beam that surged towards the palm imprint. With a thunderous crash, the imprint collided with the luminous column in midair, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that reverberated across a 1,000-mile radius, causing the ground to tremble and fissures to spread like wildfire. As the dust settled, Zhou Chun remained unscathed in his original position, while the enormous skeletal hand bore numerous cracks, from which the sinister energy gushed forth, continuously purified by the primordial celestial essence. Indeed, the innate primordial energy exhibited a formidable restraining effect against the malevolent aura. A glimmer of elation flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes. Without hesitation, he flickered and appeared before the skeletal remains. The Qingping sword slashed forth, embodying the sword intent of the Celestial Emperor. An ethereal blue lotus projection howled into existence, targeting the skull of the skeleton. The remains attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a sharp sound, the sword light pierced through its cranium, obliterating the demonic thoughts within. The skeletal body froze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Zhou Chun landed and scanned the remains with his spiritual consciousness. Within the skeleton lay a fist-sized mass of demonic primordial essence, radiating a pure black luminescence, harboring an immense energy. Zhou Chun raised his hand and grasped the essence, drawing it into his small world. Just then, the chaotic bell suddenly trembled violently. Wang Kai burst forth from the bell, eagerly rubbing its tiny hands together. Master, master, there is something valuable ahead. I can feel it. That thing shares my origin. Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. Same origin. Wang Kai nodded vigorously. Indeed, that item is absolutely of the same caliber as me. Hurry, let us go. Without a moment's pause, Zhou Chun activated his escape light and soared towards the direction indicated by Wang Kai. After traversing tens of thousands of miles, Zhou Chun halted before a colossal stone tablet. Towering 1,000 feet high, the tablet was forged from an unknown black stone, exuding an aura that seemed to suppress all things. Ancient runes covered its surface, moving like living creatures. However, the stone tablet was marred by a web of cracks, from which wisps of black mist seeped out. This black mist radiated a potent malevolent power, distorting the surrounding void. Zhou Chun's spiritual consciousness swept over the stone tablet, and his pupils constricted sharply. Engraved on the front were 6 large characters: Tomb of the Celestial Emperor of Buried Heaven. The revelation struck Zhou Chun with a jolt. The Celestial Emperor, a being perched atop the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Even after countless years of demise, the tomb still harbored terrifying power. Wang Kai floated excitedly before the stone tablet, This is it. This is it. Master, that item of the same origin lies within the tomb. Zhou Chen refrained from entering immediately, choosing instead to scrutinize the stone tablet carefully. The cracks multiplied, and the black mist thickened, indicating that whatever was suppressed within the tomb was on the verge of breaking free. This tomb likely does not contain the celestial emperor of buried heaven himself. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. He probed his consciousness into the stone tablet, seeking to ascertain the internal situation. As soon as he delved in, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the tomb. This pressure was imbued with boundless sorrow, rage, and resentment. Zhou Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind and swiftly withdrew his consciousness. Such a potent obsession. Taking a deep breath, he activated his immortal sovereign body. A faint golden light emanated from his flesh, insulating him from the oppressive force. He placed a hand upon the stone tablet, channeling the celestial spirit energy within him. The energy surged into the tablet, resonating with the runes etched upon its surface. With a resounding boom, the stone tablet cracked open slowly, revealing a chasm from which countless black mists poured forth. The mist coalesced into a swirling vortex, drawing Zhou Chen into its depths. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. This was a gray, boundless expanse, suffused with a heavy atmosphere of sorrow, rage, and resentment. These emotions struck Zhou Chen's consciousness like tangible waves. Is this the sea of obsession? He mused, his brow furrowed. He summoned his Tao heart to shield himself from the onslaught of emotions. Within the sea of obsession, shattered images surrounded him. Zhou Chen witnessed a man clad in golden armor, wielding a spear, engaged in a bloody battle against countless extraterritorial demons. The man's strength was astounding. Each thrust could slay dozens of demons. Yet, the numbers were overwhelming. They surged forth like a tide, engulfing the man. With a furious roar, he burned his essence, unleashing a devastating strike. The spear transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing through the void and annihilating countless demons. However, this took a toll on him, leaving him vulnerable to the encroaching demonic power. The vision faded. A tremor coursed through Zhou Chen's heart. Is this the celestial emperor of buried heaven? He inhaled deeply and pressed onward. The sea of obsession was rife with similar visions, each depicting the celestial emperor's fierce battles against the extraterritorial demons. The scenes were harrowing, evoking a profound sense of dread. After traversing approximately 1,000 miles, an enormous bronze ancient coffin loomed ahead. The coffin floated in the void, emanating a terrifying pressure. Its surface was adorned with ancient runes, resembling chains that tightly bound the coffin. Above it, a metallic inscription radiating chaotic light exuded a powerful aura of suppression. The inscription bore 2 ancient characters, suppressed demons. Upon seeing the inscription, the chaotic bell within Zhou Chen quivered violently. Wang Kai burst forth from the bell, exclaiming with excitement. This is it. This is it. Master, this inscription's aura resonates with my origin. If I absorb it, I can regain more power. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen reached for the inscription. The moment his hand made contact, a thunderous explosion erupted as the bronze ancient coffin shattered. Countless black mists surged forth, coalescing into a colossal figure. The figure was shrouded in darkness, radiating a terrifying demonic energy. In its eyes flickered 2 pools of blood-red flames. The 7th layer of the immortal king realm. Finally free, it roared, its voice laced with madness. Zhou Chen's expression turned grave. This figure was the buried heaven demon spirit, a fusion of the celestial emperor of buried heaven's corrupted soul and extraterritorial demonic power, now wielding an incredible strength at the 7th layer of the immortal king realm. The buried heaven demon spirit fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Zhou Chen. Human, flesh and blood, it bellowed, opening its gaping maw and lunging at him. Zhou Chen stood resolute, raising his hand with a swift motion. The chaotic bell erupted from his body, rapidly expanding into a massive bell that enveloped him. Boom. As the attack of the buried heaven demon spirit crashed against the chaotic bell, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The bell trembled violently, but remained steadfast against the onslaught. Zhou Chen activated the innate primordial energy scripture. An abundance of primordial celestial essence surged forth, transforming into a golden beam that raced towards the buried heaven demon spirit. The demon spirit howled in agony as the primordial essence continuously purified the malevolent energy surrounding it. Yet, its power was overwhelmingly immense. Even after purification, it could still recover swiftly. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed that it was necessary to employ that particular maneuver. He took a deep breath, channeling the laws of time and space within him. The laws surged into the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell erupted with unprecedented might. Countless profound patterns emerged upon its surface, resembling living entities, meandering restlessly. Zhou Chen raised a finger. Exile of time and space. As the words fell, The chaos bell emitted a melodious chime. Where the sound resonated, the void distorted abruptly. A colossal rift appeared before the morning sky demon spirit. Within the rift was a chaotic torrent of dimensions. Countless fragments of laws collided within the turbulence, emanating a breath of annihilation. The morning sky demon spirit sought to evade, but it was already too late. It was drawn into the rift by a terrifying force. No, no. The morning sky demon spirit let out a piercing scream, its form being torn apart by the dimensional chaos. However, this maneuver could only last a few moments. After a brief interval, the rift slowly closed. The morning sky demon spirit reemerged, but its malevolent aura had been significantly diminished. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan unleashed the exile of time and space once more. Once, twice, thrice. With each invocation, the essence of the morning sky demon spirit weakened further. Ultimately, after the 10th exile of time and space, its aura had diminished to the 3rd layer of the immortal king realm. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The Qingping sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing through the demon spirit's head. With a soft thud, the sword light penetrated its cranium, obliterating the demonic thoughts within. The morning sky demon spirit's body froze in place before disintegrating into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. Following the dissolution of the morning sky demon spirit, the entire sea of obsession began to tremble. Countless images surged forth like a tide, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal figure. The figure was none other than the form of the morning sky immortal emperor in life. Clad in golden armor, his countenance was resolute, his eyes filled with weariness and relief. Thank you. The voice of the morning sky immortal emperor echoed in Xuanhuan's mind. I battled the extrinsic evil spirits to the death, yet was corroded by their power, transforming into a demon spirit. For millennia, my benevolent thoughts have struggled against this demon spirit, yet I could never suppress it. Today, you have helped me resolve this lingering concern. This kindness I can repay in no other way. As the words fell, an incredibly pure source of immortal emperor power surged forth from the void. The source transformed into a golden beam of light, enveloping Xuanhuan. He felt the celestial spiritual energy within him beginning to swell uncontrollably. His small world expanded and expanded. What was once already vast now extended to a radius of billions of miles. The world tree grew wildly, its canopy obscuring the heavens. Countless laws emerged from the void, intertwining into a web within the small world. Laws of time, space, life and death, the 5 elements. Countless laws entwined, ultimately forming a comprehensive system of rules. Mountains and rivers began to materialize within the small world. The earth sprouted innumerable spiritual grasses and trees. In the sky, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Even some lower beings were birthed within. Xuanhuan's cultivation thus broke through once more. 4th layer of the immortal king realm. 5th layer of the immortal king realm. The source celestial energy within him expanded countless times. The strength of his undying immortal body reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Xuanhuan could likely crush his former self with a mere finger. The figure of the morning sky immortal emperor grew fainter. Young friend, I have one more word to convey. The extrinsic evil spirits have not been entirely vanquished. They merely lie in wait, biding their time for a resurgence. Should you have the opportunity, please exercise caution. With that, the figure of the morning sky immortal emperor completely dissipated, transforming into motes of starlight that merged into the void. The sea of obsession crumbled as well. Xuanhuan felt a darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back before the stone tablet. The cracks on the tablet had vanished, and it emanated a faint golden glow. Evidently, after the suppression of the morning sky demon spirit, the seal had regained its stability. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, stowing away the chaos bell. Wang Kai floated onto his shoulder, excitement evident on its small face. Master, I absorbed that inscription, and my strength has recovered considerably. Now, I can unleash even more divine abilities. Xuanhuan nodded, probing his consciousness into the chaos bell. Indeed, its power had multiplied several times compared to before. Particularly, his control over the laws of time and space had reached a terrifying level. Excellent. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he prepared to depart, he keenly sensed an ancient fluctuation lingering in the void where the morning sky immortal emperor had vanished. The fluctuation was faint, yet carried a certain call to him. Xuanhuan channeled his consciousness towards the source of the fluctuation. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the void. From within the rift emerged a shadowy figure. Clad in a gray robe, the figure's features were obscured, rendering its visage indistinguishable. It exuded an aura of death, but was also imbued with an ineffable majesty. Who are you? Xuanhuan inquired, his tone calm. The shadowy figure nodded. I am the inheritor of the Gravekeeper clan. Its voice was hoarse, as if forced from its throat. I am the 372nd inheritor of the Gravekeeper clan, guarding the wild graveyard for 100,000 years. The morning sky immortal emperor's obsession has finally dissipated today. Zhou Chen remained silent, merely observing the figure's subsequent words. The shadowy figure continued. The treasure in your hand, if I am not mistaken, should be the chaos bell, which I have sensed. That inscription is known as the inscription of Qian, one of the 8 primordial inscriptions of the universe. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What is a primordial inscription? The shadowy figure nodded. When the heavens and earth were first opened, the chaotic source bifurcated into 8 inscriptions, corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. These 8 inscriptions embody the most fundamental laws of the universe. The inscription of Qian in your possession represents time and space, as well as suppression. If one could gather all 8 inscriptions, they could restore the chaos bell to its complete form. At that point, the power of the chaos bell would be sufficient to suppress all evil spirits. The shadowy figure's tone was grave. The evil spirits you speak of, do you refer to the extrinsic evil spirits? Zhou Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. Indeed, the extrinsic evil spirits are terrifying entities born from the consumption of the world's essence. Their goal is to obtain these 8 inscriptions. The shadowy figure paused for a moment before nodding slowly. What do they seek the inscriptions for? Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the apocalyptic event a millennium later was connected to the extrinsic evil spirits? The shadowy figure raised its head, its gaze piercing through the void to the distance. Contamination. Chapter 470. Ancient Conspiracy. Inscription of Kuan. The evil spirit clan excels in the pollution of all things. They seek these inscriptions with the intention of contaminating them, then using them to taint the fallen ancient emperors. Once successful, the corpses of those ancient emperors will transform into puppets of the evil spirits. At that time, the evil spirit clan will form a terrifying legion composed of fallen ancient emperors. At that moment, the entire spiritual realm was poised to plunge into an abyss of eternal damnation. Zhou Chen felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. The fallen ancient emperor legion, merely contemplating such a notion, sent chills through him. The might of even a corpse belonging to a celestial emperor-level expert harbored terrifying power. Should they be tainted by malevolent forces and transformed into puppets, the consequences were simply beyond imagination. The ethereal figure continued. The Burial Sky Celestial Emperor is one of the targets sought by the malevolent clan. They intend to corrupt his remains and turn him into a marionette. Fortunately, the benevolent essence of the Burial Sky Celestial Emperor has persistently resisted, delaying the success of the malevolent clan's scheme. Now, with you having vanquished the Burial Sky Demon Spirit, you have effectively severed the malevolent clan's hopes. Zhou Chen nodded. So, the malevolent clan is now aware that I possess the Qian inscription? The ethereal figure fell silent for a moment before affirming with a nod. It is likely so. The malevolent power unleashed when the Burial Sky Demon Spirit briefly broke free would have alarmed the higher-ups of the malevolent clan. They will soon recognize that the Qian inscription has fallen into your hands. At that point, the malevolent clan will undoubtedly pursue you at all costs. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Are you telling me this in order to persuade me to surrender the inscription? The ethereal figure shook its head. No. The Qian inscription has acknowledged you as its master. It will not abandon you unless you perish. I share this with you to convey the perilous circumstances you are about to face. The higher echelons of the malevolent clan possess terrifying strength that is hard to fathom. You are currently merely at the 5th level of the Celestial King realm and are no match for them. Zhou Chen remained silent, simply listening intently. The ethereal figure continued. However, you need not be overly concerned. Although the malevolent clan is formidable, they too have their reservations. The heavenly Tao of the spiritual realm exerts a powerful suppressive effect on malevolence. They cannot linger in the spiritual realm for extended periods, nor can they unleash their full might. Thus, they can only send their subordinates, the demon lords, to hunt you down. As long as you can survive their pursuit, you will have the opportunity to grow. Zhou Chen nodded. I understand. The ethereal figure regarded him, a flicker of reassurance crossing its gaze. Your composure is indeed commendable. I have one more matter to disclose. The Kuan inscription resides within the world's origin space of the wild graveyard. If you can locate it, the power of the chaos bell will once again ascend. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhou Chen's eyes. Where is the world's origin space? The ethereal figure elaborated. The wild graveyard is the battleground from the last epic war. The world's origin here is on the brink of collapse. Yet, within the deepest recesses of the origin space still linger the wills of some ancient emperors. They represent the last bastion of protection for the spiritual realm. If you can earn their recognition, you may gain further assistance. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed elder. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. No need for thanks. The ethereal figure waved its hand. Our clan has guarded the wild graveyard for generations to prevent the malevolent clan from corrupting these ancient emperor's remains. Now that you wield the Qian inscription, you are an ally of our clan. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out." With those words, the ethereal figure transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. Xianxia stood in place, taking a deep breath. He raised his hand, and the chaos bell emerged from within him, floating in his palm. The bell's body shimmered with a faint golden light, and the Qian inscription glowed with intricate and profound patterns, embodying the powers of time, space, and suppression. Xianxia's consciousness delved into the inscription, feeling the formidable power contained within. After a moment, he withdrew his awareness, a grave expression crossing his face. The malevolent clan. It seemed the path ahead would grow increasingly perilous. He turned and activated his escape light, soaring toward the ruins exit. In the wild graveyard, several cultivators were scouring the ruins for treasures when suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from afar. They looked up to see a massive rift appearing in the sky, from which countless tendrils of black mist poured forth. The mist coalesced into figures exuding terrifying malevolent energy. "It's the malevolence," one cultivator exclaimed in alarm. "Retreat." Just as the words left his lips, a shadow burst forth from the rift with blinding speed. The shadow was a formidable figure clad in black armor, radiating the aura of an 8th-level celestial king. His eyes flickered with 2 blazing crimson flames. "Found you," the shadow murmured softly, fixating his gaze on Xianxia in the distance. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared before Xianxia. "Surrender the inscription, and I shall spare your life." The shadow's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "Who goes there?" Xianxia halted, looking up at him with indifference. "I am the 3rd demon lord under the command of the demon sovereign, Moing. I have come at the behest of the demon sovereign to claim your life. Yet, the demon sovereign is merciful. Should you surrender the inscription, I may grant you a path to survival." Xianxia shook his head. "I'm afraid I do not take kindly to threats." The demon's expression darkened. "You are ungrateful." With that, he raised his hand and struck out. The palm print hurtled toward Xianxia, imbued with the terrifying power of an 8th-level celestial king, shaking the very void as if it were about to be torn apart. Xianxia remained unperturbed, raising his hand in response. The chaos bell flew from within him, instantly expanding into a colossal bell that enveloped him entirely. Boom! The palm print collided with the chaos bell, producing a thunderous reverberation. The chaos bell trembled violently, but stood firm against the assault. The demon's expression shifted slightly. "Is this the chaos bell? No wonder the demon sovereign values it so highly." A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. "In that case, I shall take both you and the bell back." With that, he struck again, unleashing a barrage of dozens of palm strikes. The palm prints rained down from all directions, encircling Xianxia completely. Xianxia activated the chaos bell, which emitted a soft golden glow. The Qian inscription swirled upon the bell, exuding an aura of suppression over all things. Boom, boom, boom. The palm prints relentlessly crashed against the chaos bell, producing deafening echoes. However, the chaos bell remained steadfast. The demon's expression grew increasingly grim. "Damn it! How can the defense of this chaos bell be so formidable?" Just then, 2 more auras approached from the distance. 2 demon cultivators emerged from the void, each radiating the aura of an 8th-level celestial king. "Third, you seem to be growing weaker. Do you need assistance?" One of the demon cultivators mocked. "Let us strike together and end this swiftly." Ignoring the taunts from the newcomers, the 3rd demon lord's face darkened. With that, the 3 demon cultivators launched their assault simultaneously. Countless palm prints surged from all directions, completely surrounding Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath, channeling the laws of time and space within him into the chaos bell. The chaotic bell erupted with an unprecedented might. Countless arcane patterns emerged upon its surface, resembling living entities that danced restlessly across the bell's body. Xianxia raised a finger and intoned, "Time and space, be banished." As his words fell, the chaotic bell emitted a melodious chime. In the wake of its sound, the void distorted abruptly. 3 enormous fissures materialized before the trio of demon clan powerhouses. Within these rifts lay a chaotic maelstrom of dimensional turbulence. The faces of the 3 demon warriors paled in alarm as they hastily retreated. Yet, it was too late. They were ensnared by a terrifying force and drawn into the crevices. Their anguished screams echoed, torn asunder by the tumultuous currents of the dimension. However, their formidable strength prevailed. Mere moments later, they surged forth from the rifts. Though their malevolent energy had diminished considerably, they still retained their combat prowess. Impressive tactics. But do you believe this will allow you to escape? The 3rd demon sovereign's countenance darkened to an extreme. Xianxia offered no reply, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was thousands of miles away. The three demon warriors pursued closely behind, igniting a cataclysmic chase amidst the desolate graveyard. The skies above the wilderness graveyard darkened ominously, with ominous clouds gathering and thunder rolling within the depths. Zhou Chun propelled himself with unparalleled speed, while the three demon powerhouses relentlessly followed suit, their pace nearly matching his own. "You cannot flee, boy," the third demon sovereign roared. Unleashing a palm strike, the imprint transformed into a black beam of light, aimed directly at Zhou Chun's back. Without glancing back, Zhou Chun waved his hand. The chaotic bell soared from within him, positioning itself as a barrier. Boom! The palm imprint collided with the chaotic bell, producing a thunderous roar. Zhou Chun's momentum faltered momentarily. Yet he continued onward. The other two demon warriors seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously. Countless black chains materialized from the void, coiling towards Zhou Chun. These chains emanated a dreadful demonic power, corroding all they touched. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow, instantly invoking the laws of time and space. The void suddenly solidified, causing the chain's speed to plummet as if ensnared in mire. Seizing the moment, Zhou Chun accelerated, creating a distance between himself and his pursuers. However, the three demon warriors soon broke free from the constraints of the temporal laws, their strength proving too formidable. Damn it! The third demon sovereign's expression darkened further. How can this brat's temporal laws be so potent? A different demon warrior sneered. What does it matter? We shall catch up and kill him. The demon lord has commanded that we retrieve the Qian inscription. They surged forward once more. Zhou Chun sensed their presence closing in behind him, his heart sinking. This was untenable. With 3 8th-level demon sovereigns working in tandem, he could not hope to shake them off. He needed to devise a counterattack. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun abruptly halted. He turned to face the trio of demon warriors. If I cannot escape, then I shall fight. The third demon sovereign scoffed. Have you finally come to your senses? But it is too late for that now. As his words fell, the three demon warriors advanced in unison. Countless palm imprints surged from all directions, encircling Zhou Chun completely. Zhou Chun summoned the chaotic bell, which expanded instantaneously to envelop him within its massive form. Boom, boom, boom. The palm imprints relentlessly struck the chaotic bell, producing deafening sounds. The chaotic bell trembled violently, yet it steadfastly held its ground against the onslaught. Zhou Chun stood within the bell, his expression calm. He channeled the celestial spirit energy within him, pouring it frantically into the chaotic bell. The bell erupted with an unparalleled force. The Qian inscription on its surface radiated a brilliant golden light, embodying the power of the laws that suppress all. Zhou Chun pointed decisively. Suppression. As his voice resonated, the chaotic bell emitted another melodic chime. Where its sound reverberated, the void solidified abruptly. The three demon warriors found their forms frozen, as if immobilized in place. What is happening? The third demon sovereign exclaimed in horror. He struggled desperately, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. The other two demon warriors experienced the same fate, their eyes filled with terror. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun waved his hand. The Qingping sword shot forth from within him, transforming into 3 streaks of flowing light that sliced toward the three demon warriors. Celestial Emperor's sword intent. 3 azure lotus phantoms materialized from the sword, exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. The faces of the 3 demon warriors shifted dramatically. They desperately summoned their inner demonic power, striving to break free from their confinement. Yet, the suppressive force of the Qian inscription was insurmountable. They were utterly immobilized. Swoosh! The 3 beams of sword light struck the 3 demon warriors simultaneously. Blood gushed forth, staining the skies crimson. The demon warriors let out piercing screams as cracks appeared all over their bodies. However, their strength was too great. As 8th-level demon sovereigns, their physiques were remarkably resilient. Even when struck by the Celestial Emperor's sword intent, they did not perish on the spot. Zhou Chun frowned. Indeed, 8th-level demon sovereigns were not easily vanquished. He inhaled deeply and once more summoned the chaotic bell. The laws of time and space surged into the bell. The chaotic bell erupted with an unprecedented might once more. Countless arcane patterns materialized upon its surface. Zhou Chun raised a finger. Time and space, be banished. As his words echoed, the chaotic bell emitted a melodious chime again. The sound distorted the void, and 3 massive fissures appeared before the trio of demon warriors. Within these rifts lay a chaotic maelstrom of dimensional turbulence. The demon warriors attempted to evade, but it was too late. They were swept into the fissures by a terrifying force. Their screams echoed anew, as their bodies were torn apart by the dimensional currents. Zhou Chun did not relent. He urged the Qingping sword, its light transforming into countless streams that surged into the fissures. The sword light traversed the chaotic currents, incessantly striking the 3 demon warriors. Their cries grew increasingly desperate as more and more fissures appeared on their bodies. Their demonic energy surged uncontrollably, consumed by the rifts. Finally, after the 10th banishment, through time and space, the demon warriors' auras had diminished to that of 5th-level celestial kings. Zhou Chen waved his hand. The Qingping sword transformed into 3 streaks of light, simultaneously piercing the heads of the 3 demon warriors. Swoosh! The sword light penetrated their skulls, obliterating their demonic consciousness entirely. The bodies of the 3 demon warriors became rigid, before disintegrating into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether. Zhou Chen retracted the Qingping sword, panting heavily. That battle had nearly exhausted all his strength. The celestial spirit energy within him had dwindled to a mere 10%. Nevertheless, the outcome is favorable. All 3 demon sovereigns at the 8th level of the celestial king realm have perished.